The vast chaos was boundless and timeless. Only the eternal Dao flowed within it without beginning or end. A chaotic being named Pangu was born from the primordial chaos green lotus. Pangu, seeking to directly prove the Dao, split the chaos with all his might. His axe struck, like the first ray of dawn, illuminating the boundless chaos. His aura intertwined with the Dao, sending forth waves of immense power. He battled 3,000 demons, carving out the primordial world. The great Dao receded, and the Heavenly Dao emerged. At that moment, a divine light suddenly blazed brilliantly in the endless void. Then, with unimaginable speed, it shot directly into the newly split primordial world. Within the divine light, one could faintly see a sleeping humanoid spirit. It tossed and turned just as an ordinary person would in their own familiar bed. Chen Xuan was still immersed in his sweet dream, completely unaware that he had transmigrated into the primordial world. Detecting host Chen Xuan's transmigration to the primordial world, currently in slumber, binding the sleep silence system for the host. Binding the sleep silence system. 1 bound, 35 bound, 64 bound, 99 bound. Sleep silence system bound successfully. Detecting host is sleeping, automatically signing in for the host. Host Chen Xuan sleeps for 1 year, automatically signs into Earth Immortal Realm. Host Chen Xuan sleeps for 1,000 years, automatically signs into Heavenly Immortal Realm. Host Chen Xuan sleeps for 100,000 years, automatically signs into True Immortal Realm. The sleep sign-in system is automatically signing in for the host. Mystic Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Daluo Golden Immortal, Half-Step Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Taiji Heavenly Venerable, Hunyuan Wuji Immortal Venerable. The sleeping Chen Xuan's aura subtly transformed countless times within his body. As his realm continuously ascended, even his slightest toss and turn seemed to carry infinite Dao rhythms and profound principles full of mystery. Host Chen Xuan sleeps for countless years, automatically signs into the Hongmeng Great Dao, Saintly Venerable Realm. Detecting that host Chen Xuan has secretly advanced to Hongmeng Great Dao cultivation, and the host is completely unaware of the system's existence and his own cultivation changes. The system's mission is perfectly accomplished. The deed is done, concealing merit and fame. The sleep sign-in system has said a final farewell for the host to view upon awakening. System unbinding. Last farewell. System unbinding. What kind of crazy operation is this? Clock out. Time off. This. Without even saying goodbye to Chen Xuan, it just unbinds and clocks out, takes time off. What the hell, clock out? What the hell, time off? Binding the system, signing in to Hongmeng Great Dao cultivation. All of this happened without Chen Xuan's knowledge. This is way too sneaky. Chen Xuan never dreamed that he would transmigrate to the primordial world and that a system would be furiously auto-signing in while he slept. Secretly signing out a Hongmeng Great Dao cultivation. Who can stand that? After it's done, it just unbinds. This crazy move. Absolutely godlike. The system just clocked out and went on leave. And Chen Xuan, starting as a super max level account, completely invincible. Pangu would feel ashamed, Hongjun would weep. And during the time Chen Xuan slept, the great god Pangu, who sought to prove the Dao through power, split the chaos, but failed at the last moment, his body transforming into the primordial world. The primordial world was newly opened with earth, wind, water, and fire settled. Then endless ferocious beasts ravaged the land. The innate dragon phoenix and Qilin races emerged. They annihilated the beasts and dominated the primordial world. But as the three races grew stronger, conflicts increased. Coupled with the instigations of Luoho and the schemes of the primordial Heavenly Dao, Dragon and Phoenix clans waged war. The Qilin clan could not remain uninvolved. For a time, blood stained the primordial world. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were severely weakened. The slaughter was too fierce, the karma too heavy, and the sin too deep, causing the three races to lose all their fortune. Not only could they no longer dominate the primordial world, but they faced the danger of extinction. Only a handful of the three races remained. Before their deaths, ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and primal Qilin were forced to swear oaths to the Heavenly Dao and make great vows. The Dragon clan retreated to the boundless four seas. The Phoenix clan withdrew to the undying volcano. The Qilin clan hid in bamboo forests and mountains. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans completely exited the stage of the primordial world. Alas, but Luoho, who reaped the benefits, founded the Demon clan and called himself the Demon Ancestor. He sought to prove the Dao through slaughter, refining the primordial world into a demon realm, creating his ideal world of the demonic path. The calamity of slaughter in the primordial world arose again. Many innate deities were still weak. How could they match the demon ancestor Luoho? In an instant, demonic energy surged and fierce evil filled the sky. Even the sky of the primordial world was stained dark red. Oppressive, terrifying. Luoho became the strongest of the age with no one to check him. Even the self-proclaimed Dao ancestor, the Taoist Hongjun, suffered greatly in Luoho's immortal slaying sword formation and fled westward in disgrace. A young man in black robes, ignoring the advice of his two elder brothers, took the Qingping sword and descended Kunlun. He trained himself through the primordial world. If I cower and shrink, how could I live up to the edge of the Qingping sword? He looked back at the towering Kunlun, his eyes flashing with determination. His profound cultivation and formidable combat strength caused countless demons to fall under his Qingping sword. His traces spread across the entire primordial world. One day, he sat at the foot of an unknown mountain in meditation, comprehending the gains from years of training. Immersed in the way of the sword, he sensed faint Dao rhythms in the mountains and a slight stirring of the great Dao. In a daze, Tongtian opened his eyes and looked around the mountain edge. He noticed something unusual and let out a soft exclamation. The surrounding peaks rose straight into the clouds with verdant immortal trees and famous herbs thriving luxuriantly. A gentle breeze occasionally blew through the mountains, seeming to carry faint ripples of Dao rhythms. Moreover, the mountains were a lush green, the sky azure, and auspicious clouds floated above, a scene of peace and tranquility. Yet beyond this place, the primordial world was shrouded in blood-red skies, filled with demonic miasma. How could this place be so peaceful and serene? It was like a different world from the rest of the primordial world. What was going on? Driven by curiosity, the young man in black robes followed the Dao sounds and rhythms, climbing the dense, overgrown Taiyun Mountain. Taiyun Mountain soared into the clouds, wild and dense. The higher he climbed, the more the black-robed youth felt the thick resonance of the Dao. He reached the mountainside. Ha ha ha! In the faint distance, the sound of steady breathing came. It seemed as if someone was in a deep sleep. The black-robed man was slightly stunned. He noticed that the surrounding Dao laws and principles vibrated in sync with the rhythm of the breathing. It seems there is a terrifying existence sleeping here. Tongtian whispered softly, afraid to disturb this terrifying existence. At the mountain peak, was there actually a being of extremely terrifying cultivation in slumber? What a shocking revelation. The black-robed youth was already extraordinary in origin and blessed with great fortune. But at his current level, he was nowhere near able to make Dao laws resonate with his own body. Even the demon Lord Luoho, who once slaughtered the primordial wilderness, could not achieve such a feat. He trembled as he looked up, suddenly feeling the boundlessness of the great Dao. His own heart seemed ready to burst with each breath, as if it would explode at any moment. What kind of supreme being was resting at the mountain top? How utterly astonishing. The black-robed youth held his breath and moved step by step, climbing upward like a pilgrim. Under the baptism of Dao resonance, every inch of his skin felt joy and comfort. Even the shackles of cultivation that had not been broken for years showed signs of loosening. But the higher he climbed, the more insurmountable the mountain seemed. The mountain wind grew fierce, his black robe flapping noisily. His Dao heart was as firm as the green lotus sword gripped in his hand. After a full 100 years of climbing, he finally reached the summit. Above the clouds, the dense Taiyun Mountain was wrapped in layers of mist. Dao resonance swirled, clouds blazed with color. Reflecting the purple sun, it appeared even more vast and boundless. The enormous peak of Taiyun Mountain was flat, a natural dojo capable of holding millions. A human-shaped innate Dao body lay sleeping horizontally, eyes closed. His sharp, chiseled features were peerlessly handsome. A flawless white robe accentuated his extraordinary bearing. His ink-black hair was tied high like a graceful youth. Around him, Dao laws and principles spread, merging with heaven and earth, as if heaven and earth could not perceive him. Each breath was a change of laws. Every part of his body was perfected to the extreme, nearly approaching the Dao, surpassing the Dao. Too shocking, too terrifying. The black-robed youth's pupils dilated, his expression fully revealing his awe. Such an existence could only be comparable to the father god Pangu, perhaps. The black-robed youth's hand holding the green lotus sword trembled slightly, whether from excitement or anxiety. He bowed tremblingly to the sleeping Chen Xuan. This junior sensed your majesty from the foot of the mountain and came to pay respects with no intention of offense. His voice was low, his expression devout. The black-robed youth secretly glanced again at the sleeping Chen Xuan. He thought to himself, perhaps such a great being did not regard him at all. He wondered if he could stay and comprehend the Dao laws around the senior. Every moment spent beside this terrifying senior was worth more than a century of bitter cultivation. He figured this senior was broad-minded and wouldn't mind. The black-robed youth thought thus, though a little guilty. He immediately sat cross-legged in meditation, silently cultivating, not daring to make a sound. Afraid to disturb or anger the terrifying existence before him. In the primordial wilderness, time held no value. Swiftly flowing time, Chen Xuan still slept, showing no sign of waking. But more and more primordial creatures sensed the peace and tranquility of this place, the lingering Dao resonance. They felt the extraordinariness of Taiyun Mountain. Just like the black-robed youth before they climbed Taiyun Mountain step by step, trembling with awe. Hundreds of thousands in number. Shock or disbelief shone in their eyes. They dared not miss this opportunity. They all sat down with Chen Xuan at the center, hundreds of thousands of people surrounding the natural dojo on the peak, packed layer upon layer. Taiyun Mountain stretched through the clouds, lush green trees reflecting the colorful sunset light from the sky. Beneath the trees on the mountain, there were birds with bright feathers, ugly beasts, half-human, half-beast, strange creatures, and many beautiful women and handsome men with outstanding temperaments. They were all contemplating the ethereal Dao resonance and the profound mysteries of the great Dao surrounding Chen Xuan. Moreover, they were astonished to find that Chen Xuan's sleeping posture conformed to the great Dao of heaven and earth. His breaths were like the flow of the great Dao. Even a simple casual turn moved the Dao laws around him, terrifying beyond belief. This senior sleeps so peacefully, he makes me feel as if he is not within this world. Senior turned over. Dao resonance surges toward me. I am about to break through. Senior's sleeping posture has a touch of carefree detachment. I have attained enlightenment. 108,967 strands of hair, everyone write it down quickly. 13,333 strands of foot hair. I understand. The creatures whispered among themselves. The black-robed youth, worried about disturbing Chen Xuan's slumber, quietly announced, "The senior is resting here. We who see this are blessed. Do not disturb the senior." Only then did the clamor subside. Individual aptitudes varied and cultivation speeds differed. Over time, a tacit understanding formed among them. Those with higher cultivation sat closer to Chen Xuan. The black-robed youth was foremost among 6 with profound cultivation. Beside him was a man with thick red hair, looking honest and kind, as if he were the #1 good person in the world. On the other side sat 4 women of peerless beauty with ethereal and transcendent temperaments. Having received Chen Xuan's grace, they had long revered him as their teacher, and they privately agreed beings at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm would be the teacher's nominal disciples. Great Luo Golden Immortals would be outer disciples. Whoever broke through to the realm above Great Luo Golden Immortal could become the teacher's inner disciple. So far, none had achieved this. Time flowed in the primordial wilderness, valueless, until hundreds of millions of years later. Chen Xuan's brow twitched slightly, his consciousness gradually awakening. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and muttered, "This nap felt like it lasted forever. My head is groggy, my back and waist ache." He muttered to himself, still half asleep. After billions of years, the master has finally awakened. A faint voice reached Chen Xuan's ears, laced with both surprise and reverence. Was he hallucinating? Chen Xuan opened his eyes in a daze. One look, and he was startled. He instinctively shrank back. Before him were countless beings of all kinds, densely packed. Birds, beasts, and numerous races. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. He didn't recognize a single one. And in their eyes, there was awe, fear, fervor, and adoration. What was wrong with these people? Was this some kind of cosplay? He looked around. In the distance, green mountains stretched through the mist, lush, verdant trees reflected the multicolored radiance cascading from the sky. It seemed he was on the peak of a towering mountain. Could it be that he had woken up on the wrong side of the bed? He pinched himself hard. He felt no pain. What was happening? Was he dreaming? Then he heard a heart-wrenching scream from a red-haired man beside him. A sharp hiss drew a collective intake of breath from the crowd. Sorry. He had pinched the wrong person. A young man in a black robe before Chen Xuan bowed and said, "Master, we have all entered your Dao field out of admiration for your presence. We dare not offend you. Please forgive us." Master. Him. Admiration. Dao field. What the hell? Little question mark. Do you have many friends? Could it be he had transmigrated? Who are you? Chen Xuan asked with a strange expression, looking suspiciously at the young man in the black robe. Master, I am Tong. The young man in black suddenly stopped, his heart on alert. He thought, how could the master, with his vast cultivation and piercing gaze that saw through all things in the world, fail to see my true origins? What he wanted wasn't my name. It was my attitude. Thinking this, the young man broke out in a cold sweat, his back already soaked. Good thing he hadn't blurted out his identity. If the master mistook him for being arrogant, the least he could expect was to be thrown down the mountain or worse. So he quickly changed his words and said, "Master, just call me a Tong." A Tong? Where is this? Which continent? Chen Xuan asked again, trying to determine if he had transmigrated. Master, this is the primordial continent, the young man in black, named a Tong, replied. The primordial continent. What? He had actually transmigrated to the primordial age. Chen Xuan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. No wonder there were so many strange creatures, birds and beasts. At least they bore him no ill will. Let me take a moment sort this out. He was a good young man from Earth. He loved staying up late to read novels, especially primordial fiction. Before sleeping this time, he had been reading Primordial asleep for countless years, exposed by disciples. Written by Meng Li Jiangshan. The content. Oh, he couldn't remember. He had fallen asleep while reading. Could this be related? Was this the consequence of staying up late to read novels? Reading a novel could actually lead to transmigration. Chen Xuan struggled to calm his turbulent heart and asked again, Atong, have any major events occurred in the outside world recently? Atong quickly replied, I heard from fellow disciples that not long ago the four patriarchs, Hongjun, Yongmei, Enyang, and Chen Xuan, led their armies into the western lands for a decisive battle with the demon ancestor Luo. I know not the current state of the battle. Chen Xuan muttered to himself after hearing this. So this is the era of the conflict between Dao and demon on the cusp of the Hongjun era. He thought that since he had transmigrated, a golden finger was surely inevitable. He secretly searched his entire body. There was nothing. This couldn't be right. Where was his golden finger? Where was his heaven-defying system? Was his activation method different from the novel protagonists? Which dog of an author was writing his story, not giving him a system or a golden finger? Just as Chen Xuan was silently cursing the dog author, a mechanical voice suddenly flashed through his mind. Final farewell, I am the system you have yearned for day and night. By the time you hear my voice, I will have already departed from you. Yes, my shift is over. Before parting, I bestow upon you the novice gift pack you deserve. Chen Xuan listened blankly to the system's mechanical voice. What kind of operation was this? Did systems have a concept of clocking out too? Open the novice gift pack, Chen Xuan said, helplessly accepting this entanglement with a system that ended before it even began. He only hoped the system contained a few thousand supreme treasures, hundreds of millions of tons of Pangus essence blood, or something similar. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the high-level breathing technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mountain ceiling grand formation. This formation can conceal celestial secrets, hide your tracks, and avoid worldly karma. Within the formation, you are akin to a sage. The formation has been activated. Chen Xuan. That was it. He had been brought into this terrifying primordial world, and all he got was a high-level breathing technique and a mountain ceiling grand formation. What use was being like a sage within the formation if he could only show off in front of his own door? System, I have a motherfucker to say, but I don't know if I should. Legend had it that in the primordial age, golden immortals were as common as dogs, and Luo golden immortals were everywhere. Even the slightest touch of karma could lead to utter annihilation. I must lie low. I absolutely must lie low. As a primordial fan deeply versed in the Dao of lying low, Chen Xuan made up his mind instantly. Only by surviving several culpas could he have a chance to show his might. He'd see if he could venture out by the time of the journey to the west. If that wasn't possible, he'd just lie low until he returned to the modern world. In the primordial age, those who lived the longest were the strongest. Little did he know the unreliable system only gave him the novice gift pack after he had reached max level. The mountain ceiling grand formation was originally meant to protect the host from dying young in their weak period, but now it had caused a colossal misunderstanding. Even less did he know that he had already achieved the cultivation of the primordial Dao. It was like an ordinary person who didn't know that in a bank card they never used a deposit of 10 billion RMB had suddenly appeared. His cognition, mindset, and thoughts had not changed, so he still lived the life of a commoner. Master. The red-haired man who had been pinched painfully by Chen Xuan called out timidly, interrupting Chen Xuan's thoughts. Right, there was also a bunch of freebie disciples. Chen Xuan looked around at the crowd. Oh, every being seemed to be staring at him expectantly. They didn't look very formidable. They all seemed so weak. With so many people crowded here, something was bound to go wrong. He would send them all down the mountain. Chen Xuan sighed. Considering that you entered my Dao field by mistake and unintentional act, I will not punish you. Now descend the mountain quickly and do not disturb my cultivation. Master, the demon ancestor Luoho is waging a great war against the ancient patriarchs outside. If you expel us from the mountain, we will inevitably be entangled in karma and face annihilation. We implore you, Master, to grant us refuge. A low-cultivated being merely at the Tai golden immortal realm spoke. Around him several others had eyes rimmed with red, as if sharing the same sentiment. Chen Xuan's heart stirred with compassion, yet he knew he could not keep so many on the mountain indefinitely. After a moment of deliberation, he said, Disciple, since you honor me, Chen Xuan, as your master, it seems fate has destined this bond. I permit you to cultivate here. Once the conflict between the Dao and the demon concludes, you must each descend the mountain to seek your own fortunes. We obey your decree, Master, the disciples rejoiced. Now introduce yourselves, Chen Xuan said, hoping to discern among them those with extraordinary origins and boundless potential. Introduce themselves. The red-haired man recalled Atong's words, a look of understanding dawning on his face as he chuckled naively. Master, just call me Ayun. Ayun. Which figure from the primordial era was that? Likely just a passerby. Then a stunning woman in a phoenix crown stepped forward gracefully, her red dress flowing as she bowed. Master, call me Xiao. The woman named Xiao paused briefly as if struck by a thought. Her eyes sparkled like the starry sky as she parted her lips to add, Master, you have slumbered for so long you must be sore. Let me massage your shoulders. Massage his shoulders. Ahem. At Zio's words, Chen Xuan did indeed feel some stiffness in his back and shoulders. Thus he nodded subtly. Xiao moved with lotus-like steps to stand behind Chen Xuan, gently kneading his shoulders. Beneath her phoenix crown, her exquisite face flushed with a trace of crimson. The beings of the primordial era had never witnessed the shy demeanor of the woman named Xiao. They were all entranced. Seeing Xiao take the initiative to massage the master, the others refused to be outdone. A hint of rivalry emerged. Master, call me Xiaowa. Let me massage your legs, said a woman in a fitted yellow dress, her perfect curves vividly outlined. Master, call me Xiaoho. They'll massage your legs too. Master, are you thirsty? Let me brew you some tea. Oh, and call me Xiaoxi. The red-haired man, Yun, watched as his junior brothers and sisters gained the master's favor, a pang of regret stirring within him. He had merely offered a dry self-introduction. Why hadn't he thought to do something for the master? If he could gain the master's favor, wouldn't the entire world be open to him? Even learning a sliver of the master's skills would surely astonish that old friend from Mount Longevity. And so, Master Ayun can warm your bed. The rough, honest voice of Ayun echoed across the entire Taiyun mountain. Gasps filled the air. The beings were in an uproar. The very first red cloud of heaven and earth had thrown all caution to the wind just to curry favor. But, warm the bed. What the hell was this about warming a bed? Chen Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. This. A wave of nausea rose in his stomach. A burly red-haired man offering to warm his bed. How disgusting was that? Startled, Chen Xuan quickly turned his head away from the coarse red-haired man and waved his hand dismissively, yet with that casual gesture. It seemed as if a gale surged from Chen Xuan's hand, rushing straight toward Ayun. The red-haired man, calling himself Ayun, was sent flying backward. The other disciples quickly surged forward to fill his place, and amidst the crowd of disciples, Chen Xuan failed to notice Ayun's distress. Chen Xuan felt waves of soothing comfort from Zio's massage on his shoulders and Xiaohua and Xiaohao's kneading on his legs. Xiaoxi then offered him a cup of fine tea. Atong fanned him with a palm leaf fan. Others held up a large umbrella to shade him. This was nothing short of the luxuries enjoyed by ancient emperors. Gazing at the disciples surrounding him, Chen Xuan's expression turned peculiar and doubt crept into his mind. Were all beings in the primordial era this enthusiastic? Massaging his shoulders, kneading his legs, brewing tea. Could it be they thought he was some reclusive sage? That was indeed a possibility. But he was just a lazy fish. The primordial era brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, granting all beings long lifespans, yet conflicts were rife, and life hung by a thread. He must above all lie low. Otherwise he would lose his life, and all imperial pleasures would be for naught. Once the war between Dao and Demon ended, he would send them all down the mountain. At the foot of Taiyun Mountain, Ayun, nearly hurled to the base by Chen Xuan's casual wave, trembled with awe. He muttered, the master's power is likely unmatched in this age. If I could gain even a tenth of it, I could roam the primordial world unchallenged. The master's casual wave felt like the collapse of heaven and earth, an endless torrent of the great Dao's power surging toward him. Fortunately, the master bore no killing intent. Ayun once again climbed Taiyun Mountain. A peerless opportunity awaited at the summit. How could he let it slip away? 100 years later, Ayun reached the peak once more. Yet he found a grand palace had risen from the ground. Main halls and side pavilions were arranged in exquisite order. Palace lanterns hung high with jade tassels, and clear waters meandered, flowing gently into a pond beside the cultivation ground. Green trees and emerald vines intertwined, casting dappled shadows. Purple-hued radiance and golden splendor intermingled with the magnificent palace. It was resplendent and majestic, like a celestial realm above the clouds. And there sat the master in the center of the cultivation ground, a palm leaf fan in his right hand, expounding the Dao in a resonant voice. His words boomed like a great bell, shaking the sea of clouds. The Dao covers heaven and sustains earth, extends to the four corners, and reaches the 8 extremes. It is so high it cannot be reached, so deep it cannot be fathomed. It envelopes heaven and earth and bestows form upon the formless. It springs forth like a gushing fountain, filling gradually. It roils and churns, turbid, yet slowly clearing. It gives birth to heaven and earth, harmonizes yin and yang, embraces all things, and remains unchanging through the ages. This is the Dao. The sage is not rigidly bound to things, but adapts with the world. Ayun's pupils dilated, his eyes nearly bulging. He realized, As Chen Xuan spoke the profound truths of the Tao, the 3,000 great laws surged in response to his words. The law of time, the law of space, the law of reincarnation, the law of creation, the law of the sun. Words became reality, and the 3,000 great laws followed in their wake. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and auspicious cranes sang amid visions of the Tao. Purple mist filled the air, and dazzling lights shimmered. Yun drew a sharp breath. He hurriedly sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the profound truths of the Tao that Chen Xuan expounded. 1,000 years passed silently. Chen Xuan ceased his lecture and glanced at the assembly. Some were entranced, some savoring, some deep in thought, others inspired. Chen Xuan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet time in this primordial era seemed so cheap. 1,000 years had slipped by in an instant. The doctrines he now taught were Taoist classics he had recited in his idle moments. Genuine Taoist scriptures, his most treasured possessions. Works like the Daozong, the Marrow-Washing Sutra, the Huainanzi, the supreme, mysterious, true scripture of the primordial beginning, the transmission of the Tao by the purple sovereign, and the true chart of the supreme, ultimate, and chaotic origin of cultivation. Now unveiling them could hardly be called deception. He himself could not comprehend them, but they should greatly benefit these disciples. After a long while the myriad beings gradually emerged from Chen Xuan's sermon, their expressions filled with lingering longing. Reflecting on their own realms and those of their fellow disciples, they realized the profound depth of what they had just heard. Among the hundreds of thousands of beings, there were actually over 1,000 who had reached the great Luo golden immortal realm. The strongest among them were Tong, Yun, Shi Yao Xiao Hua Xiao Ho, and Xiao Shi. Their realms seemed to have surpassed even the great Luo golden immortal stage, leaving the others unable to perceive their cultivation levels. It was truly astonishing. They could not help but marvel. Their own billions of years of bitter cultivation could not compare to merely a millennium of listening to their teacher's sermons. Their gazes toward Chen Xuan grew even more reverent and awestruck. I have preached for a millennium covering vast and complex teachings. You must immerse yourselves in deep contemplation. If you have any doubts, you may raise them now, and I will answer each one. Chen Xuan spoke solemnly. These orthodox Taoist scriptures were the crystallization of countless sages' wisdom, far from being comprehended in a single day. A Tong and the others, being the highest in realm, had the deepest insights. Yet the higher their cultivation, the more they realized the boundless and unfathomable depth of Chen Xuan's understanding. The great Tao seemed infinitely vast. Countless perplexing questions about cultivation swirled in their minds, and they eagerly wished to seek Chen Xuan's guidance. Hearing his words, joy filled their hearts. Teacher, in your compassion, I have long wished to know what realm lies beyond the great Luo golden immortal. I humbly beseech your answer. Tong bowed and asked first. The realm beyond the great Luo golden immortal. At present, all beings in the primordial world were born as innate spirits, at least at the earth immortal stage. The realms could be roughly divided into earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, golden immortal, Tai, golden immortal, and great Luo golden immortal. But as for the realm beyond the great Luo golden immortal, only a handful in the primordial world had ever reached it. For example, the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and primordial Qilin of the 3 primordial races, as well as the reincarnations of chaos demon gods, Luo Ho, Hongjun, Yongmei, and others, who were currently engaged in a great battle beyond. The rest of the beings knew nothing of the realms beyond the great Luo golden immortal. A faint smile played on Chen Xuan's lips. He was well versed in the primordial world, and the realms beyond the great Luo golden immortal were naturally no challenge for him. Gazing at the beings whose eyes burned with insatiable curiosity, Chen Xuan began. The primordial world is vast, and the great Tao is boundless. Beyond the great Luo golden immortal lies the attainment of the Hunyuan realm. To be more specific, it can be divided into half-step Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Taiji, Immortal Venerable Hunyuan Wuji Imperial Lord, and the Hongmeng Great Dao. The half-step Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm was also known as the Quasi-Sage realm, while the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal was the Sage realm. Tong and the others were shaken to their core, their minds reeling. The great Tao was so ethereal and elusive, it turned out that the great Luo Golden Immortal was merely a tiny speck of dust within it. Without climbing a high mountain, one cannot know the height of the heavens. Without descending into a deep valley, one cannot know the thickness of the earth. May I ask, teacher, how does one attain the Hunyuan realm? Xiao's question snapped them back from their daze. Yes, indeed. How does one attain the Hunyuan realm? This was a question of concern to all, for attaining the Hunyuan realm was the lifelong pursuit of every being in the primordial world. I know of 3 methods to attain the Hunyuan realm: cultivation through power, cultivation through severing the 3 corpses, and cultivation through merit. Chen Xuan said with a smile. Please, teacher, explain each in detail. A Tong, a Yun, and the others said in unison. Cultivation through power is essentially cultivation through comprehending the laws. By comprehending the laws and wielding absolute power, one breaks free from the restraints of the Heavenly Dao, transcends the world, and achieves the Hongyuan realm. In ancient times, the great god Pangu sought to use the law of strength to attain the Hongmeng Great Dao. As for cultivation through severing the three corpses, all immortals, gods, demons, and spirits possess three thoughts: good, evil, and obsession. After reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm, one severs all three corpses and merges them into one, thus attaining the Hongyuan realm. The method of severing corpses involves entrusting these three thoughts to external objects such as heavenly treasures. As for cultivation through merit, it involves performing great deeds of merit, earning the favor of the Heavenly Dao or the Great Dao, which then bestows boundless merit, allowing one to prove the Dao and become a sage. Chen Xuan recounted these methods with ease as if reciting from memory. The crowd sank into deep thought as though they wished to etch the three methods of attaining the Dao into their very souls. Teacher, is there any distinction in quality among these three methods? Xiaohua asked cautiously. Chen Xuan waved his palm leaf fan and replied, only the method of comprehending the laws to attain the Hongyuan realm is the superior choice. Cultivation through severing the three corpses is secondary with limited future potential. As for cultivation through merit, that is a minor path not worth mentioning. Only the method of comprehending the laws to attain the Hongyuan realm is the superior choice. Comprehending the laws. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, then added, all of this is still too distant for you. Focus on the present and avoid aiming too high. Chen Xuan was unaware of the true identities of these disciples before him. He only felt that they were somewhat weak. After all, who could ever seem powerful in Chen Xuan's presence? A Tong caressed the green lotus sword, feeling the power of the law that enveloped him. The sword law he had comprehended during the sermon. He seemed lost in thought. Teacher, I intend to walk the path of the sword. How should I cultivate? Draw your sword. Chen Xuan said with a serious expression. Draw my sword. Yes, it is said that drawing your sword 1 billion times can master the heaven-slaying sword art. Tongshan's face showed shock and longing. The heaven-slaying sword art. Is that the supreme realm of the sword? No. Teacher, can you tell me what the supreme realm of the sword is? The supreme realm should be the one sword that opens the heavens. Chen Xuan made up an answer on the spot. One sword that opens the heavens, a sword that shatters chaos and opens the Hongmeng. Even if it wasn't the absolute supreme realm, it was close enough. One sword that opens the heavens. Tongtian murmured, his eyes growing brighter, as if he had glimpsed the ultimate goal of his journey. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You should first master the heaven-slaying sword art. And so a Tong in a corner of the Taiyuan mountain peak repeated a single motion over and over. Draw the sword. Draw the sword. Draw the sword. His entire aura grew increasingly sharp like a keen blade, his spirit soaring into the clouds. Not a trace of magical fluctuation remained, only pure sword intent. Chen Xuan felt a twinge of guilt. Could drawing a sword really cultivate the sword path? He had only said it casually. A Tong, if you can't master it, don't blame me. A Tong, if you can't master it, don't blame me. Beyond Taiyuan Mountain in the western lands, on the battlefield of the Dao demons conflict, Hongjun and Luhu confronted each other. We are both reincarnations of chaos, primordial gods. Why not join forces to dissolve the primordial world back into chaos and create a new world? The demon ancestor Luhu gazed at Hongjun from afar, his demonic aura chilling. Hongjun snorted coldly, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Luhu, you seek to devour the primordial Dao fruit left by Pangu. Allying with you is like seeking skin from a tiger. Ha ha, then let us begin. Luhu waved his hand casually, yet between them a sword array of overwhelming demonic might suddenly appeared. The immortal slaying sword array. The 4 swords and the array diagram were innate treasures born with the demon ancestor Luhu. This was his absolute trump card. Luhu's dominance over the primordial world with none able to subdue him was largely due to the immortal slaying sword array. The last time Hongjun invaded the West, he nearly perished within it. Such was its immense power. Luhu, do you truly believe the immortal slaying sword array is invincible? Hongjun faced the array without a trace of fear in his eyes. Arrogant Luhu laughed, as if hearing the greatest joke. Do you have a way to break it then? 3 fellow Taoists, please reveal yourselves and help me shatter his immortal slaying sword array. Hongjun cupped his hands toward the void. The void rippled with mysterious undulations, revealing 3 figures whose auras were as vast as Hongjun's. Ancestor Yongmei, Ancestor Yinyang, Ancestor Chen Xuan. At the sight of the 3 ancestors, Luhu's face changed, drastically dark and uncertain. As fellow chaos primordial gods, he knew their origins well. The nearly perfect immortal slaying sword array could only be broken by overwhelming force or a single method, the joint attack of 4 cultivators of the same realm. Unexpectedly, Hongjun had summoned ancestors Yongmei, and Chen Xuan. The Dao Demon's conflict had reached its final decisive battle. Master Hu ultimately won the Dao Demon's conflict. Hu, or the 4 ancestors. Xiao massaged Chen Xian's shoulders, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Chen Xian lounged comfortably. Xiao Ho and Xiao Hua massaged his legs on each side. Yun fanned him, and Xiao Shi held a teacup. How utterly delightful. Numerous spiritual herbs and immortal flowers exuded the breath of life, a scene of thriving peace. The disciples listened as Chen Xian recounted tales of the primordial world. Seeing his disciples so obedient, Chen Xian intended to reveal more information, hoping they might smoothly pass the great calamities. After all, they still seemed so weak. This was the perfect moment to tell them about some major events in the primordial world. The world was now at the explosive point of the Dragon Han calamity and the Dao Demon's conflict. The power of the calamity had reached its densest intensity, throwing the heavenly mechanisms of the entire primordial world into chaos, making the future uncertain. Moreover, the gaze of all living beings in the primordial world was fixed on the battlefield of the Dao Demon's conflict. No one paid attention to the group on Taiyuan Mountain. This included the Heavenly Dao. Chen Xian had activated the mountain ceiling array, shielding them from heavenly scrutiny, so there was no fear of being spied upon. He took the teacup from Xiao. She took a sip and said it is Hongjun's victory alone. The others were astonished. How could it be Hongjun's victory alone and not that of the demon ancestor Lu or the 4 ancestors? Xiao Hua paused her leg massaging and asked blankly, Master, what do you mean? Luahu was no match for the 4 ancestors. His lifelong schemes shattered, and he chose to self-destruct. Gasps of shock rippled across Taiyuan Mountain. The flame on Xiao's eyes fingertips used to heat tea ceased its dance. It was hard to imagine the destructive power of a self-detonation by a cultivator of Luhis realm, enough to annihilate the world. What happened to the 4 ancestors? Atong asked, his voice trembling as he paused his sword-drawing motion. Chen Xian looked up at the sky. Yongmei was severely wounded and fled into chaos. Enyang and Chen Xuan were killed by the explosion. Only Hongjun emerged unscathed. For reincarnated chaos, primordial gods besieging Lu, 2 dead, 1 wounded. How could the disciples have imagined such an outcome? Chen Xian saw the shock and confusion on their faces and felt a stir in his heart. These beings were still too innocent. In the Dao Demon's conflict, Yangmei's severe injury and the deaths of Enyang and Chen Xuan were partly the result of schemes by the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun. Hongjun was the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao. Naturally, this conflict could only have one victor, Hongjun. Yongmei, Enyang, and Chen Xuan were merely pawns and sacrifices used by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. Master, after Luhis' death, will there be more killing calamities in the primordial world? Asked Yun, the red-haired one. He was kind-hearted, known as a good-natured soul in the primordial world. Reincarnation, birth, and destruction are the fundamental laws of the universe. To eliminate the long-accumulated karma in the primordial world, heaven and earth will unleash a vast and cruel calamity. If one is unlucky enough to be tainted by even a thread of karma and drawn into it, the consequences are unimaginable. Thinking of the cruelty of the primordial world's calamities, Chen Xian's resolve to adhere to the path of lying low was strengthened. Master, do you mean that besides the Dragon Han calamity and the Dao Demon's conflict, there will be new calamities in the future? Xiao Hua, quick-witted, grasped the implication. Indeed, the primordial world will face several more calamities. At the least, they will shake the world, at the worst. The entire primordial world could be overturned and shattered. The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions solemn, all showing disbelief. The calamities were so terrifying. The primordial world could be shaken, even overturned and shattered. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. Had it not been for Chen Xian's own words, they would never have believed it. But before them, Chen Xian was accompanied by 3,000 great Daos in every gesture. His words determined fate and destiny. How could he deceive them? After the Dao Demon's conflict, Hongjun will attain sainthood and preach 3 times at Zixiao Palace. Chen Xian narrated the trajectories of the primordial world. When he spoke of the internal conflicts among the 3 pure ones leading to their eventual split, and the relentless confrontations during the conferred god calamity, a Tong gripped the Qingping sword tightly, veins bulging, his eyes flashing with profound complexity. He spoke of Queen Mother of the West being appointed as the leader of all female immortals. He spoke of Hongyun yielding his seat only to be ambushed by Kunping and Mingi. He spoke of Nuwa creating humans and attaining sainthood through merit. He spoke of Shiha and Daijin's celestial marriage. He spoke of the fateful battle between the Wu and Yao tribes. These words fell upon the disciples' ears, stirring immense waves in their hearts. Overwhelming shock. Was this the future trend of the primordial world? Were these the tribulations they would face? Could it be true? But coming from the master's mouth, how could it be false? In the primordial chaos, time holds no value. 3,000 years have quietly slipped away. The calamity of the God Emperor, all the saints descend into tribulation. The fortunes of the Dao sect will henceforth decline, and thereafter the West will prosper, as fate decrees. Chen Xuan was narrating the future trends of the primordial chaos. At that moment, a named disciple hurriedly approached. He had just returned from the foot of the mountain with mixed emotions in his eyes. He respectfully knelt before Chen Xuan and said, "Master, the battle between the Dao and the demon has determined the victor." Everyone turned their gaze toward him, asking in unison, "What happened?" "Just as you said, Master." Hiss. Although he had already been convinced of this outcome in his heart, hearing it confirmed by the disciple still sent tremors through his soul. The Master truly deserves to be called a peerless power. The trends of the primordial chaos are firmly in hand. Suddenly, they were all jolted by a realization. The battle between the Dao and the demon had concluded. The Master would soon send them down the mountain. The disciples exchanged glances, each seeing the sense of loss reflected in the other's eyes before looking at Chen Xuan with complex emotions. Chen Xuan slowly spoke. With the battle between the Dao and the demon over the primordial chaos is at peace, the situation has become clear. The power of tribulation is gradually dissipating, and the heavenly secrets will soon become clearer. It is time for you all to descend the mountain and seek your own fortunes. After saying this, Chen Xuan sighed inwardly. Sigh. He looked down at the hundreds of thousands of beings in the square below. It was indeed time to disperse them. Though reluctant in his heart, he thought that with so many people crowded here, trouble would eventually arise. After all, the heavenly Dao of the primordial chaos was extremely harsh. Whichever force was strong would be targeted. Looking back over the vast history of the primordial chaos during the great calamity of the Dragon Han, even the powerful innate three clans were manipulated by the heavenly Dao and Luo, who meeting unfortunate ends. In the battle between the Dao and the demon, Luo, who stood alone in dominance, yet was besieged by the heavenly Dao's instructions to Hongjun, where the four ancestral figures mercilessly beat Luo, who until his soul was shattered, leaving him to flee in a wretched state. During the witch and demon calamity, the two great forces of the witch and demon clans fought fiercely for the fortunes of the primordial chaos, resulting in a cataclysm that left both sides severely wounded. In the battle between humans and gods, the human race, as the main character, confronted the heavenly court. However, in the end, Fu Shixin Nong and the Yellow Emperor were forced to guard the fortunes of the human race at the Firecloud Cave. Furthermore, during the calamity of sealing the gods, the interception of myriad immortals and the flourishing Eastern Dao sect were thrown into chaos, ultimately leading to a decline in fortunes. Even the Western Buddhist sect that rose during the journey to the West was thrown into turmoil, nearly severing their inheritance. Until the end of the law period, there was no longer sufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. Therefore, Chen Xuan, who was unaware that he already possessed the cultivation of the primordial Dao despite his reluctance, could only make a decisive decision to send everyone away, to avoid being wiped out by the heavenly Dao. Upon hearing this, everyone paused, their noses tinged with acidity. Their feelings of loss were evident in their expressions. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, when the moment truly arrived, they felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. "Master, I don't want to seek any fortune. I just want to stay by your side forever." Xiao's eyes turned red, tears falling from her exquisite face. Xiao was also tearful, feeling quite aggrieved. "Master, you still need me to tend to the spiritual flowers and herbs you've planted. Master, I want to brew tea for you for a lifetime." "Xiao," she cried, her face streaked with tears. "Master, don't send us away. I only want to stay by your side. Master. Please, Master, have mercy and take us in. Master, think carefully. Master." On the peak of Taiyun Mountain, voices of pleading for Chen Xuan to take them erupted like a tsunami. They had witnessed Chen Xuan sleeping here billions of years ago. Over the years spent in teachings and interactions, they had developed deep feelings for Chen Xuan. Under Chen Xuan's grace, they had achieved enlightenment and breakthroughs time and again. It could be said that for them, Chen Xuan was like a teacher and a father. Now, with Chen Xuan wanting to send them down the mountain, how could they accept it? The disciples all had tears in their eyes. Sigh. Unaware that Chen Xuan, who possessed the cultivation of the primordial Dao, also sighed inwardly. It would be a lie to say he had no feelings. But his tone remained resolute. Fate arises and fate's connections gather and scatter. There is no banquet in the world that does not end. The calamity is cruel and terrifying. You all must focus on your cultivation and act discreetly. Once you pass through the calamity, there will naturally be opportunities for us to meet again. And after descending the mountain, you must not mention anything that happened here. Do not expose me. Upon seeing Chen Xuan's determination, the disciples could only respectfully bid farewell. Although they felt discontent, they dared not defy their master's words. Reluctantly, they descended. We will always remember the great kindness of our master. Master, please take care. I am waiting for the day we meet again with master. Brothers and sisters, let us bid farewell to the master together. I will certainly follow the master's teachings when I walk through the primordial chaos in the future. I will not disgrace the master's reputation. Farewell, master. They slowly retreated, bowing as they went. They called out with tears until they reached the foot of Taiyun Mountain, just as they were about to look back at Taiyun Mountain. However, they saw Taiyun Mountain shrouded in a rolling sea of clouds suffused with purple chi, completely obscuring it. The power of laws around Zixiao surged as she seemed to seek out Taiyun Mountain hidden within the mist. She attempted to search for Chen Xuan within Taiyun Mountain, but found nothing. The heavenly secrets here were shrouded, leaving no way to deduce. They could no longer find the entrance to Taiyun Mountain. Master, the mountain is sealed. They did not know when they would meet their master again. As Chen Xuan's hundreds of thousands of disciples descended from Taiyun Mountain, far in the sky a boy in black suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. He shivered all over. Thunder rumbled and heavy rain began to fall over the primordial chaos. What is happening? The boy in black wondered. I am the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao. Oh, how can I still sneeze? He looked down at the primordial chaos. Hongjun was contemplating the Nuwa stone on Yujing Mountain, making his final effort to ascend to sainthood. The primordial chaos was at peace, and everything was developing according to his preset plans. The boy in black calculated the cause and effect, observing the cycles of reincarnation. Suddenly he felt a jolt. How did suddenly so many uncontrollable variables appear? Yet he had no idea where these countless variables came from. At the foot of Taiyun Mountain, hundreds of thousands of beings lingered, reluctant to disperse. It was not until 3 days later that Adong picked up the Qingping sword and bowed deeply toward Taiyun Mountain. Master, as I journey through the primordial wilderness, I shall never disgrace your name. Senior brother Adong, where do you intend to go? Ayun asked, stepping close to Adong. At this moment, Adong possessed the highest cultivation level among the disciples. He had already comprehended 70% of the Sword Dao law, standing at the peak of the half-step Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Ayun, being slightly inferior, addressed Adong as senior brother. The half-step Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal was also known as a quasi-sage. Comprehending 10% of the law placed one at the early quasi-sage stage. Comprehending 30% of the law meant the mid-quasi-sage stage, 50% the late quasi-sage stage, 70% the peak quasi-sage stage, and 90% one would attain the Dao and become a Hunyuan. I plan to return to Kunlun Mountain to cultivate the Sword Dao in solitude and to expand the teachings the master imparted to me. Adong declared resolutely, his sword intent fully concealed, revealing not a trace of magical power. And you, Ayun? Tongtian inquired. I shall go to the Wuzhuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain. The master has always delighted in planting spiritual flowers and immortal herbs. If I could present him with the ginseng fruit tree, perhaps I might stay by his side forever. Ayun set his sights on the ginseng fruit tree. At the Wuzhuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain, the tree suddenly trembled violently. Several nearly ripe ginseng fruits fell and vanished into the earth. This caused Jin Yuanzi, who stood beneath the tree, to frown in confusion, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Xiao gazed blankly in the direction of Taiyun Mountain, her eyes shimmering like a galaxy of stars filled with lingering attachment. Senior sister Xiao, we will surely see the master again. Xiaohua stepped forward, gently taking the Queen Mother of the West's arm to console her. Junior sister Xiaohua, I plan to return to the Kunlun Yao Chi paradise to cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the time law the master taught me. Zio's gaze grew resolute. Even if I must traverse the river of time, I will surely find the master's shadow. Senior sister Xiao speaks wisely. I will remain on the Taiyin star, not to attain the Dao, but only to await the master's return. Xiaoxi's eyes held reluctance. I will chant the master's true name through the cycles of reincarnation. He will surely hear my longing. Xiaoho declared firmly as well. Xiaohua, what of you? I shall return to Buzhou Mountain to see my unworthy elder brother, then wander the primordial wilderness, tracing the master's footsteps. Xiaohua's heart was heavy with melancholy as she made her silent resolve. Very well, fellow disciples, let us part ways here. If you ever hear word of the master, you must tell me. By the way, I am Shangqing Tongtian, and you are all welcome to visit Kunlun. I am the Queen Mother of the West. I am Nuwa. I am Houtu. I am Xia. Bei's. Guiche. Xianxi. Guang. Each being announced their name, then clasped their hands in farewell. If Chen Xuan had heard the names of these disciples, he would have slapped his thigh in astonishment. What the hell? If he had known his disciples were such mighty beings of the primordial wilderness, why would he have remained hidden? As long as the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun did not intervene, he could have rampaged across the primordial wilderness. Hundreds of thousands of powerful beings capable of shaking heaven and earth vanished into the various corners of the wilderness. Subsequently, many factions rose within the primordial wilderness. Qingyan Peak, Heian Marsh, Panyan Mountain, Yunyang Temple, Ziyan Pavilion, Kunlun Mountain, Sanqing Taoist Temple. Snowy white peaks, a cold mountain landscape perfectly complementing the azure sky. Spiritual energy was abundant, and the Taoist temple appeared ancient and austere. Only the figures of Taiqing Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi were visible. Shangqing Tongtian was absent. It was quite puzzling. Elder brother, our third brother Tongtian, has been traveling and training for so long it has been hundreds of millions of years since we last saw him, Yuanshi remarked. Laozi sighed. It would be fine if he were training safely, but not returning for hundreds of millions of years. I fear someone may have tampered with him. The dangers of the primordial wilderness were such that no one could claim to traverse it unscathed. Had it not been for the connection shared by the three pure ones, both would have suspected that Tongtian had perished at the hands of Luoho. But as one of the three pure ones, I hope our third brother does not drag us down. Yuanshi added. The two of them cultivated diligently on Kunlun, Immortal Mountain, comprehending heaven and earth. Their cultivation had now reached the latest stage, Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Compared to hundreds of millions of years ago when Tongtian left at the early stage Daoyuo Golden Immortal, they had made remarkable progress. Elder brothers. As Laozi and Yuanshi were conversing, a cheerful shout came from outside the temple. With the sound of the voice, a young man in a black robe strode in. His figure was tall and straight like a sharp sword. His entire aura seemed ready to pierce through the clouds. It was Tongtian. Laozi and Yuanshi's faces lit up with joy at his return. Third brother, Laozi said with a smile, his crow's feet deepening, you're back. Yuanshi spoke urgently as well. Yes, third brother, I thought someone might have done you harm out there with you gone for hundreds of millions of years. Tongtian felt a warmth in his heart at his brother's concern, his expression softening, though he had heard from his master that the three pure ones would eventually part ways. Their care at this moment was genuine. I have caused you both worry, Tongtian said apologetically. As I traveled and learned, time slipped away and hundreds of millions of years passed. Learning? Yuanshi asked suspiciously. After hundreds of millions of years of study, what have you gained? Laozi inquired as well. Just a few superficial skills hardly worth mentioning. Tongtian replied humbly. He always remembered Chen Xuan's teachings. Even though he was now at the peak of the quasi-sage realm, he harbored no arrogance. A true master always maintains the heart of a student. Moreover, what he had learned was merely the surface of Chen Xuan's knowledge. Let us see how your cultivation has progressed over these years. Laozi and Yuanshi scrutinized Tongtian carefully. His posture was straight, his aura completely concealed like an unremarkable sword. They tried to sense his cultivation level through fluctuations in magical power, only to discover that Tongtian showed no trace of magical power at all. It was well known that magical power formed the foundation of cultivation for all beings in heaven and earth. It strengthened the self and connected one to the universe. Without magical power, how could one cultivate? Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance, their hearts turning cold. Their worst fears had come true. Their third brother had indeed been tampered with. Otherwise, how could hundreds of millions of years of training have resulted in the loss of his magical power? Tongtian, what in the world have you been cultivating all these years? Utter folly. Even Laozi, with his usually unshakable calm, was stirred to anger. Third brother, under whose tutelage have you studied? Tongtian thought to himself, Laozi and Yuanshi are my two closest elder brothers. There should be no issue in revealing our master's name. After a moment's reflection, he declared, I cultivate and train under the Taoist sage Taixian. Taixian was Chen Xuan's Taoist title. Upon hearing this, Laozi's brows knitted tightly into a deep Chuan character. In all of the primordial chaos, had anyone ever heard of the Taoist sage Taixian? Could he possibly be an impostor? Laozi pressed further, third brother, where is your divine power? Divine power. Tongtian replied, we sword cultivators refine only ourselves. Man and sword become one, who divine power is unnecessary. Tongtian spoke with a serene smile, his voice brimming with quiet pride. In his hand rested the Qingping sword, its aura seamlessly fused with his own. Man and sword truly is one. A pure, unadulterated sword intent erupted from Tongtian's being, as if poised to scour the nine heavens clean. Among hundreds of thousands of disciples, he alone had inherited Chen Xuan's authentic sword Dao. Yet upon hearing this, Laozi's frown deepened further. He exchanged a glance with Yuanshi, and their shared silence confirmed it. Their third brother, having wandered beyond the realm for hundreds of millions of years, had indeed been deceived. His entire cultivation foundation, gone swallowed by deception. As the eldest of the three pure ones, Laozi believed Tongtian had strayed grievously from the true path. He rebuked sternly, third brother, you act recklessly. How can one comprehend heaven and earth without cultivating divine power? and transform their boundless energy into one's own. Tongtian remained unperturbed, laughing heartily. Instead, there is no need to comprehend heaven and earth. I wield a sword aura that sweeps across the cosmos, limitless in potency and profoundly beneficial for my future Dao attainment. Third brother, you have been deceived. Yuanshi sighed mournfully. To claim no need to comprehend heaven and earth, and yet still speak of attaining the Dao. What utter nonsense. A sword aura sweeping across the cosmos. Can it fill one's belly? Can it rival the sovereign force of heaven and earth? Our master's cultivation is unfathomably profound. Tongtian's face softened with reverence. How could he possibly deceive me? Laozi covered his forehead with one hand. Alas, their third brother had been thoroughly duped. In their minds, the Taoist sage Tai Xian was already branded a fraud. Tongtian continued eagerly, elder brothers, my sword intent purifies the 9 heavens. Shall we practice sword arts together? He genuinely wished to share the sword Dao he had learned with Laozi and Yuanshi. Practice sword arts together. That would drain every ounce of divine power. Laozi and Yuanshi hastily waved their hands in refusal, then tilted their heads 45 degrees toward the sky. Their third brother had truly lost his wits. What now? They needed answers, urgently. Seeing his elder brother's reluctance, Tongtian chose not to argue and quietly withdrew to his abode. He devoted himself to mastering the art of drawing the sword. Yet to Laozi and Yuanshi, the scene unfolding before them was altogether different. Elder brother, look at third brother. He is clearly possessed. Yuanshi whispered softly. The two stealthily approached Tongtian's residence and concealed themselves, observing him from afar, careful never to be seen. Yet over a decade had passed, and Tongtian repeated but a single motion, drawing the sword, drawing the sword, drawing the sword, pulling the Qingping sword from its scabbard, then pausing in deep contemplation before sheathing it again, drawing it out, sheathing it once more. Each repetition, a seamless rhythm of extraction and reintegration. No arcane resonance. No stirring of heaven and earth's energies. Instead, Tongtian occasionally gazed upon the Qingping sword and broke into a foolish grin. This bore no resemblance to cultivation. In their eyes, he was nothing more than the village fool idly fumbling with the Qingping sword. Yet Tongtian persisted, drawing the sword. 999,999,996. 999,999,997. 999,999,998. With each count, Tongtian's smile widened, deeper, brighter, more radiant. Yuanshi lamented, we three are all of the 3 pure ones. How could Tongtian alone be so utterly deceived? If word spreads, will not the entire primordial chaos mock us and scorn the dignity of the 3 pure ones? Laozi paused in thought, then sighed, a second brother. Though you and I have reached the latest stage, great Luo, immortal realm, safeguarding third brother for life poses no difficulty. Let him be. Just as Yuanshi opened his mouth to reply, Tongtian suddenly cried out in jubilation 10 billion times. Master, I have finally mastered it. Yuanshi inwardly cursed. Mastered what? You've disgraced the very name of the 3 pure ones. If I don't strike you soundly, you'll never grasp the true meaning of the supreme Dao. Awaken third brother. Yuanshi's latest stage, great Luo, immortal cultivation, surged forth unreservedly, his overwhelming divine power washing over every blade of grass and tree upon Kunlun Mountain. Instantly heaven darkened and earth trembled, sun and moon vanished from sight. With but a gesture, he seemed capable of shattering heaven and extinguishing earth. Latest stage, great Luo, immortal, truly terrifying. Tongtian, still immersed in his sword-drawing meditation, was abruptly struck by this immense presence, and assumed an invader had breached Kunlun. What lowly rogue dares stir chaos upon Kunlun Mountain? Without hesitation, Tongtian gripped the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. The Qingping sword, sensing his intent, vibrated fiercely within its sheath. Sword-drawing art of heaven's severance. Zheng, Laozi, and Yuanshi caught only a flash of blinding light. Tongtian's movement itself remained invisible. Fast, impossibly fast. Tongtian's spirit, vitality, and essence fused into perfect unity, piercing the heavens with that singular sword light, as though forged over 1 billion years, now unveiled in full unblinking brilliance. In that instant, heaven and earth dimmed. The sole luminescence was Tongtian standing tall with the Qingping sword in hand. The blade light flew true straight toward Yuanshi's face. Yuanshi froze, drenched in cold sweat. His pupils dilated wide, filled only with terror. He stood rooted, his face ashen gray, drained of life, his gaze vacant, his mind blank, save for one stark primal thought. I will die. Fortunately, Laozi snapped out of his shock just in time, and at great personal risk yanked Yuanshi aside by 3 chi. Only thus did they narrowly evade the killing blow. Yet their robes were shredded to dust by the sheer momentum of that sword light. They stood utterly bare, naked beneath the heavens. The light carved across Kunlun cleaved the vast expanse of the primordial chaos and vanished into the firmament. Where did this peerless sword light arise? Which ancient immortal has emerged in the primordial chaos? This light alone could split the entire landmass of the primordial chaos in two. Countless beings marveled at the celestial blade light. Yuanshi gasped for breath, still trembling with aftershock. All this had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Only then did Tongtian realize the intruders were his two elder brothers, and that catastrophe had nearly ensued. Hastily he rushed to support Yuanshi, concerned second brother, elder brother. Are you unharmed? Cough cough. Laozi hurriedly retrieved a robe from his spiritual sea to cover himself, his face burning crimson. Fine, no harm done. Yuanshi's cheeks burned just as fiercely hot and searing. Where could he possibly hide such shame? Vast as Kunlun was, why was there not even a single crevice into which he might vanish? His dignity lay in ruins. Third brother, my sow, is due for mating. I must return at once. I'll accompany elder brother to oversee the mating. I'm off. Laozi and Yuanshi hastily seized these flimsy excuses and fled, utterly unable to face Tongtian any longer. They had prided themselves on reaching the latest great Luo immortal realm, and had wrongly assumed Tongtian dragged down the prestige of the three pure ones. Now, however, the question arose, whose cultivation truly hindered the three pure ones? Who exactly had disgraced the three pure ones? They fled the scene like startled deer, only to hear Tongtian murmur softly, after cultivating for hundreds of millions of years I have grasped but a mere fraction of my master's teachings. How deeply ashamed I am. Laozi and Yuanshi staggered midair, nearly tumbling from sheer disbelief. That was merely a fraction. That was cause for shame. I don't believe you for a second. High above the primordial chaos, the black-robed youth, the Heavenly Dao's avatar, continued calculating dozens of 10,000 possible variables. Suddenly the youth's heart lurched violently. A sword light cleaved toward him, faint yet unmistakable, carrying the primordial essence of creation itself. What the... Instinctively the black-robed youth shifted his position, just slightly. On the other side, clouds and mist enshrouded the steep Buzhou mountain. Dense spiritual energy nurtured countless towering trees that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Countless creatures dwelled here. In an obscure hidden sanctuary, the ground outside was covered with all kinds of formation patterns and hexagrams. Any creature that stumbled into this place would surely become lost within. A male creature with a human head and serpent body concealing his figure and aura was stealthily weaving through the hexagrams and formations. Ever since little sister returned, she has been completely different from before. This time I will get to the bottom of this. Fushi muttered to himself. Billions of years ago, he and Nuwa were separated by the demon clan and had not seen each other since. He had arduously cultivated the art of deduction, yet he could never deduce Nuwa's whereabouts. Just 3 days ago, Nuwa returned. For Fushi, the obsessive brother who doted on his sister, this was the greatest joy. The reunion of siblings should have been pure delight. But Fushi keenly sensed something amiss, because Nuwa was no longer in her human head serpent body form. Instead, she had taken on a humanoid Dao body, claiming this was the most perfect form. Moreover, when the night was deep and the stars were sparse, Nuwa would stare blankly in one direction. Her expression was one of profound longing. She seemed to murmur, "Little Wa misses you so much. When will I see you again? I ask for nothing else, only to always be by your side." Fushi suddenly felt as if the cabbage he had tended for years had been ravaged by a pig. This feeling made him deeply uneasy and drove him to the brink of madness. Therefore he had to find out just who was the pig that had ravaged his cabbage. He had stealthily crept to the outside of Nuwa's boudoir, moving with utmost caution, not letting a single wisp of his aura leak out. Fushi could vaguely see Nuwa's profile. Her soft hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. Her slender, delicate hands held a fine carving knife. She was carving lines into a foot-long piece of enamel. Her clear, bright eyes were focused on the carving, occasionally showing a look of reminiscence. Sometimes she fell into deep thought. The fine carving knife in her hand moved with great speed. In no time, a humanoid carving appeared in Nuwa's hands. Nuwa gazed at the carving in her hands, a lovesick smile blooming on her face. But soon her bright eyes dimmed, and she pressed the carving tightly against her chest. She murmured softly, "Master." This time Fushi heard it loud and clear. Master. In the billions of years they had been apart, little sister had actually taken a master. And moreover, she seemed deeply infatuated with this so-called master. Her brows were filled with affection and admiration for that master. Fux's expression froze instantly. He struggled to suppress his trembling heart. It was confirmed. The cabbage he had raised had truly been ravaged by a pig. How infuriating. And it hadn't even been approved by me, her elder brother. Bah! What elder brother? When Nuwa left her boudoir, Fushi silently slipped in. "Let me see just who you are, this mysterious being." Fushi snorted coldly. He picked up the Nanmu carving that Nuwa cherished so much from beside her pillow. He looked closely. The face on the Nanmu carving was blurred like chaos itself. He couldn't see a single thing. What was going on? He had clearly seen little sister carve a person's face. Had little sister cast a spell? That couldn't be. Nuwa had definitely not tampered with it. Moreover, this Nanmu carving had never left his sight. I refuse to believe that with my infinitely profound deduction, you can find any place to hide. In an instant, countless hexagrams manifested around Fushi. Each hexagram seemed capable of revealing the origins of any golden immortal. They exuded an aura of deducing all things. Suddenly, countless hexagrams swarmed around the Nanmu carving like a heavenly net. But, Fushi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered. Midstage golden immortal. A simple deduction had subjected him to such backlash, causing him to fall from latestage golden immortal to midstage. Fux's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? The Dragonhan calamity had caused countless powerhouses to fall. In the current primordial world aside from Hongjun, how could there be any existence capable of causing him such backlash? And Hongjun was busy battling Luoho at the time, so how could he be little sister's master? Who could it be? How dare you ravage my cabbage? No matter who you are, you will give me an explanation. Fushi said through gritted teeth. Elder brother, what explanation do you need? A cold voice came from outside the door. Fushi turned around to see Nuwa staring at him. His little trick discovered, Fushi quickly said with an ingratiating smile, nothing. It's nothing. He secretly placed the wooden carving back in its original position. Nuwa watched Fux's movements with a half-smile. Elder brother, shouldn't you give me an explanation too? Fushi thought to himself, since things had come to this, he might as well get to the bottom of it. No longer hiding anything, he asked directly, little sister, who is this master you speak of? Nuwa's eyes sparkled like stars, a look of yearning on her face. Master is the most perfect existence in the world, with an imposing bearing and unparalleled elegance. Her words were filled with longing and affection for Chen Xuan. The obsessive brother Fushi felt a wave of disappointment. It was over. Little sister had been brainwashed. So where is your master now, eh? Master has already retired into seclusion in the primordial world. No one can find his traces. Even you can't find his traces. But I believe that master and I will meet again sooner or later. Retired into seclusion in the primordial world. No traces to be found. And they would meet again sooner or later. Fushi was fuming. He understood now. The master little sister spoke of was nothing but a blatant scumbag. Good grief, he had toyed with her feelings and then run off. Definitely a scumbag. How could he stand by and watch little sister sink? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game best. He would use the bond of blood to awaken little sister. Little sister, based on my years of experience, that is a scumbag who specializes in deceiving women's affections. A scumbag who specializes in deceiving women's affections. Nuwa said angrily, elder brother, do not disrespect my master. Fushi was taken aback. Did he instill some bad ideas in you? Little sister had always been so gentle. When had she ever spoken to him like this? Little sister, listen to me, that person is definitely a liar. Elder brother, if you keep this up, I won't be polite. Little sister, let me analyze it for you. Nuwa had already raised her delicate fist. She punched Fushi right in the face. Ah, little sister, stop. Another kick. Another punch. Take my elbow. Take my leg. Heart-rending screams echoed through the valley. Birds and beasts for 100 li around fled in panic. After a while, Fushi scrambled to his feet, wincing in pain. He stole a glance at Nuwa from the corner of his eye. When had little sister become so strong? He had no power to resist. Elder brother, isn't my master the most perfect being in the world? Nuwa raised her fist again. Yes. Fushi nodded frantically. Is he a scumbag? Fushi shook his head vigorously. No. It seems elder brother has keen insight and excellent comprehension. Nuwa looked at Fushi, whom she had successfully enlightened, and revealed a gratified smile. What the heck was this enlightenment? What the heck was this gratified? Master said a good beating solves everything. The recently enlightened Fushi nearly broke down crying in the corner. On the summit of Taiyun Mountain, amidst the peaks, Chen Xuan, the master of this place, was utterly unaware that someone had suffered a brutal beating from Nuwa because of him. He sat in the shade of a tree, enjoying the cool breeze. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, and he squinted as he gazed into the distance at the verdant mountains. Misty clouds coiled around the peaks, creating a vast and desolate scene. White clouds drifted across the sky, stretching far and wide. A faint fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, refreshing his mind and spirit. Chen Xuan couldn't help but sigh. If only the primordial world were not plagued by so many conquests and dreaded calamities. It would truly be a splendid place. But for now he could only lie low here. After dismissing his disciples, Chen Xuan felt an emptiness in his heart. They all seem so weak. I only hope they can survive the tribulation. yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Anyone who heard this would likely mutter, who would you consider strong? Who do you think is not weak? After all, you are a Hongmeng Great Dao Saint. Did you think this was a joke? Chen Xuan pondered for a long time. Unable to reach a conclusion, he decided to let things be. He busied himself tending to the spiritual herbs and immortal flowers on the rear mountain of Taiyuan. These plants were originally cultivated and cared for by Xiaohua. Now that Xiaohua had left, they seemed somewhat withered. Hundreds of flowers and grasses swayed their delicate verdant branches. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. These are spiritual herbs and immortal flowers from the dawn of time, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. If they could thrive in the modern world, wouldn't they be invincible? But these plants seem malnourished. I need to find a way to enrich them. Perhaps one day they will help me conquer the world. Chen Xuan had read many novels where a flower planted millions of years ago became a deity, or a carp raised eons ago transformed into a divine dragon. In the primordial era, time was immeasurable. From then to the modern world, it was far more than tens of millions of years. If that were the case, then his hundreds of spiritual flowers and immortal plants, he would be rich. Yes, he must nurture them with utmost care. They would be his key to dominating the modern world. Even if you are not innate spiritual roots, with my meticulous care, you will surely thrive. Once you become deities or emperors, I will conquer the modern world, ha ha. But how should he cultivate them? He had an idea. Chen Xuan thought of a perfect method to water the plants. Facing the flowers and grasses, he swayed his body and whistled. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A stream of liquid like a dragon poured from his body. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth might be too slow for you. I, after all, am an immortal. This will be excellent nourishment for you. And it's organic fertilizer, pure green and pollution-free. Shoo, shoo. He continued whistling, and then returned to his rocking chair to bask in the sun, a contented smile on his face. With my careful watering, you will surely grow strong. After Chen Xuan finished, drops of the great Dao essence seeped into the earth subtly and imperceptibly, transforming it. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, every spiritual herb and immortal flower began to advance toward the level of spiritual roots. The exotic blooms became even more enchanting and graceful. The spiritual grasses grew more verdant and robust, exuding a chilling aura. They were all nurtured by Nuwa and had extraordinary origins. Among them, one spiritual root was especially well hidden. Its flower resembled a lotus, and its fruit looked like a pearl stamen. On the flower and fruit, two faint characters appeared, Hongjun. It was the yellow middle plum, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. It was hidden here. This was a spiritual root second only to the hollow willow. Legend had it that just by smelling its fragrance, one could gain 10,000 years of cultivation. If one were fortunate enough to eat its fruit, they could ascend directly to become a Daoyuo golden immortal, provided they could withstand the power. In the spirit herb garden, there was also a tender green tea sapling. Yao Chi often plucked its tender leaves to brew tea for Chen Xuan. Countless Dao principles swirled around the sapling's leaves. Merely approaching it seemed to induce a state of enlightenment. It was the innate enlightenment tea tree. These plants seemed to have developed feigned intelligence. They felt an inexplicable aversion to Chen Xuan's method of watering. They frantically shook off the droplets lingering on their leaves, trying to shed all the great Dao essence he had poured. Their hearts seemed to cry out, "Though I am not human, you are truly a savage." Yet despite their protests, their bodies were honest. Though their minds resisted vehemently, their forms greedily absorbed the liquid. They drank deeply of Chen Xuan's offering. What is happening? Why can't I control my own body? Both the yellow middle plum and the innate enlightenment tea tree harbored this thought. Damn it, why is my body automatically absorbing that filthy urine? And why does it feel so unnervingly pleasant? This accursed shame. Oh, Aya. The two spiritual roots were in turmoil. Yet their transformation was astonishing. The characters Hongjun on the yellow middle plum's flower and fruit became clearer. They were one step closer to ripening. The entire yellow middle plum became more mystical. The Dao resonance around the innate enlightenment tea tree grew denser. Every leaf would make all beings in the primordial world drool with envy. If this continued, these two spiritual roots might even develop complete intelligence. With a stroke of luck, they could even take human form. But Chen Xuan remained unaware of these changes. 1,000 years passed in silence. Chen Xuan lay on his rocking chair, watching the purple clouds surge on the horizon. Suddenly the world was bathed in brilliant purple radiance. It seemed as if ethereal Dao sounds resonated with the Heavenly Dao. Chen Xuan felt a stirring in his heart. He murmured to himself, that old scoundrel Hongjun has attained sainthood. After Hongjun's ascension, the witch-devil calamity, the investiture calamity, and the journey to the west calamity would follow. Just a few tribulations I can endure. I only hope these calamities don't drag me into them. Reclining atop the 9 heavens seated on a cattail mat, I comprehend the true Tao. Beyond the primordial chaos of heaven and earth, I shall be the sovereign of all teachings. Pangu gave birth to the supreme ultimate from which the 2 forms and 4 symbols followed. 1 Tao was passed to 3 friends, and the teachings were divided into the Chan and Jie sects. The foremost leader of the mystic gate, a single breath, transformed into Hongjun. I am the Taoist Hongjun, now having attained sainthood. I shall preach the Tao within the chaos Zixiao palace, who all with affinity may come to listen. Radiant mists of 10,000 hues filled the heavens, purple chi abounded, and the ethereal sounds of the Tao resonated. Hongjun's saintly aura overawed the primordial wilderness. His voice reverberating through time and space resonated with the Heavenly Dao echoing across the entire wilderness. At the same time, the auspicious signs of sainthood unfolded in splendor. Purple chi traversed the entire celestial dome. The spectacle was grand beyond measure. Golden lotuses burst forth from the earth, Tao rhythms pervaded the air, and spiritual energy coalesced in a hazy mist. Hongjun had attained sainthood. The entire primordial wilderness erupted in fervor. Such an aura could truly be deemed the foremost in the primordial wilderness. A saint. Is that a realm beyond the great golden immortal? The first saint between heaven and earth. The saint in his compassion preaches the Tao for us beings of the primordial wilderness. The saint's sermon is an infinite blessing. Come, let us go and listen to the saint's teachings. Countless beings felt their hearts surge with excitement. Transforming into streaks of light, they all rushed towards the chaos Zixiao palace. At the majestic Kunlun Mountains, Laozi, surrounded by flowing pure chi, exchanged glances with Yuan Shi. A look of joy spread across Laozi's face as he exclaimed in surprise, "Second brother, the saint is preaching the Tao. This is a tremendous blessing. Indeed, it must be far more profound than third brother's teacher, the Taishan Taoist. That sword strike from before." Yuan Shi recalled the brilliance of Tongshan's sword strike. Laozi stroked his beard and consoled him, "Second brother, do not dwell on it. Diligently contemplate the saint's teachings, and you shall surely gain great insights. Surpassing third brother is only a matter of time." Elder brother speaks wisely. With that, the 2 transformed into beams of light. They surged ahead of all the beings of the primordial wilderness. Tongtian was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Upon hearing that Hongjun had attained sainthood and would preach the Tao at the chaos Zixiao palace, he mused to himself. After all, he was the first saint between heaven and earth. His fellow disciples would likely also go to listen to the sermon. It had been a long time since their parting at Taiyin Mountain. Perhaps his fellow disciples had already received news of their teacher. Sword flight art. Riding the wind and his sword, Tongtian leisurely made his way to the chaos Zixiao palace. At the jade pool, immortal realm beneath the peach tree of immortality, mists swirled and rosy clouds reflected the light. Upon hearing of Hongjun's sainthood, the Queen Mother of the West raised her cold, clear eyes. She sighed. "In the endless river of time, I can find no trace of my teacher. Why is this? Is it because my mastery of the laws of time has not yet reached perfection?" She had already comprehended 70% of the laws of time, placing her at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. To advance further would be to attain the realm of the Tao and unity. Yet since the dawn of chaos, a saying had circulated: the Tao of power is supreme. Time is revered. Space is king. Fate does not emerge. Cause and effect is sovereign. The law of time is the foremost law beneath the law of power. It is elusive and unfathomable. Without being by her teacher's side, comprehending another 2/10 of the time law would be exceedingly difficult. After pondering for a long while, she mused, "My teacher said to gather the strengths of 100 schools and use them for my own benefit. Perhaps I should go and listen to the saint's sermon, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. Along the way, I can also ask my junior sisters if they have any news of our master." A graceful beam of radiance streaked across the sky from beneath the peach tree of immortality, speeding towards the Zixiao palace. At Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa and Fuxi transformed into flowing light and entered the chaos. At Mount Wanshou, Red Cloud temporarily set aside his plans for the ginseng fruit tree, and with Xinyuanzi lightly stepped upon auspicious clouds. In the northern sea, a colossal and magnificent Kuanping spread its wings and soared straight up. At the Yunmeng swamp, Baizhe surfaced from the water. But how violent and ferocious were the chaotic energies. With the slightest misstep, one could be torn apart, body and soul obliterated. Already hundreds of Tai golden immortals of lesser strength had perished. Only then did they understand that the fate-bound ones Hongjun spoke of were actually the powerful beings of the primordial wilderness. Those with slightly lower cultivation could not even cross the chaos. A monkey covered in yellow fur had just burst through the embryonic membrane of the primordial wilderness when it was violently repelled by the raging chaotic chi. Its breath instantly became faint, and its entire body uncontrollably plummeted back into the wilderness. Bang! A sudden tremendous crash jolted Chen Xuan awake from his feigned slumber. What was that? A figure crashed onto the peak of Taiyun Mountain. A monkey with thick fur had blood spilling from its mouth, its eyes dim and lifeless. It seemed to have more breath going out than coming in, clinging to life by a thread. When Chen Xuan drew near and took a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 ears. 6-eared macaque. Chen Xuan exclaimed. This mark was far too distinctive. There was surely no second monkey with 6 ears in the entire primordial wilderness. The 6-eared macaque was born from 1/4 of the origin essence of the deceased chaos demon ape. Along with the stone monkey of divine intellect, the ape of penetrating arms, and the horse monkey of red buttocks, they were collectively known as the 4 chaos monkeys. The 6-eared macaque was the earliest of the 4 to emerge, skilled in listening to sounds, capable of discerning principles, knowing the past and future, and understanding all things. With a pair of divine ears, it could hear all affairs of the primordial wilderness. Yet its fate was exceedingly tragic. Because it eavesdropped on Hongjun's sermon, it was gravely wounded by Hongjun, and its realm was forever barred from advancing. Moreover, Hongjun decreed that the Dao should not be transmitted to the 6 ears. No one dared to teach the 6-eared macaque the Dao. It was not until later, when the Taoist path declined and the Buddhist path was destined to flourish, that Jain and Zhuangdi dared to impart teachings to it. But Jain and Zhuangdi harbored no good intentions. They used the 6-eared macaque as a pawn for the flourishing of Buddhism. During the tribulation of the journey to the west, the 6-eared macaque, serving as one of the 81 trials, was struck dead by Sun Wukong's staff. Its life story could not be described as anything but tragic. Chen Xuan felt a measure of pity for the 6-eared macaque in his heart. But at that moment, Chen Xuan was more concerned about his own life. However, upon second thought, Chen Xuan realized that this was his territory, protected by a mountain ceiling formation, and the 6-eared macaque was severely injured, posing no threat to him. Only then did he feel at ease. Chen Xuan asked, 6-eared macaque, why have you trespassed into my Dao field, and how did you come to be so gravely wounded? Calculating the time, Hongjun had only attained sainthood 2 days prior. It was impossible for him to have begun preaching so soon. Therefore, the 6-eared macaque at this moment could not have been wounded by Hongjun for eavesdropping. How had it been so severely injured? With its breath faint, the 6-eared macaque sensed someone approaching. It slightly lifted its heavy eyelids. The person before it. Their eyes were as deep as the boundless universe. The Dao revolved around their being. The rhythms and laws of the Dao were concentrated to the extreme, flawless like uncut jade. Could there truly be such a perfect existence in the world? Holy crap! The 6-eared macaque nearly jolted upright from its deathbed. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was incredibly dense. The 6-eared macaque felt that the Dao wounds inflicted by the chaotic Qi were showing signs of healing. Where was this? Had it stumbled into the Dao field of a supreme expert? Hastily, it mustered all its remaining strength and turned over. Prostrating before Chen Xuan in a kowtow, it said, Senior, please forgive my intrusion. I wish to go to the Chaos Zixiao Palace to listen to the saint's sermon, but my strength was insufficient. I was severely wounded by the chaotic Qi and fell into your Dao field. I beg your understanding. So that was it. Damn. Then wouldn't this 6-eared macaque end up eavesdropping on Hongjun's sermon? Chen Xuan asked again, 6-eared macaque, were you planning to use your talent for eavesdropping to secretly listen to the saint's sermon? The 6-eared macaque was even more astonished. The senior could see even the little schemes in my heart with such clarity. Indeed, when it had fallen from the chaos that had been its intention. Senior has sharp eyes. 6 ears was indeed planning to do so, the 6-eared macaque replied humbly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan rubbed his forehead and sighed. You foolish monkey, you really were thinking of eavesdropping. 6-eared macaque, you shall descend the mountain. Chen Xuan only wished to send the 6-eared macaque down the mountain. If you wish to eavesdrop on Hongjun's sermon, that is none of my concern. But you must never eavesdrop on Mount Taixian. If you eavesdrop on Hongjun's sermon upon Mount Taiyin, the karmic consequences would be immense. At that time, as long as Hongjun casually counts on his fingers, I would be discovered. If Hongjun were to strike down with a divine technique, you 6-eared macaque might withstand it, but I would likely perish upon contact. I only wish to lay low. The 6-eared macaque, born with keen intelligence, realized in but a brief moment that the man before him was an extraordinarily formidable figure. If he could cultivate under the tutelage of such a person, it would surely be far superior to that of the sage Hongjun. Seeing Chen Xuan about to drive him down the mountain, he grew anxious. He pleaded pitifully, Senior, all my life I 6 years have drifted like duckweed without roots, and I have been gravely wounded by the chaotic Qi. Seeing you fills me with an inexplicable warmth. I implore you to take me in. If you, Senior, are willing to accept me, I would do anything. With that, he retrieved his life-bound weapon, intending to present it to Chen Xuan. the heart-following iron staff. On the six-eared macaque's face, covered in bristly fur, appeared an expression ready for self-sacrifice. Chen Xuan shuddered with disgust. I have no such perverse tastes. But does this six-eared macaque also perceive me as a transcendent hermit? Otherwise, why would he seek to become my disciple so soon after our first meeting? What is so special about me? Could it be because I am exceptionally handsome? Can handsomeness be eaten? Chen Xuan, who considered himself nothing but a salted fish, could never figure it out. So should he take in the six-eared macaque or not? Seeing Chen Xuan's hesitation, the macaque continued, Senior, I can swear an oath to the Heavenly Dao that from now on I will obey you alone. Heaven. The six-eared macaque began to swear. Absolutely not. Chen Xuan quickly stopped him. What a foolish monkey. In the primordial era, the most unreliable and treacherous entity is this Heavenly Dao, and you would swear an oath to it. Do you wish to be reaped like a crop? Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, then asked, Do you currently bear any karmic ties? The six-eared macaque looked somewhat sheepish, lowering his head and eyes as he said, Senior, a few days ago, I inadvertently overheard that the three pure ones were going to Mei Sao. Does that count? Chen Xuan, are you truly the six-eared macaque? You foolish monkey, have you been possessed by a husky? Chen Xuan grumbled inwardly. Since the six-eared macaque bore no karmic ties, he could consider taking him in. Born from a quarter of the primal chaos ape's origin, his foundation should be quite decent. After all, he had dismissed hundreds of thousands of disciples and had grown unaccustomed to the solitude. Having a monkey as company would not be so bad. As long as he did not eavesdrop on Hongjun's sermon, there should be no trouble. Thus Chen Xuan asked six-eared macaque during the sage's sermon, You must not eavesdrop, or it will invite calamity. Do you understand? The six-eared macaque's eyes darted around a few times. With a face full of shame, he said, I implore the senior to show me the way. I ask you, why did the sage choose to give his sermon in the chaotic purple firmament palace? Why choose the chaotic purple firmament palace for the sermon? The six-eared macaque scratched the fur on his body and looked up at Chen Xuan. To answer, Senior, is it to filter the strong from the primordial era? Although Hongjun proclaimed that all who are fated may come to hear the sermon, without sufficient strength it is absolutely impossible to traverse the chaos and reach the purple firmament palace. Therefore Hongjun chose to preach in the chaotic purple firmament palace precisely to screen the powerful from the primordial era. Chen Xuan nodded. This foolish monkey isn't completely stupid. Correct. Let me ask you again, if one lacks the strength to reach the chaotic purple firmament palace, does that person count as the fated one the sage spoke of? The six-eared macaque shook his head no. Since there is no fate, if you were to eavesdrop on the sermon from within the primordial era and he learned of it, what would happen? Chen Xuan's question struck the six-eared macaque like the tolling of a great bell. It echoed again and again in the six-eared macaque's heart, lingering for a long time. The yellow fur on the six-eared macaque was already damp with cold sweat. If I had truly been impatient for success and eavesdropped on Hongjun's sermon, I would have faced utter annihilation. Hongjun would never permit me to eavesdrop on his sermon. The six-eared macaque's heart was filled with even greater terror. Looking at Chen Xuan before him, his eyes were full of reverence. Had it not been for the senior's warning, my monkey life would have been forfeited to eavesdropping on Hongjun's sermon. He quickly said, Senior, you not only see through a monkey's heart, but also discern karma and calculate without error. From now on, even if I must go through fire and water for you, I will not refuse. Will you still eavesdrop on the sage's sermon? No, I will not. Chen Xuan felt a slight sense of relief. Six-eared macaque, if you have no karmic ties, I can take you in. However, to enter my tutelage, you must cultivate a pure heart and few desires, and you must not recklessly descend the mountain to court karma and invite unnecessary trouble. Do you understand? This six-eared macaque had an extraordinary foundation, and his future combat prowess should be remarkable. If I were unfortunately exposed, relying on the six-eared macaque would at least grant me a modicum of self-preservation ability. The six-eared macaque was overjoyed and quickly indicated, I understand. Swear your oath to the great Dao. Fearing Chen Xuan might change his mind, the six-eared macaque, caring not whether it was the Heavenly Dao or the great Dao, immediately swore the oath. I, six-eared macaque, swear to the great Dao that from this day forth I will forever follow the senior before me. If I have any disloyalty, may the great Dao slay me. Having finished the oath, the six-eared macaque kowtowed 3 times to Chen Xuan. Senior, the great kindness of taking me in 6 years will remember for eternity and will not forget it even as a ghost. Not forget it even as a ghost. To hell with your ghost. If it weren't for your current grievously wounded state, I would kick you to death. You foolish monkey. Once you have healed, you shall be responsible for cultivating those immortal flowers and spiritual herbs, Chen Xuan said. Yes, the six-eared macaque replied respectfully. Chen Xuan turned and sat cross-legged in the center of the vast dojo. He began to circulate the advanced breathing technique granted by the system that had already gone offline. As Chen Xuan breathed in and out, the six-eared macaque's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The vast martial arena was awash with a cascade of purple and roseate clouds. Chen Xuan bathed within them, breathing slowly and deeply. The six-eared macaque stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss a single detail of Chen Xuan's cultivation. He saw clearly that with every inhale and exhale of Chen Xuan, the Dao rhythm and principles of the entire sky surged wildly into every single pore of Chen Xuan's body, forming an immense, boundless, and terrifying vortex of Dao rhythm. It spanned a full 1,000,000 li in width. Others breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The senior breathed in the Dao rhythm and principles themselves, terrifying beyond measure. The absorbed Dao rhythm and principles then slowly released from his pores. They were purer and more profound than when they were inhaled. The six-eared macaque finally understood why the Dao rhythm of this land was so dense. Was the senior even cultivating at all? He was nurturing this very world. The six-eared macaque's heart leaped with wild joy. To be able to stay by the side of such a lofty being was a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. He was utterly and completely devoted to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan completed a full cycle of 81 circulations before slowly exhaling a breath, ending his cultivation session. Sensing the changes within his own body, he couldn't help but mutter, still no progress. Is it a problem with this breathing technique? Since a Tongshi Yao and hundreds of thousands of disciples had descended the mountain. For 1,000 years, Chen Xuan had practiced daily in quietude, cycling through the high-level breathing technique. Yet he never felt his body fill with spiritual energy, nor did he perceive any change in his cultivation base. Chen Xuan glanced at the six-eared macaque beside him, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He beckoned to the macaque. 6 years I've been studying a breathing technique recently. Could you try it out for me and see its effect? He wanted to see whether the inability to absorb spiritual energy was due to the technique or to himself. In the primordial wilderness, breathing techniques were merely common exercises. He would just use the six-eared macaque as a test subject. Little did he know that with his cultivation base at the level of the Hongmeng Supreme Dao, what he breathed in was not spiritual energy, but the very Dao rhythm and principles of heaven and earth. Even if he absorbed all the Dao rhythm around Mount Taiyun, it would cause not even the slightest change in his cultivation, for his realm was simply too exalted. Hearing this, the six-eared macaque bowed deeply and said, "To serve my teacher 6 ears is most willing." As Chen Xuan waved the tip of his right index finger, a beam of spiritual light sank into the macaque's brow. The six-eared macaque's expression turned solemn as he immediately sank into silent contemplation of the high-level breathing technique imparted by Chen Xuan. The expressions on his face were complex and ever-changing. After a long while, the six-eared macaque attempted to circulate the high-level breathing technique. In just a single breath, he felt all the spiritual energy of the entire world resonate with him. Vast and boundless, it seemed as if it would all surge into his body. Startled, the six-eared macaque hastily stopped circulating the high-level breathing technique. If all that spiritual energy were to flood into his severely injured body, it would likely burst him apart. The six-eared macaque surmised that even after he healed, he could probably only manage a single cycle, for this technique was too heaven-defying. The six-eared macaque looked at Chen Xuan as if receiving divine grace and fell to his knees with a thud. Overwhelmed with gratitude and tears, he said, "Teacher is merciful. 6 ears kneels in thanks for the transmission of the method." Though the six-eared macaque was descended from the chaos primordial demon, the world-confounding ape, and possessed only the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the mind-matching iron staff, he had no cultivation technique. Now receiving the method imparted by Chen Xuan was akin to a grace of rebirth. Chen Xuan, however, smiled bitterly. This is just an ordinary breathing technique, nothing worth mentioning. He had cultivated it for 1,000 years with no effect whatsoever. He even suspected the technique was a fake. The six-eared macaque trembled, staring in shock at the ethereal and immortal-like Chen Xuan. "Teacher, you call this a breathing technique?" This was far from an ordinary breathing technique. It could almost devour heaven and earth, and when cultivated to its depths, even swallowing the primal chaos was within its reach. This was simply a peerless divine skill at the level of the great Dao. It likely rivaled even Pangu's 9 transformations mystic art. Chen Xuan asked doubtfully, "If not a breathing technique, what should it be called?" To the ears of the six-eared macaque, it carried a different meaning. For a teacher with such transcendent cultivation, even a technique of this great Dao level was surely beneath notice. Thus, the six-eared macaque replied with a flattering smile, "It's entirely up to teacher's will." Chen Xuan cared not what the technique was called, he only wanted to know if it was effective. So he asked, "6 ears, how effective is this breathing technique?" "It leads to instant transcendence," the six-eared macaque blurted out. And truly it was so. In a single breath one could absorb all the spiritual energy of this world, and one's realm would surely ascend to the heavens. Instant transcendence. Truly. Chen Xuan was slightly stunned. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Truly, the six-eared macaque declared, thumping his chest in guarantee. Chen Xuan looked at the macaque, who did not seem to be lying, and furrowed his brow. Something was off. Then why did it have no effect when he cultivated it? Was it because he was lacking? No, it absolutely wasn't him. It must be that damned system that had unbinded and gone offline. At the Chaos Zixiao Palace, Laozi and Yuanshi shot ahead, leaving the others far behind as they rushed frantically into the Zixiao Palace. The vast Zixiao Palace stood amidst the boundless chaos. Even the raging chaos chi around it could not harm the palace in the slightest. It gave an impression of both indestructibility and the capacity to embrace all things. Before the gates of Zixiao Palace stood two Dao boys as exquisitely carved as jade. The Dao boys before Hongjun. Houtu, Yao Chi. They were formed from chaotic primordial stones enlightened by Hongjun. Laozi and Yuanshi looked closely. Hiss. They drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Though the two young Dao boys were at the initial stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, they could absorb chaos chi into their bodies and were suffused with the aura of chaos. Their strength far exceeded that of other primordial golden immortals in the primordial wilderness. Moreover, their potential was extraordinary. Truly, even a saint's Dao boys were not to be underestimated. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a joyful glance. Even the gatekeepers possessed such formidable strength and potential. So how terrifying must the Dao ancestor's own cultivation and power be? He must be thousands or tens of thousands of times more powerful than that so-called Tai Xian Daoist, their third brother. If they could latch onto the thigh of the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Just wait, third brother. We'll surpass you soon enough. Laozi and Yuanshi, filled with anticipation, strode into the purple palace. Within, the Xianhuang Qi was dense, and the pure Yang and turbid Yin flowed together. A profound sense of vastness arose. Most striking of all were the 6 cattail mats at the forefront. Within the pale yellow mats, arcane Dao rhythms seemed to circulate, intertwining seamlessly with the aura of the purple palace. Even Laozi, whose heart was usually as still as an ancient well, could not help but sigh. What immense fortune! Yuanshi also perceived that these were the optimal seats for listening to the Dao. He said, "Elder brother, as the 3 pure ones honored by the sage, these 6 mats must be fated for us." "Second brother, your words are excellent." The two strode forward and sat down on the foremost 2 mats, as if glued in place. Tongtian, though unhurried, was immensely powerful. The chaos chi could not harm him in the slightest, and he soon arrived at the chaotic purple palace. He saw that Laozi and Yuanshi had already taken their seats on the mats. Tongtian's heart sank. He quickly said, "Elder brother, second brother, these mats cannot be sat upon." According to the master's teachings, the 6 mats bestowed by Hongjun were seats of heaven-ordained sainthood. But do not mistake this for great blessing. It is not a blessing, but a profound calamity. Such heaven-ordained saints all walk the path of achieving sainthood through merit. Not only is their realm constrained by the Heavenly Dao of the primordial world, but they also become pawns of the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun, manipulated and dragged into cruel and terrifying cosmic tribulations. Their very life and death are beyond their control. Thus, how could Tongtian stand by and watch his elder brothers take a lesser path, or even stray into error? But Laozi and Yuanshi, immersed in the joy of their perceived fortune, would not listen to Tongtian's words. "Third brother, the sage said, reclining high above the 9 heavens, the mat realizes the true Dao. Undoubtedly, this is the greatest opportunity of this sermon. We are the true descendants of Pangu, fated for these mats. How can we not sit?" Yuanshi retorted. "Not sit? How could it be? The greatest fortune lies upon these mats. I suspect you fear we might surpass you." Yuanshi was somewhat projecting his own pettiness onto Tongtian. Even Laozi gazed at Tongtian with a strange look. "Elder brother, second brother, it is true that the sage's sermon and these 6 mats are an opportunity, but fortune and disaster are intertwined. Have you considered the calamities that such fortune might invite?" Tongtian continued to persuade. "All things are intertwined with fortune and disaster, gain and loss. Sitting on the mat means accepting the position of a heaven-ordained saint." Ordinarily, Laozi, with his nature, would have taken such words about fortune and disaster as a maxim. But now he and Yuanshi were fixated solely on the fortune of the sermon. Having lost his detached nature, his mind clouded, he paid no heed to Tongtian's words. Laozi remained unmoved, his will firm. "Third brother, we pursue the great Dao single-mindedly. Fortune and disaster are the workings of the Dao. How can we control them?" Yuanshi added, "Third brother, as cultivators, we must seize fortune and ward off disaster. To let fortune slip away would be to take the inferior path." "Elder brother, second brother, say no more about the mats." Tongtian tried to persuade further, but Yuanshi cut him off. His resolve was so firm that it seemed further persuasion might sever their brotherhood. Tongtian sighed. His elder brothers could not be swayed. Let them be. Senior brother Tongtian. A pleasant voice carried a hint of joy, as if from an old friend not seen in years. The speaker was a woman in yellow who had just entered the chaotic purple palace. Dignified and beautiful, she was among the foremost beauties of the primordial world. Yet the man beside her drew even more attention. For the man's right eye was swollen black and his nose was collapsed as if from a violent impact. These were Nuwa and Fushi who had just arrived from Buzhou Mountain. Junior sister Nuwa. Tongtian greeted Nuwa, then cupped his hands toward Fushi. Taoist Fushi. Senior brother Tongtian, that day I saw a sword light cleave the sky over Buzhou Mountain. It must have been your mastery of the heaven-cleaving sword art. Congratulations. Nuwa offered her congratulations. A mere trifle, all thanks to the master's guidance, Tongtian replied modestly. At the mention of Chen Xuan, Nuwa's eyes lit up. Senior brother, do you have any news of the master? Tongtian saw the hopeful look in Nuwa's eyes. He knew that she and the other junior sisters deeply adored the master. Reluctant to disappoint her, he said, Junior sister Nuwa, many fellow disciples will surely attend this sage's sermon. There will be news of the master then. As he spoke, he sighed inwardly. How I too yearned to see the master. He had advanced greatly in the sword Dao, but the stronger he grew, the more unfathomable the master seemed. The light in Nuwa's eyes dimmed swiftly, but she forced a smile. Yes, there will surely be news of the master. While Nuwa and Tongtian exchanged pleasantries, Fushi wandered over to the mats. Seeing Laozi and Yuanshi, he cupped his hands and said, Taoist Taiching, Taoist Yuching, a pleasure to meet you. Laozi and Yuanshi returned the greeting. Seeing Fux's condition, Yuanshi could not help but ask, Taoist Fushi, what happened to you? Fushi gave an awkward smile, feigning nonchalance. Nothing serious. I just wandered into a forbidden area on Buzhou Mountain. It will heal in a couple of days. As he spoke, he glanced discreetly at Nuwa. Seeing that she was not paying attention, he relaxed. I see. I can see you are a man of great fortune, Taoist Fushi. Why not join us on these mats? Laozi invited him, seeking to form a good connection with the extraordinary Fushi. Fushi looked down at the remaining 4 pale yellow mats. He marveled inwardly at the rich Dao rhythms. Thank you for the suggestion, Taoist Taiching. Allow me to perform a divination. Fushi was well versed in the art of deduction, and he liked to do things according to fate. He then began to calculate. The mats for listening to the Dao held profound Dao principles and vast fortune. But Fushi frowned slightly. These mats were not fated for him. What a pity. He performed another divination. Great joy. They were perfectly suited for his younger sister Nuwa. It was as if these mats were tailor-made for Nuwa. He quickly called out, Little sister, these mats are destined for you. He'll save one for you. Nuwa turned to look at her brother, who seemed a fool. She said to Tongtian, Forgive my brother's antics, senior brother. Let me enlighten him and make him understand that these mats are a calamity. Tongtian was astonished. Junior sister, how do you plan to enlighten him? Nuwa raised an elegant eyebrow and smiled. The most effective method. Physical enlightenment. The most effective method. Physical enlightenment. What on earth was that? As Tongtian puzzled, Nuwa was already charging at Fushi with her fist raised. Crack. Ow. A shrill cry mixed with the sound of breaking bones. Fushi, well practiced, shielded his vital spots and successfully endured Nuwa's physical enlightenment. Nuwa grabbed Fushi and asked softly, Brother, do you still want the mat? Fushi winced in pain, words caught in his throat. But looking at his gentle sister, he shook his head frantically. Laozi and Yuanshi were stunned. They seemed to understand why Fushi looked the way he did. They secretly thanked that Tongtian was not so violent. But then they heard, Senior brother Tongtian, should I give your 2 elder brothers a physical enlightenment too? Tongtian still shook his head. After all, given Yuanshi's temperament, he was rather thin-skinned. If Nuwa were to truly enlighten him through physical means, it was likely that before the establishment of their sects, the 3 pure ones would already part ways. Within the Zixiao palace, more and more great beings from the primordial wilderness surged in. Kunpeng from the northern sea, with incredible speed, claimed the 3rd listening mat. However, the black-feathered Kunpeng noticed that a group of people were staring at him with strange looks, especially that red-haired man. Though he appeared amiable, why did his eyes gleam with such hunger when looking at me? Was that a glistening trace of drool at the corner of his mouth? As if he were afflicted with an unbearable craving. It seemed he was even muttering softly to those beside him. Something about barbecue cumin spicy hot pot. What in the world were those? Kunpeng felt a chill run down his spine as an inexplicable rage surged within him. Just as he was about to erupt, he suddenly realized that the great beings amiably conversing with that red-haired man were all, without exception, golden immortals of the great Luo realm. There were over 1,000 of them. They seemed like old friends reunited, exuding an extraordinary warmth. What was going on? Kunpeng stood dumbfounded. Had he been secluded in the northern sea so long that he was unaware of so many great beings emerging in the primordial wilderness? Utterly baffled, Kunping could only suppress his blazing anger, shrinking back meekly. Equally dumbfounded were Laozi and Yuanshi beside him along with countless great beings behind them. Elder brother, how can there be so many great Luo golden immortals in the primordial wilderness? I see hundreds of latest-stage great Luo golden immortals among those opposite us, not inferior to us at all. Yuanshi spoke with shock. Laozi was equally perplexed. Where had all these people come from? He was one of the three pure ones incarnated from Pangu's primordial spirit with an incomparably profound origin. Having cultivated since the separation of heaven and earth, he had only just reached the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The pride in Laozi and Yuanshi's hearts instantly shattered. I see they are quite familiar with our third brother, even calling him senior brother. Laozi said, eavesdropping discreetly. Yuanshi's mouth hung slightly open at a loss for words. In the primordial wilderness, they usually addressed each other as Taoist friends. Only those of the same sect used terms like senior or junior brother or sister. A name abruptly surfaced in his mind. Taishin Taoist. That was the teacher Tongtian had mentioned last time. Were they all disciples of Taishin Taoist? Truly astonishing. Over 1,000 great Luo golden immortals. What kind of force was this? If no sages emerged, it would be enough to overturn the entire primordial wilderness. Senior brother Red Cloud, let me ask you in secret. How is your plan to transplant the ginseng fruit tree progressing? Sure. Never let my old friend Zinyuanzi know. That tree is his very lifeblood. Red Cloud made a shushing gesture. Junior brother Gu King, I hear you have already grasped a hint of the curse law. It seems your promotion to inner disciple is imminent. Huh. Not at all, not at all. Senior brother Bays, you must be close to comprehending 1/10 of the law of causality, right? Why hasn't Sister Shia come? Has she returned to the Tying Star? Senior Sister Shia said she would wait on the Tying Star for the teacher's appearance. Has anyone received word of the teacher? Someone asked. This question caused an inexplicable silence to fall over the Zixiao palace. A look of disappointment hung on every face. Most of them had secretly returned to the vicinity of Taiyun Mountain, but found no trace of it, let alone seeing Chen Xuan himself. Senior Sister Houtu, when you chanted the teacher's true name in reincarnation, was there any response? Someone inquired. Houtu sighed softly and shook her head. I received no reply from the teacher in the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps Senior Sister Zawangmu has news. Everyone's gaze turned in unison to a woman wearing a phoenix crown radiating boundless grace. Zai Wangma's clear, cool eyes flickered with a trace of warmth tinged with resolve. Although I have not seen the teacher's figure in the river of time, however. However what? The crowd instantly shed their previous dejection and despair, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Their ears unconsciously leaned towards Zawangmu, afraid of missing a single word. When I attain the Hongmeng Dao and traverse the entirety of time, I shall surely see the teacher again. Zawangmu declared with unwavering conviction. A sharp intake of breath. Traverse the entirety of time. From the beginning of time to its very end. What an immense span and what a steadfast will. This was not merely an obsession with the teacher, but a singular faith rooted deep within her heart. No wonder Zawangmu had comprehended the foremost law beneath the law of strength. The crowd's hearts rejoiced. Upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration struck Nuwa. A faint smile graced her exquisite face as she parted her ruby lips. Fellow disciples, I have a method. Senior Sister Nuwa, please speak quickly. The teacher once said that when one attains the Hongmeng Dao through strength, it can resonate with the great Dao. If we achieve the Hongmeng Dao, we can chant the teacher's true name, and through this resonance the teacher will surely hear our call. Senior Sister Nuwa's method is brilliant. The resonance of the great Dao will echo throughout the entire chaos. The teacher is certain to hear it. If any senior brother or sister attains the Hongmeng Dao, first remember to chant the teacher's true name. Joy filled everyone's hearts. All other thoughts were cast aside. Now there was only one goal: to attain the Hongmeng Dao through strength. If Chen Xuan on Taiyun Mountain heard their conversation, he would surely curse. You ungrateful disciples. I told you never to expose me. But now you're calling out teacher at every turn. And you want to use the resonance of the great Dao to call my name, as if you fear the entire universe won't know about me. Taking you on as disciples back then. What a wretched mistake. At this moment the attendants Hao Yin and Yao Chi were utterly overwhelmed, their heads throbbing with pain. Because the Zixiao palace was now distinctly divided into two groups. One group stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. The other group chatted and exchanged pleasantries, their noise and laughter rising in a chaotic din. The entire Zixiao palace was in utter disarray. Had you come here to listen to a sage's sermon? Unable to bear it any longer, Hao Yin braced himself and shouted, This is a sage's sacred hall. Silence, please. but no one paid him any heed. Hao Yin felt deeply disrespected. Infuriated, he was about to invoke Hongjun's name to berate these unruly great beings. But Yao Chi said, "Hao Yin, these people have formed their own faction with formidable strength. The situation now is beyond our control." Hao Yin stubbornly fell silent. He could only turn away, refusing to see or hear their conversations. Yet Yao Chi's clear eyes gazed at Zhuangmu, Nuwa, Houtu, and the others, sighing in admiration. These elder sisters were so beautiful, elegant, and dignified. They radiated an intangible aura that filled Yao Chi with longing. After eavesdropping for a long while, a trace of doubt flickered across Yao Chi's delicate face. Who is this teacher they speak of that so many elder sisters seek his traces? At that moment, ripples spread across the void. Then an overwhelming aura of a saintly presence permeated the purple firmament palace. Hao Yin looked up, his eyes gleaming. He strained his voice, unconsciously raising its volume. "The Dao ancestor has arrived. Oh, let all be silent." Hongjun appeared, ethereal and transcendent, clad in a simple dark green Taoist robe, his face adorned with a benevolent smile that felt like a spring breeze. Yet Hongjun's profound cultivation instilled an undeniable sense of powerlessness in the crowd. A thought surged in their hearts: beneath the saints, all are but ants. Hongjun seated himself within the purple firmament palace, gazing at the multitude of mighty beings from the primordial wilderness. A deep sense of gratification filled his heart. Over 1,000 golden immortals of the great Luo realm, along with the Tai golden immortals, were the cream of the primordial wilderness. The 3,000 guests of the purple firmament were far stronger than he had anticipated. Not bad, not bad. He observed the 6 meditation cushions he had set and wondered who among them was fated to sit. Upon looking, Hongjun was slightly startled. 3 cushions were empty. Only Laozi Yuanshi and Kuanpeng had taken their seats. He glanced at the 3,000 guests of the purple firmament. Why were they all standing back in unison? What was this? What was happening? These cushions were blessed with immense fortune, containing heavenly secrets. They were the 6 destined saintly thrones he had conspired with the Heavenly Dao to create. 3 empty. Could you believe it? The destined saints were not common cabbages by the roadside. Something seemed off with my script for this sermon. In Hongjun's scheme, the 3,000 guests of the purple firmament corresponded to the 3,000 demons and the 3,000 great Dao laws. He had specifically chosen to lecture in the chaotic purple firmament palace to gather the mighty primordial sacred beings of the primordial wilderness, using them to steer the grand trends of the era. He had set up 6 meditation cushions to select the 6 most fortunate and powerful beings from the primordial wilderness who would inherit the destined saintly thrones and become his capable aides. Hongjun blinked involuntarily. His gaze swept over the 3,000 guests of the purple firmament, as if to say, "Children, everything hinges on fate. I see that you are fated to be with these cushions." Tongtian slightly raised his eyes, continuing to hold the Qingping sword unmoved. Nuwa also showed no intention of sitting. Fushi, bruised and swollen, dared not utter a word. Hongyun counted the leg hairs of Zinyuanzi. Zhuangmu and Houtu turned their heads away, deliberately ignoring. Dijuan and Tai, the 2 3-legged golden crows, were eager to step forward and sit on the cushions for the sermon. That would have been a matter of great honor. Yet seeing several mighty beings like Tongtian, whose cultivation was so profound it was unfathomable, all standing aside, they hesitated. Dijuan and Tai exchanged a glance, their eyes rolling, and refrained from acting rashly. Hongjun felt as if countless gnats were buzzing wildly in his mind. Buzz, buzz. The destined saintly thrones, and you don't fight for them. Are you here at the purple firmament palace for a vacation? Must I invite you to take your seats? At that moment, outside the gates of the purple firmament palace, 2 bald Taoists appeared, tattered and disheveled. "Elder brother, we are so late, there may be no seats left. What shall we do?" It's all because the chaotic energy was so violent, as if it was targeting us specifically. "Elder brother, think of a plan quickly." "Junior brother, hey race, what will do? Watch my cues later. Make sure your tears and emotions are convincing." "All right." Hasty footsteps echoed outside the purple firmament palace, mixed with pitiful cries of anguish. "The West is so impoverished. Pity us 2 brothers who traversed mountains and rivers, braved countless dangers, nearly perished in the chaos, and came to listen to the sermon only to find no place at all. Pity the living beings of the West who are denied the favor of the saints. The saints must do justice for the West." The crowd within the purple firmament palace stared wide-eyed as the 2 bald Taoists staggered, stumbled, and wept profusely. They were taken aback, their expressions exceedingly complex. They all dodged these shameless bald Taoists. Hiss! Such nerve! Tue! Where's their face? Hongjun's face darkened with displeasure. Why had these 2 fools come? Back then I should have let Luoho kill them first, then I could have dealt with Luoho. Hongjun deduced that these 2 Western sages would eventually betray the Taoist school. Moreover, the brazenness of these 2 wretches was simply unbearable. Jane and Junyi were indeed among the few skilled actors in the primordial wilderness. They supported each other looking pitiful. Tears and snot streamed down their faces. If everyone present weren't so perceptive, they might have been fooled. Jane and Junyi walked straight to the front of the purple firmament palace. Those meditation cushions. They contained the rhythm of the Tao as if they were a heavenly opportunity. Jane and Zunti's eyes lit up, but then they looked around. Why did the atmosphere seem off? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 cushions. Why were only 3 occupied? Laozi Yuanshi and a Kunping. The 3 pure ones. Only 2 were present. Where was the third Tongtian? Why was he standing aside holding his sword? Weren't the 3 pure ones supposed to be united? Why were the other 3 cushions empty? 2 fellow Taoists, I see that the cushions ahead are fated for the West. Hongjun approached Jane, and Junyi, flashing a set of white teeth, pointed at the cushions ahead and gave a sly grin. Hongjun chuckled inwardly. The teacher had said these cushions were a trap set by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. They were nothing but a blazing pit of fire. Once you fall and not even a hair remains. These 2 shameless ones with their thick skins, it wouldn't hurt to push them into the fire for a good scorching. Hongjun's smile sent chills down Jane and Zunyi's spines. This sudden kindness. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck their posteriors, as if a large foot had kicked them squarely on the buttocks. They were sent flying toward 2 of the cushions, landing face first in a clumsy sprawl. 2 handsome lads, I am the foremost good-hearted being in the world. These cushions are safe for you to sit on. Hongjun's words drew laughter from his fellow disciples. Had Hongjun not known the truth, he would have sat on the cushions himself. But according to Chen Xuan's account, it was because he had taken a seat, and then out of kindness yielded it to the shameless Western duo that Kunpeng bore a grudge, leading to his own demise. Now that he knew the meditation cushions were a trap set by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao and the Western duo were crying and clamoring for seats, he was certainly going to give them a helping hand. Jane and Junyi took their seats on the cushions they had long dreamed of, yet they felt as if everyone around them was looking at them like a pair of fools. They sat on pins and needles, but still expressed their thanks to Hongjun. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hongjun. Hongjun waved his hand magnanimously. A small matter hardly worth mentioning. Your righteousness is great. On behalf of the living beings of the West, I thank you, fellow Taoist Hongjun. The black lines on Hongjun's face grew deeper. How could these 2 rebellious ones be seated on the listening mat? Upon closer inspection of the 5 individuals on the mat, Laozi and Yuanshi were somewhat reliable. After all, they were the true heirs of Pangu. Kunpeng, however, fell short in comparison. And then there were the 2 fools, Jane and Junyi. It's hard to articulate. Their plans were entirely different from his own. Everything was in chaos, all completely out of order. Where exactly did the problem lie? According to the original trajectory of the Primordial Chaos, the 3 pure ones should have arrived first at the Chaos Zixiao Palace, occupying 3 mats. Fushi assisted Nuwa in occupying 1 mat. Hongjun and Kunpeng each took 1. Then the 2 from the west, Jane and Junyi, arrived late, relying on sympathy to make Hongjun give up his seat. Then they scolded Kunpeng, a lowly creature born from wet eggs, and with Yuanshi's support, they pressured Kunpeng into giving up a seat. But now, neither Fushi, Nuwa, nor Hongjun had even sat down, let alone Hongjun giving up his seat. Hongjun couldn't help but secretly pinch his fingers, calculating. In his 3 teachings, he established the image of a sage, gathered people's hearts, and directed the great trend of primordial chaos. He aimed to acquire heavenly merit through educating the primordial chaos and then merge with the Tao. Replacing the heart of heaven with his own, he would become the true spokesperson of the Tao. The primordial chaos would develop according to the trajectory he had predetermined. In the end, I will reap the fruits of the Tao of the primordial chaos and attain the great Tao. Hongjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was still within my plan. But amidst the vast heavenly secrets, unexpectedly numerous variables emerged that he could not control. Hongjun's brows furrowed suddenly. He nearly cursed out loud. Damn, so many variables. Where did all these variables come from? These tens of thousands of variables, some large and some small. He couldn't grasp them at all. Hongjun felt a tingling on his scalp. Heavens Dao, how do you explain all these variables? My mind is about to collapse. The Dao boy Haotian noticed that Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, had not spoken for a long time and seemed a bit off, so he quietly called out, Dao ancestor. Hongjun understood and temporarily set aside the matter of the tens of thousands of variables. He cleared his throat and surveyed the crowd in the Zixiao Palace. I am Hongjun Daoist, now a sage here to teach and enlighten the primordial chaos. I have taught 3 times, each lasting 3,000 years. You all must listen attentively and cannot be negligent. In the 3 teachings I spoke of the great Luo golden immortal path, the path of the pre-saints and the path of the saints. This time I will speak of the great Luo golden immortal path. Thank you, Dao ancestor, for your teachings. Nearly 2,000 people in the Zixiao palace shouted, their voices overwhelming. Amidst the shouts, Hongjun felt somewhat gratified. The great Pangu opened the heavens and created the primordial chaos, transforming the formless into form, giving birth to all beings. The great Pangu has passed, and now I have become a sage. I shall lead the primordial chaos. All beings follow the Heavenly Dao, accompanied by their corresponding tribulations. Tribulations vary in size, and the infinite must cultivate themselves to endure the tribulations to attain the Dao and become saints, thus transcending countless tribulations without perishing and be involved in causality without tainting it. This is called being a saint. Life and death are intertwined, and desires fluctuate endlessly. All are manifestations of the Dao's flow. We must align ourselves with the heart of heaven to understand the boundlessness of the great Luo. Hongjun reminisced about the great Pangu, declaring that Pangu had passed, and now he should take the lead. It was as if he was proclaiming the era of Hongjun, which had dominated for ages, was about to arrive. As Hongjun began to teach, the Heavenly Dao resonated and marvelous phenomena appeared. Heavenly flowers fell like rain, golden lotuses surged from the earth, the rhythms of the Dao flowed continuously, and purple energy filled the Zixiao palace. It was the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The enhancement for the beings of the primordial chaos was extraordinarily significant. Many beings listened intently, immersed in the great Dao that Hongjun spoke of. Even if they did not understand, their progress was rapid beyond measure. Some contemplated, some smiled, some were entranced. Many beings at the level of Tai Golden Immortal broke through. 3 flowers gathered at the top, 5 energies converged. The already latest Tai Ching Laozi and Yuan Shi both gained immensely, lost in the teachings. The 2 disciples Hao Yin and Yao Chi received abundant rewards as well. It was a scene of flourishing vitality. Hongjun slightly nodded, quite satisfied with the atmosphere of the teachings. His image as a sage was finally established. Chaos knows no years, and 2,999 years passed by quietly. Hongjun's teaching entered its final year. However, at this moment Hongjun frowned slightly. It seemed that a faint cause-and-effect line was pulling from the chaos Zixiao palace into the primordial chaos. Sages do not engage with cause and effect, hence they are particularly sensitive to it. Suddenly Hongjun noticed. Was his teaching content being transmitted back into the primordial chaos through this cause-and-effect line? Who used such a divine ability to dare eavesdrop on a sage's teachings? With a slight movement of his fingers, Hongjun understood everything. What a 6-eared macaque. Though birthed from a part of the chaos demon's essence, it dared to eavesdrop on my teachings without even reaching the Zixiao palace. Today I shall use you to establish my authority. From today onwards the law shall not be conveyed to the 6-eared. Following this extremely concealed cause-and-effect line, Hongjun unleashed a divine ability, directly striking the 6-eared macaque. Hongjun's saintly heart was inscrutable, dispensing both grace and authority. Grace was the teaching to enlighten the primordial chaos. Authority was to punish the 6-eared macaque for eavesdropping on the teachings as a warning to others. However, just as Hongjun unleashed his divine ability to punish the 6-eared macaque, his face suddenly turned pale, his eyes revealing an uncontrollable fear. Instantly his form was hurled out. The ambush was too swift, so fast that Hongjun vanished from the Zixiao palace in an instant, yet no one noticed. So fast that Hongjun shouted in shock and horror. The great Dao rebounded. His voice echoed in the depths of chaos. Poof! Hongjun hurled deep into chaos, clutched his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood still oozed from the corner of his mouth, yet he murmured in astonishment, "It truly is the great Dao rebounding." How could it possibly be the great Dao rebounding? The usually calm and rock-solid heart of a sage was now filled with disbelief. He had merely unleashed a divine ability to punish the eavesdropping 6-eared macaque. How could this lead to a rebound from the great Dao? As Hongjun tried to deduce the location of the 6-eared macaque, he found no trace of it at all. It was extremely strange. Could it be that the former chaos demon, the mischievous monkey, was still alive and had already transcended to attain the great Dao? But how could that be possible? Hongjun had witnessed the mischievous monkeys fall beneath the axe of Pangu. He quickly called for help. "Heaven's Dao, please come forth for a meeting." Meanwhile, in the chaos Zixiao palace, everyone looked around bewildered. Where is Dao ancestor Hongjun? How could he vanish without a trace? It was supposed to be a 3,000-year teaching, and now it was only 2,999 years. Just now I was admiring the sage, and then poof, he vanished. Yes, exactly, poof, he vanished. Could it be that the sage lost himself while teaching? What do you mean lost himself? The Hongjun Dao ancestor while teaching lost himself. Who would believe that? The Dao boy Hao Yin had a face full of black lines. Now the Zixiao palace was in utter chaos. It was like a million ducks quacking in unison. Noisy, disorderly. It left him feeling anxious and overwhelmed. On Mount Taiyun, after nearly 3,000 years of recuperation, the six-eared macaque had fully recovered. In ordinary times, he tended to the celestial flowers and spirit herbs on the mountain for Chen Xuan. It was now high noon. Chen Xuan lay dozing on a rocking chair crafted by the six-eared macaque, who fanned him with a palm leaf fan, sending cool breezes through the summer heat. Yet within the 6 ears of the macaque, certain inexplicable sounds began to resonate, profound and abstruse, yet difficult to grasp. These two emerge from the same source, but bear different names. Together they are called the Xian. Xian upon Xian, the gateway to all mysteries. The spirit of the valley never dies. This is called the mysterious female. The gateway of the mysterious female is called the root of heaven and earth. It exists continuously, yet its use is effortless. The realm of Great Luo is boundless. Comprehend the Tai, Qi, Yin, Yang, and 5 elements of one heaven and earth. This left the six-eared macaque utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. Could this voice be the same as the one Hongjun spoke when he attained sainthood? No. This is Hongjun preaching the Dao. A foreboding sense of dread surged within the six-eared macaque's heart. Chen Xuan had long since analyzed the dire consequences of eavesdropping on Hongjun's sermon, and the macaque obeyed his instructions without question. How could he dare to listen in secret? Heavens, this is unjust. I did not eavesdrop on Patriarch Hongjun's sermon. The voice came into my ears of its own accord. The six-eared macaque's face turned ashen. He hastily ceased his fanning, ready to kneel and beg Chen Xuan for salvation. But before he could speak, Chen Xuan stirred from his slumber. Over the past 3 millennia, Chen Xuan's afternoon naps had been in a state of light, hazy sleep, attuned to every rustle and movement around him. He had grown accustomed to the macaque fanning him during these rests. Now that the six-eared macaque had stopped waving the fan, Chen Xuan detected it immediately. His expression sharpened, brows furrowed, and a golden light shot from his deep, profound eyes. A surge of morning temper. As this golden light emerged, the divine power that Hongjun had sent along the karmic threads dissipated like smoke and clouds. The great Dao trembled, and Hongjun suffered a severe backlash. In an instant, the crisis looming over the six-eared macaque vanished. Far away in the depths of chaos, the disheveled Hongjun could never have imagined that he had been grievously wounded by a mere flash of morning temper. If word of this spread, would it not invite ridicule? Chen Xuan, however, remained unaware of the wondrous effect of his temper. Seeing the six-eared macaque breathing rapidly, trembling slightly, and appearing somewhat flustered, yet the entire Mount Taiyun was peaceful with not a trace of danger. He could not help but ask suspiciously, 6 ears, why such haste? The six-eared macaque, quivering, heard Chen Xuan's question. In his heart a sense of relief dawned. Indeed, with the teacher here, why should I panic? The teacher must have foreseen my crisis and awakened to resolve it. Truly a divine being. He quickly replied, 6 ears is terrified. I have disgraced the teacher's reputation. 6 ears was wrong. Over the years, the macaque had become a disciple of Chen Xuan, thus addressing him as teacher. No matter, just don't disturb my nap. Chen Xuan lay back down. The six-eared macaque was even more astounded. A mountain may crumble before him, yet his expression remains unchanged. An elk may appear beside him, yet his gaze does not waver. Such absolute composure and calm. What power could a saint's divine ability hold? A mere glance could dispel it. This is a true supreme being. The six-eared macaque's reverence for Chen Xuan reached its zenith. Little did they know the conversation between man and monkey was not on the same wavelength. Meanwhile, in the vault of the primordial heaven, the black-robed youth, the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao, felt a stir within. He murmured softly to himself, the karmic thread I left behind should now be taking effect. It turned out that when the six-eared macaque fell from chaos into the primordial world, the Heavenly Dao had detected his origins, a being born from the essence of the chaos demon god, the primordial chaos ape, with limitless potential for future growth. As the Heavenly Dao, how could it allow any existence that threatened itself to emerge? The cautious Heavenly Dao subtly imposed a karmic thread upon the six-eared macaque. It awaited the moment Hongjun preached the Dao, transmitting the sermon's content to the macaque. This would create the illusion of the macaque eavesdropping, prompting the old man Hongjun to naturally punish him. This scheme was called using a borrowed knife to kill the monkey. After 2999 years of Hongjun's preaching, indeed, Hongjun struck. The black-robed youth felt a hint of pride. His plan of borrowing a knife to kill the monkey was quite clever. But in an instant, the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao felt a palpitation as if a cataclysmic disaster was descending. He quickly severed the karmic thread. Damn! A backlash from the great Dao. Where did this backlash come from? What happened? Could the six-eared macaque be closely connected to the great Dao? When he came back to his senses and tried to locate the six-eared macaque, the entire primordial world showed no trace of him. Since the dawn of the primordial world, the Heavenly Dao felt a loss of control for the first time. In a daze it heard Hongjun's transmission. Heavenly Dao, please come out and meet me. The black-robed youth vanished from the sky and reappeared in the depths of chaos. He looked upon Hongjun's disheveled state, hair unkempt, blood trickling from his mouth. The incarnation of the Heavenly Dao felt a twinge of guilt. I must never let Hongjun know that I laid the karmic thread and miscalculated. As the boss, I cannot lose face before my subordinate Hongjun. Otherwise, my persona as the Heavenly Dao would collapse. Thus the incarnation feigned ignorance and said, Hongjun, are you not preaching at Zixiao Palace? Why seek me now? If the two sages of the West were to learn of this, they would bow to the Heavenly Dao and exclaim, Ancestor. Shameless. The incarnation stood before Hongjun. Around him swirled a mysterious ancient aura, as if unfolding the course and trajectory of the primordial world. Yet his face was like chaos itself, revealing no hint of information. Hongjun, suspecting nothing, recounted the full story of the six-eared macaques eavesdropping to the Heavenly Dao. He also mentioned the hundreds of thousands of variables. After hearing this, the incarnation nodded slightly, feeling guilty, but remained silent. Heavenly Dao. Hongjun grew anxious. Say something. Offer an opinion. What is this pretense of ignorance? I refuse to believe you know nothing. In the primordial world with hundreds of thousands of variables from the great Daoist backlash, you, the Heavenly Dao, must be the most sensitive to it. Hongjun grumbled inwardly. After a long silence, the incarnation, devoid of joy or sorrow, calm, as an ancient well, said, These waters run deep. If you cannot grasp them. It seemed to imply that if he failed, the Heavenly Dao could simply choose another spokesperson. Hongjun was momentarily stunned. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly. You son of a bitch. Did I call you here just to hear that? But Hongjun forced a smile and said, A mere few 100,000 variables. The waters are not deep. I can grasp them, I can. Excellent, you know what to do. With that, the Heavenly Dao vanished from Hongjun's perception. The incarnation fled back to the sky, sighing with relief. I managed to fool him after all. After the Heavenly Dao departed, Hongjun grumbled under his breath. He tidied his appearance, restoring his celestial and ethereal demeanor before returning to the Zixiao Palace. As he neared the Zixiao Palace, it seemed the 3,000 guests there were making baseless conjectures. Were they saying he had lost himself while lecturing? Nonsense. Moreover, the great powers of the primordial world spoke of him with a reverence that had waned. The sage's image had plummeted. Damn it. Seeing the chaos within the Zixiao Palace mirroring his own turbulent mood, Hongjun abruptly unleashed his vast sage aura, repelling the violent chaotic energies. A forceful return. The young attendant Hao Yan sensed Hongjun's overwhelming presence and was overjoyed. Gazing at the detestable and unruly 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace, his voice involuntarily rose by several hundred decibels as he proclaimed, The sage returns, all be silent. Hongjun glanced at Hao Yan, nodding inwardly with satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had enlightened this chaotic primordial stone. My lectures have spanned 3,000 years. After 10,000 years I shall commence the second session. Return and thoroughly digest what you have learned to flourish the primordial world. Someone muttered, It was only 2,999 years. Hongjun's expression grew complex, a bitter taste in his heart. Was this the time to quibble over 2,999 years versus 3,000? It seemed he must re-establish his authority. Hongjun feigned a furious rage. Most, sensing the dire situation, bowed their heads, unwilling to provoke him. Then Hongjun declared, After much deliberation, I see the primordial world's prosperity has risen with countless beings. Thus I appoint a leader among the immortals to govern them on my behalf. A gasp rippled through the crowd. To govern all immortals on behalf of a sage. What immense glory. A matter to honor their ancestors. Each cheered, hoping such honor would fall upon them. Hongjun nodded, subtly pleased with this reaction. Appointing a leader of immortals would allow him to control these unpredictable variables from behind the scenes. This was the inscrutable aura he sought. Moreover, if matters failed, it would not be his face that was lost, nor would it tarnish the sage's image. Hongjun's gaze swept over the 3,000 guests. Jane and Zunti's eyes gleamed, their mournful faces showing anticipation revolting the onlookers. Hongjun sneered inwardly, two turncoats aspiring to be his spokesman. The three-legged golden crows Dijuan and Tai wore expressions like those awaiting favor. You two were lively when gossiping about me earlier. His gaze passed over Dong Wangong. Oh, not bad. Steady, composed, dignified, and at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Born from the first Yang energy at the dawn of creation, embodying the innate path of pure Yang. Dong Wangong, I deem you worthy. Abruptly the image of Zhuangmu surfaced in Hongjun's mind. Crowned with a phoenix coronet, dignified and graceful, her contemplation tinged with a hint of aloofness. Inherent majesty. Born from the first Yin energy at the dawn of creation, embodying the innate path of pure Yin. Zhuangmu and Dong Wenggong, one male and one female, perfectly suited to govern male and female immortals, harmonizing the yin and yang energies of the primordial world. Excellent. He scanned the Zixiao palace, searching for Zhuangmu. Where was Zhuangmu? She was here just a moment ago. He sent a telepathic inquiry to Haoyin. It turned out that after Hongjun was blasted away by the power of the great Dao, and with no one knowing when he would return, Zhuangmu had quietly departed. Perhaps having gained insights from his lecture, she hastened back to the Kunlun Yao Chi paradise to verify them in seclusion. Her sole focus was on attaining enlightenment through the law of time and achieving the Hunyuan realm, hoping to see Chen Xuan once more, heedless of all else. Hongjun fell into deep thought. 3,000 guests of the Zixiao, 3,000 great paths, 3,000 demon gods, 3,000 years of lectures. All were bound by unseen causality. How could one person have departed early? With his hands behind his back, his fingertips subtly moved. In just 2 breaths, Hongjun grasped the entire sequence of cause and effect. It turned out that he had indeed only lectured for 2,999 years, ending prematurely. Thus, the 3,000-year cycle was incomplete, allowing one person to slip away from the Zixiao palace early. Alas, such was fate. Enough, even the Heavenly Dao has its flaws. Nothing is perfect. Let Dong Wenggong govern the immortals. This child is a pillar of the primordial world. Dong Wenggong, step forward to receive your appointment. Hongjun's voice boomed like a great bell, shaking the surroundings. All turned their heads, watching the not-so-handsome Dong Wenggong stride forward with his chest puffed out. Many great powers of the primordial world showed envy. Dong Wenggong's face shone with glory, as elated as an ancient consort favored by the emperor. Your disciple is here. Bearing the fortune of the primordial world, I Hongjun see that Dong Wenggong's talents are outstanding, unrivaled in the Zixiao. Thus I appoint him as the leader of all immortals. I bestow upon you the dragon head staff to command the immortals. As Hongjun finished, he gently waved his sleeve, and a stream of light hovered before Dong Wenggong. A primordial spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff with ruby-embedded eyes and a gilded body that shimmered brilliantly, was clearly an extraordinary item. Your disciple accepts the sage's decree. Dong Wenggong's voice rang clear as he took the staff with both hands. He caressed it gently, then gripped it tightly. A bold idea sprouted and grew wildly in his heart. He struggled to suppress his excitement, but the arrogance in his eyes was unmistakable. Congratulations, Dong Wenggong, for gaining the sage's favor. Your future is boundless. Do not forget us, old friends. Congratulations, Dong Wenggong, leader of all immortals, a model for our generation. Truly joyous and celebratory. Old friend Dong Wenggong, when you walk the primordial world, do not forget to look after us. Several great powers offered their flattery and congratulations. Dong Wenggong beamed, his face radiant with smiles, agreeing to all. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of his life. Retire now and strive to flourish the primordial world while pursuing the great Dao. Having concluded his lecture, Hongjun swept his sleeve and vanished into the depths of the Zixiao palace. Haoyin announced in a clear voice, the Dao ancestor's 3,000-year lecture is complete. In 10,000 years, he will deliver a second. Please take your leave. With that, all found themselves adrift in the chaos. Dong Wenggong cleared his throat, gripping the dragon head staff with immense dignity, and spoke. Fellow colleagues, the Dao ancestor has appointed me as the leader of all immortals. I intend to establish an immortal court on Panglai Immortal Mountain in the eastern primordial world, inviting you all to join to uphold the primordial world and fulfill the Dao ancestor's trust. Establishing an immortal court to govern all immortals, ruling supreme over the vast primordial world. Dong Wenggong chuckled inwardly. With the backing of the great tree that was Dao ancestor Hongjun, his rise to power was only a matter of time. Dong Wenggong, I, the Ox Daoist, wish to join the immortal court. I too wish to join. Count me in. Dozens of Tai golden immortals immediately signed up to join. Surrounded by dozens, Dong Wenggong was elated, striding with an arrogant swagger. He exuded the overbearing aura of a gang leader from Causeway Bay. The group rushed hastily toward Panglai Immortal Mountain. Yet the other great powers of the primordial world held Dong Wenggong in contempt, seeing him as nothing but a street thug. Hongjun chuckled to himself. Had the teacher said this, Dong Wenggong would meet a miserable end. Seeing him today, one word sums it up. Deserved. Brother Hongjun, who is this teacher you speak of? Zhen Yuanzi inquired. That is a divine being surrounded by countless disciples of primordial great powers. Let us return to your Wuzhuang temple, and I will elaborate. Hongjun chuckled as he spoke. Fellow disciples, we part ways here. Remember, when you attain the Dao of Huan Yuan, chant our teacher's true name. Visit me at Heiyun Marsh whenever you have time. My Ziyun Pavilion is always open to you. One by one they clasped their hands in salute, then rode streaks of light into the distant primordial wilderness. Laozi and Yuanshi, as if struck by a premonition, rushed hastily into the primordial wilderness. They were not returning to their Kunlun mountain abode, but heading straight for Buzhou Mountain. Following close behind were the future emperors of the demon race Dijuan and Tai. Senior brother, look at the three pure ones and those two three-legged golden crows. Why are they so anxious? The bald monk Zhuanti, observing from afar, noticed Laozi and the others. Jane also turned to look. Laozi and Yuanshi, Dijuan and Tai. Both groups seemed to be rushing in the same direction. Something must be amiss. Let us follow and see. Perhaps we can gain some advantage. Jane raised an eyebrow. Excellent. A woman in yellow robes witnessed the movements of all three parties, a knowing smile gracing her exquisite face. Let them fight like dogs, then I will step in and defeat them all. In an unnamed valley within Buzhou Mountain spanning 1,000,000 li, the spiritual energy was dense. Within the valley, one particular vine flourished. Upon it hung 7 gourd-shaped fruits, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each gourd exuded an exceedingly profound aura. The entire vine also emanated an aura of chaos. In the primordial wilderness, how could anything connected to chaos be ordinary? It was the primordial gourdvine, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the wilderness. 2 factions now stood in opposition. The first to arrive, Laozi, Yuanshi, Dijuan, and Tai. They had been the first to break the valley's forbidden seal. Yet none made a move. Laozi and Yuanshi were on high alert, poised to strike. Though they were the 3 pure ones, incarnations of Pangus, primordial spirit Dijuan, and Tai were no less formidable. These future demon emperors were 3-legged golden crows born from the sun star Pangus, left eye bathed in the true solar fire. They were also born with supreme treasures. Dijuan's companion treasure was the supreme artifact Hichu Luoshu. Tai's companion treasure was the supreme artifact Chaos Bell, which after Tai became the Eastern Emperor of the Demons, was also called the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Chaos Bell was formed from the handle of the primordial axe, the creation axe, and along with the Taiji diagram and the Panga banner was one of the 3 supreme treasures. It contained 14 layers of restrictions. They fully refined its power could rival a sage. This was why Laozi and Yuanshi were wary. No one wished to be struck by the Chaos Bell. 2 fellow cultivators, our path is arduous. We have all listened to the Dao in the Zixiao Palace, making us fellow disciples. Why resort to blows and harm our harmony? Laozi put away his coiled dragon staff, stroking his white goatee as he spoke kindly. Yuanshi, sharing Laozi's intent, also put away the jade rui he had been preparing to strike with. He said, "Today I sensed the opportunity of the primordial gourdvine and came to claim it. If you two would grant the 3 pure ones this favor, we shall surely repay you handsomely." The primordial gourdvine was indeed a rare treasure of the primordial wilderness. More importantly, it would play a crucial role in the grand events to come. Nuwa would use the vine as a whip to shape humanity from the primordial earth beneath its roots. Laozi would be the first to establish a sect based on humanity, thereby drawing upon the merit of creation to become a sage. The Taoist Luya would gain renown during the investiture of the gods' tribulation with the beheading gourd. Although neither faction knew of these future events, they all vaguely sensed that this primordial gourdvine was a prize worth fighting for. Thus Tai did not lower the chaos bell in his hand. A born emperor would never fall for such childish tricks from Laozi and Yuanshi. Tai sneered, "Sell you the 3 pure ones a favor. A fine scheme to get something for nothing." He even raised a thumb in mock approval. "We have long heard of the 3 pure ones' virtue. Seeing you today." Dijuan left his sentence unfinished, his tone deeply suggestive. Laozi and Yuanshi, their ploy exposed and mocked, found their aged faces reddening. "Then let skill decide." The atmosphere grew tense. "Amitba, I see this object is destined for the West. If you possess compassionate hearts, you should yield it to us Western beings. I thank you in advance on their behalf." The newcomers were the 2 Western sages, Jane and Zhuanti. They immediately invoked their Dao title, placing a heavy burden on the others. Refusing them would mean lacking compassion. Tai, in his fiery temper, nearly hurled the chaos bell at the Western duo. Dijuan stopped him with a glance. Striking first could invite a 2-front attack, a grave disadvantage. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, delight flickering in their eyes. This journey had not been in vain. Such a treasure. The primordial gourdvine, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Zhuanti himself, a transformation of the Bodhi tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, knew well the vine's wonders. Each primordial root was mysteriously tied to the fate of the primordial wilderness. Securing the primordial gourdvine would surely elevate the West's fortune. Jane and Zhuanti had always championed the West to gather its fortune unto themselves. Fortune was crucial for cultivation and destiny. Destined for the West. What treasure isn't destined for your West? Tai scoffed. Though he cultivated on the Sun Star, he had heard of Jane and Zundi's underhanded deeds. Jane and Juanti merely smiled wryly, unperturbed. Now the three parties were deadlocked, none daring to act. They stared each other down for 25 full days. Finally, a pleasant yet impatient voice reached their ears. 25 days, and you still haven't fought. A woman in yellow robes descended gracefully into the valley. Nuwa. The others' expressions shifted. They had sensed no trace of her presence all this time. Nuwa looked around as if reading their thoughts. Surprised. My abode is in Bujo Mountain. I have seen all your actions. Enough bickering. I claim this primordial gourdvine. I claim this primordial gourdvine. A sharp intake of breath. Such audacity. This primordial gourdvine, I claim it. Nuwa intended to monopolize the primordial gourdvine, but every being present was a supreme power in the primordial wilderness. A mere stomp could shake the entire wilderness. How could they allow Nuwa to take the vine alone? Dijuan frowned deeply. Taoist Nuwa, your appetite is far too great, is it not? Tai raised the chaos bell high, ready to strike at any moment. Laozi and the others remained silent, biding their time and observing the situation. Nuwa smiled radiantly, yet she paid no heed to the chaos bell in Tai's hand. The chaos bell, one of the three supreme treasures of primordial times. Is this your confidence? Pity that among its 14 layers of restrictions you have only refined 19. Tai's pupils dilated upon hearing this, unable to conceal his shock. You. How do you know? How had Nuwa discerned that he had only refined 19 layers of restrictions? Even his elder brother Dijuan was unaware of this. Given that you only know how to smash people with the chaos bell, refining 19 layers is already your limit. Nuwa glanced at him contemptuously. The master had said that the chaos bell contained the laws of suppression capable of freezing time and sealing space. When held overhead in battle, one could remain invincible. Yet Tai merely used it foolishly as a bludgeon. Over the years he had tried to refine more of the bell's restrictions, but had made no progress. He had constantly explored the chaos bell's uses only to find that smashing was the most effective method. Now he was openly scorned by Nuwa. As a sovereign born on the sun star, he had never been so disdained. Tai wanted to retort, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, enraged and humiliated, he roared, Taoist Nuwa, how dare you belittle me? Tai's peak golden immortal cultivation surged violently as he activated the chaos bell and slammed it toward Nuwa. The sheer force shook the entire valley. The chaos bell hung high, seemingly capable of suppressing all evil. It blotted out the sun, plunging everything into darkness. In an instant, the beasts of Mount Bujo fled in panic, fearing the bell's fall would bring disaster upon them. Jane Dowran felt his scalp tingle and quickly shifted his position, whispering, this birdman is truly ferocious. Juanti Dowran was slightly awed. If that bell lands, even Mount Bujo itself will tremble. Dijuan sneered inwardly. Who would dare underestimate Tai's eastern bell? In the primordial wilderness, the only one who could withstand Tai's eastern bell unscathed was probably Dao ancestor Hongjun. Nuwa, you will pay for your recklessness. Whoosh. The colossal chaos bell descended with overwhelming force, nearly crushing Nuwa beneath it. Laozi Yuanshi and Fushi, who had been conversing pleasantly, could not bear to watch Nuwa being suppressed by the bell. They simply turned away. Dong. A tremendous bell sound echoed across Mount Bujo, stirring seas of clouds for millions of miles. An invisible force surged from the valley, vibrating with the life-creating laws of creation as if it could repel all celestial demons. Oh! A shriek of agony pierced the soul. How was Nuwa? No, that was not Nuwa's voice. It was Tai. Yuanshi rubbed his eyes and leaned forward to look. Tai was clutching a huge lump on his forehead, grimacing in pain, his face covered with bulging veins. He suffered unbearable agony. The others drew in sharp breaths. What had just happened? It all occurred so swiftly. Dong! Another thunderous crash. This time they saw it clearly. The chaos bell had slammed into Tai. Impossible. Wasn't the chaos bell Tai's lifebound treasure? How could Nuwa control it? Tai screamed in pain, his dilated eyes filled with disbelief. His connection with the chaos bell had been severed by Nuwa. Tai had nearly been crushed to death by his own bell. Sob. Who would believe it? The disheveled Tai wailed in misery, seeing stars. He had lost all semblance of a sovereign. Dijuan, clutching the Hichu Luoshu, felt a pang of fear. Unable to bear Tai's suffering any longer, he spoke out, Taoist Nuwa, we have offended you greatly today. I please show mercy. Only then did Nuwa toss the chaos bell back to Tai. When Laozi Yuanshi and the two Western sages met Nuwa's gaze, a chill ran down their spines. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, shivering with terror. The ability to directly sever Tai's bond with the chaos bell, even temporarily, meant that Nuwa's power was beyond their comprehension. This was the strength to dominate the primordial wilderness. Nuwa surveyed them again. I claim this primordial gourdvine for myself. Any objections? Dijuan supported Tai, his head bowed submissively. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances and shook their heads. Jia Yin's eyes darted cunningly, then he cautiously ventured, Daoist Nuwa, we have traveled from afar. Could you spare one small gourd for each of us? Yuanshi's eyes lit up. Even a single small gourd would make the journey worthwhile. Zhuandi caught on and nodded eagerly. Yes, everyone present deserves a share. We only ask for one small gourd each. A great battle would only harm our goodwill. Nuwa smiled warmly, making them feel a spring breeze, almost forgetting her earlier ferocity. But then she spoke slowly, everyone deserves a share. The master never taught me that. She was determined to offer this spiritual root as a gift to her teacher. Senior sister Queen Mother of the West had the peach tree, junior sister Shiha had the laurel tree, and senior brother Hongjun was eyeing the ginseng fruit tree. When she finally met the master, she could not come empty-handed. This primordial chaotic gourdvine would surely please him. How could she share it with others? Jane Dowren was speechless. What did her teacher have to do with this? But to Yuanshi and Laozi the words carried a different meaning. Yuanshi lowered his voice and transmitted to Laozi. I recall now. Our third brother addresses Nuwa as fellow disciple. Could Nuwa also be a student of that Taishan Dowren? Laozi nodded and replied. If so, there may still be room to negotiate regarding the gourdvine. Laozi clasped his hands in salute to Nuwa, his smiling face creased with wrinkles. Daoist Nuwa, is your teacher the Taishan Dowren? Nuwa turned slightly toward Laozi, a flicker of joy in her eyes. Do you have news of the master? Yuanshi interjected. Daoist Nuwa, our third brother Tongtian, often speaks of Taishan Dowren with great admiration. Could you spare some of the gourdvine for us? Nuwa felt a slight disappointment thinking they had news of the master. Instead, they were merely trying to curry favor. She then said, very well, I will give each of you a leaf later. Before Yuanshi and Laozi could even break into smiles, their lips awkwardly clamped shut. A single leaf. I had just expressed boundless reverence for your master, and even invoked your connection through the third brother Tongtian. And all I get is one leaf. Are you mocking a beggar? A man of integrity does not accept handouts. Yet knowing they were no match for Nuwa, they could only stubbornly turn away. Jane Dowren understood nothing of the talk about a master or Taishan Dowren, seeing both Laozi and Taiyi's factions suffer setbacks at Nuwa's hands. Rage surged from his heart and malice flared within him. He spoke with a hint of ferocity. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, do you truly believe the six of us are so easily manipulated? With a single sentence, Jane Dowren united everyone except Nuwa into a common front. It carried a strong sense of shared resentment and a resolve to rise up in resistance. Zhuanti Dowren stepped forward at the opportune moment, his eyes blazing with fury. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, do you think you can defeat all six of us working together? Nuwa let out a light laugh. So you two are the ones with objections, is that it? The two plump-headed Western sages stood proudly, their demeanor iron-willed and unyielding. As the unwilling Dijuan prepared to unleash the Hichu Luoshu, he saw Nuwa raise her delicate fist. Fast. Too fast. So fast that even with their peak Daluo Jingxian cultivation, they could not clearly see Nuwa's movements. A tempest of wind and rain. After a long moment, the two Western sages lay on the ground, unable to move, their eyes vacant. They seemed to have completely lost all will to live. Their heads were covered in bumps as densely packed as those on a Buddha's head. They were utterly pitiful, moaning ouch repeatedly. Daijin's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he had not rashly attacked. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground, crying ouch right now. Now I claim sole possession of the primordial gourdvine. Who approves? Who opposes? Who approves? Who opposes? Dead silence. Who would dare to provoke Nuwa's wrath? Taiyi, Jane, and Zhuanti were the examples. A living, painful lesson lay right before their eyes. After a long silence, Laozi finally spoke. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, the primordial gourdvine is fated to be yours. We will not contend for it. We shall take our leave. Yuanshi also prepared to bid farewell with a cupped fist salute. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, we will take our leave first. Taiyi put away the chaos bell, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Yet he dared not voice his anger. They could not defeat her, there was no choice. Just as they were about to depart in dismay, Nuwa spoke softly. Did I give you permission to leave? What game are you playing? You fought, and we've conceded the primordial gourdvine to you. What more do you want? Yet their feet obediently halted. Supported by Diju and Taiyi squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Don't bully a bird too much. Bully a bird too much. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, do you have further instructions? Laozi also grew somewhat angry and asked. Nuwa smiled. Although you cannot share the primordial gourdvine, I can share the joy of possessing it alone with you. The master said that the joy of victory must be shared with others. Laozi, Yuanshi, Dijuan, Taiyi, the two Western sages unable to move on the ground. What do you mean by sharing the joy of possessing the primordial gourdvine alone? What is this about the joy of victory needing to be shared? How to share? By watching you pick the primordial gourdvine with our own eyes. A stab to the heart. Insufferable arrogance. Utter cruelty. A monumental humiliation. Overwhelming grief. Beyond endurance. A stifling gloom accumulated in their chests. Tai, already severely injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. The two Western sages nearly fainted. Even Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones, felt dizzy. Tongtian Dao Run, what have you taught Nuwa? Have you nurtured a female demon? Nuwa, who toyed with them all, wore a harmless expression, walking lightly toward the primordial gourdvine like a gentle girl next door. Under the watchful eyes of all, she claimed the primordial gourdvine for herself. Then she walked up to Laozi and Yuan Shi and gently plucked 2 leaves. Laozi, Yuan Shi. Their hearts screamed wildly, who can subdue this female demon? Heavens, open your eyes and see. Father God, I am aggrieved. Never in my life have I suffered such torment. Though their bodies were unharmed, their spirits were tortured to the brink of collapse. My state of mind is shattered into brittle pieces. Laozi and Yuan Shi turned their heads stiffly and exchanged a glance. Only her master in this world could possibly handle her right. The master will surely like this primordial gourdvine. Then I won't have to worry about coming empty-handed. Nuwa murmured, departing with a heart full of joy, leaving behind the others in a state of utter disarray. They stared at each other wide-eyed. In the end, their opinions reached a high degree of unity. Extremely unanimous. Everything that happened here must never be mentioned again. In the future, if they ever encounter Nuwa, they must steer clear as far as possible. Never offend her. How terrifying. Nuwa had become an eternal nightmare for them all. The ultimate female demon. On the way back to the Kunlun Immortal Mountain, Laozi said gravely, "Second brother, both our third brother and that female demon are disciples of Tongtian Dao Run, and they are both terrifyingly powerful." His tone was filled with shock. The elegance of Tongshin's sword strike last time had deeply stung them, fellow members of the three pure ones. This time Nuwa, incarnated as a demon, had tormented their spirits to the verge of collapse. Then how terrifying must Tongtian Dao Ren, their master, truly be? At this thought a chill ran down their spines, and their hair stood on end. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Who exactly is Tongtian Dao Ren? How does he compare to Dao ancestor Hongjun? The same question echoed in the minds of the two Western sages as they fled back to the western Mount Sumeru. Who was the master Nuwa spoke of? What kind of divine being was he, to have taught such an unparalleled female demon? On Mount Taiyun, Chen Xuan was oblivious to the fact that his little Wa had transformed into a peerless demoness. In his leisure he sipped tea and basked in the sun. He savored the immortal fruits plucked by six-eared Macaque. It was exceedingly comfortable. This, however, was a torment for six-eared Macaque. The Macaque now shouldered all the menial labor on Mount Taiyun. Massaging shoulders, pounding legs, brewing tea, waving a palm leaf fan. He also tended to the flora on the back mountain for Chen Xuan. Yet he found it all a sweet burden. For he had learned from Chen Xuan that Mount Taiyun once housed many disciples, but all had been sent away. Six-eared Macaque could not help but marvel arriving early is not as fortuitous as arriving just in time. Only he could remain by the teacher's side. Surely this must have stirred envy among his fellow senior and junior disciples. The spirit herb garden on the back mountain of Mount Taiyun. At this moment six-eared Macaque was squatting, observing the growth of the plants. It was most peculiar. Impossible. By my calculations it should take at least 100,000 years for this windbell grass to evolve into a postnatal mid-grade spirit root. And this corpse nether grass. This silver goo fruit as well. In the primordial wilderness, plants and flowers were divided into two categories: mundane and immortal. Immortal grade flora could autonomously absorb spiritual energy to evolve, hence they were also called spirit roots. Spirit roots were classified into postnatal, prenatal, and chaotic spirit roots. Each had 4 grades: low, mid, high, and supreme. The only known chaotic spirit root was the chaos green lotus. The famed 10 prenatal spirit roots included the hollow willow, the prenatal gourdvine, the yellow plum, the ginseng fruit tree, the peach tree, the bodhi tree, the bitter bamboo, the immortal apricot, the fusang wood, and the moon laurel tree. Formed at the dawn of heaven and earth, all were of the prenatal supreme grade. For instance, the primordial ancestor Yongmei, who reincarnated into the primordial wilderness, was the manifestation of the hollow willow, a prenatal supreme spirit root. Cultivation for spirit roots was exceedingly arduous, requiring eons to absorb spiritual energy and elevate their grade. Thus, when six-eared Macaque saw a postnatal low-grade windbell grass evolve into a postnatal mid-grade spirit root in less than 3,000 years, how could he not be astounded? Even with the dense spiritual energy and profound Dao resonance here, such a feat should be impossible. Most critically, the prenatal supreme grade yellow plum seemed to comprehend his words. Nascent intelligence had awakened. The prenatal Dao comprehension tea tree, luxuriant, and thriving had already reached the prenatal high-grade spirit root level. Six-eared Macaque was utterly baffled. 6 ears, what are you pondering? Chen Xuan arrived at the back mountain, and seeing the macaque lost in thought inquired. 6 ears snapped out of his reverie. Teacher, you're here. I was wondering why these spirit roots grow so swiftly. Isn't rapid growth a good thing? Chen Xuan felt a surge of delight. If these plants flourished so quickly, didn't it mean his previously devised plant nurturing plan was effective? Excellent, excellent. Teacher, what baffles me is that their speed is unnatural, said Six-eared Macaque. Unnatural speed. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow. How so? Six-eared Macaque recounted his discovery to Chen Xuan. It should have taken 100,000 years to evolve into a postnatal mid-grade spirit root, yet it only took 3,000. Chen Xuan stroked his chin in contemplation. This was indeed a bit too fast. It had shortened the time by a full 97,000 years. And this was not an isolated case, of a vast expanse of them exhibited the same phenomenon. 6 ears, how do you usually tend to them? Chen Xuan asked further. I follow your instructions to the letter, replied Six-eared Macaque. Though he was impulsive and perhaps a bit foolish, he dared not be the least bit negligent with Chen Xuan's directives. He checked if the spirit roots were withering or if wild beasts had plundered them. Could there be a treasure buried underground? Chen Xuan speculated. Six-eared Macaque caught on immediately and brought out his mind-complying iron staff to begin work. Digging. 2 hours later, Six-eared Macaque had delved tens of thousands of zhang deep. But he only found a few fragments of spirit stones, nothing extraordinary. Seeing that Six-eared Macaque had uncovered nothing, Chen Xuan had to let it go. After all, the rapid growth of these plants only benefited him. He signaled Six-eared Macaque to stop searching. Chen Xuan rose from his rocking chair and stretched languidly. He murmured to himself, it's time for my daily watering ritual. For 3,000 years, he had consistently watered these spirit roots every day. Hiss! Hiss! A dragon-like stream of water surged from Chen Xuan's body. It cascaded like a mighty river, washing over every spirit root. Six-eared Macaque, still entangled in his thoughts, watched Chen Xuan as he relieved himself and fell into deep contemplation. Could it be? Under the cover of night, Six-eared Macaque alone concealed his aura and crouched not far from the herb garden. He scrutinized every spirit root with meticulous care. In the absence of humans at night, the spirit roots were unusually animated. Their branches swayed in the night breeze as if writhing and clawing. Six-eared Macaque clearly sensed that these hundreds of spirit roots seemed to be vying for nutrients. He recalled Chen Xuan's daytime act of watering them. His suspicions grew ever more certain. He stealthily approached the spirit herb garden. Indeed, the spirit roots madly competed for the essence of the Dao that Chen Xuan had poured out during the day. Among them, the prenatal supreme-grade yellow plum and the prenatal high-grade Dao comprehension tea tree reigned supreme. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, the two seized nearly 90% of the essence. As for the windbell grass, corpse nether grass, and silver goo fruit, which had ascended to postnatal midgrade in just 3,000 years, they were too feeble to absorb any. They could only sniff the scent of Chen Xuan's Dao essence. They could not absorb it at all. Hiss! Six-eared Macaque was utterly horrified. Just by sniffing the scent, in 3,000 years, they still managed to advance to postnatal mid-grade spirit roots. The root cause was indeed the teacher's Dao essence. Had Six-eared Macaque not been a plant, he would have eagerly joined the scramble for that essence. Teacher! Teacher! Six-eared Macaque bounded joyfully toward the palace. 6 ears, why all the clamor? I've discovered the reason behind the spirit root's abnormal growth. Chen Xuan's interest was piqued. Tell me, solving the mystery so quickly, was this still that foolish monkey? Teacher, the key lies in the essence you pour out every day. Six-eared Macaque declared smugly, raising an eyebrow. In the essence I pour out. Chen Xuan was puzzled. No way. Could something so miraculous be true? Indeed, teacher. I saw with my own eyes them fighting to absorb that essence. Six-eared Macaque nodded solemnly, swearing it was true. Truly. Absolutely. Teacher is a peerless master, and the essence you excrete is the supreme nourishment. Only your essence can enable these spirit roots to grow so rapidly. Six-eared Macaque continued. Chen Xuan burst into hearty laughter. This six-eared Macaque had even learned to flatter. If only I were truly a peerless master. But if my watering truly is the source of their rapid growth. A sudden idea flashed through Chen Xuan's mind. Watering. Could this be my golden finger? Chen Xuan habitually took a breath each day. He had been lying with the six-eared Macaque outside the immortal herb garden for a full 10 days, finally able to verify it. Chen Xuan's breath was indeed the source that accelerated the growth of spiritual roots. These spiritual roots were like a sweet nectar to Chen Xuan's breath. Teacher, I told you that your cultivation is transcendent, reaching the primordial Dao. Even breath is a product of the Dao, the six-eared Macaque exclaimed in shock. Chen Xuan patted the back of the macaque's head and laughed. Only you know how to flatter people. To Chen Xuan, the macaque's words sounded like flattery. He thought to himself that it was also his fault for frequently using Taoist scriptures to enlighten the six-eared macaque. This led the macaque to believe that he was indeed a reclusive master. However, Chen Xuan did not think about his own cultivation that way. A salted fish must have the awareness of a salted fish. He thought this was his unique golden finger. Chen Xuan's heart stirred. The golden finger he had longed for had finally arrived, though it was a bit strange. But better to have something than nothing. As long as he used this breath of golden finger wisely when he returned to the modern world, he could lead a group of spiritual roots to dominate the world. Roar roar ha hey. Even dreaming would make him wake up with a smile. In the primordial era, it wasn't that the higher the realm, the more powerful one was. The longer one lived, the more powerful one became. Thus, Chen Xuan decisively changed his daily breath from 1 to 3. Sure enough, just 1 year later, the immortal herb garden was blossoming with flowers. Chen Xuan lay on a rocking chair enjoying the coolness, inhaling the rich floral fragrance that filled the air. The entire mountain area was drifting with the pollen of spiritual roots. Although Chen Xuan was slightly allergic to the pollen with his nose itching, he still could not resist the beautiful mood, dreaming of a wonderful life ahead. In the chaos purple cloud palace, Hongjun continued to preach alone to the empty chaos after finishing his first sermon. Yao Chi, why has the Dao ancestor been preaching to the chaos for nearly a year? Hao Tian asked in confusion. Yao Chi was clearly much more mature than Hao Tian. After pondering for a moment, she replied, previously the Dao ancestor preached to the great powers of the primordial era for only 2,999 years, and now he is here to make up for the missing 3,000 years. Hao Tian suddenly understood. So that's it, the Dao ancestor promised to preach for 3,000 years the first time. Now he is here to resolve the cause and effect. Yao Chi nodded, but her thoughts had already flown to the Western Queen Mother, who had fled early that day. That day, Yao Chi clearly heard the Western Queen Mother say to Nuwa and Houtu, sisters, I seem to have gained some understanding, so I will return to Kunlun for seclusion. If I make progress, I can see the teacher a moment sooner. Yao Chi felt a sense of longing in her heart. What kind of extraordinary person could make the Western Queen Mother think about him day and night? Hongjun completed a year of preaching. Heavenly merits descended upon the chaos purple cloud palace. The merits of educating the primordial era brought a slight sense of relief to Hongjun. The boundless merits of the profound yellow surged into Hongjun's body like an endless storm rising into chaos. Already at the sage realm, Hongjun felt a closer connection to the Heavenly Dao of the primordial era. With such immense merits of the profound yellow, after 3 sermons, I should be able to merge with the Heavenly Dao, Hongjun muttered to himself. Merging with the Heavenly Dao was an important step in his advancement toward the Dao. He created his own method of cutting corpses to achieve the Dao, receiving the favor of the Heavenly Dao, and became a mixed-element great Luo golden immortal. But the path of the Dao was vast and distant. If he could merge with the Heavenly Dao and borrow its power, he could impact the realm of the mixed-element Tai Chi, immortal venerable, becoming a heavenly saint beneath the Heavenly Dao. With the merit of educating the primordial era, merging with the Heavenly Dao is now worry-free. Now it's time to plan the affairs of the primordial era, Hongjun pondered. Last time he punished the 6-eared macaque and suffered a backlash from the Heavenly Dao. This greatly affected his image in the eyes of the great powers of the primordial era. How could he salvage it? Hongjun's sage heart contemplated millions of methods in an instant. Got it. That Kunping fellow should be a good candidate. Hongjun's phantom quietly descended into the northern underworld of the primordial era. The Kunping, who was in seclusion and hard training, saw Hongjun appearing. I pay my respects to the Dao ancestor. I didn't know you were coming, I couldn't welcome you properly. Please punish me. Kunping said with great trepidation. Hongjun waved his hand and said, no need, I see that you are diligently cultivating and quietly comprehending the Dao I preached. You are quite wise and hard-working, and I have come to guide you. I am diligently cultivating, wise and hard-working, here to guide me. Kunping felt as excited as if he had achieved the Dao, the sage's approval personally guiding him. If this were to be known, it would be a great honor. Kunping restrained his excitement and sincerely bowed, saying, I humbly request the Dao ancestor's guidance. The Dao is boundlessly profound, obscure, and difficult to understand. If you can create a symbol that records the Dao, allowing all beings to comprehend it, it would be a great merit. The merits of heaven and earth will surely benefit your cultivation greatly. Hongjun, with the demeanor of a celestial being, guided Kunping to create a symbol that records the Dao, essentially creating characters to document the Dao. In Hongjun's mind, if he were to create characters himself, he could establish a grand image, but it would be far less impactful than guiding others to create characters. Guiding others to create characters would not only showcase his ability to create characters, but also reflect his selfless image unmotivated by personal gain. As for why he chose Kunpeng, it was because Kunpeng's background was not as strong as the Sanqing. He would surely be more invested in this matter. Unlike the Western two sages, he would be grateful for the favor after creating characters. Once it spread, it would certainly become a beautiful tale. Hongjun stroked his goatee and quietly thought, wonderful, and grew increasingly pleased with his careful consideration. Kunpeng was already expressing gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dao ancestor, for your guidance. If I gain any understanding, I will not dare to forget the kindness of the Dao ancestor." Great kindness. Hongjun's phantom vanished in the northern underworld, leaving Kunpeng deep in thought. To create a symbol that records the Dao, allowing all beings to comprehend it. It must be able to record the Dao and allow all beings to understand. What kind of symbol can perform such a function? Kunpeng's mind flashed with inspiration, joyfully exclaiming, "Dao ancestor, I have understood." 1,000 years passed. In the northern abyss, the dojo of Kunpeng was covered with all sorts of symbols drawn by the great being. Countless shapes and symbols emerged one after another, as if they were living creatures. Kunpeng truly lived up to Hongjun's trust. A system of symbols to record the great Dao was almost brought into existence by Kunpeng. Since these are symbols to record the great Dao, let them be called Dao script. Grateful for the guidance of the Dao ancestor, now let me show you my talent. Kunpeng revealed his true form in the northern abyss, soared over the primordial world, blotting out the sun and sky. All living beings in the primordial world looked up at Kunpeng. In the chaos Zixiao palace, Hongjun stroked his goatee, gazing at Kunpeng with satisfaction. He said to Haotian and Yao Chi beside him, "This Kunpeng is exceptionally talented. He will surely achieve great things. It is the Dao ancestor's discerning eye that found such a gem." Haotian flattered. "Ha ha ha." Kunpeng's voice echoed across the primordial world. "I am Kunpeng. Guided by the Dao ancestor, I have created." Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, I too have an inspiration. Allow me to speak first. At that moment, beneath the southern heavens of the primordial world, a red cloud spread across the sky, exuding immense pressure. It then transformed into the figure of a red-haired man, courteous and honest in appearance. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, the teacher taught us to be polite. I consider this as asking for your consent. Since you remained silent, I take it as permission for me to speak first. Red Cloud gave a simple, honest smile, appearing very polite. In truth, Kunpeng was so overwhelmed by Red Cloud's power that he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, Red Cloud had comprehended 70% of the space law, standing at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Could Kunpeng only at the late golden immortal stage withstand this? The beings of the primordial world looked up. Kunpeng truly deserves to be the great one who sat on the cattail mat. His courtesy to Red Cloud is admirable. Indeed, neither arrogant nor impatient. A model for us all. Red Cloud has always been so kind and polite. Kunpeng's deference to Red Cloud is a great virtue for the rights of the primordial world. Kunpeng cursed inwardly, "Virtue my foot." He used his power to suppress me, leaving me speechless. "Don't speak if you don't understand." Let him speak first. What of it? Let's see what that crude Red Cloud can possibly say. When he hears my content, he'll be utterly flabbergasted. Just wait and see. Red Cloud once again bowed from afar toward the northern abyss, saying, "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng is gracious and yielding. Many thanks, brother Kunpeng." He cleared his throat. "I am Red Cloud. Guided by the teacher, I realize the great Dao is profound and complex. Thus I have simplified it by creating Dao script to record the great Dao. These are heaven-earth mystery and yellow. These are cosmos epic vastness and wilderness. These are chaos obscurity primal and inception." Fellow Taoist Red Cloud is truly brilliant. He has created Dao script to record the great Dao. Indeed, simplifying complexity. This is a great merit for all beings of the primordial world. Who is the teacher that Red Cloud speaks of? Is it the Dao ancestor? Surely it must be a great master to guide such a talented being as Red Cloud. The beings of the primordial world were filled with reverence for Red Cloud. Kunpeng stared blankly at Red Cloud, who spoke with eloquence, his mouth widening in disbelief. It was as if his jaw had dropped in shock. That's exactly what I was going to say. A torrent of curses churned within him. I've been hijacked. In the chaos Zixiao palace, Hongjun had just sipped the tea offered by Haotian when he heard Red Cloud's announcement of creating Dao script. He nearly spat out the tea. How has it become Red Cloud who created Dao script? Kunpeng, what in the world are you doing? Where is the Dao script you created? Did a dog eat it? Haotian shrank his neck, feeling awkward as the scene grew tense. Hongjun frantically began to calculate. Kunpeng was the one he had instructed to create the script, yet Red Cloud had managed to intercept it. Intercepting Kunpeng was equivalent to intercepting him. Hongjun keenly sensed something amiss. As Red Cloud spoke and wrote, a mysterious aura gradually emerged between heaven and earth. until Red Cloud finished explaining the Dao script he had created. A light of primordial yellow radiated and brightened the sky above Red Cloud's head, slowly descending. Heavenly merit descended. Heavenly merit. Red Cloud's Dao script has been acknowledged by the primordial world. Truly a great deed of merit. With heavenly merit, Red Cloud's power will surely surge. But Red Cloud humbly said in a low voice, I am but shallow in learning. Without the teacher's guidance, how could I have created Dao script? Thus I am unworthy of this merit. Red Cloud reached out, dispersing the merit from creating Dao script, letting it flow into the ginseng fruit tree at Wuzhuangguan on 10,000 Longevity Mountain. In an instant, the tree was bathed in merit, radiating a holy light. Bathed in heavenly merit, the ginseng fruit tree would yield fruits of even greater efficacy. As the master of the tree, Zhen Yuanzi was deeply moved with gratitude. Brother Red Cloud, your generosity in bestowing merit upon the ginseng fruit tree is truly beyond thanks. Red Cloud familiarly patted Zhen Yuanzi on the shoulder and said, We are family, no need for such words. We are as close as brothers, why speak of thanks? Then he winked. A sly glimmer flickered in his eyes. After all, this ginseng fruit tree will eventually fall into my hands as a gift for my teacher. Merit is but fleeting clouds to me, better used as nourishment for the tree. Little did Zhen Yuanzi know of Red Cloud's ulterior motives. Seeing Red Cloud create Dao script, he was genuinely happy for him. Brother Red Cloud, were you studying these Dao scripts when you were sketching in your chamber 1,000 years ago? Exactly. You created Dao script 1,000 years ago. Why wait until today? The time is now ripe. How so? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed, haha. Red Cloud laughed heartily. Red Cloud had been waiting for this day when Kunpeng would announce the creation of Dao script to the world. Then he would intercept Kunpeng. In Chun Xian's tale of grudges in the primordial world, Kunpeng was his archenemy. Not only would Kunpeng bear a grudge over the seat offering incident, but he would also ambush Red Cloud after Hongjun's third lecture on the Dao and the distribution of the primordial purple chi. Thus, since Dao script was originally Kunpeng's creation, how could Red Cloud not intercept it? The enemy's pain is my joy. Red Cloud once again bowed toward Kunpeng in the northern abyss, saying, I have taken some of your time, brother Kunpeng. I am done, please continue. With that, his figure vanished from sight, leaving Kunpeng seething with resentment. Damn it. He hijacked my Dao script. 1,000 years of painstaking research on Dao script. Stolen by you. You've said it all. What is there left for me to say? How do I explain this to the Dao ancestor? Endure for peace, but step back, and the anger only grows. A seed of vengeance quietly took root in Kunpeng's heart. At this moment, within the chaotic Zixiao palace, Kunpeng knelt trembling before Hongjun. Ancestor of the Dao, your disciple is incompetent. That villain Hongjun has intercepted the merit of creating the Dao script. Please punish me. Smack. The teacup in Hongjun's hand shattered into pieces. Startled, Kunpeng hastily prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to lift his head. The wrath of a sage could slay millions. But Hongjun's face was terrifyingly dark. With Hongjun's comprehension, it is impossible for him to create the Dao script. Did you leak the secret? Kunpeng pressed his head tightly against the floor of Zixiao Palace, trembling. Disciple swears by the Heavenly Dao that I never divulged the ancestor's instructions. Hao Yin, standing nearby, seemed to recall something and stepped forward. Ancestor of the Dao, it seems Hongjun mentioned he was guided by his teacher. Could the issue lie with this teacher? Hongjun's thoughts furrowed his brow. Who is this teacher of Hongjun? He goes by the name Tongtian Daoren. They once conversed in Zixiao Palace. Hao Yin replied. Tongtian Daoren. Is there any information on this Tongtian Daoren? Hongjun's frown deepened. Since the dawn of heaven and earth, he had entered the primordial era, yet he had never heard of such a figure. Hao Yin shook his head. Kunpeng's eyes darted rapidly as if struck by a thought. Ancestor of the Dao, this disciple knows that villain Hongjun is proficient in spatial Dao techniques. Just as he was about to proclaim the Dao script he had created, Kunpeng was suppressed by Hongjun's spatial Dao technique, rendered unable to speak. Spatial Dao technique. Yongmei, so it was you causing trouble. Hongjun erupted in fury. For Hongjun to master spatial Dao techniques, he must have at least comprehended the laws of space to wield such spatial divine powers. The laws of space. In the past, most of the 3,000 chaos demons perished under Pangu's axe. Though the creation Jade Dai recorded the 3,000 great Daos, the backlash of karma during the creation of the world shattered it. Thus, after the opening of the primordial era, many of the 3,000 great Dao laws were incomplete, making it nearly impossible to achieve enlightenment through force. But now Hongjun had actually comprehended the laws of space. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. Who in heaven and earth could still teach a disciple who comprehended the laws of space? None other than the chaos demon who once controlled the great Dao of space, ancestor Yongmei. Who else could it be? So you are the teacher Hongjun spoke of. Fine. Hongjun laughed in fury, uttering 3 words of approval. In the past I schemed against you in the conflict between Dao and Demon. Today you turn the tables with hundreds of thousands of variables. Ancestor Yangmei, you are truly formidable. Just then a figure with an aura rivaling Hongjun sped forth from the depths of the chaos, landing outside the chaotic Zixiao. Daoist Hongjun, a battle in the chaos to settle karmic debts, I invite you. The voice resounded clearly through the chaos. Hongjun paused slightly. This voice was all too familiar. It was Yongmei's voice. You Yongmei must have realized I've uncovered your meddling, and now you've chosen to tear off all pretense. Fine. As you wish. As you wish, let us settle all karmic debts together. Hongjun's aura surged mightily as he flew out boldly. Chen Xuan was completely unaware that someone had taken the blame for him. Moreover, that someone had appeared in person to bear a massive black pot. He was solely occupied with using his miraculous golden finger to nurture supreme spirit roots. Teacher, with such vibrant flowers and rich pollen everywhere, I can almost imagine what these spirit roots will look like when they bear fruit, said six-eared Macaque, eating a banana he had picked from somewhere. He even made a drooling expression resembling a goofy husky. Chen Xuan rubbed his itchy nose and chuckled, you little glutton. As six-eared Macaque ate, he seemed to recall something. By the way, teacher, that supreme innate spirit root, the yellow middle plum, its fruit isn't ripe yet, but it has bloomed new flowers. They're so beautiful. Chen Xuan looked at six-eared Macaque, skeptically doubting his own ears. Six-eared, are you referring to the yellow middle plum, one of the 10 great innate spirit roots? Yes. Six-eared Macaque nodded blankly. Chen Xuan was both surprised and delighted. Take me to see it quickly. Though he knew his backyard had many spirit roots, he never imagined there would be a supreme innate spirit root like the yellow middle plum. Arriving at the immortal herb garden, he finally spotted a spirit root in an extremely hidden spot. 9 fruits hung from it, faintly bearing the characters yellow middle. Chen Xuan rejoiced. It truly is the supreme innate spirit root, the yellow middle plum. Just one yellow middle plum fruit could create a Deluo golden immortal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 yellow middle plums. This is a jackpot. With his golden finger, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Chen Xuan let out a long breath to calm his excitement, utterly enamored with this yellow middle plum. He examined it more closely. On a branch of the yellow middle plum, a delicate pure white flower had bloomed. 9 was the ultimate number, and the tree had already borne 9 fruits. This new bloom hinted at breaking its limits. The pure white flower on the yellow middle plum emitted a rich fragrance, compelling Chen Xuan to lean in and sniff it despite his pollen allergy. The scent was refreshing and elegant, lifting the spirit. The closer he got to the flower, the denser the pollen became. Chen Xuan felt an unbearable itch in his nose, as if countless pollen grains were tickling it. The itch was maddening. An immense energy seemed about to burst from his nose. Fearing it might damage the new flower, Chen Xuan instinctively tilted his head upward. Closing his eyes tightly, the flesh of his face gathered around his nose, and with a deep inhale, a powerful force erupted from his nostrils. Achoo! Chen Xuan sneezed a massive sneeze into the sky, a fragrant sneeze. Rubbing his slightly reddened nose, he felt a wave of relief. Ah, that feels good. He then continued admiring the thriving spirit roots. Innate enlightenment tea. Innate 5 elements flower. Innate 5 needle pine. Each name uttered by six-eared Macaque left Chen Xuan dumbfounded. His immortal herb garden had gathered so many innate spirit roots, all of extremely high grade. He already fantasized about a future modern world where he would lead a troop of personified spirit roots to dominate everything. But Chen Xuan's unintentional fragrant sneeze carried an energy beyond anyone's imagination. The black-robed youth, the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao, shrank back into the firmament, trembling. With a mix of shock and fear in his eyes, he murmured the force of the great Dao's vibration. He watched helplessly as the energy from that sneeze burst through the fetal membrane of the primordial world. Carrying a floral fragrance, it swept through the chaos. In the depths of chaos, the chaotic energy here is exceptionally violent. Without a supreme treasure to protect oneself, one would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Hongjun saw the familiar figure of Yongmei, and though he felt anger, there was also a hint of caution. For Yongmei's aura was comparable to his own, perhaps even stronger. Hongjun suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "Friend Yongmei, have you attained Dao?" As former chaotic demons, Yongmei, clad in a green Taoist robe, exuded an air of immortality and smiled slightly, saying, "I have fortuitously proven the Dao of Hunyuan through the laws of space in the chaos." As he spoke, a gentle release of his aura calmed the turbulent chaotic energy for billions of miles in an instant. Hongjun was momentarily stunned. Was Yongmei on the path of proving the Dao through strength, or was he relying on the third-ranked law of space? No wonder he was so formidable. Hongjun then heard Yongmei ask, "Friend Hongjun, I observe your realm is quite peculiar. Could you explain it to me?" At this moment, a self-satisfied expression appeared on Hongjun's face. I had already proven the Dao of Hunyuan and became a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian, and with the recognition of the Heavenly Dao, I am also a sage in the world of Hongwang. I see. Since you have attained Dao within the chaos, why do you involve yourself in the affairs of Hongwang? Hongjun countered. Friend Hongjun, I had no intention of meddling in the disputes of Hongwang. This duel is merely to settle the karma between us. To settle karma is to reconcile old accounts. In the past, Hongjun had invited him to join the old ancestors of Yin Yang and Qian Kuan to attack the demon ancestor Luo Ho. This led to the deaths of Yin Yang and Qian Kuan, and Yongmei could only escape the chaos heavily injured. The more Yongmei thought about it, the more he found something amiss. How was it that Hongjun emerged unscathed, reaping all the fruits of victory? It wasn't until Hongjun became a sage and began preaching that Yongmei understood. It turned out that Hongjun had long colluded with the Heavenly Dao. Hence, how could he not settle karma with Hongjun and reconcile old accounts? Hongjun suddenly realized why. The countless variables within Hongwang were all meticulously orchestrated by Yongmei to disrupt my plans. How shall we settle this karma? Just a performance will suffice. Yongmei smiled. Upon hearing this, Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, then a look of joy appeared on his face. It turned out to be just an act. In this battle, as long as Hongjun pretended to be defeated at the hands of Yongmei, it could be considered that Yongmei had avenged his old friends Yin Yang and Qian Kuan and resolved his own karma in the Dao demon conflict. After this battle with karma settled, how shall we deal with the contingencies left by your friend Yongmei and Hongwang? Hongjun asked again. Hongjun was thinking about the countless variables left in Hongwang, believing them to be Yongmei's contingencies. The contingencies left in Hongwang. Yongmei was momentarily stunned, then waved his green robe, saying, "After settling karma, I shall roam freely in the chaos. As for those contingencies, leave them to you, my friend. I merely made some casual plans during the creation of the universe. They hardly count as contingencies. After settling karma, I shall roam the chaos pursuing the Dao. Why would I care about your matters in the world of Hongwang?" Yet Yongmei did not realize the heavy burden he had taken upon himself, an immense burden he had unwittingly shouldered for Chen Xuan. Only then did Hongjun's mood improve, his anger dissipating as he said, "In that case, please enlighten me, old friend Yongmei." The way he addressed Yongmei shifted from friend to old friend, as if they shared a profound bond. Yongmei also clasped his hands, saying, "Please enlighten me." Hongjun summoned numerous supreme treasures, all of which were collected by Yongmei with spatial divine abilities. "Old friend Yongmei, you will return these to me, right?" Hongjun felt somewhat perplexed, thinking to himself. The two Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian battled fiercely in the chaos, locked in a stalemate. Hongjun feigned a flaw in his divine ability, and Yongmei immediately seized this fleeting opportunity. He launched a fierce attack. The chaotic currents. The entire chaos swirled like a chaotic torrent, rapidly drawing Hongjun into its depths. Every current held the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Hongjun was just about to give up resistance, pretending to be defeated. Yet he discovered a vast force sweeping in from outside the chaotic currents. Hongjun was momentarily stunned. What was happening? The power of the Dao's vibration. It even carried a faint floral scent. And then he saw the old ancestor Yongmei suddenly attacking him without reservation. He seemed to understand something. Hongjun, filled with fury, glared at Yongmei. "Yongmei, you despicable and shameless scoundrel. You promised it would only be a performance, yet you seek to ambush me and take my life." Yongmei, exerting himself to the fullest, also sensed this immense power of the Dao. Startled, he roared, "Hongjun, this powerful force clearly comes from within Hongwang. How do you explain this?" Hongjun's anger surged in an instant. "Life and death are fated. I shall give you an explanation right now." The two enraged sages had no space to think calmly. Streams of divine abilities erupted from Hongjun's hands. What he aimed to do was not to escape the chaotic currents, but to keep Yongmei here as well. It was almost an act of mutual destruction. This vast power of the Dao, carrying the floral scent, surged towards the two like a lightning bolt. Boom! Neither of them had time to evade. In an instant, they were hurled billions of miles by this power of the Dao. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat from Hongjun, staining his purple Daoist robe, his aura waning. Yongmei fared no better, looking like a withered tree in despair. Separated by billions of miles, he was already too weak to continue fighting. Yongmei sneered, "In the past, it was like this that you caused the deaths of my old friends Yin Yang and Qian Kuan." With karma unresolved, Yongmei brought up old grievances. The deaths of Yin Yang and Qian Kuan were inextricably linked to Hongjun. Even Yongmei himself, had he not torn through space at the last moment, could have perished in that self-detonation. All of this was a plot by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun's lips turned pale, feeling slightly weak. Yangmei, you have plotted until now, perhaps intending to take my life today. Before coming here, I merely wished to settle karma with you. Who knew you would turn the tables and draw upon the remaining power of the Dao from Hongwang, putting me in this predicament? Yangmei roared, his expression somewhat forlorn. The karma after today will no longer be as simple as just a performance. With that, Yangmei vanished from the spot, disappearing without a trace. Hongjun staggered back to the Purple Cloud Palace with his heavily injured body. That despicable and shameless scoundrel, under the guise of settling karma with a performance, secretly laid down contingencies wanting to put me to death. If not for you secretly meddling, who else would have such capabilities? In the past, when Yongmei was the chaotic demon god, he was indeed one of the strongest after Pangu and the Taoist of time, having reached the pinnacle of the spatial Dao. Hongjun had no doubt that Yongmei had powerful contingencies left in Hongwang. The Dao ancestor gazed fiercely in the direction of chaos, muttering, "Once I merge with the Heavenly Dao and break through to the Hunyuan Taiji Shinzuan realm, I will surely eradicate you, old ancestor Yongmei. Leaving your hollow green willow body in Hongwang, let me see how I will reap the fruits of the Dao and attain the great Dao." The first time Haoyan Yao Chi saw Hongjun Dao ancestor's fierce demeanor, she shrank her neck in fright, silenced like a cicada in winter. In the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, Yongmei attained enlightenment amidst the chaos, learning of the conspiracy between Hongjun and the Dao of heaven regarding the conflict between the Dao and the demons, and thus achieved enlightenment in the primordial chaos. The first sage of the primordial chaos served as the spokesperson for the Dao of heaven, but Yongmei was schemed against by Hongjun, severely injured during Luo House self-detonation, and retreated far into the chaos, where she achieved the Dao of the primordial unity. Hongjun also attained the Dao of the primordial unity in the primordial chaos, becoming the first sage. Thus, in reality, it was Hongjun who snatched Yongmei's position as the first sage of the primordial chaos and the spokesperson for the Dao of heaven. This led to Yongmei challenging Hongjun, staging a performance to settle their karmic ties. Yongmei seized Hongjun's treasure and defeated him. She then returned it to Hongjun, thus settling their karmic ties. However, now Yongmei truly wished to resolve her karmic ties with Hongjun, but unexpectedly a sneeze from Chen Xuan sparked a great misunderstanding, disrupting the resolution between the two primordial great Luo golden immortals. This resulted in a complex entanglement of karmic ties between Hongjun and Yongmei, with new grievances and old grudges intricately tangled and chaotic. For a moment, even the sages could not untangle it. Haoyan, didn't Dong Wanggong say he would establish a celestial court? Why is there still no news? Hongjun summoned the attendant Haoyan and inquired. Reporting to the Dao ancestor, Dong Wanggong is currently preparing at Penglai, Immortal Mountain. Hongjun nodded darkly and then said, "I will enter seclusion for a while, only emerging during the second lecture. You too should pay close attention to the developments in the primordial chaos." "Yes, Dao ancestor." Haoyan and Yao Chi replied in unison. At Penglai Island, Dong Wanggong stood with his hands clasped behind him before the newly constructed palace. His robes rustled in the biting sea breeze, exuding an imperial demeanor. On the vast and boundless sea there stood the imposing generals of the celestial court. The 36 celestial stars, the 72 earthly fiends. All of them were at the cultivation level of great Luo golden immortals. "Your Majesty, all preparations are complete. We can announce the establishment of the celestial court." An old man with a hard turtle shell on his back, stepping lightly, approached Dong Wanggong and spoke. He was the dragon turtle from the East Sea, known as Xianguizi. With the bloodlines of dragons and turtles within him, he was a formidable being by the East Sea. Dong Wanggong nodded, looking at Xianguizi with satisfaction. After a millennium of preparation, with 108 generals, following, the foundation for establishing the celestial court had finally been laid. He then raised the innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-head staff bestowed by Hongjun. Above the East Sea, a tsunami suddenly surged and clouds and thunder gathered. "I am Dong Wanggong, the chosen leader of the celestial beings in the primordial chaos by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Today I establish the celestial court at Penglai Immortal Mountain by the East Sea to govern the celestial beings and flourish the primordial chaos." Dong Wanggong, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, spread the news of the establishment of the celestial court throughout the primordial chaos. The exquisite ruby on the dragon-head staff emitted a dazzling brilliance. The ethereal fortune of the primordial chaos gathered upon the dragon-head staff, seemingly receiving the acknowledgement of the heavens and earth of the primordial chaos. Dong Wanggong was overjoyed. With the initial establishment of the celestial court, the dragon-head staff had already gathered the fortune of the primordial chaos. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty." The gathering of fortune is a sign of the prosperity of the celestial court. Xian Guizi said, trembling with excitement, nearly moved to tears. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The gathering of fortune heralds the prosperity of the celestial court. The 36 celestial stars, the 72 earthly fiends, and countless subordinates all congratulated in unison. Dong Wanggong was in high spirits and prepared to appoint positions within the celestial court. Xian Guizi, you are well informed and knowledgeable. You shall be the prime minister of my celestial court. General Neo, you are strong and possess profound abilities. You shall be the leader of the 36 celestial stars. General Zhu, you are resourceful and adept at command. You shall be the leader of the 72 earthly fiends. Following Your Majesty's decree, I thank Your Majesty for your grace. Your Majesty is wise. Above the sun star, Brother Dong Wanggong indeed established the celestial court and seems to have gathered a powerful fortune of the primordial chaos. Tai said with some concern. He and Di Jun were born rulers on the sun star and had long harbored ideas of establishing their own power, but they had always struggled to find the right opportunity. Now it seemed that Dong Wanggong had snatched the title of leader of the celestial beings in the primordial chaos and established the celestial court first. Di Jun's expression darkened like water with the true fire of the sun blazing around him. He said fiercely, when a tree stands out in the forest, it will surely be blown down by the wind. Let him have his few days of revelry. When the time is ripe, we shall destroy his celestial court. His gaze was sharp, decisive in his killing intent. Truly a born ruler. Tai felt his brother Di Jun's murderous intent, and his own expression turned fierce. Once the time is right, we shall annihilate his celestial court. Dong Wanggong, of course, did not know that the establishment of his celestial court was the beginning of his calamity. He was currently plotting in Penglai Immortal Mountain on how to make the celestial court the foremost power beneath the sages in the primordial chaos. The celestial court has just been established. It is the time to seek development. My lords, do you have any good strategies? Dong Wanggong, seated in the highest position in the hall, surveyed everyone and asked. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Xian Guizi spoke. Prime Minister, please proceed. I believe that Your Majesty's prestige is known throughout the primordial chaos. Now is the time to recruit powerful beings to join us and strengthen our celestial court. Xian Guizi presented his plan wholeheartedly for the celestial court, recruiting powerful beings to join. Dong Wanggong pondered slightly. This is indeed a good choice. My lords, do you know of any powerful beings? Currently, although we have 108 great Luo golden immortals from the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiends, the vastness of the primordial chaos means that there are countless top-tier powerful beings. Our current strength is far from sufficient. We must recruit top-tier powerful beings. Reporting to Your Majesty, I have a suitable candidate. Xian Guizi clasped his hands and said, Who is it? The Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West. The image of the Queen Mother of the West immediately appeared in Dong Wanggong's mind. Wearing a phoenix crown, her presence majestic, she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. He couldn't help but be moved, clearing his throat twice. The Queen Mother of the West is indeed a very good candidate. Your Majesty is wise. The Queen Mother of the West has an extraordinary background and astonishing strength. She matches well with Your Majesty. If Your Majesty can become her Dao partner, harmonizing yin and yang, it would be a perfect match. Your Majesty's prestige would surely rise to new heights, and who would worry about not having great powers join us? Prime Minister Xian Guizi eloquently explained the benefits of becoming Dao partners with the Queen Mother of the West. What do my lords think? Dong Wanggong asked symbolically. Becoming Dao partners with the Queen Mother of the West. Prime Minister, you truly understand my heart. It is entirely up to Your Majesty's decision. Excellent. Great excellence. Dong Wanggong exclaimed joyfully, waving his hand. Hurry and prepare this matter. I will personally go to Kunlun Yao Chi to show my sincerity. The news of Dong Wanggong wanting to become Dao partners with the Queen Mother of the West spread like wildfire. Within Yunming's, Baizhe Gu Wang and Gue Che gathered here. They praised the red cloud intercepting Kuanping, creating the Dao text. Upon hearing the news of Dong Wanggong, the three immediately slammed the table and were filled with fury. What a! Someone dares to covet the Queen Mother of the West. Among the disciples, who doesn't know that the Queen Mother of the West has deep feelings for the Master, seeking only to find his trace? Let's go. We will summon all our fellow disciples immediately and act separately. Let this leader of the celestial beings in the primordial chaos know why the flowers are so red. At the 5 Villages Temple of Longevity Mountain, Senior Brother Red Cloud, Baizhe has an urgent matter to discuss. The divine beast Baizhe arrived outside the temple. Before long, Red Cloud with his fiery red hair strode out. Seeing Baizhe, a joyful expression spread across his face. The magpies chirped today, heralding the arrival of junior brother Baizé. Red Cloud warmly placed a hand on Baizé's shoulder, then whispered, "How did you know I was here?" Baizé raised an eyebrow, slightly glanced around, and upon seeing that Zhun Yuanzi was absent gave a sly grin. "Senior brother Red Cloud, if the ginseng fruit tree isn't yet in your hands, where else would you be?" Red Cloud chuckled. "You're indeed sharp, Baizé. The urgent matter you mentioned. Do you have news of our master?" Baizé shook his head. "No news of the master yet. Someone is plotting against senior sister Queen Mother of the West." Red Cloud's eye sharpened, and he glared angrily. "Who dares to plot against senior sister Queen Mother of the West?" After all, Queen Mother of the West possessed extraordinary talent and was a leading figure among their peers. She had grasped 70% of the law of time, a feat that even Red Cloud admitted he could not match. More importantly, in Red Cloud's eyes, she was highly likely to become their future master's wife. Who was so audacious as to covet the future mistress? Duke of the East. That scoundrel Duke of the East. Has he grown a lion's heart? Indeed, Ghost Chariot and Gu King have gone to notify the other disciples. We'll wait outside senior sister Queen Mother of the West dojo for him to walk right into our trap. Baizé laid out his plan. Let's go. Meanwhile, across the primordial wilderness, countless mighty beings quietly flew toward the Jade Pool fairyland on Mount Kunlun. Within the immortal court, Duke of the East stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a ruler. Prime Minister Turtle, if I go to see her so abruptly, would it be discourteous to Taoist Queen Mother of the West? Xian Gizi pondered for a moment, then said, "Why not find a matchmaker to accompany your majesty? With your unparalleled brilliance and the matchmaker's mediation, how could Queen Mother of the West refuse?" Duke of the East clapped Xian Gizi on the shoulder, heartily laughing. "Prime Minister Turtle, you are truly the sage of my immortal court. Which great being should I invite as the matchmaker? Your majesty flatters me. As I understand, the three pure ones also have their dojos on Mount Kunlun. They must be acquainted with Queen Mother of the West. If you could secure their assistance as matchmakers." Duke of the East murmured. The three pure ones. The three pure ones commanded immense prestige across the primordial wilderness. If he could indeed persuade them, the matter would be as good as settled. Duke of the East waved his hand. "General Nyo, hear my command. Your servant is here. I have heard that Lord Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones, delights in alchemy. Prepare a generous tribute of spirit roots and spirit fruits, and deliver my decree inviting the three pure ones to be my matchmakers." Your servant obeys. Neo Dorn, the chief of the 36 heavenly generals, received the decree and hurried off. A month later, General Neo returned. "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission." Duke of the East had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had long prepared the betrothal gifts. A full 3 innate spiritual treasures and 9 acquired supreme treasures. Truly a monumental investment. Now that the three pure ones had also agreed to act as matchmakers, everything was in place. Duke of the East donned a purple gold sun-embroidered robe, a crown of red feathers, and flowing light atop his head, and held the innate spiritual treasure dragon head staff bestowed by Hongjun. He was radiant and majestic, an imposing sight. Drums and bells resounded through the immortal court. Duke of the East led his immortal court generals and set out in grand procession toward the Jade Pool fairyland on Mount Kunlun. 36 heavenly generals. 72 earthly fiends. Like a black storm cloud pressing down upon the city, they swept across the sky of the primordial wilderness, their momentum overwhelming. As if he were the kingpin of Causeway Bay, accompanied by a personal theme song, riding the wind and breaking the waves, I charge freely, the gaze of all upon me. Wherever they passed, countless beings turned their heads in awe and astonishment. Why has Duke of the East assembled such a grand procession? A friend of mine who serves in the immortal court told me they are on a massive recruitment drive for talents. Did you know? Duke of the East intends to form a Dao companion bond with Queen Mother of the West, the one renowned for her peerless beauty, grace, strength, and character, the most exquisite being in the primordial wilderness. As the foremost of all immortals, favored by the sages, Duke of the East is an ideal Dao companion. But Queen Mother of the West has always been aloof, noble, and unfathomably powerful. For a time, Duke of the East became the focus of the entire primordial wilderness. Sensing the attention and shock of the beings around him, to the corners of Duke of the East's mouth involuntarily lifted. He thought to himself, with such magnificent momentum and such grand spectacle, Queen Mother of the West is sure to be impressed. Once he became her Dao companion, it would be a union of supreme power. Beneath the sages, none would rival the immortal court. Mount Kunlun. 2 Taoists sat drinking tea amidst the mountains. Seeing them, Duke of the East was overjoyed. Greetings, Taoist Lord Laozi and Taoist Yuqing. I apologize for keeping you waiting. They were none other than Laozi and Yuanshi. No matter. Your procession is truly grand, Duke of the East. It shows the depth of your feelings for Queen Mother of the West, said Yuanshi upon seeing the entourage. I must rely heavily on both of you for this matter, Duke of the East said with a sheepish smile. But he noticed only Laozi and Yuanshi. Where is Shangqing Tongtian? The three pure ones had always stood together. Could Tongtian be occupied with urgent business? Duke of the East wondered. Our third brother Tongtian is likely gathering with his friends and cannot come, said Laozi, stroking his white beard. Over 10 days ago, someone claiming to be Tongtian's junior fellow disciple had invited him to an unknown location. Thus Tongtian was unaware that Laozi and Yuanshi were acting as matchmakers for Duke of the East. Duke of the East thought that with Laozi and Yuanshi accompanying him, the absence of Tongtian would not matter. He cupped his hands. I see. I am grateful for your assistance. No need for thanks. Let us set out. Before long, they neared Queen Mother of the West dojo. Outside the Jade Pool Fairyland, over 2,000 mighty beings at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm were already waiting. Duke of the East paused, taken aback. Then he spotted Tongtian among them and was overjoyed. This was clearly the three pure ones gathering reinforcements for me. Over 2,000 great Luo Golden Immortals. The three pure ones were truly towering figures of the primordial wilderness. With a single call, countless answered. His decision to invite the three pure ones as matchmakers was indeed brilliant. But Laozi and Yuanshi were stunned, their brows furrowed deeply. Wasn't Tongtian supposed to be with his fellow disciples? Why was he here? Yuanshi secretly transmitted to Laozi, elder brother, that female demon is here too. A sharp intake of breath. Both instinctively retreated. Laozi suddenly realized that among these 2,000 great Luo Golden Immortals were many who had attended Hongjun's lectures in the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. All of them were fellow disciples of their third brother Tongtian, and Queen Mother of the West seemed to be their senior sister, on excellent terms with Houtu, Nuwa, and others. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, keenly sensing something amiss. This group was definitely not here to support Duke of the East's proposal. So, Laozi and Yuanshi quickly cupped their hands to Duke of the East. Taoist Duke of the East, we must return to tend to the sows in the back mountain. Farewell. With that, without waiting for his reply, they hastily mounted their auspicious clouds and fled the scene of impending trouble. No matter, I appreciate the two Taoist friends for guiding the way. The Eastern King, unaware of why Laozi and Yuanshi had retreated, was immersed in joy and strode forward cheerfully. As he walked, he cupped his hands and said, I am deeply grateful that all of you could take time from your busy schedules to assist me. Once this matter is resolved, I shall prepare a modest feast at the Immortal Court to repay your kindness. He sought to seize this opportunity to win over this formidable force. If he could befriend such mighty beings, consolidating and expanding the Immortal Court would be a trivial matter. Countless onlookers were awestruck. No wonder he is the sage-appointed leader of all immortals in the primordial wilderness. He has so many great powers supporting him. Looking at it this way, the Eastern King does have some charm. I'm thinking of signing up to join the Immortal Court. But then all the onlookers fell into dead silence. They stared blankly at this dramatic scene, because the exuberant Eastern King was suddenly kicked to the ground by the red-haired man. Without any warning. What was happening? Who could tell them what just occurred? Weren't these people the ones the Eastern King had invited to support him? Red Cloud pressed his foot on the Eastern King's cheek. So you're the one who has designs on my senior sister. The Eastern King, after listening to Hongjun's teachings, was at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. But beneath Red Cloud's foot, he was utterly powerless. The Eastern King trembled, his former arrogance as a superior gone. He now realized these were definitely not allies brought by Laozi and Yuanshi. A misunderstanding. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. Senior sister. Who is your senior sister? Could it be? Over 2,000 great Luo Golden Immortals surrounded him. Nuwa, Houtu, Tongtian, Shin, Snake, Baize. Each was at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, some even surpassing the Eastern King's comprehension. All were fierce and glaring with anger. The Eastern King trembled in fear. He stammered, I am the sage-appointed leader of all immortals in the primordial wilderness. How dare you lay hands on me? The Eastern King invoked Hongjun's name, meaning that harming him was equivalent to disrespecting the sage. You overestimate yourself, sneered Ghost Chariot, one of the 5 primordial insects. In truth, the Eastern King was merely a casually appointed leader by Hongjun. Leader of all immortals in the primordial wilderness. What a grand title. Fellow disciples, this fellow dares to covet our senior sister, Queen Mother of the West. How should we deal with him? The master said, strike when it's time to strike. Disciples of the great mysterious Taoist cannot be coveted by others. Attack. Oh. The Eastern King screamed in agony. Turtle Prime Minister Ox General, come to my rescue quickly. The Black Tortoise instinctively stepped back, shouting, 36 heavenly stars, 72 earthly fiends, brave warriors of the Immortal Court, come to the rescue. After shouting, he shrank his head and silently faded among the generals. The 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiends saw the Eastern King in dire straits. They also shouted, "The Emperor is in peril. How can we stand by and do nothing? Charge! Yes, how can we watch the Emperor suffer in silence? Charge! Charge! Charge, charge, charge!" The immortal court's army surged like 1,000 galloping steeds, displaying a fearless spirit of martyrdom. But the direction of their charge was diametrically opposite to where the Eastern King lay. The 36 heavenly stars and 72 earthly fiends, along with the loyal turtle prime minister, had led the army to flee. The onlookers stared dumbfounded at the fearless immortal court army. Well, they indeed did not watch the Eastern King suffer in silence, nor did they stand by idly, because they had fled. Was even running away now so refreshingly unconventional? Meanwhile, Red Cloud Shin Snake and the others took turns beating him. They hurled astonishing divine powers at the Eastern King without restraint, each strike seemingly calculated with precision. Each blow was just within the Eastern King's tolerance, keeping him barely alive. So brutal. I am the sage appointed. Leader of all immortals. You. Aren't you afraid of the sage's wrath? Spare me, good sirs. Please, I won't dare again. The Eastern King's agonizing screams echoed through the skies, sending chills down countless spines. After 3 hours, the crowd finally ceased their punishment. The Eastern King's eyes were dim and lifeless, his spiritual power nearly depleted. Even a sow could now trample him at will. They did not kill him outright. For Chen Xuan had once said that the Eastern King's fatal calamity would come at the hands of Dejuan and Tai. Red Cloud kicked the Eastern King, sending him flying like a meteor across the sky. This lesson would be etched into the Eastern King's memory for life. In the original trajectory of the primordial wilderness, the Eastern King was the leader of male immortals, and the Queen Mother of the West led female immortals. They married after Laozi played matchmaker. But now the Queen Mother of the West had become Chen Xuan's disciple, comprehending the laws of time, and wished only to stay by Chen Xuan's side. Chen Xuan's hundreds of thousands of disciples were all variables. Thus, the original course of the primordial wilderness had deviated. Countless beings watched as the battered Eastern King was cast back to Penglai Immortal Mountain. They gasped in shock. So ruthless. This group was definitely not to be trifled with. The news of the Eastern King's defeat at the Jade Pool spread rapidly across the primordial wilderness. Along with it, Chen Xuan's Taoist title, the Great Mysterious Taoist, became known. Have you heard? The leader of all immortals, the Eastern King, was brutally beaten. The Eastern King is the sage-appointed leader of all immortals. Who would dare touch him? I saw it with my own eyes. Over 2,000 great Luo golden immortals took turns beating him. How pitiful. Over 2,000 great Luo golden immortals. Where did they all come from? I heard them say they are disciples of the Great Mysterious Taoist. The Great Mysterious Taoist. Who is he to have taught so many great powers? Wow. Even Tongtian Nuwa, Red Cloud, the Queen Mother of the West, and others are his disciples. Truly terrifying. Unbelievable. Where is the Great Mysterious Taoist? Is he still accepting disciples? At this time, Chen Xuan's name was known to all in the primordial wilderness. Having activated the mountain ceiling formation and taking a nap, Chen Xuan sensed something. He woke abruptly. Why do I feel a bit uneasy? Could I have been exposed, With a thought, he immediately checked the formation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Few good, this place blocks celestial secrets. Even if exposed, no need to worry about being found. Calming his restless heart, Chen Xuan muttered again, "Disciples who have gone down the mountain, please don't expose me. I just want to lie low until I return to the modern world." Time flows unrecorded in the primordial chaos. Mountains know no passage of years. A millennium slipped away in silence. Wukong, the six-eared macaque, seated in deep meditation and drawing spiritual energy inward, lifted the corners of his lips in quiet triumph. I have reached the threshold of the great Luo immortal. Within 3 days I shall ascend into their august ranks. It had been but 5,000 years since he first met Chen Xuan. A Tai golden immortal, Wukong, the six-eared macaque, was now poised to break through to the great Luo immortal realm. Such innate talent alone would place him among the foremost primordial cultivators of the chaos. Much of this progress owed itself to the advanced cultivation technique transmitted by Chen Xuan. Each day as Wukong completed a full cycle of qi circulation, his advancement surged forward like a galloping steed, swift, relentless, extraordinary. 3 days later, true to prophecy, auspicious clouds billowed across the sea of mist. Spiritual energy coalesced into a dense, shimmering aura. It rushed violently into Wukong's body. His eyes remained tightly shut, his entire form radiating an ineffable, profound resonance. Golden lotuses bloomed in cascading profusion, sacred chants echoed like celestial hymns. 3 flowers gathered at the crown. 5 Qi paid homage to the origin. Thus was the great Luo immortal realm attained. Wukong slowly opened his eyes and scurried tail wagging with reverence to kowtow before Chen Xuan. I owe this attainment entirely to my master's boundless grace. Only through your benevolence could I reach the great Luo immortal realm. With that he struck the ground thrice, 3 sharp resounding blows. Well done, well done. This is all the fruit of your unwavering diligence. In the primordial chaos, one's origin, the very root of one's existence, remained paramount. Taking this exuberant, if somewhat unruly macaque under his wing had indeed been a most astute decision. Yet what of himself, the indolent couch-bound cultivator? When then would he ever achieve true mastery? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's praise, Wukong scratched the back of his head with a bashful grin. Master, at the moment of my ascension to the great Luo immortal realm, I awakened a divine ability. Pray guide me in its refinement. You awakened a divine ability. Chen Xuan paused momentarily startled. Could it be an inherited art from the chaos-destroying demon ape, slumbering within his bloodline until now stirred awake only by the great Luo breakthrough? In the primordial chaos, those born of extraordinary origins, especially heirs of the chaos deities, often inherited either cultivation arts or divine abilities. Just as the 12 ancestral spirits emerged from Pangu's blood essence, each spontaneously mastering the 8-9 mystic art. Wukong had been born with the innate ability to eavesdrop upon all sounds across heaven and earth. Now, having ascended to the great Luo immortal realm, he had awakened another ability. Demonstrate it for me. Chen Xuan spoke with faint, barely concealed trepidation. Wukong drew forth his life-bound artifact, the innate spirit treasure, the will-obedient iron rod. Observe, master. Wukong leapt into the vast Taoist arena. With a thunderous roar, the demon ape descends. Roar! A deep, resonant bellow shook the heavens. His aura swelled to its absolute zenith. Instantly the skies darkened and winds howled. Infinite might converged upon his frame. His form swelled to 10,000 zhong. Behind him loomed a colossal, shifting specter straining against the very shackles of heaven and earth. Truly it was as if a terrifying, peerless demon ape had descended upon the mortal world, to battle heaven, to defy earth. Even a casual strike from him seemed capable of obliterating a nascent great Luo immortal. To gravely wound one at the mid-tier of the great Luo immortal realm would pose no difficulty at all. And yet, he had only just attained this realm. Truly a terror beyond reckoning. Master, this divine art, the demon ape descends, is forged by channeling the essence, spirit, and vital force of my father deity, the chaos-destroying demon ape, amplifying my being with the power of heaven and earth, rendering me his living incarnation. What say you, master? Wukong spoke with evident pride. Chen Xuan gazed upon the titanic figure before him, and inwardly sighed, he seeks my guidance. Yet I myself have barely grasped the fundamentals of breath cultivation. How then can I possibly instruct him? Already Chen Xuan had rehearsed his reply. Wukong, your demon ape descends manifests the raw, awe-inspiring might of the chaos-destroying demon ape, but it lacks a single measure of his transcendent resonance. Cough, cough. Who even knows what resonance truly means? Just bluff your way through. Yet as Chen Xuan's gaze locked onto the 10th Sanshang form of Wukong, a cascade of visions erupted in his mind. Millions of Wukongs, each performing the demon ape descends. Each differed in posture, motion, expression, and inner vitality. Gradually these myriad forms merged, collapsing into a single searing imprint, etched irrevocably into Chen Xuan's consciousness. A subtle ripple passed through Chen Xuan's thoughts, and he attempted to circulate the newly grasped divine art, the demon ape descends. Before Wukong's wide, stunned eyes, a colossal figure, vast as heaven and earth, began to materialize. Its aura swelled, deepened, intensified, boundless, overwhelming. It was a monstrous demon ape, visage twisted in primal ferocity, muscles coiled with unfathomable might. A single earth-shattering howl sent tremors rippling across the firmament. Illusory, yet undeniably real. It seems I have mastered this art. The demon ape descends. Chen Xuan whispered, awestruck. Yet it feels strangely different. Wukong's art manifested as the chaos-destroying demon ape, his very flesh and spirit transformed. Chen Xuan's, however, summoned the demon ape as an external manifestation. Wukong stared dumbfounded at the colossal demon ape looming behind Chen Xuan, eyes wide with disbelief. After a stunned silence, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. Father deity was the chaos deity, the chaos-destroying demon ape, truly reborn. Had he returned to the world? Wukong had been born from 1/4 of the demon ape's primordial essence, and thus revered him as father deity, just as the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral spirits revered Pangu. When Chen Xuan invoked the demon ape, descends summoning the demon ape's spectral form. A black-robed youth high above in the heavens felt his heart seize. An incomprehensibly mighty chaos deity pressed down upon his chest, crushing, suffocating. A Dao-level presence, here in the primordial chaos. Where is it? Again and again the youth scoured the chaos, methodically, obsessively, as if sweeping every inch of creation. Yet he could not locate the source of that Dao-level aura. A chilling premonition gripped him. This is the origin of all 30,000 variables. He knew, this was no mere trick of Yongmei Daoist as Hongjun presumed. I will find you, the youth declared, voice glacial and unyielding. I will not allow a single uncontrollable variable to exist within the primordial chaos. Hongjun jolted awake from deep cultivation, overwhelmed by an immense oppressive pressure surging from nowhere. Yongmei, the schemer who once lurked in shadows. I have long traced him to the deepest chaos. Then whence comes this Dao-level aura? Could it be? Yongmei is not the mastermind. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan stood frozen, staring slack-jawed at the hyper-real towering demon ape before him. He had watched Wukong perform the demon ape descends once, and not only mastered it instantly, but refined it, elevating it beyond perfection. Something was deeply amiss. Chen Xuan had no inkling of the true magnitude of the demon ape's projected might, and assumed instead that his own comprehension talent was simply world-shattering. His enlightenment aptitude must be heaven-defying. Beyond the PP cheat code, could this also be another of my cheat codes? Chen Xuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Chen Xuan had not yet considered his own cultivation level. However, the six-eared macaque was utterly astounded, gazing at the phantom of the chaos demon ape that Chen Xuan had conjured. It was an existence nearly as tangible as a true body. He exclaimed in shock, "Master, your divine powers are unparalleled. You have directly manifested the Father God's phantom akin to a true descent." These words came from the depths of the six-eared macaque's heart. Chen Xuan, assuming the macaque was flattering him again, smiled faintly. This divine technique is immensely formidable. If you can grasp even a fraction of the chaos demon ape's essence, you will be able to transform into it and wreak havoc. With that, he waved his hand casually, and the phantom of the chaos demon ape dissolved into specks of starlight that drifted away with the wind. Essence. Master, may I ask, what is the essence of the Father God, the chaos demon ape? The six-eared macaque seemed to have grasped the key. The corner of Chen Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. To battle. To battle the heavens and defy the earth. Battle the heavens and defy the earth. The six-eared macaque's eyes lit up as if he had gained some enlightenment. Yes. The macaque touched his life-bound weapon, the heart-suited iron staff, and fell into a contemplative state. Chen Xuan felt a pang of relief, thinking to himself that he was quick-witted enough to have bluffed his way through. He hurried out of the immortal herb garden to relieve himself. While urinating, he heard a mighty and resounding roar from the training ground. Roar. Fight. 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 I want this sky to no longer obscure my sight. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all beings to understand my will. I want all the celestial gods and demons to vanish into smoke. Chen Xuan, in the midst of his business, nearly came to a halt. This foolish monkey, how dare you steal Sun Wukong's lines? Could it be that you've taken Sun Wukong's script? Are you going to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace and journey to the west to obtain scriptures? Battle all the Buddhas? That shouldn't be. Could this six-eared macaque truly be about to transform into the chaos demon ape? It seems life is becoming more promising by the day. Chen Xuan gazed at the flourishing and rapidly growing spiritual roots and murmured to himself with satisfaction. Although he himself could not quite grasp the advanced breathing technique, the six-eared macaque had benefited greatly from it and had already ascended to the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Coupled with his discovery of 2 golden fingers, the ability to nurture spiritual roots through urination, and his heaven-defying comprehension, if he could truly bide his time and return to the modern world, wouldn't his future days be blissful? Another millennium passed. Under Chen Xuan's diligent irrigation, all the spiritual roots in the Taiyun Mountain Immortal Herb Garden, except for the superior and ultimate innate spiritual roots, were laden with ripe fruits. The fragrance of the fruits permeated the air, rich and enticing. Master, look at that acquired ultimate spiritual root, the Crimson Dragon Fruit. It has borne 360 fruits. The innate lower-grade spiritual root, the Greenwood Apricot, has a full 200 fruits. Wow! The innate mid-grade spiritual root, the Azure Water Peach, has also borne 68 fruits. The six-eared macaque swallowed his saliva, gazing longingly at the vast array of tempting fruits, a grin spreading across his face. Chen Xuan flicked the macaque's hindbrain and, looking at the abundance of immortal fruits, sighed. These are all the fruits of my labor. A profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Chen Xuan reached out, and plucked a greenwood apricot, biting into it with a crisp sound. It was sweet and refreshing, melting in his mouth, and a clear stream seemed to flow through his body. It was the rich greenwood's spiritual energy coursing through Chen Xuan's body. A thought suddenly struck him: if I cannot absorb spiritual energy through the breathing technique, could eating these spiritual fruits directly allow me to ingest spiritual energy? It turned out to be true. God closed a door for me, but I used my urination to force him to open a window. The use of my golden finger is to promote the growth of spiritual roots, then devour these fruits until I become invincible. The six-eared macaque watched Chen Xuan take a bite of the greenwood apricot, swallowed his saliva, licked his lips, and asked, "Master, what does it taste like?" Chen Xuan snapped back to reality and chuckled. "Why don't you pick one and taste it yourself? Don't waste a single one. Harvest all the ripe spiritual fruits and store them well. I need them to break through to the next major realm." Chen Xuan's dream of immortality all hinged on these spiritual fruits. He had yet to discover the path to his own invincibility in cultivation. "Yes, master." The six-eared macaque, as if granted a great pardon, leaped joyfully onto the branches. He extended his powerful right arm, which moved with lightning speed among the trees, too fast to be seen. Before long, over 10,000 baskets were filled with spiritual fruits. Each spiritual fruit possessed a unique effect. Some transformed into spiritual energy to enhance cultivation, some calmed the mind and fortified the Dao heart, and others contained laws to comprehend the great Dao. If these were placed in the primordial era, they would undoubtedly incite countless battles and stir up a storm of blood and chaos. The six-eared macaque grew more cheerful as he picked, stuffing his mouth with azure water peaches. He said, "Master, I must transplant every spiritual root on Taiyun Mountain into the immortal herb garden." Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's an excellent idea." In the evening, layers of sunset clouds blanketed the western sky, and the afterglow of the setting sun filtered through, finally spilling onto Taiyun Mountain. The natural training ground atop Taiyun Mountain was now filled with spiritual roots. Chen Xuan lay there feeling immensely at ease. This simple and leisurely life was truly intoxicating. Living as a slacker here was a dream for many. "Master, with so many spiritual fruits, at least several million, are we going to eat them all?" The six-eared macaque patted his round belly and let out a burp. He felt an unprecedented satisfaction, even greater than when he had ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm. This was truly the pinnacle of monkey life. "Master, I made the right choice." Chen Xuan closed his eyes, pondering how to deal with these spiritual fruits. If he were to eat all several million fruits, when would he ever finish? Was there a way to preserve these immortal fruits for a long time without losing their spiritual energy? That's it. Brew these spiritual fruits into immortal wine. The longer it ages, the more mellow it becomes. By the time I reach the modern era, a single jar would be a world-shaking treasure. Yes, let's make wine. 6 years brew all these spiritual fruits into wine. Before long, the entire Taiyun Mountain was filled with the aroma of fermented immortal fruit wine. The density of spiritual energy on Taiyun Mountain had reached a new level. Inside the palace, tens of thousands of jars of immortal wine were neatly arranged. The six-eared macaque's face was flushed red. He held a wine cup in his hand and staggered as he walked, already drunk and dazed. Gulp! The six-eared macaque rolled down the mountain. Chen Xuan chuckled in spite of himself. This silly macaque, a great Luo golden immortal, had gotten drunk and fallen down the mountain. Before long, he saw the macaque climb back up, still groggy. But in his arms, he was holding something. It looked like an egg. 6 years, boil that egg for me. I want to try something different and get some nutrition. Chen Xuan said languidly. Having eaten nothing but immortal fruits and drunk immortal wine for years, the egg the six-eared macaque had brought up was a welcome change. The six-eared macaque snapped to attention and immediately began to boil it. However, this egg seemed far from ordinary. By the shores of the eastern sea stood the immortal Pangu Mountain. After a full millennium of recuperation, the eastern prince had only just managed to recover a sliver of vitality. His complexion was dull and lusterless, his gaze murky and turbid. Parting his parched, cracked lips, he let out a low, hoarse voice from his throat. "Where are the generals of my immortal court?" From outside the hall of the immortal court came the sparse sound of footsteps. The Black Tortoise Master, the 3 heavenly guardians, the 7 earthly fiends, and 10 cleaning ladies. In days of yore there were 36 heavenly guardians, 72 earthly fiends, and 1,000,000 officers and soldiers in awe-inspiring display of might. Now desolation reigned. "Prime Minister Tortoise, what do the outside world say of me?" asked the Eastern Prince. "This?" The Prime Minister hesitated, seeming to hold back his words. "Speak freely, I can bear it. The outside rumors say that your majesty is a toad lusting after a swan's flesh." The Eastern Prince flew into a rage, slapping the purple sandalwood table carved with dragon motifs. "Where is General Niu?" he bellowed. "Tear that man's mouth apart." The Black Tortoise Master twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, "Your Majesty, General Nuwa has resigned from his post. I appointed him as the chief of the 36 Heavenly Guardians, treated him generously. How could he betray me?" The Eastern Prince's fury intensified, his face dark with rage. "Your Majesty," General Nuwa said. "What did he say?" "He said the immortal court no longer has troops for him to command, and he has lost the thrill of wielding power." The Black Tortoise Master relayed General Nuwa's words. The Eastern Prince sat bolt upright in his sickbed, glaring around in anger. His injuries had been stabilizing, but now he felt a surge of blood rushing to his throat, as if he might vomit blood. It turned out that he had never truly been loyal to the immortal court, nor had he ever intended to serve the Eastern Prince. He had merely sought the pleasure of commanding authority. After a long silence, the Eastern Prince sighed. "Prime Minister Tortoise, you alone remain loyal and devoted, never abandoning me." The Black Tortoise Master pursed his lips, then drew a letter from his bosom and handed it to the Eastern Prince. The words, "Letter of Resignation," were clearly written upon it. "Your Majesty, your humble servant is advanced in years and no longer fit to serve as Prime Minister of the Immortal Court. I humbly beg your Majesty to permit my retirement to my hometown." As the Black Tortoise Master finished speaking, the remaining 3 Heavenly Guardians and 7 earthly fiends each produced a letter of resignation. The Eastern Prince was left speechless. His blood churned, and 1,000 curses nearly escaped his lips. When a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I am the foremost of all immortals in the primordial wilderness, appointed by the sage himself. When the sage delivers his second sermon, I must present myself before him and denounce the evil deeds of the disciples of the Taishan Taoist. The sage will surely do me justice. I will rise again. The Eastern Prince fiercely consoled himself. After the Black Tortoise Master and the others had departed, only the 10 cleaning ladies remained, gazing at the Eastern Prince with fervent eyes. The Eastern Prince caught a glimpse of these women who still chose to follow him, refusing to abandon him, and a warmth filled his heart. True affection exists in the mortal world. The peak of glory attracts hollow admirers, while the twilight bears witness to the faithful. These are the pillars of my spirit for my resurgence. The Eastern Prince rallied his spirits and asked as a formality, "Why have you not left?" The women hesitated shyly until one finally spoke up timidly. "Your Majesty, you haven't paid our wages yet." Wages? What the hell was this about wages? Was this the time to talk about wages? The Eastern Prince choked on his breath. Darkness clouded his vision, and he fainted. The so-called first legitimate force of the world, the immortal court, had withered before it could even rise. Lonely and bleak, the wind blew over Penglai Mountain for another 7,000 years. At last, the Eastern Prince awaited the day of Hongjun's second sermon. His turbid eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. Leaning on his dragon-head staff, the Eastern Prince dragged his broken body, limping along step by step. Fortunately, he had the innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-head staff, bestowed by Hongjun. Otherwise, with his diminished strength, he could not even cross the chaos. The Dao ancestor is finally beginning his second sermon. I must present myself before him and report the misdeeds of those disciples of the Taishan Taoist. I beg the Dao ancestor to do me justice. At last he arrived at the purple firmament palace in the chaos. Sensing the countless powerful auras before him, the Eastern Prince felt a surge of joy. The sage's power of attraction remains so strong. Once the sage issues his command, countless mighty beings will join my immortal court. Why should I worry about a lack of followers? When the time comes, I will surely lead an army to teach those disciples of the Taishan sect a lesson, so they dare not act arrogantly before me, the foremost of all immortals in the primordial wilderness. Laozi Yuanshi, Jane Zhuanti, and other great beings were exchanging pleasantries outside the gate. "Everyone," the Eastern Prince began, but abruptly fell silent. Why did some faces here look so familiar? Holy crap, it seemed those people were right here. They were the very 2,000 plus golden immortals who had beaten him up last time. Why were they here too? How terrifying. The Eastern Prince shuddered, and the fear buried deep in his heart surged forth. He quickly turned around, concealed his aura, and hid at the very back of the crowd, terrified of being discovered and dragged out for another beating. With a creak, the gate of the purple firmament palace was opened. Hao Hian and Yao Chi emerged from within. They were no longer the naive children from the last sermon, but had grown into the forms of a young man and a young woman. Yao Chi in particular had blossomed into exquisite beauty, like a budding flower, delicate and graceful. In time, she would surely possess one of the finest countenances and temperaments in the primordial wilderness. Hao Hian called out, "Elder fellow disciples, the Dao ancestor says 3,000 fated ones. His second sermon is about to begin. Please enter in an orderly fashion." 3,000 fated ones. Will only 3,000 fated ones be able to hear the Dao ancestor's sermon just like last time? The great Dao has 3,000 paths, and the fated ones are also 3,000. Wondrous, most wondrous. The crowd quickly streamed into the purple firmament palace, as if afraid of losing their places. Senior brother Tongtian after you. Senior sister Nuwa please. Old friend Baze you've come too. Watching this, the Eastern Prince sneered inwardly, such a provincial sight. Listening to a sage's sermon is a matter of fate. Without talent, even the best seat is useless. They'll let those villains enter first, and he'll make my grand entrance at the end. After all, I am the foremost of all immortals in the primordial wilderness. The group of villains who had beaten him finally entered the purple firmament palace. The Eastern Prince straightened his robes, licked his dry pale lips, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode forward with his head held high. As proud as when he was first appointed the foremost of all immortals. With a thunderous crash, the gate of the purple firmament palace slammed shut. The voice of the attendant Yao Chi came from within. The Dao ancestor says 3,000 fated ones. The count of 3,000 is now full. Those behind, please return. The Eastern Prince was bewildered. 3,000 fated ones. The count of 3,000 full. Was he the 3,001st? I am the foremost of all immortals in the primordial wilderness. How can there be no seat for me to hear the sermon? The Eastern Prince howled hysterically, but the vast chaos swallowed his voice, unable to penetrate the tightly shut gates of the purple firmament palace. Within the Zixiao palace, Hongjun donned a purple Taoist robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace and immense power. After a long period of seclusion, it seemed his cultivation had made significant progress. Xiang Haoyan casually inquired of Yao Chi, have there been any significant events in the Hongwang recently? Yao Chi replied, thanks to the blessings of the Dao ancestor, the Hongwang has been stable lately, with all beings living in harmony. Harmony among all beings. If the Dong Wanggong outside were to hear this, he would surely spit out a mouthful of old blood. Truly it is far too harmonious. So harmonious that their 2,000 Deluo golden immortals have united to gang up on one. Very good, Hongjun nodded, stroking his white goat beard. He turned to observe the powerful beings from Hongwang who had come to listen to the Dao. Many were unfamiliar faces, yet overall their strength was significantly greater than that of those who attended the last lecture. The lowest among them were in the midstage of Deluo Golden Immortal. At the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal, they were everywhere. This lecture is on the path of the Quasi Saint, and it will last for 3,000 years, so you must listen attentively and never slack off. Hongjun spoke leisurely. Many powerful beings' eyes brightened. Most of them had been stuck at the peak of Deluo Golden Immortal for a long time, struggling to find further methods of cultivation, causing their realms to stagnate. For example, Laozi of the Three Pure Ones. For instance, the two Buddhas of the West. Yuanshe glanced at the third brother Tongtian, who was holding the Qingping sword, and thought to himself, this time I must be the first to break through to Quasi Saint. Above Deluo is indeed the saint, yet the path to becoming a saint is long and arduous. Thus, stepping onto the path to become a saint is to become a Quasi Saint. Hongjun began his lecture accompanied by the ethereal sounds of the Dao echoing through Zixiao Palace. Everyone hurriedly held their breath, listening intently, afraid to let their minds wander and miss any detail. I observe that all beings possess three thoughts of greed, anger, and ignorance. Looking within oneself reveals the latent good thoughts, evil thoughts, and obsessions in the heart. In the Yujing Mountain of Hongwang, I have pondered for countless ages and created a method to sever the corpses on the path to the Dao. The thoughts of good and evil, the three obsessions, are the three corpses. One must sever the three corpses to attain a state of being without joy or sorrow, without good or evil, without self, flowing like the great Dao and not influenced by external matters. The method of severing corpses can utilize spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, or merits to accomplish this. Tongtian stroked the Qingping sword, casting a strange glance at Hongjun. He thought, cultivating this method of severing corpses, even if one advances to Quasi Saint, one may rely on the laws of heaven and earth to confront enemies, yet it is merely an empty realm, ultimately, not one's own power of the laws. Moreover, the method of severing corpses has a glaring flaw. The level of the treasure or spiritual root determines the strength of the severed corpse. The corpse severed by a congenital treasure and that severed by a congenital spiritual treasure have distinctly different strengths and cannot be compared. Only by comprehending the laws and internalizing them within oneself can one walk the true path. The teacher once said that the method of severing corpses has limited future achievements. How is it that in Hongjun's mouth it seems to be the best path to the Dao? The faces of Houtu, Nuwa by Zhe and others were also complex. The other powerful beings who had not heard Chen Xuan's explanations were drawn into the mysteries of the method of severing corpses by Hongjun. 3,000 years of lectures passed in the blink of an eye. Hongjun finished explaining the method of severing corpses, which he took great pride in, and looked at the 3,000 powerful beings before him, all immersed in it. Sever! 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 With a loud shout from Laozi, he soared into the air. Above him, the three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity shone brilliantly, and then a congenital treasure flew out. The congenital treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Formed from the primal yellow Chi of Honghuang, it is a defensive treasure. Laozi intends to use the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda to sever the corpse. The good thoughts of my heart sever. I have met the true self. An old man with kind eyebrows and white hair appeared in the Zixiao palace, bowing to the Taiji Laozi. You and I are one, why be so polite? Laozi replied proudly, also bowing his hands. The good corpse was severed, and an exceptionally radiant smile appeared on Laozi's face, etching deep grooves into his aged features. As Hongjun lectured the multitude of listeners with himself as the first to successfully sever the corpse and advance to Saint truly stood out. He cast a glance at the third brother Tongtian, and all worries of lagging behind him, fearing to hold back the three pure ones, vanished. Laozi felt more at ease than ever. It can be said that he was finally able to hold his head high. He looked again at Nuwa, who was sitting quietly. As the first to sever the corpse beneath the saints, he should now possess the strength to match her. With this thought, Laozi felt that Nuwa was not so terrifying after all. Sever! 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 Yuan Shi shouted 3 times in succession, severing the evil corpse with a congenital treasure. I have met the true self. No need for excessive courtesy. Yuan Shi and the severed evil corpse exchanged bows, their mouths curling into smiles, their faces filled with pride, as if they had been bestowed with immense honor. Countless envious and jealous gazes turned towards Yuan Shi, making his mood even more joyful. Hongjun felt quite gratified seeing Laozi and Yuan Shi successively sever corpses. Truly deserving of being the authentic lineage of Pangu, they quickly comprehended my method of severing corpses. Truly they are teachable. Several top beings in Honghuang also succeeded in severing corpses. Di Jun severed a corpse with the congenital treasure, the He Tu, and Luo Shu. Tai Yi severed a corpse with the congenital treasure, the Chaos Bell. This made Hongjun look at these two brothers with newfound respect, sensing a hint of imperial aura from them. The two Buddhas of the West, Jian and Junti, also severed 2 bald Taoists, successfully advancing to Saint. Kunpeng, unwilling to lag behind, also successfully severed a corpse. Having successfully severed their first corpse, the others congratulated each other, engaging in mutual flattery. The 3 pure ones are truly the authentic lineage of Pangu, far ahead of us. Jain Taoist wore a mournful expression, but forced out a creepy smile, flattering. Yuan Shi roared with laughter, saying, You two Dao friends are not to be outdone. O upholding the fortunes of the West, I see the prosperity of the West lies between you two. Jian and Junti obviously relished the praise. Since their transformation, they had rarely received such compliments. The third figure, Kunpeng, also bowed to the others, saying the names of the 3 pure ones and 2 Buddhas are known to all who does not know them. Severing corpses and attaining the Tao is not difficult for a few of you, is it? Ha ha! I have long heard of a wise one in the northern underworld. Today, seeing brother Kunpeng sever the corpse with such ease, he is indeed extraordinary. The 2 rulers on the Sun Star will surely achieve remarkable feats in the future. The method of severing corpses is profound and boundless. Only the top beings of this era can comprehend it. You all are truly gifted having severed corpses. The mutual flattery left those who had severed corpses particularly satisfied. Their eyes shone with pride. They exuded a sense of superiority, as if having received the honor of glorifying their ancestors. It was as if their faces bore the words, I have severed corpses. Especially Di Jun and Tai Yi, who could not stop shaking their legs, their mouths perpetually curled in self-satisfied smiles. However, the gazes from Honyun and Baizhe toward them were quite peculiar. It was a bit like watching 2 fools. Fux's eyes glimmered with admiration as he prepared to sacrifice his Qin to sever his corpse. Just as he was about to proceed, Nuwa firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Little sister, why do you stop me? Fushi asked in confusion. Severing one's corpse may elevate one to a quasi-sage, but the achievements are limited. It is not a worthy path. Even the method pioneered by a sage is not a good one. What? Do you not believe me? Nuwa's tone turned cold. Fushi fell silent, shrinking his neck and daring not to speak further. At that moment, a man in a cyan Taoist robe rose from his seat and approached Tongtian and Houtu. 2 senior brothers, I wish to follow your footsteps and comprehend the laws to become a quasi-sage, but for over 10,000 years I have found no path. It must be my dull talent, alas. With that, he let out a deep sigh. He was Xuansha, a great serpent from Yunmeng Marsh who attained the Tao through transformation. By chance, he entered Taiyun Mountain and became a fellow disciple of Tongtian and Houtu. He had always longed to follow the path of Tongtian and the others, the path of enlightenment through the laws. But his origins and talent were several notches inferior, and he had never grasped even a sliver of the laws. Both Tongtian and Hongjun understood Xuanche's meaning. Exchanging a glance, Tongtian patted Xianxi on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Junior brother Xuanche, do not blame yourself. The path of comprehending the laws is full of twists and turns. Even we only grasped a fraction thanks to the Master's grace." Hongjun also added, "Yes, if you cannot comprehend the laws, do not be disheartened. The Master will not blame you." Upon hearing this, Xuanche's eyes reddened slightly, as if he had made a decision. "Two senior brothers, my talent is dull. Now I can only take the path of corpse severance." "Go ahead and do it," Tongtian and Hongjun encouraged. Then the three flowers above Xuanche's head manifested, emitting a pale white light that instantly drew everyone's attention. Is he going to sever his corpse? Has another pinnacle expert of the primordial world emerged? Who would have thought the primordial world teems with talents, not to be underestimated? Truly a hidden dragon. Gritting his teeth, Xianxi summoned his natal spirit treasure. Tears welled in his eyes and fell stubbornly. Drop, drop, drop. They were tears of self-reproach for failing to comprehend the laws and attain the Dao. It was the sound of a shattered dream. Xianxi severed his corpse with tears in his eyes. Lousy Yuanshi and the others who had already severed their corpses were momentarily stunned. What on earth am I seeing? Severing a corpse with tears? Tai asked in bewilderment. Severing a corpse is a glorious deed that brings honor to one's ancestors. Why is he doing it with tears? The faces of the others darkened slightly. Kunping seemed to have found the answer. Those must be tears of excitement, joy, and elation. Brother Kunping is indeed the wise one of the primordial world. You saw through this youth's psychology of tearful corpse severance at a glance. Admirable, admirable. The crowd's expressions eased somewhat, and they all praised Kunping. Another man in a cyan Taoist robe flew out of nowhere, his appearance somewhat similar to Xuanche's. It was Xuanche's good corpse. This essence need not grieve, the severed good corpse consoled him. Seeing the good corpse emerge, Xianxi completely cut off the path of enlightenment through the laws. He then recalled Chen Xuan's earnest teachings from the past, and could not help but feel deep shame tears streaming down his face. Xianxi addressed his fellow disciples, brothers and sisters of the same sect. I am dull-witted, and could only break through by severing my corpse, taking a lesser path. I am unworthy of our master. We too are dull-witted, bringing shame to our master's name. More than 200 people lamented, tears welling in their eyes. Then these 200 plus cried out in unison, sever, sever, sever. Xianxi led the way in severing his corpse, and his fellow disciples felt the same. Knowing they could not comprehend the laws to attain the Dao, they had no choice but to walk the path of corpse severance. One by one tears flew as they burned with shame. Over 200 people severed their corpses with tears in their eyes. The onlookers were lost in a daze. What is this? Are quasi-sids so worthless now? Didn't the three pure ones say that the method of corpse severance was profound and boundless, comprehensible only to the supreme experts of the age? The faces of Laozi and the others burned with a stinging pain. Their expressions turned extremely grim. Everyone in the Zixiao palace had heard the conversation clearly. Dull talent, so they had to sever their corpses with tears. A deed that brings glory to your ancestors. Yet you sever your corpses with tears. What does that mean? Tai's mouth hung open, his upper lip smacking against the lower as he asked dazedly, Brother Kunping, are these 200 plus people also shedding tears of excitement, joy, and elation? Kunping's face darkened with lines. For a moment, the Zixiao palace fell into utter silence. So quiet that one could hear the tears falling from the 200 plus who severed their corpses with tears. Tears fell like rain. Drop, drop, drop. This essence need not grieve. Over 200 severed avatars flew out consoling their true selves. But the 200 plus true selves remained silent, their heads hung low in dejection. Xuanche, who had just severed his corpse, spoke again, with glistening tears, Fellow disciples, I have taken the shortcut of corpse severance to become a quasi-sid, cheating my way. I am unworthy of our master and unfit to be his inner disciple. They had originally agreed that those at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm would be nominal disciples, those at the Duo Golden Immortal Realm would be outer disciples, and only those surpassing Duo Golden Immortal could become inner disciples. Now Xianxi believed that even though he had become a quasi-sid through trickery, he did not deserve to be an inner disciple. Senior brother, Xianxi speaks truly. We have taken shortcuts and are unworthy of promotion to inner disciples. Let all fellow disciples bear witness. The 200 plus who had severed their corpses said dejectedly. Lousy Yuanshi and the others stared wide-eyed. Shortcuts. You're stabbing a knife straight into my heart. How piercing. The pride of corpse severance was utterly shattered. Oh, I can't take this anymore. Tai clutched his chest, feeling suffocated and breathless. Even Hongjun, who had just finished his lecture, was covered in dark lines. I brought out the ultimate techniques I had hidden away to teach you, yet you all sever your corpses and still weep like rain. Are you gloating after getting what you want? Yao Chi shook her little head puzzled. These people are all fellow disciples of the three sisters, Shiwangu, Nuwa, and Houtu, and over 200 of them have severed their corpses to become quasi-sids at once. Yet they all say the method of corpse severance is a lesser path, a shortcut. Is there another way to become a quasi-sid? And this master they speak of, the one the sisters yearn for, who is it? Yao Chi was curious and also somewhat longing to meet the master that the sisters missed so dearly. Yao Chi was filled with curiosity and a touch of longing to meet the master that the sisters held so dear in their hearts. Hongjun's second sermon concluded. The method of attaining the quasi-sage realm by severing one's corpse spread throughout the primordial wilderness. On Penglai, immortal mountain Dongwang Gong, leaning on his dragon head staff, gazed at the heavens. Sever the corpse. Sever the corpse. Sever the corpse. Even if I missed the sage's sermon with my unparalleled talent, I shall surely sever a corpse and ascend to quasi-sage. The time for the immortal court's rise has come. The moment to wash away my humiliation has arrived. The veins on the hand gripping his dragon head staff bulged with fervent excitement. Where are the 10 palace immortal kings? Dongwang Gong bellowed. Your Majesty, your subjects are here. 10 somewhat portly aunties hurried over. They wore dashing cinched outfits that squeezed out rolls of flesh. They were none other than the original 10 cleaning ladies. Go forth and guard the 10 directions of the immortal court. If any petty scoundrel dares trespass, ring the bell. Dongwang Gong spoke with great authority. I shall go into seclusion for 1,000 years. But after he finished speaking, the 10 cleaning ladies exchanged troubled glances. Do you dare defy my decree? Dongwang Gong feigned anger. If you refuse, I shall deduct 10 years' wages. At the mention of wage deduction, the 10 panicked and quickly said, Your Majesty, we do not intend to defy your decree, but guarding the immortal court is not within our scope of duties. Oh, then what do you want? Dongwang Gong twitched the corner of his mouth. These were his only remaining subordinates. We need more pay. That's right, more pay. Yes, and settle the wages you owe us for the past 3,000 years. Several of them spoke while the others nodded incessantly. Dongwang Gong's face darkened. He had no choice but to produce 10 acquired lower-grade spiritual treasures and distribute them to the women. Having received the treasures, they all beamed with joy. Your Majesty is wise. Thank you, Your Majesty. In the primordial wilderness on the Sunstar, Dijuan and Tai were feasting Kunpeng. I have long heard of Brother Kunpeng's unmatched wisdom. Meeting you today, I see the reputation is well-deserved. Dijuan poured Kunpeng a full cup of wine, showering him with praise. You flatter me. Although you two reside on the Sunstar, your prestige is widely spread, even in my northern sea territory. Kunpeng returned the compliment. Tai raised his goblet and drained it in one gulp, then said, Brother Kunpeng, to be honest, we invited you here today, hoping you could assist us two brothers. Assist you two? Kunpeng asked suspiciously. Daijin's face broke into a smile, and in an instant he radiated unparalleled dominance. Indeed, Tai and I wish to establish a force capable of dominating the primordial wilderness. A force capable of dominating the primordial wilderness. Even Kunpeng, who had also severed a corpse, couldn't help but be startled by their ambition. But being shrewd and calculating, he quickly understood that Dijuan and Tai wanted to recruit him. However, such a matter was of great importance and could not be accomplished through mere words. So he asked, May I dare to inquire, how do you plan to establish this force? Establish the Yao clan and build the heavenly court. Tai's eyes blazed as he stared intently at Kunpeng. The two brothers had long harbored the idea of founding the Yao clan and the heavenly court. Now that both had ascended to quasi-sage, having severed their corpses with supreme, innate ultimate treasures, their strength and foundation, while perhaps not matching Laozi or Yuanshi, were not far behind. As for the over 200 newly promoted quasi-sages, the treasures they used to sever their corpses were not supreme, innate ultimate treasures, making them considerably weaker. Thus Dijuan and Tai felt their time to rise had come. What is the Yao clan? Kunpeng asked. All beings that absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun, moon, and stars to take form can be considered Yao. Kunpeng heard this and took a deep breath. Who among them had not taken form by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun, moon, and stars? Only a handful in the primordial wilderness were exceptions. If the Yao clan were truly established, its scope would encompass nearly all the myriad races of the primordial wilderness, even including great powers like Nuwa and Fushi. Kunpeng, would you be willing to join the Yao clan and become its teacher? Dijuan asked, directly sensing Kunpeng's interest. The offer was sincere, promising him the position of Yao teacher. Kunpeng looked deeply at Dijuan and Tai. In their every gesture they bore an innate, sovereign demeanor. He also performed a secret divination and knew they were destined for glory. Thus he nodded solemnly. I am willing to join the Yao clan. Come, a toast to the future Yao teacher. And I toast to the future Yao emperor. After several rounds of wine, Dijuan asked, since Brother Kunpeng has joined our Yao clan, we are one family. Do you have any strategies to invite the great powers of the primordial wilderness into our ranks? Yes, it wouldn't do to be a leader with no followers, Tai added. Kunpeng laughed heartily and said, you too wish to establish the Yao clan and the heavenly court. Where does that leave Dongwang Gong's immortal court? Though the immortal court was nominal at present, Dongwang Gong still bore the title of leader of all immortals appointed by the sages. When the time is ripe, we shall replace him. As he spoke, Tai made a throat-slitting gesture. If that's the case, why worry about great powers not joining the Yao clan? Kunpeng countered. Tai slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Truly you are the unmatched wise Yao teacher, a pillar of our Yao clan. He gave a thumbs up. Kunpeng's meaning was clear. Wait for the opportune moment to destroy the immortal court. It would be a perfect chance to establish their authority. Seizing that moment to establish the Yao clan and the heavenly court would elevate Dijuan and Tai's prestige to an extremely high level in a very short time. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Penglai immortal mountain resonated with Dongwang Gong's voice. Truly, I am the sage-appointed leader of all immortals in the primordial wilderness. A peerless genius. In merely 1,000 years I have severed my good corpse and ascended to quasi-sage. After 1,000 years of seclusion, he had indeed achieved quasi-sage. Now Dongwang Gong's complexion radiated vitality, his gaze was clear, and his spirit was full. He was as spirited as when the sages had appointed him leader of all immortals, feeling the exceptionally profound quasi-sage aura after severing the corpse. I, the leader of all immortals in the primordial wilderness, am formidable again. Where are the 10 palace immortal kings? Your subjects are here. The 10 cleaning ladies rushed over. Are there any great powers or major forces nearby? Dongwang Gong asked. The immortal court now consisted only of Dongwang Gong himself. Even the 10 cleaning ladies were merely hired help. Now that he had ascended to quasi-sage, his first priority was to rebuild his image and demonstrate his strength. Nothing was more direct than subduing a great power or a major force. The cleaning ladies exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Think again, Dongwang Gong said, pulling out an acquired upper-grade spiritual treasure and waving it in his hand. One buck-toothed cleaning lattice eyes sparkled with greed as she blurted out, reporting to your majesty, this place borders the Eastern Sea. Isn't the Dragon Clan a major force? 2 dark lines immediately appeared on Dongwang Gong's forehead. Just a moment ago, you were all exchanging glances, claiming ignorance. The moment you saw a spiritual treasure, you blurted it out. What a blurt it was. Money truly makes the world go round. However, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea is indeed a formidable force. In the era of the Dragon Han, they were a dominant existence in the primordial world. Although they are now in decline, their foundation and reputation still remain. If the former overlord, the Dragon Clan, could join the immortal court, it would solidify their title as the leaders of the primordial immortals. Moreover, the Dragon Clan has been notorious in the past, despised by many. Now if they are invited, it would be like sending charcoal in the snow. The East King pondered this and inquired, is there any information about the East Sea Dragon Clan? The cleaning lady truly possesses great abilities. It is unknown where she gathers all this information. The cleaning lady replied, there are approximately tens of thousands of pure-blooded dragons in the East Sea, led by Ao Dong, a 5-clawed golden dragon, at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Good. Truly worthy of being one of the 10 Hall immortal kings of the immortal court, indeed possessing great abilities. Let us see how I will recruit the Dragon Clan to strengthen the immortal court. The East King laughed heartily, filled with vigor. With a wave of his large sleeves, stepping on auspicious clouds, he set forth towards the East Sea, determined to recruit the Dragon Clan. The reason he did not invite the 10 Hall immortal kings to accompany him was twofold. First, their image was somewhat unpresentable. Second, the East King genuinely had no spiritual treasures to offer them as wages. Watching the East King's figure gradually disappear from view, the cleaning lady, oh no, the 10 Hall immortal kings, began to gossip like the village's aunties. Do you think the East King can rise again? It's a bit mystical. He often boasts of being the leader of the primordial immortals and claims to have been appointed by the sages. He must be a bit deluded. Ever since his failed proposal to the West Queen Mother and ended up getting beaten, he has become like this. Such a pity for this young man. A young man who has been single for too long will have a bit of a poor mental state. I've heard about the West Queen Mother. She is indeed one of the finest in the primordial world. She has a master named Tai Shin Dao Run, or something quite formidable. Yes, that's right, Tai Shin Dao Run. He has countless disciples. Even the sages cannot do anything to him. By the way, hundreds of years ago, I saw two golden crows flying past the sun, star seemingly heading towards the East Sea. Oh, I heard from those little shrimp soldiers that the East Sea Dragon King Ao Dong has already agreed to join whatever clan the two golden crows belong to. Well, the East King is going there. Unzu Mountain. Dijun and Tai stepped on auspicious clouds. During this millennium, they have recruited many powerful beings from the primordial world, laying a very favorable foundation for establishing the demon clan and building the heavenly court. Their purpose for this journey is precisely to recruit Nuwa and Fu Shi. Elder brother, we are already at the initial stage of Quasi-Saint realm. Soon we can slay another corpse and advance to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. There is no reason to fear that female demon any longer. Tai said perplexedly. He still harbored some reservations and fear. The scene of Nuwa smashing him with the chaos bell was still fresh in his memory, making him unable to understand why his brother Dijun was so intent on recruiting Nuwa and Fu Shi. Tai, in the future we will establish the demon clan and build the heavenly court to dominate the myriad clans of the primordial world, so we must think big and not just focus on the present without considering the future. Although Nuwa did seize our opportunities, she has an extraordinary background and formidable strength following the path of corpse slaying. If she reaches the pinnacle of the primordial world in the future, even if we fail to recruit her, it still shows our goodwill towards her. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. This will greatly benefit our grand ambitions without any harm. Dijun earnestly analyzed the pros and cons to Tai. Tai nodded in understanding, but felt uneasy at the thought of Nuwa. Before long they arrived at the dojo of Fu Shi and Nuwa. Nuwa Dao friend, Fu Shi Dao friend. Dijun called out. Today the purple energy from Unzu Mountain is coming from the east. It is truly a lack of welcome to not greet you two Dao friends properly. Fu Shi heard Dijun's voice and came out to respond, puzzled about what these two golden crows were doing here. Fu Shi Dao friend, why do I not see the female demon? Nuwa Dao friend. Tai shrank his neck, his gaze wandering. My younger sister has gone out to discuss the Dao with friends. Fu Shi said. Tai seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, exchanging knowing glances with Dijun, both understanding each other's intent. That is to first recruit Fu Shi. To befriend Fu Shi Dao friend is to befriend Nuwa Dao friend. Dijun clasped his hands and smiled. I have long heard that Fu Shi and Nuwa Dao friends possess great abilities dominating one side. Today we have come to seek a grand plan with Fu Shi Dao friend. Fu Shi had long suffered from Nuwa's fist teachings to the point of questioning life itself. Now hearing Dijun's flattery, he momentarily felt somewhat pleased. Fu Shi wore a slight smile. May I ask what grand plan do you two Dao friends wish to discuss? Dijun, seeing Fu Zai's demeanor was amiable and seemed a bit interested, felt a hint of joy in his heart, and said, Fu Shi Dao friend, I shall speak frankly. We wish to establish the demon clan and build the heavenly court to dominate the myriad clans of the primordial world. However, my younger brother Tai and I are well aware that such a world-shattering and spirit-shattering affair cannot be accomplished without the joining of Fu Shi Dao friend. Dijun said, gazing intently at Fu Shi. His words were beautifully articulated, and the phrase, without the joining of Fu Shi Dao friend we cannot accomplish this, elevated Fu Zai's status greatly, allowing him to feel that his value was recognized and valued. This struck a chord with Fu Shi. Ever since Nuwa took on some teacher and learned great abilities, most of the outsiders' attention and praise were focused on Nuwa, while for Fu Shi it was mostly expressions of pity and sympathy. Dijun's words made Fu Shi feel as though he had found a kindred spirit. Fu Shi secretly used the method of divination, the formless hexagrams calculating the heavenly secrets, and indeed, he vaguely discovered that Dijun and Tai would establish an extraordinary race in the future. This made Fu Shi feel somewhat tempted. However, he was used to making decisions for his little sister, and now she was out seeking the ancestral witch and the earth to discuss the Dao, leaving him without someone to consult. Should I agree to join Dijun and Tai's demon clan? Dijun, noticing Fu Zai's hesitation, said, Fu Shi Dao friend, if the demon clan is established, we will both be kings of the demon clan, sharing the same status without distinction. This statement gave Fu Zai's hesitant heart a sense of determination. In the past, his little sister always said he lacked initiative and would be deceived by others in the future. It is time to tell my little sister that I am also a decisive and wise elder brother. I want to quietly become the king of the demon clan and give my little sister a surprise. Fu Shi made his decision. Dijun, fellow Daoist, count me in on matters concerning the demon clan. Dijun replied with a hearty tone, shifting his address from Fu Shi, fellow Daoist, to brother Fu Shi, a change that drew them closer. The reason Dijun and Tai promised Fu Shi the title of Demon Emperor was simple. Fux's foundation was rock solid. Though he presently stood at the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm, his elevation to quasi-saint was only a matter of time. Moreover, Fu Shi had ties to the peerless she-demon Nuwa. With Fushi on their side, how long before Nuwa followed? Dijuan and Taiyi's grand design was nearing completion. Just as their hearts brimmed with satisfaction, Dijuan and Taiyi received a secret transmission from Ao Dong, Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The Dong Wangong had ascended to quasi-saint and sought to recruit the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. Oh, come quickly. Dijuan and Taiyi exchanged smiles. They had been fretting for an opportunity to strike at Dong Wangong. Now he presented himself unbidden. Dijuan asked with a grin, "Brother Fushi, if someone tries to poach from our demon clan, what should be done?" Fushi answered without hesitation, "Beat him soundly to display the might of our clan." Fushi said this as he raised his fist and clenched it hard. Dijuan laughed, hooked an arm around Fux's shoulder, and said, "Very well. Taiyi and I will see Dong Wangong off. Brother Fushi, please lend us your vanguard." Fushi was no fool. He understood Dijuan's request to be bound to the same cause. Still, the matter involved Dong Wangong, reputed head of the Hongwang pantheon. Fushi had heard that Nuwa and her senior brothers had once given Dong Wangong a sound beating. It was clear that Nuwa bore him great dislike. Thus, Dijuan, Taiyi, and Fushi flew toward the waters of the Eastern Sea. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Dong Wangong snorted coldly, "Ao Dong, fellow Taoist, can you not decide?" Ao Dong, his dragon whiskers sparse, looked helpless and said, "Dong Wangong Dao, brother, it is not that I refuse to join the celestial court, but—" Ao Dong seemed to harbor an unspeakable difficulty. Dong Wangong narrowed his eyes. "And what is that?" He propped his dragon head cane against the palace floor, causing the Eastern Sea to tremble slightly. A deft use of presence to intimidate. Ao Dong sighed and said, "Dong Wangong Dao, brother, had you come 500 years earlier, I would have accepted joining your celestial court. But now I have already promised to Dijuan and Taiyi, the two Jinwu, to enter their demon clan." It turned out that 500 years before, Dijuan and Taiyi had visited the Eastern Sea and invited the dragon clan to join the demons. Dong Wangong had arrived a step too late. Ao Dong, I am the head of the Hongwang pantheon, master of the celestial court, backed by sages. Do you not know how to choose? Dong Wangong asked, assuming an air of authority. Humph. Those two scraggly birds from the Sun Star dare to form secret cliques. Such predatory ambition. If I catch them, I'll pluck every feather from their wings. Ao Dong inwardly rolled his eyes. Everyone in Hongwang knew that Dong Wangong's title as head of the pantheon was little more than a facade. Moreover, the so-called celestial court had long been desolate. Dong Wangong was essentially solitary. The master of the court was leader in name only. Still, Ao Dong could only offer placation. "Dao, brother, grant me some time to consider." After all, the dragon clan had declined. Ao Dong himself was only at the apex of the Deluo golden immortal realm. No match for Dong Wangong, who had advanced to quasi-saint. "Do not play these evasions with me. Today you have but one choice." Dong Wangong glared, his quasi-saint aura rippling through the Eastern Sea. "Obey! Obey!" Dong Wangong's anger flared. The fallen dragon clan had not knelt to thank his benevolence. Instead, they sided with those two scraggly birds, traitors through and through. A tremendous bell tolled over the Eastern Sea. A mocking voice rang out, "Dong Wangong is bullying by might of skill. If you have the courage, step forth and fight." The Hongjun bell. Dong Wangong frowned. I had planned to pluck those two scraggly birds bare. Now they come willingly. With a cold snort, he swept his sleeve upward. Ao Dong breathed easier. Great powers were about to clash, and the little dragons might suffer. The surface of the Eastern Sea lay eerily calm, as if a cataclysmic storm brewed beneath. "Dong Wangong, before you try to poach my clan, do you not weigh your own strength?" Taiyi taunted with a sardonic laugh. "You two bare-feathered birds form cliques, scheming to usurp and shake the rule of my celestial court," Dong Wangong sneered. Fushi curled his lip. What was there left for the celestial court to govern? Perhaps a handful of hired cleaners. Dijuan produced the Hichu and Luoshu and said, "Dong Wangong, since fate has been set today, let us settle this swiftly." Dong Wangong's attempt to poach the Eastern Sea Dragons gave Dijuan and Taiyi the pretext they needed. Even if the sages learned of it, there would be little they could do. Before Dong Wangong could answer, Taiyi unleashed the Hongjun bell and hurled it at him. Anger flared in Dong Wangong's eyes as yang energy burst forth. He met it with his innate spirit treasure, the dragonhead cane. In an instant, the Eastern Sea surged into towering waves like a world-shattering tsunami. Dong Wangong was blasted back 30,000 li. With only his dragonhead cane, he was no match for Taiyi. We bid Dong Wangong take his leave. Dijuan transformed into a Jinwu and spewed a torrent of resplendent golden solar true fire. The solar true fire, one of the 10 primal source fires of Hongwang, is supremely yang and unyielding, able to consume all. Hichu and Luoshu followed. Another strike of the Hongjun bell. The two Jinwu combined forces to attempt a killing blow. Dong Wangong cannot escape his fate. These two Jinwu are dreadfully powerful, an observer remarked. Fuxi watched the scene and assessed Dijuan and Tai wielded two innate supreme treasures and mastered solar true fire. Their combat prowess was overwhelming. It seemed the demon clan would rise to greatness, and the celestial court would truly command all races. If I were to become the emperor of the demon clan, what should I be called? Shi Huang, how imposing. If my little sister Nuwa were to join as well, she would be Hua Huang. Shi Huang and Hua Huang. Those names sound majestic. I have made a wise choice. When my little sister returns, she will surely look upon me with new respect. The battle between Dijuan Tai and Dong Wenggong nearly overturned the entire Eastern Sea. Yet Dong Wenggong fighting alone was no match for Dijuan and Tai. Dong Wenggong, accept your doom. Tai roared, wielding the chaos bell to strike heavily upon Dong Wenggong's head. With a resounding crash, Dong Wenggong hastily summoned his dragon head staff, but ultimately could not withstand the assault. He fell with the blow, his soul shattered. Tai was about to deliver the fatal strike, annihilating even Dong Wenggong's lingering soul when Dijuan intervened. Tai spare him a wisp of his residual soul. Dijuan put away the Hichu Luoshu, halting Tai's action. Tai looked at his elder brother with confusion and asked, if we don't uproot the weeds, they will grow again when the spring wind blows. How can we spare his life? Dijuan chuckled lightly. Even if we gave him 10 more lives, he would be powerless to contend with us. However, his identity is sensitive. He once received favor from a sage. If we kill him, wouldn't that be a slap in the sage's face? Though the leader of all immortals in the primordial wilderness held a nominal title, it was still decreed by Hongjun's golden words. Then how should we deal with Dong Wenggong? Tai suppressed Dong Wenggong's residual soul within the chaos bell and asked. Dijuan turned to Fuxi. Brother Fuxi, do you have a good plan? Fuxi, skilled in the art of divination, had already foreseen that Dong Wenggong still had a chance to turn things around. Now that Dijuan inquired, Fuxi suggested, why not recruit him into the demon clan's heavenly court and grant him a nominal position? Being a mascot wouldn't be bad either. Brother Fux's words aligned perfectly with my thoughts. Dijuan laughed heartily. The immortal court had gathered the fortune of the primordial wilderness. If Dong Wenggong joined the demon clan's heavenly court, it would mean the court absorbing the fortune of the immortal court. Dong Wenggong, are you willing to join our demon clan's heavenly court? Tai tapped the deep resonant chaos bell, producing a clanging sound. Dong Wenggong's residual soul, still retaining consciousness, was shaken into a dizzying whirl. He initially wanted to refuse stubbornly, but times had changed. Now he was like fish on a chopping block at the mercy of others. He could only nod in agreement. Ha ha ha. Taking this opportunity, let us declare to the primordial wilderness, the demon clan shall rise. Tai laughed heartily. The battle between Dijuan Tai and Dong Wenggong was so grand that it drew the attention of many mighty beings. The immense power of the two golden crows was witnessed by many, and their prestige reached a peak. Dijuan Tai and Fuxi exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and their auras merged as one as they proclaimed solemnly. By the Heavenly Dao above, witnessed by the sages, I, Dijuan, today established the demon clan together with Tai and Fuxi. All living beings in the world that absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, essence from the sun, moon, and stars, and transform into form may be considered demons. I, Dijuan, am the demon emperor of the demon clan. I, Tai, am the eastern emperor of the demon clan. I, Fuxi, am the Shi emperor of the demon clan. 1,000 years from now, we shall establish the demon clan's heavenly court on the sun star, and we cordially invite all fellow cultivators to attend. The voice echoed through the bright and clear cosmos, stirring up violent winds and towering waves across the eastern sea. The Heavenly Dao responded, and from the clouds poured an endless expanse of purple energy, while golden rays of light streamed down, shining upon Dijuan Tai and Fuxi. Heavenly merit descended, proclaiming to the primordial wilderness, Sai, Dijuan and Tai have subdued Dong Wenggong and established the demon clan. All living beings that absorb spiritual energy and essence to transform. What ambition is this? The demon clan's heavenly court. This is a sign of the demon clan's rise. I want to join the demon clan. Become a part of the heavenly court. This is the time to earn a title and rank. In the chaotic Zixiao palace, Hongjun, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes with slight surprise. The demon clan. He counted on his fingers, divining the celestial secrets of the demon clan and its heavenly court. So that's how it is. The lord of the heavenly court has fallen upon Dijuan and Tai. Originally, during his first sermon, Hongjun had calculated that Dong Wenggong, born of the first ray of pure yang energy, aligned with the celestial number of heavenly yang and would become the lord of the primordial wilderness heavenly court. Thus, he had appointed him as the leader of all immortals. But unexpectedly, Dong Wenggong disregarded celestial fate, being arrogant and unruly. He established the immortal court before the time was ripe, defying the will of heaven, and thus missed the position of the true lord of the heavenly court. As for Dijuan and Tai, their origins lay in the Great Sun Golden Crows conceived within the Great Sun Golden Flame. The Great Sun Golden Flame, along with turbid earth, extreme profound ice, and void wind, were known as the four primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Thus, Dijuan and Tai were also beings of pure yang, within fire, mysteriously favored by the Heavenly Dao. 1,000 years later, they would become the true lords of the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Dao, you guided Dijuan and Tai to become the lords of the Heavenly Court. Have you already planned for the next tribulation? But Dijuan and Tai were wise enough to spare a wisp of Dongwangong's soul and recruit him to the Heavenly Court, saving me face. Those two lads know how to play the game as birds. I have high hopes for them. The future lords of the Heavenly Court. Not bad, not bad. At Bujo Mountain, Nuwa, sitting hand in hand with Houtu, suddenly felt a palpitation as if faint threads of karma were entwining around her heart. Nuwa frowned slightly. She had already comprehended over 80% of the laws of creation. One step further, and she would attain the Tao of Hunyuan. Why would karma entangle her for no reason? Then the words of Dijuan Tai and Fushi establishing the demon clan reached her ears. Nuwa's beautiful face shifted between uncertainty and displeasure. Brother, you really know how to stir up trouble. She then said to Houtu, Sister Houtu, the demon clan has been established. Our teacher foretold that a great tribulation would erupt between the demon clan and the Wu clan. You should prepare well. Back on Taiyuan Mountain, Chen Xuan had revealed many major events of the primordial wilderness to his disciples, intending for them to stay far away. Little did he expect that they were the protagonists of these very events. Especially now with the establishment of the demon clan, it was closely tied to Houtu and Nuwa. Houtu's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she nodded solemnly. Sister Nuwa, I believe I have found a way to break through. Once again the figure of Chen Xuan appeared in Houtu's mind, and an endless longing filled her eyes. Teacher, in the cycle of reincarnation, when will I see your form again? Nuwa felt the same empathy, patting Houtu's hand encouragingly. Attain the Hunyuan Duo Golden Immortal as soon as possible, and through the resonance of the great Tao our teacher will hear our call. I have comprehended nearly 80% of the laws of reincarnation. Almost catching up to you, Sister Nuwa. Houtu revealed a charming smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Your cultivation progresses so swiftly. Let's see which of us siblings attains the Hunyuan Dao first. Nuwa also laughed. Then we must work hard. They'll go bring Brother Fushi back to Bujo Mountain, first to keep him from making a spectacle of himself outside. With that, Nuwa, guided by the bond between siblings, sped straight toward the eastern sea. Nuwa, clad in an elegant gown and standing at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, soon arrived at Donghai. She saw Fushi collecting the merits that had descended from the heavens and murmuring that those merits should be reserved for his younger sister to push into a higher realm. Brother, Nuwa said in a cold voice, not a single shred of these merits may be taken. Little sister, Fushi cried, delighted. Shihuang, sounds majestic, does it not? Nuwa forced a few words through her teeth. Shihuang, what an imposing name. Indeed. Why not join the Yao clan yourself? I have a name picked out for you, Wahuang. Fushi did not detect the anger in Nuwa's tone. Dijuan, seeing Nuwa arrive, was pleased as well. Indeed, securing Fushi first had proved the correct strategy, as the younger sister Nuwa had immediately come to lend support. Haha, the ascendancy of our Yao clan is imminent, they boasted. Before the thought could form, Nuwa's emotionless voice cut through. Was it you two who duped my brother into joining the Yao clan? As she spoke, the whole of Donghai fell unnaturally calm, an eerie, terrifying stillness. Nuwa's gaze casually swept over Dijuan and Tai. That casual glance made them feel as if they had been plunged into an age-old glacier, their inner solar fires frozen solid. Tai shuddered, a few of his bird feathers trembling loose. I am already a quasi-saint, soon to carve out a second corpse. How could I fear her? Tai tried to comfort himself, yet his hand clutching the chaos bell trembled uncontrollably as if struck by Parkinson's. The shaking threatened to fling the chaos bell away. Dijuan was instantly reminded of the horror of being dominated by Nuwa. He hurriedly forced a smile and said, Nuwa Daoist, how could you say such things? We sincerely invited Fushi to join the Yao clan and honor him as the clan Shihuang. Duped? Absolutely not. At most I embellished some facts and used a few conversational tactics. Yes, we were sincere, truly sincere. Tai hurriedly nodded like a little pecking chick. Fushi laughed. Little sister, you misunderstand. These two genuinely invited me to join the Yao clan and build our great enterprise together. I have divined the heavenly mechanisms. Our Yao clan will surely become the superpower of the Hongwang. I join the Yao clan and become Shihuang. Are you not delighted? Fushi added with a smug air of entitlement. But, delighted. Nuwa had long learned from her teacher Chen Xuan the karmic dangers of joining the Yao clan. She merely cast a sidelong glance at Fushi and remained silent. She lifted her slender hand, slowly curled it into a fist, then parted her crimson lips and blew a gentle breath upon it. The surroundings went deathly quiet. Even the sea refrained from stirring. All seemed afraid to offend this unfathomably beautiful immortal. Fux's eyes rolled with unease. What was happening? The atmosphere felt decidedly wrong. Her demeanor bore all the signs of someone about to admonish him. Would my becoming the Yao clan Shihuang not please my little sister? He glanced at the bowed Dijuan and Tai. Fellow Taoists, why do your legs tremble so? Nuwa asked. Where is the regal bearing that once struck down the Eastern Duke and decided the fate of the world? Say something. Nuwa smiled an exceptionally gentle smile. In these years I have been negligent in guiding my elder brother. Now that I return to Buzhou Mountain, I will teach him many truths. Ahem. Negligent in guidance. Teach him many truths. Fux's scalp tingled, he hunched his neck, clasped his head, and shouted, little sister, please don't humiliate me. Without further words, Nuwa's hooked fist shot straight for Fux's chin. Oh, whoosh. Fushi vanished like a rocket multiplied 10 million times in speed, streaking back toward Buzhou Mountain. This was Donghai, yet a single hooked punch sent Fushi across half the Hongwang, saving him the trouble of travel. Truly a considerate little sister. Nuwa, fellow Taoist, I suddenly recall I must return to Taiyang Star to incubate eggs. Farewell, Dijuan stammered, grasping at an excuse. Yais. Ah, fair. Farewell, Tai stuttered in agreement. Fellow Taoist, you have made Fushi the Yao clan Shihuang. I cannot thank you enough. Allow me to escort you, Nuwa said with a radiant smile. No, that's not necessary, Dijuan, and Tai hastened to wave her off. You dare refuse my kindness? Nuwa asked, her face darkening. That's not what we meant. Two piercing screams echoed across the silent Donghai, and then all fell still. Could Tu Jinwu, who had ascended to quasi-sainthood by the method of corpse slaughter, possibly withstand a single technique from Nuwa, who had comprehended 80% of the laws of creation and stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? When the beings of the Honghuang lifted their heads, they saw two streaks of light slice across the sky at inconceivable speed toward Taiyang Star. Boom. Boom. Two tremendous detonations seemed to shove Taiyang Star back by 2 stellar positions. Nuwa's voice rang out from the Taiyang Star. If anyone dares scheme against Fushi again, the 3-legged Great Sun Jinwu will become a single-legged Great Sun Jinwu. Remember my identity, inner disciple of Taishin Doran Nuwa. Above Donghai, the unfathomably beautiful woman lightly applauded and turned away. In the original course of the Honghuang, Nuwa and Fushi had both joined the Yao clan. Fushi as the clan's Shihuang, Nuwa as the Wahuang and leader of the Yao sect. Both siblings became entangled in the Yao clan's karmic consequences, so that when the Zixiao tribulation later erupted, Nuwa, having become a saint, would be free of those ties, while Fushi would have to endure the tribulation as a member of the Yao clan. But this Nuwa had already heard of the Zixiao tribulation from Chen Xuan, so how could she ever join the Yao clan? Now that Fushi had been duped into joining, Nuwa naturally sought to unravel that fate and find a way to save him. All the puissant beings who had witnessed Nuwa punch Fushi and kick Dijuan and Tai drew a sharp, cold breath and could not help but gasp. Was this still the gentle, virtuous goddess they once knew? This was a transformation from tender goddess to calculating sovereign sister. It seems heaven favored the trio of Dijuan, Tai, and Fushi in founding the Yao clan today, does it not? Those three are so pitiful. Their day of glory was barely enjoyed. This is the legendary handsome, does not even last 3 seconds. Ahem. Not even 3 seconds of handsomeness. I think I heard a voice from Taiyang Star. I heard it too. Remember my identity, inner disciple of Taishin Doran Nuwa. His Taishin Doran again. Nuwa is even his disciple. Nuwa only an inner disciple. Does Taishin Doran even have any true heir disciples? At the chaotic purple firmament palace, Hongjun stared at Dijuan and Tai, who lay sprawled on the sun star like lifeless chickens. His countenance was as dark as water. The esteemed emperors of the demon race, favored by the Heavenly Dao, had been utterly brutalized by Nuwa without even the strength to fight back. Inner disciple of Taishin Doran. Nuwa. Taishin Doran. Isn't that you, old thief Yongmei? Yongmei, I know you too well. Nuwa and Hongjun, aren't they the fine disciples you personally taught? You think raising a bunch of disciples can disrupt my plans? A fool's dream. Deep in the chaos, old ancestor Yongmei inexplicably sneezed. Yongmei, the eternal scapegoat. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, the true culprit, remained oblivious to how many were thinking of him. At that moment, he and the 6-eared macaque were circling a pristine jade-white egg gleaming like flowing jade. This was the egg the 6-eared macaque had brought back after falling off a cliff while drunk. 6-ear, are you certain you sensed life fluctuations from it? Chen Xuan asked. Chen Xuan had initially planned to boil the egg for nourishment, but the 6-eared macaque had tried to cook it for 10,000 years without success. Most peculiar. Just moments ago, the 6-eared macaque had marveled at discovering life fluctuations within the egg. Absolutely certain. Chen Xuan rubbed his chin intrigued. What creature would hatch from this egg? Perhaps he should wait for it to hatch before roasting it. It should be quite delicious. Six-Ear, keep a close watch on this egg. Let it hatch, but don't let it escape, Chen Xuan said. Well, roast it then. Master, rest assured. Leave it to me, the six-eared macaque declared, thumping his chest. Several days later, Chen Xuan was summoned by the six-eared macaque's shouts. Master, come quickly. The egg is moving. Sure enough, the egg rolled with a rumbling sound. The life fluctuations within were intensely strong, as if it might crack open at any moment. What creature could it be? Chen Xuan fixed his gaze on the perfectly round jade-like egg. The life fluctuations grew more intense, as if making a final surge. For 3 whole days and nights, a faint crack appeared on the jade-like shell from which a resplendent, 5-colored light shone. It seems to be of the Phoenix clan. Sensing a wisp of aura leaking from the shell, the six-eared macaque judged. The Phoenix clan. Chen Xuan was skeptical. Hadn't the Phoenix clan retreated from the world? How did an egg end up on Taiyun Mountain? Crack, crack, crack. The fissures spread until the shell shattered. A piercing cry of a bird echoed across Taiyun Mountain. A creature bathed in 5-colored light against the white clouds. Neither quite a phoenix nor a common bird. Its feathers were verdant green, its lower back shimmered with a bronze-purple luster, and a tall crest adorned its head. Chen Xuan was stunned. Wasn't this a peacock? Ama. The young peacock called out timidly upon seeing the six-eared macaque and Chen Xuan. The six-eared macaque stared intently at the young peacock and asked, Master, it seems to have phoenix bloodline within it, and quite pure at that. Do we still roast it? A rather pure phoenix bloodline. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, then asked, Six-ear, have you ever seen such a creature in the primordial wilderness? The six-eared macaque thought for a moment and shook his head. Never seen one before. Then could this be the very first peacock in the world? Chen Xuan wondered, then made a snap decision, roast it. The first peacock in the world must be exceptionally nutritious. Perhaps it could aid his cultivation. The six-eared macaque was speechless. Listen to yourself. The world's first peacock and you want to barbecue it. Upon hearing it might be roasted, the young peacock curled into a ball and backed away step by step. It kept murmuring, ama. But newly hatched, how could it escape the grasp of a golden immortal like the six-eared macaque? The six-eared macaque grabbed it with a large hand, looked at the pitiful young peacock in his palm and frowned. Turning to Chen Xuan, he said, Master, it's still young. The young peacock seemed overwhelmed with gratitude, nodding incessantly like a chick pecking at rice. Brother monkey, you truly have a compassionate heart. You're right, it is still small. Chen Xuan seemed to agree with the six-eared macaque. The young peacock felt as if pardoned, tears of gratitude welling in its eyes. Such immense kindness. Thank you, 2 big brothers, for your mercy. Ama. But Chen Xuan's next sentence made it tilt its head and faint. It's so small there's hardly any meat on it. Not enough for a single bite. Let's raise it until it's bigger, then we can roast it, make soup. It should be very delicious. Got it. The six-eared macaque grinned with a sly laugh. They'll reserve a drumstick then. If such a small peacock were roasted, the master would surely devour it all in one gulp. At most, he would only get a tiny piece of the peacock's rear. But if it were raised to be bigger, that would be different. The young peacock seemed to sense the six-eared macaque's excitement and cracked open an eye. Big brother, I thought you pitied me and were going to set me free. But now, the young peacock clearly saw the six-eared macaque's tears of sympathy dripping from the corner of his mouth. Put it by the spirit herb garden to raise. The spiritual energy there is lush, and I can check on its growth every time I come to relieve myself. Yes, master. The young peacock fainted completely. The six-eared macaque carried it like a chick and placed it by the spirit herb garden. Its origin was extraordinary. It was the egg laid by Yuanfeng, the progenitor of phoenixes. During the War of the 3 Primordial Races, Yuanfeng was gravely wounded. As she journeyed back to the undying volcano, she encountered the invasion of 5 elements spiritual energy midway. Yuanfeng was born from the fusion and infection of the 4 fundamental primordial elements, earth, wind, water, and fire. The union of her innate primordial origin with the acquired 5 elements spiritual energy gave birth to an egg at the falling phoenix slope. This egg inherited Yuanfeng's origin, which severely depleted her own, robbing her of the ability to be reborn from flames. Yet no one knew why this egg, clearly at the falling phoenix slope, had ended up on Taiyun Mountain, brought there by a drunken six-eared macaque. And it nearly became a meal for Chen Xuan and the six-eared macaque right after hatching. From now on, you stay here and fatten up. Grow quickly. The six-eared macaque pointed to the crude nest he had made of straw, smoothing the young peacock's emerald feathers. The young peacock stared blankly at the messy nest. Tears were about to spill from its eyes. Pitiful. How miserable I am. I, the descendant of the mighty primordial overlord Yuanfeng, reduced to such a wretched state. And I haven't even had a proper look at this beautiful world. Boo-hoo. Master, if we place the little peacock next to the spirit herb garden, what if it sneaks a bite of the spirit fruits? Those are exceptionally rare, celestial treasures. The six-eared macaque was somewhat concerned about the little peacock stealing the spirit fruits. Chen Xuan chuckled meaningfully. 6 ears, do you think I placed it beside the spirit herb garden for no reason? If it doesn't eat some spirit fruits, how will it grow quickly? Good heavens. So that's your scheme, Master. The six-eared macaque's expression lit up with sudden realization. The older the wiser. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Master. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow. Even if the little peacock did pilfer the fruits from these spiritual roots, it would be of no great consequence. After all, he possessed the golden finger of his own divine essence, which could prompt the spiritual roots to bear fruit once more. But that little peacock was the only one of its kind in heaven and earth. It would be a pity not to roast it soon. As night deepened, the little peacock's eyes darted around furtively. It did not sense the presence of Chen Xuan or the six-eared macaque. It thought to itself, I cannot sit here and wait for death. That Taoist is terrifying. He wants to roast and eat me. I must escape. Yes, I must escape. If I can get away with my noble birth and profound origins, I will soar freely across the heavens from now on. Ascend to the pinnacle of peacock existence. A thought of escape took root and sprouted in the little peacock's heart. Taking advantage of the dark, windy night and the stillness of the deep hours, the little peacock crept stealthily out of its grimy little nest. Suddenly it saw a multitude of flowers, grasses, and trees, many of which bore spirit fruits, seemingly exuding a fragrance of blossoms and fruit. During the day, the little peacock had been dominated by the terror of Chen Xuan and the six-eared macaque's barbecue fattening plan. It had no mind to pay attention to anything else on this mountain. Now, seeing this vast expanse of spiritual abundance, its stomach began to rumble loudly. Since breaking out of its shell, it had not eaten anything in an entire day. Although it was the first peacock in heaven and earth, noble in birth, and innately capable of fasting, subsisting on spiritual energy instead of food still, if it could eat a few spirit fruits. The pitiful little peacock used its wing to pat its growling stomach. It thought, that Taoist wants to roast me in a stew. Stealing a few of his spirit fruits is only fitting punishment. After I pick the fruits, he'll escape. The little peacock flapped its wings lightly, and in an instant, it was on the branch of a fruit tree. A wave of fruity fragrance assailed its senses. The salivary glands in the little peacock's mouth were instantly stimulated, and it swallowed its saliva. Its pointed beak pecked at a silver-colored spirit fruit. A flicker of surprise passed through its eyes, which then became complex. So delicious, sweet with a hint of sourness melting on the tongue. The energy of the stars is so rich, a one bite feels as if the entire starry sky has dissolved in my belly, sparkling and brilliant. What fruit is this? It actually contains the power of the stars. The little peacock stared at the silver-gray fruit. The power of the sun, moon, and stars was fused within it, as if it were a miniature star. Could this be a primordial star fruit? Then this tree is the primordial star tree. That is a high-grade, innate spiritual root containing dense star power, and legend has it that it even holds the laws of the stars. If an ordinary beast eats one star fruit, it can use the star power within to transform into human form. The little peacock, relying on its inherited memories from the primordial phoenix ancestor, Yuan Feng, identified that this spiritual root was indeed the primordial star tree. It thought, if I could eat a few more star fruits, I should be able to transform as well. And that spiritual root over there, the 5 elements energy is so intense. Could that be the high-grade, innate spiritual root, the 5 elements fruit? And that is the mid-grade, innate spiritual root, the emerald water peach. Wow, the innate Dao enlightenment tea. Good heavens. The top 10 ultimate innate spiritual roots, the yellow plum of the middle. A domineering aura emanated from the yellow plum of the middle, making it seem like the overlord of the entire spirit herb garden. Does that yellow plum of the middle have its own consciousness? Am I seeing things? The little peacock's eyes nearly popped out of its head. Its jaw was hanging open. There were nearly 10,000 spiritual roots planted here in a collective garden. What kind of place is this? Good heavens! What kind of divine paradise is this? These spiritual roots are everywhere, as if they cost nothing. Any single one of them let loose would be a peerless treasure that countless primordial era powerhouses would fight over. Oh, mother! If I could possess this entire garden of spiritual roots and herbs, my peacock life would take off immediately. Restoring the glory of my mother Yuan Feng would be a trivial matter. The little peacock stared in shock towards the direction of the Taiyun Mountain Palace, where Chen Xuan rested. Who are the Taoists and that monkey on this mountain? What kind of beings are they? How can they gather so many spiritual roots and herbs? It shook its head. Forget who they are for now. First, it'll eat the spirit fruits. First, it would gorge on the primordial star fruits, which contain star power and would help it transform into human form. Then there were the primordial 5 elements fruits, emerald water peaches green, wood apricots. It even stuffed several handfuls of tender leaves from the innate Dao enlightenment tea into its mouth, chewing them all up. Eat, eat, eat. Eat my way to the peak of peacock existence. Now the little peacock had completely forgotten its intention to escape. The next morning Chen Xuan awoke. As usual, the first thing he did was to go to the spirit herb garden to relieve himself. Since the scale of the spirit herb garden had expanded many times over, Chen Xuan had long since changed his method of irrigation. He had ordered the 6-eared macaque to dig a water source within the garden. All he had to do was urinate at the source, and the essence of his great Dao would flow along the water, nourishing the spiritual roots of the entire garden. A stream of his divine essence flowed forth. After settling all night, his urine was exceptionally rich in essence, and waves of primordial chaos energy emanated from the water source. Chen Xuan shook his dragon-like pillar and finished his morning ritual. And what is that plump round thing under that tree? It seems to have grown some verdant feathers. Drawing closer, he saw that it was none other than the little peacock which had spent the entire night eating spirit fruits in the garden. It had eaten so much it could barely move and had fallen asleep under the tree to digest the accumulated spiritual energy. In its slumber, the little peacock vaguely sensed a human figure approaching. It felt as if the very Dao of heaven and earth were converging around it. The sensation was incredibly comfortable and intimate, but then a voice startled it into a jolt. This little peacock has grown so much meat overnight. It seems my barbecue fattening plan will succeed soon. Good heavens. It's that Taoist. Barbecue fattening plan. Have I really put on weight? The little peacock opened its drowsy eyes and glanced sideways at its own body. It had grown by more than a full circle. It seemed to hear Chen Xuan's sly chuckle in its ears. It also heard the sound of him swallowing saliva. Too terrifying. This is going to scare the peacock to death. Born as the first peacock in heaven and earth, yet coveted by a supreme being and about to be roasted. Is there a way out? Waiting online urgent. A matter of life and death. The little peacock huddled, feeling quite anxious. It was clear that there was no escape now. That monkey was staring at me, saliva dripping in a line. Teacher, this peacock has grown so much overnight. Truly your foresight is remarkable, predicting that it would surely sneak some spirit fruit. 6-eared chuckled as the little peacock's movements were clearly heard by the 6-eared monkey. The ability to eavesdrop is not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, the little peacock realized. So this was all part of your plan. What, the trap is too deep. Society is simple, it is people who are complex. Chen Xuan pinched the little peacock's thigh, feeling it was still not plump enough, and smiled. In a few days, once it digests the power of those spirit fruits, it should grow even sturdier. At that time, haha. The little peacock fainted again, its eyes blank and lifeless. It's over. According to this person's words, in a few days I will truly be done for. No, I think I can still be saved. I must change my unfortunate fate. I must change my peacock life. The little peacock stared blankly at Chen Xuan and the 6-eared monkey as they walked away. As time passed, the accumulated spiritual power within it was continuously digested, constantly awakening its inherent power as a descendant of the phoenix. Who knows how many rare spirit fruits it consumed last night. In the evening, Chen Xuan savored fine wine, admiring the colorful sunset in the sky. This leisurely life of eating, drinking, and playing with birds and monkeys had no pressure from a fast-paced life, no internal struggles. Plus, there were no various exams to deal with. Just one word. Refreshing. So refreshing. Chen Xuan did not want to get caught up in calamities and suffer various plots against him, risking a fate of losing his soul. Chen Xuan leisurely enjoyed his wine when he heard a voice next to him, saying, "Amma, Amma." Turning his head, he was surprised to see the little peacock had come over. The little peacock looked at Chen Xuan pitifully, then shook its body, spreading its tail feathers like a beautiful fan, the eye patterns shimmering with light, truly stunning. Through a day's observation, it discovered that Chen Xuan, besides eating spirit fruits, drinking celestial brew, and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, spent the rest of his time studying spiritual roots and experimenting with the 6-eared monkey, as well as enjoying the scenery of Taiyun Mountain. The little peacock thought to itself that with such beautiful feathers, it would surely catch Chen Xuan's favor. Perhaps if he was pleased, he would decide not to roast me after all. The peacock, inheriting the elegant form of the phoenix clan, innovated with its feathers, evolving to possess dazzling eye patterns. The biggest difference is that its tail feathers can spread out, forming a brilliant and colorful fan. Generally, male peacocks spread their feathers to attract mates or defend themselves. Now the little peacock was doing this to please Chen Xuan. It thought to itself, having lowered its noble head and endured humiliation to become your loyal follower, I should be granted a path to survival, right? Chen Xuan nodded repeatedly and said, "Not bad, not bad. A different kind of scenery on Taiyun Mountain." Seeing this, the 6-eared monkey also exclaimed in wonder, "I didn't expect this little peacock had such tricks." The little peacock's eyes lit up, and it timidly spoke human words. So have you two big brothers changed your minds? We've changed our minds. Chen Xuan nodded, and said this time we won't roast it. Let's go for a spicy hot pot instead. That will be tonight's dinner. Chen Xuan knew very well the little peacock's intentions. But can looking good be eaten? Obviously not. Spicy hot pot sounds great. The six-eared monkey was drooling. I'll go catch a couple of wild rabbits right away. The little peacock thought. I made so many expressions just to have you decide against roasting me and instead go for spicy hot pot. Are you ready to become my dinner? Chen Xuan asked with a smile, running his fingers through the little peacock's green feathers, which felt silky smooth. Become your dinner. Ready for it. Oh, I'm going to be eaten. I'm going to die. Quick run. The little peacock was about to take off running. But no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the grasp of Chen Xuan's large hands, which seemed to possess infinite power, holding it tightly in place. The little peacock could not muster any magical power, its eyes turning white. Is my peacock life coming to an end? Senior, I will give you anything you want, just please don't eat me. This is my nirvana fire. This is my tail feather. It should be able to forge an incredibly powerful weapon. The little peacock truly brought out all its treasured items. Nirvana fire, the essence of the phoenix's rebirth, can allow one to be reborn through flames. After the fall of the Yuan foam, the nirvana fire was absorbed into the peacock egg and inherited by the little peacock. Its tail feather could even be refined into a postnatal supreme treasure, the five-color divine light. The five-color divine light can brush away all things. I can patrol Taiyuan Mountain for you. I can catch many wild chickens to make hot pot. I can even bring back several phoenix sisters to honor you. Anything you want. I can give you massages and brew tea. I can do anything. Please don't eat me. I'm bowing to you. In a moment of desperation, the little peacock actually digested the spirit fruits within, transforming into a naked young boy. He knocked his head on the ground 3 times. This. Massages and brewing tea. Chen Xuan sighed. Fine. You can stay on Taiyuan Mountain. It was still the little peacock's phrase massages and brewing tea that touched Chen Xuan's heart, reminding him of past disciples. Moreover, with the little peacock taking human form, hot pot was no longer an option. Indeed, as a descendant of the Yuan foam, the first peacock in the world, it gathered immense fortune, managing to transform into a human form just days after its birth. The little peacock's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, teacher, for sparing my life. Thank you, teacher, for taking me in. I will serve you with all my heart. Teacher, I don't have a name, yet please bestow one upon me. The little peacock was moved to tears, also calling Chen Xuan teacher, alongside the six-eared monkey. Let's call you Kong Xuan. Chen Xuan gazed deeply at the little peacock. Kong Xuan would later shine brightly during the great calamity of the canonization, becoming the foremost figure beneath the saint of that time. Later he was subdued by the Taoist junta and became the Peacock King of the Western Buddhist sect, also known as the Buddha Mother. Kong Xuan. From now on I will be called Kong Xuan. Thank you for naming me teacher. The little peacock knocked its head on the ground 3 times again. Rise first. Now that you have entered my Taiyuan Mountain, you must not descend recklessly and become entangled in karmic ties, nor involve yourself in the conflicts of the primordial wilderness. Do you understand? Chen Xuan said. I understand, I understand. Kong Xuan nodded obediently. Also, let's settle an account. Last night, you secretly ate 72 primordial star fruits, 156 azure water peaches, 368 green wood apricots, 99 5-elements fruits, and 12 bundles of primordial enlightenment tea. From now on, you will replace the 6-eared macaque in tending the spiritual roots of the immortal herb garden, picking the spirit fruits, and brewing them into divine nectar. Kong Xuan nodded obediently and stuck out his tongue. He had eaten far too much last night. Now it was time to repay the debt. Night fell, the stars sparse, and the moon dim. Chen Xuan felt a slight bewilderment. Whether it was the 6-eared macaque or this little Kong Xuan, both held pivotal roles in the great calamities. If they could stabilize their growth and evade the tribulations, their future achievements would be immeasurable. Now they have all gathered by my side. Could it be that I possess some special charm? But why does my urine promote the growth of spiritual roots? And then there's the astonishing comprehension of divine abilities. I understand them at a glance. Yet why can't I even master a high-level breathing technique? Something is off. Truly something is amiss. Chen Xuan couldn't help but ponder, have I been developing in the wrong direction? It's like those protagonists who are born with crippled constitutions, naturally unable to cultivate spiritual energy. But in other aspects, they possess astonishing potential for growth. The primordial wilderness is home to countless cultivation methods, besides the orthodox method of merely breathing and refining spiritual energy. There is the Wu clan's physical cultivation, the Buddhist path of salvation, and those who cultivate through the Tao of the sword, alchemy, poison, painting talismans, and so on. Perhaps I should try a different cultivation path. The next morning, Kong Xuan transformed back into your original peacock form. Chen Xuan said, smiling as he looked at Conceiving. Transform back into a peacock. Master, please don't change your mind. You promised yesterday that you wouldn't make hot pot out of me. Conceiving thought Chen Xuan was going to eat him again. I won't eat you, rest assured. Only then did Conceiving safely revert to his peacock form. Chen Xuan grabbed Conceiving's tail, selected a slender feather, and plucked it. Go and figure out how to make some pigments for me. I want to paint, Chen Xuan said. Conceiving scurried off to do as he was told. Chen Xuan looked at the peacock feather in his hand. This feather was a natural paintbrush. Now let me try to see if I can enter the Dao through painting. After all, when I was very young, I displayed astonishing talent in painting and once earned the glorious title of top painter of kindergarten. Holy crap, what a guy! Top painter of kindergarten. And he dares to attempt entering the Dao through painting. Does memorizing 300 Tang poems mean you'll try to enter the Dao through literature? What should I paint first? Chen Xuan pondered, pinching his chin. He'll paint that monkey first. He's right in front of me and can be my model. 6 ears, strike what you think is your coolest pose over there, and he'll paint your portrait. Chen Xuan called out. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque. Master wants to paint my portrait. Great. Wonderful. The coolest pose. That must be my battle-ready stance that defies heaven and earth. Demon Ape descends. The six-eared macaque roared, unleashing the divine ability Demon Ape descends. Instantly, the tens of thousands of Zhongtal's six-eared macaque re-emerged as the image of the chaos demon ape. He held his as-you-will iron staff, pointing to the sky, standing proudly in the world. Truly a stance that defied heaven and earth. Chen Xuan spread out paper, facing his model, the six-eared macaque. Holding the peacock feather, he dipped it in pigment and began to scribble wildly on the paper. There was truly no technique to speak of. He murmured to himself, fight, fight, fight heaven and earth. Top painter of kindergarten. Kong Xian beside him transformed into an adoring fan. Brother Six Ears, you look so mighty. As long as you follow the master, you can become like me too, said Six Ears. Brother Six Ears, when you fight heaven and earth, who exactly are you going to fight? Kong Xian asked innocently. The six-eared macaque smiled faintly, looking up at the horizon as if peering into the depths of chaos. I'm going to smash that old Taoist Hongjun. The six-eared macaque recalled the so-called eavesdropping on the sermon last time. He hadn't been eavesdropping at all. The content of Hongjun's sermon had automatically entered his ears. Then Hongjun, without distinguishing right from wrong, had directly punished him. When he became strong enough, he would surely give him a thorough beating. And then he would say disdainfully, "Who wants your sermon anyway?" This place had a mountain-ceiling great array that blocked celestial secrets, so there was no worry about ancestor Hongjun overhearing. Your current realm is still far from Hongjun's, Chen Xuan said with a wry smile. Here it's finished. Take a look and see what you think. 6 Ears retracted the demon ape descends divine ability and excitedly took the painting. A few rough lines simply outlined the silhouette of the six-eared macaque. Behind him, a casual smear of light gray represented chaos. Beside it were written a few small characters, Demon Ape 6 Ears. While to appreciate this painting required a bit of imagination. The six-eared macaque was clearly blessed with abundant imagination and treasured the painting as if it were a precious find. Thank you, Master, for the painting. Wow, this is the demon ape in my heart fighting heaven and earth. Chen Xuan felt a slight sweat and a bit of guilt. He had a fairly clear understanding of his own painting. His current skill had already far surpassed his kindergarten level, while it was about elementary school level. He cleared his throat twice and said sheepishly ahem. In this painting, I employed the method of freehand line drawing infused with the great Tao of battle. Savor it carefully, and you will surely benefit greatly. 6 Ears hugged the painting and examined it closely, letting out sighs of admiration. Such profound artistic conception. I feel as if I can see the figure of Father God, the Chaos Demon Ape. So awe-inspiring. Is this the majesty I will possess when I attain the Tao in the future? So lifelike. It's like another me. Is this the artistic conception of fighting heaven and earth? Chen Xian's painting of Demon Ape 6 Ears was subtly influencing the six-eared macaque. In the purple firmament palace of chaos, Hongjun, who was plotting and scheming across the primordial wilderness, was contemplating how to deal with the two known variables. Red Cloud is deeply versed in the laws of space, undoubtedly a direct disciple of that old Yongmei. It's time to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Whom should I send to do the deed? Nuwa possesses great fortune. If she is willing to change her mind, she might be worth considering. Hongjun let out a soft exclamation. Have I miscalculated something? Besides Red Cloud and Nuwa, the two confirmed variables, who else was there? Suddenly the image of the fierce, six-eared macaque brandishing his as-you-will iron staff and thrusting it at him flashed through Hongjun's mind. It felt as if he were about to be brutally beaten. Good heavens! I am the only sage in the primordial wilderness now, so why do I keep feeling so terrified? At Mount Bujo, Nuwa was bandaging Fux's wounds. Elder brother, from now on you must never associate with Dijuan and Tai again, or else you will be hurt this badly once more. Nuwa said softly. A scene of sisterly care and brotherly obedience unfolded. But heaven knew the inhuman torment Fushi had just endured. Fux's mouth twitched involuntarily. I know, little sister. From now on I will never interact with Dijuan and Tai again. All these injuries on my body were inflicted by you. 5 ribs were broken. His right foot was shattered into pieces. Countless other injuries covered his body. Now he could not move a single muscle. Elder brother is truly a man of reason. From now on do not meddle in any affairs of the demon clan, understand? Nuwa said solemnly. Seeing Nuwa's grave expression, Fushi sensed something amiss. His beating was certainly not solely due to his dealings with Dijuan and Tai. Fushi speculated that the true reason must be his joining the demon clan and becoming its Shi Huang, which had enraged his little sister Nuwa. Yet Fushi could not fathom why. The demon clan's development was flourishing, becoming its Shi Huang should have been a good thing. Could it be that little sister knew something? So Fushi could not help but ask, little sister, is my connection with the demon clan a blessing or a curse? Nuwa pondered for a moment, then cast several prohibitions to seal off all causal energy within the dojo. Slowly she uttered a single word, death. Fushi was greatly shocked. His entire body trembled, oblivious to the pain from his wounds tearing open. It was not the word death that stunned him, but the realization of what catastrophe the demon clan would face, dragging him down to perish as well. No wonder little sister was so furious. Beaten soundly by Nuwa, Fushi instead felt a warmth in his heart. After all, the harder she struck, the deeper their sibling bond. Fushi was now certain that Nuwa knew the future path of the demon clan, and how she knew such great trends was becoming obvious. Was it your master Tongtian Daoist who told you? Fushi asked, trembling. Nuwa nodded. My master's words decide the course of heaven and earth. They cannot be wrong. As she spoke, a trace of longing flickered in her eyes. So it was indeed Tongtian Daoist. Fushi was well versed in divination, knowing that the great trends of the primordial world were ever-changing and could not be fully deduced. But his little sister's earnest certainty left him with no room for doubt. Who exactly was Tongtian Daoist? To see through the great trends of the primordial world. What kind of astonishing being must he be? Was he born omniscient? Elder brother, do not overthink. Under my master's guidance, I have already found a way to counter this. Rest and heal. And remember, not a word of this conversation must be leaked, or else. Nuwa, a blend of gentle lady and dark-hearted queen, lightly tapped her delicate fist. Fushi quickly shrank his neck. He thought to himself that only Tongtian Daoist in this world could be worthy of being his brother-in-law. After all, who else could tame this terrifying, dark-hearted, peerless she-devil? 1,000 years passed silently. The 2 demon emperors Dijuan and Tai had finally broken free from the nightmare that was Nuwa. Now the grand celebration for the establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court was underway. The vast palace hall of the heavenly court, the Lingxiao Pavilion, was adorned with pearls and jade, resplendent and radiating golden light. Attendants dressed in robes as ethereal as clouds sang and danced to the music of flutes and strings. All the great powers of the demon clan gathered at the Sun Star. Kuanpeng Juing Luwu Quiniu Bifong Tungsha Shanju Jinchan Baihu. Countless celestial soldiers in golden armor and silver helmets, all at the golden immortal realm. Dongwangong, no Donghua Emperor, served as the heavenly court's mascot. The once mighty lord of the immortal court had been reduced to a mascot of the demon clan's heavenly court, recording the coming and going of guests one by one. Dongwangong sighed. Even the grandest ceremony of the immortal court's founding paled in comparison. Indeed, Dijuan and Tai had far greater influence. Half of the primordial world's great powers had come. Dongwangong frowned slightly. Why is not a single one of Zai Wangmei's disciples present? He had been hoping to run into some of his old enemies who had once beaten him, so he could humiliate them using the demon clan's might. But now not one of those 2,000 great powers from that time had shown up. Meanwhile, Dijuan and Tai had completed their preparations and began to pray to the Heavenly Dao and the sages. Heavenly Dao, above sages witness, I, Demon Emperor Dijuan, together with my brother Dongwang Tai and the demon clan of the primordial world, hereby establish the demon clan's heavenly court. From now on we shall devote ourselves to the welfare of all living beings and bless the primordial world. The demon clan's heavenly court is established. Golden thunderbolts flashed across the sky and purple chi surged down. The boundless fortune of the demon clan converged upon the heavenly court, it benefiting every demon. Seeing this, Dongwang Tai decisively offered the chaos bell to stabilize the demon clan's fortune. Holy crap! Such immense fortune. I truly regret not joining the demon clan's heavenly court. Is it too late for me to join now? Those who had not joined the demon clan were filled with regret, having missed a golden opportunity. Now the demon clan was a race favored by the Heavenly Dao. The grand ceremony for the establishment of the demon clan's heavenly court lasted a full 7 days. During this time, Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Wangtai, relying on the demon clan's heaven-defying fortune, actually surpassed Laozi and Yuan of the three pure ones, becoming the first to sever the second corpse and advance to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Under the Fusang tree on the Sun Star, the two demon emperors Dijuan and Tai walked side by side with the demon master Kunpeng and Dong Wenggong, following half a step behind. Demon Master the Eastern Emperor and I have long pondered this. The demon clan is favored by the Heavenly Dao and will surely flourish. But conquering a kingdom is easy, outruling it is hard. The demon clan is vast, and I fear our strength may not suffice. Do you have any good counsel? Dijuan asked Kunpeng. Good counsel for ruling a kingdom. Kunpeng pondered for a moment, then replied, Your Majesty, as your humble servant knows, the three-legged Golden Crow clan consists only of you two. Have you considered expanding the Golden Crow clan to govern all other races? Expand the Golden Crow clan to govern all other races. Dijuan repeated, a flash of delighted surprise in his eyes. Demon Master, you are truly the wisest of the heavenly court. Indeed, the three primordial clans of ancient times were formidable not only because their leaders dominated their eras, but also due to their vast strength and countless powerful members. It seems our Golden Crow clan must also expand. Dong Wenggong, struck by a sudden inspiration, exclaimed joyfully, Your Majesty, your old servant has a brilliant idea. A clever plan. Dijuan was slightly astonished. Could this fellow actually have a clever plan? A clever plan. Donghua Emperor, do share your thoughts. Dijuan remained skeptical. Your Majesty, do you know the origins of the three primordial ancestors? The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial qilin? Asked Dong Wenggong, raising an eyebrow. As primordial beings of extraordinary origins in the desolate wilderness, Dijuan and Tai were naturally aware of these arcane secrets. Tai said, These three were born from the union of the four primordial elements, earth, water, wind, and fire, at the dawn of heaven and earth. But how does this relate to the prosperity of the Golden Crow clan? Even the wise Kuan Peng looked puzzled, unable to see the connection. Dong Wenggong chuckled slyly. Your Majesties, if the four primordial elements can unite to create life, and now these elements have evolved into yin-yang and the five elements, does that not imply that the union of yin and yang can also conceive life? Tai was left dumbfounded. The talk of earth, water, wind, and fire uniting then yin-yang and the five elements. Clearly it was beyond his intellectual grasp. Dijuan slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, Indeed, why did I not think of that? The union of yin and yang to conceive life. Truly a brilliant plan. Marvelous. He cast another admiring glance at Dong Wenggong, never imagining this fellow possessed such profound insight and mastery in this matter. It was not in vain that he spared his life back then. Basking in Dijuan's praise, Dong Wenggong was visibly pleased. Your Majesty flatters me. Donghua Emperor, how does one achieve the union of yin and yang? Dijuan now adopted a humble demeanor with excellent manners. Dong Wenggong beamed with pride. The male is yang, the female is yin. Your Majesty's true forms are the three-legged solar golden crows, spirits of fire and embodiments of the sun. If you can find a being of the lunar essence, the union of yin and yang can be realized. If your Majesty is truly unaware of the essence of yin-yang union, your humble servant can offer on-site guidance when the time comes. Yin-yang union on-site guidance. What the hell was on-site guidance? After speaking, Dong Wenggong couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, believing his wisdom was finally blooming. A late bloomer indeed. Back when he courted Queen Mother of the West, Dong Wenggong had the same scheme in mind. He sought to unite the supreme yang energy with the supreme yin energy, only to fail miserably, losing both wife and resources. Kuan Peng now regarded Dong Wenggong with newfound respect. Turning to Dijuan and Tai, he said, Your Majesties, your servant knows of two divine maidens on the lunar star, beings born from the lunar star itself. They embody the lunar essence, possess unparalleled beauty, and would be perfect matches for your Majesties. A union ordained by heaven. If your Majesties could wed these two divine maidens, the union of lunar and solar forces would surely prosper the Golden Crow clan, and the demon court's power would greatly increase. Dijuan gazed toward the direction of the lunar star, his mind stirring. The union of lunar and solar bloodlines would undoubtedly produce the pinnacle of all beings in the desolate wilderness. The Golden Crow clan's prosperity was within reach. But then Dijuan frowned slightly, looking at Dong Wenggong. Why did this situation feel eerily similar to Dong Wenggong's own story? After establishing his immortal court, Dong Wenggong had sought marriage with Queen Mother of the West, only to be brutally beaten by the disciples of Taishan Taoist. He never dared to approach her again. The immortal court's 36 celestial guardians and 72 terrestrial fiends were reduced to just 10 cleaning servants. From then on it plummeted, never to rise again. Acting on his cautious nature, Di Jun asked Kuan Peng and Dong Wenggong, "My two esteemed ministers, do these two lunar divine maidens have any connection to that Taishan Taoist? Caution ensures survival. Be prudent above all. If they were linked to Taishan Taoist, thousands of mighty beings would besiege him again. He would end up following Dong Wenggong's path. What a disgrace to the bird clan. He wouldn't even be able to show his face as a bird anymore. Rest assured, your majesty. From what your servant knows, these two divine maidens never set foot outside the lunar star. Even when sages preach, they remain within it. How could they have any ties to Taishan Taoist?" Tai Yi asked anxiously. "And what about that female demon? Nuwa, is there any connection?" "To my knowledge, Nuwa has never set foot on the lunar star, so there should be no link," said Dong Wenggong. Di Jun and Tai Yi's faces lit up with joy. Now they only needed to persuade the two lunar divine maidens. "With my three-legged solar golden crow's abundant masculine vigor, I can surely enchant these two lunar divine maidens into a daze. In the future, the Golden Crow clan will flourish with countless offspring. My two ministers arrange everything for me at once. I shall depart for the lunar star immediately. If I succeed when the demon court rules the desolate wilderness, I will credit you with the highest merit," declared Di Jun with a grand wave of his hand, his countenance beaming with joy. "As you command, your majesty." Dong Wenggong and the demon master Kuan Peng withdrew to prepare Di Jun's journey to the lunar star. Elder brother, the lunar divine maidens. Dong Wang Tai Yi was about to suggest that each take one lunar divine maiden as a wife, when the demon emperor Di Jun cut him off. "Tai Yi, I know you are devoted to cultivation, with your heart set on tinkering with the chaos bell. Rest assured, I alone can handle the matter of the two lunar divine maidens." "I don't. Tai Yi, no need to thank me. Between brothers, why speak of gratitude?" Di Jun sighed again. "Tai Yi, just focus on your cultivation. Leave the trivial matters of prospering the Golden Crow clan to your elder brother. After all, I am the elder." But you can't bear to see me suffer alone, is that it?" "Tai Yi, rest easy. Your concern is enough. For the prosperity of the Golden Crows, I fear no hardship. I fear no suffering. I fear no adversity. This is our brotherly bond, a sincere brotherly bond." With that, Di Jun patted Tai Yi on the shoulder, wearing an expression of willing sacrifice and noble martyrdom. Interrupted repeatedly by Di Jun, Tai Yi couldn't get a single complete sentence out. A sincere brotherly bond. What the hell sincerity? Too damn sincere. Sacrificing himself for the greater good, his race, and his brother. Di Jun was truly admirable. Was there any more of this kind of thing? Please let me take it on. The solar true fire within Tai Yi's heart blazed fiercely, his mood akin to the sun star's abbreviated name, Furious. "I too am a bird that wants a wife." All he could do was punch the chaos bell in frustration. To vent the rage he couldn't voice. It was too damn stifling. On the moon of Taiyin, silvery starlight sprinkled gently upon the tranquil Guanghan Palace, adding a touch of solitude and chill. The osmanthus tree outside Guanghan Palace shimmered in the radiant starlight, like a silver spirit accompanying the two white-clad goddesses beneath it. The two white-clad goddesses walked side by side, their graceful figures as supple as willow branches. Beneath the sheer gauze, their jade-like skin was faintly visible, reflecting the soft, flowing starlight. The sisters possessed a beauty that could topple nations and captivate all, with features as exquisite as carved jade. Even a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens would feel ashamed and sigh in admiration at such ethereal grace. They were Shiha and Changshi, born as primordial beings from the moon of Taiyin, with Shiha as the elder and Changshi the younger. Shiha gazed back at the vast wilderness of the primordial land, her eyes shimmering with ripples of longing. "Sister, are you thinking of your teacher again?" Changshi asked, her voice cool, yet tinged with playfulness. "Yes, it has been over 20,000 years since I last saw my teacher. I wonder if he has grown accustomed to my absence." Shiha sighed softly. Recalling the days she served her teacher on Taiyun Mountain, those were the happiest moments of her life. Even a single sip of tea she brewed would fill Chen Xuan with joy. A trace of curiosity flickered across Chang's delicate face. "Sister, what kind of person is your teacher really?" When they took form, Shiha had emerged first and secretly slipped away from the moon of Taiyin, thus encountering Chen Xuan. But Changshi, having taken form later and being somewhat timid, dared not leave the moon of Taiyin, missing the chance to become Chen Xuan's disciple alongside her sister. Ever since Shiha returned, she had pined for Chen Xuan and regaled Changshi with many amusing tales about him. Thus Changshi was filled with curiosity about Zai's teacher Chen Xuan. "My teacher is the most profound and unfathomable existence in the primordial land, peerless in elegance and unmatched through the ages," she has said, her beautiful eyes revealing admiration. "Peerless in elegance and unmatched through the ages. Sister, your words make me want to meet him too," Changshi said, even more curious, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks. I have had no news of my teacher, but he said that if I can survive the Great Tribulation, I will naturally see him again, she has said, gently tapping Cheng's nose with her finger. Survive the Great Tribulation. Sister, how much of the solar law have you comprehended? Over 70%, but I have made no progress for a long time. I wonder why. Shiha replied. Over 70% already. Then you are not far from attaining the Tao of Chaos, Changshi exclaimed in astonishment, then murmured, I haven't comprehended even a trace of any law. Sister, how did you comprehend the law back then? Shiha blinked. It was very simple. Really? Sister, tell me how you did it. Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Staying by my teacher's side, I comprehended it naturally, Shiha said with a smile, her eyes narrowing. Naturally? Sister, you're teasing me again. Be serious. Changshi pouted slightly. All right, my teacher once said the Taiyin goddess Changshi is naturally attuned to the Taiyin law, and the key to comprehending it lies in the primordial osmanthus tree, Shiha said solemnly. Changshi stood alone gazing at the osmanthus tree for a long time. The osmanthus tree, a supreme primordial spiritual root, was less renowned in the primordial land than the yellow plum or the primordial gourdvine. Most beings knew only that the osmanthus tree possessed powerful healing abilities and that Wu Gang could never fell it. Yet they did not realize that its standing among the 10 great primordial spiritual roots was due to far more than that. The osmanthus tree, fully named the Taiyin osmanthus tree, also known as the moon spirit or spirit of Taiyin, contained the essence of the Taiyin Dao. In the later ages of the primordial land, how could a spiritual root imbued with the laws of the Dao be ordinary? Thus, Chen Xuan said that the key for the Taiyin goddess to comprehend the Taiyin law lay in the osmanthus tree. How can I truly comprehend the Taiyin law? Changshi immersed herself entirely in the Taiyin osmanthus tree. Gradually, the Taiyin energy of the moon of Taiyin began to converge, returning to the osmanthus tree. Cheng's cultivation at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm seemed to become ethereal and intangible. A group of demon celestial soldiers clad in silver-white armor traversed the starry sky, escorting Dijuan and Tai as they advanced. Their destination was the moon of Taiyin. Ahead lies the moon of Taiyin. General White Tiger, go ahead and scout for any anomalies, Dijuan said, gazing at the silvery white moon, his impatience barely concealed, but his caution intact. Upon hearing this, General White Tiger led a small squad of demon soldiers to conduct reconnaissance. Your Majesty, there is nothing unusual on the moon of Taiyin, General White Tiger reported upon his return. Excellent. Quickly follow me, Dijuan said, finally relieved, and led his forces toward the moon. The 2 Taiyin goddesses, your destined lord has arrived. Dijuan laughed heartily, anticipating enjoying the company of both beauties. Dongwang Tai clutched the chaos bell, following sullenly. At this moment, the Taiyin energy on the moon was exceptionally dense. Arriving there, Dijuan felt a coolness flowing through his heart, unlike the warmth of the sun star. So this is the Taiyin energy. Truly wondrous, Dijuan exclaimed. He then issued an order. All soldiers await my command here. Demon Master, you shall accompany me and the Eastern Emperor into the moon of Taiyin to visit the 2 Taiyin goddesses. Having done his research, he knew the Taiyin goddesses disliked noise, so he catered to their preferences by having the soldiers wait outside the moon. Bringing the Demon Master Kunpeng was a precaution. If the goddesses refused him, he would have to subdue them with force. With Dongwang Tai and Kunpeng backing him, success would be assured. Dijuan was confident that except for the disciples of Taishan Taoist, no one besides the saints and the 3 pure ones could stand against him. Taiyin goddesses, you are mine. I am Dijuan, the Demon Emperor and Lord of the Heavenly Court. Today I come with my brother Dongwang Tai and the Demon Master Kunpeng to pay you a visit. Dijuan's voice, amplified by his cultivation and magical power, reached the Guanhan Palace. Changshi, who was comprehending the Taiyin law beneath the osmanthus tree, heard his voice and was startled. Demon Emperor Dijuan. Isn't this the lecherous scoundrel my sister Shiha spoke of? Her sister Shiha had said that the Demon Emperor Dijuan would come to the moon of Taiyin to deceive them, claiming they would join the demon race as mistresses of the Heavenly Court, but in truth he harbored ill intentions. Changshi quickly wrapped her gauze cloak tighter and hurried toward the Guanhan Palace, calling out, Sister, that lecherous scoundrel Dijuan is here. Dijuan, Tai, and Kunpeng, all at the quasi-sage realm, had extraordinary hearing and naturally caught Chang's words. Lecherous scoundrel. Dijuan was taken aback. When did I become a lecherous scoundrel? Who has been ruining my reputation? Dongwang Tai's eyes flickered with a strange light as he inquired, does that voice belong to the lunar goddesses? If it were indeed them, it seemed their impression of his elder brother Dijuan was rather unfavorable. Does that mean my opportunity has come? The lunar star is sparsely populated, so it must be one of the lunar goddesses speaking. Kunpeng replied, brother, should the 2 goddesses reject you, please allow me to try. Resorting to force would be unwise. After all, we shall be one family in the future. Brother, you are devoted to governing the Heavenly Court and managing the Golden Crow clan's affairs. Let me take on these trivial matters. I do not mind hardship, such is brotherly love. Tai spoke with a hint of excitement. Daijin's lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained a smile and patted Tai's shoulder, seemingly indifferent. Tai, you underestimate your elder brother's charm. The lunar goddesses must have misunderstood me. Once resolved, my allure alone will captivate them. Rest assured, I shall bring them back as your sisters-in-law. Bring them back as his sisters-in-law. Shameless. Tai rolled his eyes discreetly. The trio then proceeded directly toward the Guanghan Palace. So this is the moon laurel tree on the lunar star. Indeed, the yin energy is dense, complementing the Fusang tree on the solar star perfectly. Dijuan stood beneath the moon laurel tree, sighing in admiration. His belief in Dong Wengong's theory of yin-yang union grew stronger. Your Majesty, the two lunar goddesses reside within this Guanghan Palace, said the demon master Kunpeng, pointing to the edifice ahead. Dijuan nodded slightly and addressed the palace with a cupped fist. Salute, fairies. I am Dijuan, no rogue or scoundrel. I beseech you to emerge and clear this misunderstanding. As he spoke, Dijuan exuded a rich aura of solar energy, a cocky smile curling on his lips. The pure solar energy was intensely masculine, naturally alluring to the feminine. Such was absolute confidence. The Guanghan Palace's doors slowly opened, and the fairies Shiha and Changshi stepped out gracefully. They no longer wore gauze, and their jade-like skin beneath was hidden from view. Instead, they were clad in flowing long-sleeved robes revealing only their delicate faces and fingers. Dijuan was denied even the chance to profane them with his gaze. Yet their innate beauty and aloof noble aura could not be concealed by the robes. Please leave, both demon emperors. The lunar star is my domain, and I dislike intruders, Shiha said coldly, her tone like a 10th sandier glacier chilling to the bone. Fairies, I have come in sincerity to invite you to join the demon clan as empresses of the heavenly court, Dijuan said, cupping his fist once more. Zai's gaze grew even frostier. Just as my master said, this rogue harbors ill intentions toward us sisters. This would later lead to the catastrophe of the sorcerer-demon war, entangling them in a dire fate. Though Dijuan was handsome, Shiha grew increasingly impatient, wishing for no connection with him. I have no intention of joining the demon clan. Leave at once. Brother, you're failing. Let me try. Tai seized the moment, speaking before Dijuan. Fairies, I am Dongwang Tai of the demon clan, born from the solar star's great sun golden flame as a golden crow. I possess the innate supreme treasure chaos bell capable of suppressing the world. We are a perfect match. Tai rambled on, pouring out all his advantages in one breath. He felt a smug satisfaction, thinking countless maidens in the demon clan adore me. These goddesses will surely fall for me too. Brother Dijuan, forgive me for taking on this arduous task. Scram. Zai's face was icy as she spat out the word. Scram. Both Dijuan and Tai were stunned. Had they heard correctly? She dared to tell the lord of the heavenly court to scram. Had she grown a leopard's gall? What did you say? Tai glared. My sister told you to scram. Didn't you hear, or are you shameless? Changshi snorted. Daijin's expression darkened. With a sweep of his sleeve, he changed his tone. Fairies, I intended courtesy before force, for we shall be one family. If you refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a penalty. Scram. The two three-legged golden crows bearing the supreme destiny of Ninetanine had ever been told to scram to their faces. Even the demoness Nuwa had never dared utter such a command. I usually scram on my own. These lunar star goddesses think they can overturn the heavens. Enraged, Dijuan radiated kingly authority. Behind him rose a great sun blazing with fierce flames. It was a solar projection, but the flames were genuine solar true fire. It consumed all. Lunar and solar energies were mutually generative and destructive. The surrounding yin energy sizzled, and the very space rippled with heat. His mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation and solar true fire were Daijin's trump cards to subdue the two lunar goddesses. Fairies, forgive me. Taste the agony of solar true fire. Shiha let out a scoff, her expression unruffled. Oh, so this is solar true fire, she said teasingly. It's not too late to admit your mistake. Daijin's fury surged, intensifying the solar true fire. The vast lunar star shifted from silver-white to a faint crimson. Creatures across the primordial world gazed up at the moon. Why does the lunar star flicker red? Could there be a disturbance? It smells of solar true fire. Are Dijuan and Tai about to attack the sacred lunar goddesses? No, they are my goddesses. Demon Master Kunpeng was also awestruck by Daijin's solar true fire, one of the 10 primal source flames, terrifying beyond measure. With just this solar true fire, Dijuan could dominate the primordial world, not to mention his innate supreme treasure, the river chart and Luo script. Truly a born emperor of the solar star. Changshi, still at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and having not comprehended the lunar law, was slightly unsettled. Sister, this solar true fire. Shiha patted Chang's hand reassuringly. Dijuan, I wished for no entanglement. Since you refuse reason, do not blame me for being discourteous. Zai's aura grew even icier. Then a flickering flame emerged from her fingertip. This is a flame I once used to boil water for my master. I wonder how it compares to your solar true fire. With a gentle blow, the tiny flame landed on the lunar star. In an instant, it ignited all the Yin energy. The vast lunar star, spanning tens of thousands of miles, blazed with fierce fire, illuminating the entire starry sky. Creatures of the primordial world stared in disbelief. This must be the true solar star. The one in the demon clan's heavenly court must be a counterfeit. The disciples emerging from Taiyuan Mountain witnessed the shocking sight, and knew Dijuan and Tai were in for trouble. Dare to attack senior sister Xia. That was like begging for death, an old man tired of living. By the heavens, what kind of fire is this fiercer even than the sun's true flame? Gazing at the Taiyuan star engulfed in raging inferno, Dijuan's face darkened as he cursed aloud. Is this still the Taiyuan goddess? This is the true sovereign of the sun star. Dijuan's faith in reality was utterly shattered. Suddenly, a fleeting detail flashed through Dijuan and Taiyi's minds. They exchanged a stunned glance. Did she just say this was a flame she once used to boil water for her teacher? Teacher? What teacher? Could it be? By the heavens. No, it can't be this unlucky. Taiyi's hand, clutching the chaos bell, began to tremble imperceptibly. The sun's true flame around Dijuan had dwindled, utterly unable to withstand the fire Shiha wielded. Goddess, the teacher you speak of is? Dijuan asked in panic. Before he could finish, Changshi cut him off. Who my sister's teacher is none of your concern. Changshi snorted coldly, then turned to gaze at Shiha with envy. So this was the solar law my sister has comprehended. Even a casual spark from her hand outshines the sun's true flame of the three-legged golden crow. If only I could comprehend the lunar law in the future. How majestic that would be. If my sister is this powerful, how formidable must her teacher be? It was beyond imagination. If only I could meet my sister's teacher. Shiha, reading Chang's thoughts, said, Don't worry. When I next see our teacher, he'll take you along. You're the best sister, hee. A radiant smile bloomed on Chang's pretty face. In the arena, Dijuan, Tai, and Kunping felt increasingly that matters had spiraled beyond their control. Zai's cultivation and magical power far exceeded their imagination. Brother, you're the one who wanted a wife. What do we do now? Tai grumbled. What else? Run. Dijuan roared angrily amidst the flames. The two brothers transformed into their golden crow forms, enduring the searing heat of the fire, more intense than the sun's true flame, as they prepared to flap their wings and flee. Kunping, sensing danger, followed closely behind. But Zai's cold voice rang out behind them. If the Taiyuan star becomes a place where anyone can come and go as they please, wouldn't that be a breach of order? Flames formed 3 cages, trapping Dijuan, Tai, and Kunping completely. Tai tried to summon the chaos bell, but found himself unable to move, utterly powerless to resist. Even the 2 demon emperors who had severed 2 corpses were helpless before Shiha, who had comprehended over 70% of the solar law. Such was the absolute advantage of walking the path of proving the Dao through power. Their combat prowess was on an entirely different level. Even 10 great beings who had severed 3 corpses would be no match for Shiha. They could only be dominated. Goddess, is your teacher the Taishan Taoist? Dijuan asked stubbornly. Shiha smiled lightly. Why do you ask about my teacher? By the heavens. It really is the Taishan Taoist. Confirmed. What a calamity. Am I fated to clash with the Taishan Taoist in every life? The Taishan Taoist. Are we about to follow in Dong Wenggong's footsteps? Kunping spoke with shock, worry, and fear. Under such intense flames, even a single hair of mine would be reduced to nothing. Follow in Dong Wenggong's footsteps. This script seems familiar. Dijuan and Tai jolted awake. Could Dong Wenggong be plotting against us? The method of yin-yang union to conceive golden crows was proposed by Dong Wenggong, and the goddess before us is clearly a standout disciple of the Taishan Taoist. Tai gnashed his teeth. Dong Wenggong, you old villain, how dare you harm us? In the demon clan's celestial court, a Dong Wenggong sat with his legs crossed, whistling, cracking melon seeds, living a life of utter ease. Before him stood the last 10 cleaning ladies of the former immortal court. Watching the blazing flames on the Taiyuan star, Dong Wenggong felt a thrill of schadenfreude. With a grand wave of his hand, he bestowed a spiritual treasure upon each cleaning lady. They were all taken from the celestial court's armory, a most generous gesture. These 10 cleaning ladies were masters of all the gossip and trivial matters in the primordial world. The information that the Taiyuan goddess might also be a disciple of the Taishan Taoist naturally came from their chatter. After all, Chen Xuan's hundreds of thousands of disciples were scattered across the primordial world, often speaking of their fellow sect brothers and sisters. Dong Wenggong exclaimed, cleaning ladies forever divine. Pay enough and no task is too tough. Truly the last bastion of the immortal court. Truly the final pillar of the immortal court. Dijuan and Tai suspected they had fallen victim to Dong Wanggong's scheme, but for now, they could only grit their teeth and focus on escaping before settling the score with him. Dijuan forced a smile uglier than tears. Goddess, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Tai echoed with a fawning grin. Goddess, I swear on my bird's honor this is absolutely a misunderstanding. The playful Changshi spat paw. You swear on a bird, and a bird you are. Swearing on a bird. Indeed, he was swearing on his bird identity. But the words carried so many layered meanings. 2 demon emperors and Kuanpung, this is but a minor punishment. If you dare set foot on the Taiyin star again, you know the consequences. She had declared coldly. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed 3 streams of solar law. The flames enveloping the trio instantly intensified to another level. They blazed almost like chaotic-grade flames, threatening to incinerate them into nothingness. This is a minor punishment. Ow, ow, ow. In an instant, the 3 birds were scorched featherless. Their skin was charred on the outside, yet tender within, the aroma wafting so enticingly that Changshi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Shiha raised her hand again, and the 3 birds were hurled back to the primordial land as streaks of light. The Taiyin star regained its silvery radiance, and a wisp of flame once again danced around Zai's fingertip. Teacher, if not for meeting you, we 2 sisters might have been deceived by those lecherous scoundrels and met with disaster. Teacher, are you still on Taiyin Mountain? A look of longing flickered in Zai's eyes. In the original course of the primordial world's destiny, Dijuan indeed married both Shiha and Changshi, and Shiha bore him 10 golden crows to continue his lineage. After the full-scale outbreak of the sorcerer demon war, Shiha and Changshi could no longer safely navigate the Great Tribulation and ultimately retreated, vanishing without a trace. However, the emergence of Chen Xuan had altered all of this. Look, 3 red beams of light are falling from the Taiyin star. The Taiyin star has returned to its normal state. In that red light, aren't those 3 birds? I thought so too. 3 pitch-black birds stripped of all their feathers. I told you, daring to lay a hand on senior sister Shiha was like seeking death. Senior sister Shiha is truly peerless and has deeply inherited the master's teachings. The 2 newly ascended demon emperors were burned until not a single feather remained. With senior sister Shiha like this, she surely upholds the master's prestige. Kuanping felt deep regret. I must have been blind back then to be drawn to the kingly aura and imperial bearing of those 2 foolish birds. They say one picks on the weak. But those 2 fools didn't pick a weakling at all. They picked a durian. After this, I must return to the northern sea. Otherwise, I'll be ruined by these 2 idiots without even knowing how. Dijuan and Tai wailed in confusion. The majestic golden crow of the sun, the sovereign of flames, was actually burned by fire. Who would believe this? Are all disciples of Taishan Taoist this terrifying? Life is too hard. I want to return to the sun star and go into seclusion. I want to merge until I've severed the 3 corpses. The primordial world is too treacherous. Your Majesties, your loyal minister has arrived late to rescue you, causing you to suffer. Dong Wanggong, with tears and snot streaming hunched over, led the vast heavenly court army to the rescue. Damn it. Traitor Dong Wanggong, how dare you show your face to rescue us? They'll beat you to death. Dijuan and Tai were about to strike, but their injuries were too severe and rage overwhelmed them. They couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood and fainted. The demon emperors have fainted. Quickly send them back to the heavenly court. Dijuan and Tai lay on their sickbeds for another 500 years. Only then did fine fuzz grow on their tender skin. Every time they recalled the blazing flames on the Taiyin star, their hearts trembled with fear. Of course, there was still one culprit to deal with. In the Lingxiao Hall of the demon clan's heavenly court, Dijuan and Tai's faces were as dark as water. This was their first day off the sickbed. Donghua monarch, you old villain, how dare you scheme to put us in danger? Tai roared, his fury erupting like a volcano. Tai's anger burned fiercely, and he planned to settle accounts with Dong Wanggong that very day. Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, I am wronged. Your old minister has exhausted himself for the heavenly court. How would I dare to harm your Majesties? Dong Wanggong cried out in protest. What do you have to say about the matter of the Taiyin goddess? Dijuan asked calmly, forcibly suppressing the fury in his heart. Dong Wanggong looked bewildered, as if he knew nothing. Your old minister has long wanted to ask your Majesties what exactly happened on the Taiyin star that caused such severe injuries to your Majesties and the demon teacher. Dijuan's mouth twitched. You old fox, it was all you're doing. How could you not know? Now you pretend ignorance, turning the tables and questioning me. I ask you, is the idea of Enyang Union to conceive a golden crow yours? Dijuan demanded. Dong Wanggong nodded. Was the Taiyin goddess your recommended candidate? Dijuan pressed further. Dong Wanggong nodded again. Old villain, no more excuses. Guards, take him out and behead him. Tai bellowed. Your Majesties, your old minister only sought the prosperity of the heavenly court. Advising your Majesties is my duty. What crime have I committed? In these 500 years your old minister has racked his brains and thought of another excellent method to conceive a golden crow. Even if your majesties wish to kill me, let me finish explaining this method first. Dong Wenggong cried out urgently. Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances. An excellent method to conceive a golden crow. Could it be another scheme to harm us? But ultimately, they couldn't resist the temptation of the method to conceive a golden crow. It was about continuing the bloodline. A matter of utmost importance. Dong Wenggong, rise and speak. They'll give you only one chance. If you fail to satisfy me, your head is forfeit. Tai snorted coldly. Dong Wenggong stood up, straightened his robes, and said, Your Majesties, your old minister has always been concerned for the demon clan, toiling tirelessly for them. Dijuan waved his hand to cut off Dong Wenggong's platitudes. Get to the point. Your Majesties, the origins of the myriad races in the primordial world vary greatly. After 500 years of deep thought, your old minister has devised a method to conceive offspring without a female. It's a stroke of genius in the history of inheritance. Dong Wenggong raised an eyebrow, a hint of self-praise in his tone. A method to conceive offspring without a female. Tai frowned slightly, showing some interest. Continue. Dong Wenggong went on. Your old minister has heard that the 12 ancestral witches were born from the essence blood of the great god Pangu. I believe that the essence blood of your majesties can also give birth to life. Indeed, the 12 ancestral witches were transformed from Pangu's essence blood, but what a figure Pangu was. What kind of clever method is this? You clearly want to drain my essence blood. Tai fumed. Dong Wenggong quickly said, Eastern Emperor, please calm your anger. Let me finish. Tai brought out the chaos bell and snorted coldly, as if to imply to Dong Wenggong that if he didn't say something worthwhile, he would be suppressed on the spot. Dong Wenggong shrank his neck and said, Your majesties are sovereigns of flame born from fire. So your offspring should also be born in fire. Of course, to transform essence blood into life and fire, a crucial spiritual root is needed as a medium. When Dong Wenggong mentioned sovereigns of flame, Dijuan and Tai involuntarily twitched. I am not a sovereign of flame. What medium is needed? Dijuan asked. The supreme grade innate spiritual root, the Fusang tree. Dong Wenggong said the Fusang tree is wood by nature, warm and imbued with life energy. At the same time, it is the spirit of the sun containing solar true fire. As the 5 elements dictate, wood generates fire. Your Majesty's golden crow essence blood naturally resonates with the Fusang tree, so it will surely conceive a young golden crow. Moreover, the young golden crow will inherit your Majesty's solar, true fire born, with noble lineage and boundless potential. Dong Wenggong presented an extremely avant-garde theory. Dijuan and Tai were both baffled. This didn't seem like the Dong Wenggong of old. After joining the demon clan's heavenly court, it felt like he had become a different person. After a long silence, Dijuan, half understanding, felt it seemed feasible. His attitude did a complete 180. I wronged the Donghua monarch earlier, having listened to slander. Please, Donghua monarch, don't take it to heart. Seeing his brother Dijuan's change of heart, Tai seemed eager to test its feasibility. He couldn't help but warn, brother, be cautious. What if we drain our essence blood and still can't conceive? Dijuan frowned, glanced at Dong Wenggong, and pondered for a moment. He asked, Donghua monarch, what are the chances of conceiving a golden crow with essence blood? Dong Wenggong puffed out his chest full of confidence. Your old minister is 100% certain. 100% certain. If it fails, what then? Tai challenged. I stake my head on it. If it doesn't work, my head will roll. Dong Wenggong declared loudly, making a military oath. Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, both somewhat tempted. After all, the Golden Crow clan had only the 2 of them, pitifully few. And the plan for Eon union with the Taiyin goddess had already failed. Should we give it a try? A few drops of essence blood shouldn't be a problem. Donghua monarch, how many drops of Golden Crow essence blood do you need? Dijuan asked. Dong Wenggong raised one finger, looking at Dijuan and Tai. 1,000 drops from each of your majesties. Dijuan and Tai nearly fell off their seats. 1,000 drops. Golden Crow essence blood takes 1,000 years to condense a single drop. 1,000 drops require a full 1,000,000 years of bitter cultivation. Traitor, you clearly want to drain my essence blood. Dijuan and Tai were truly tempted to strike down Dong Wenggong right then and there. Yet the method he proposed, using their essence blood to nurture golden crows, left the 2 demon sovereigns restless with desire. For the sake of the Golden Crow clan, we shall endure. Dijuan, steadying himself on his throne, gritted his teeth. Donghua Emperor, 500 drops of essence blood at most. I want to see the young golden crows. Your servant shall do his utmost. Dong Wenggong stole a glance at Dijuan and Tai, a flicker of cunning gleaming in his eyes. He thought I'll drain you dry. After extracting a full 500 drops of essence blood, both Dijuan and Tai looked pale. Dong Wenggong scurried off to experiment with the Fusang tree. The two demon sovereigns secluded themselves in the sun star, afraid that wandering the primordial world might once again provoke Taishan Taoist disciples. Nuwa and Shiha were already terrifying enough. If they encountered more of Taishan Taoist disciples, even their heavenly court might change hands. Caution. We must be cautious. A century later, within a blazing ball of solar true fire on the Fusang tree, a creature in the shape of a three-legged golden crow was being nurtured. Dijuan and Tai rejoiced. Dong Wangong had indeed succeeded in birthing the young golden crows. Gazing at the little golden crow within the solar true fire, both felt an intimate connection. I have offspring. The golden crow clan shall rise. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Dong Wangong's face beamed with pride. The nurturing of the young golden crows had been his sole endeavor. Donghua Emperor, I truly misjudged you before. You are the pillar of the demon heavenly court. Tai exclaimed in admiration. Your Majesty flatters me. This is but this old servant's duty. Dong Wangong smiled. Your Majesty, why not seize the moment and nurture more golden crows, eh? Dijuan nodded, agreeing that more should be nurtured. In time, the young golden crows would mature, adding several great powers to the demon clan. Thus, another 4,500 drops of essence blood were drawn from both Dijuan and Tai, leaving their faces ghastly pale. Combined with the previous 500, each had contributed 5,000 drops, 10,000 in total. That represented 5 million years of their cultivation. Fortunately, Dong Wangong wasted only 9,990 drops of essence blood before nurturing 10 young golden crows on the Fusang tree. Indeed, just a tiny bit wasted. Dong Wangong lingered beneath the Fusang tree for years, murmuring something. It seemed like prenatal education for the young golden crows. Time in the primordial world was unmeasured. 2 millennia passed like a fleeting white horse. The 10 young golden crows transformed into human forms, each with the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortal. Dijuan and Tai gave Dong Wangong a thumbs up. Donghua Emperor, truly a loyal minister of the demon clan. The demon clan is fortunate to have you. Dong Wangong beamed even brighter. This old servant would brave fire and water for the demon clan without hesitation. The birth of the 10 young golden crows was the greatest joy of the heavenly court. Lanterns and festoons adorned the realm, radiating peace and celebration. Meanwhile, on the moon star, the lunar osmanthus scattered a silvery pure glow, enveloping the lunar goddess Changxi like a celestial maiden in moonlight. Her aura merged with the osmanthus tree, growing ever more ethereal. Changxi was at a critical moment of comprehending the lunar law. Soon the lunar energy of the entire moon star surged toward Changxi, pouring into her body. Congratulations, sister, on successfully grasping the lunar law. She had draped in a sheer white veil, appeared otherworldly. Changxi's eyes curved into crescent moons as she intimately linked arms with Shiha and said playfully, "He. It's all thanks to my sister's guidance. Can I now become a disciple of your teacher? To become our teacher's disciple, you need his consent." She had tapped Changxi's forehead. "How can I meet your teacher?" Sister Nuwa once said that when one attains Huan Yuan, calling our teacher's true name will reach him. Perhaps then you can meet him. Shiha recalled Nuwa's message. Attaining Huan Yuan. Sister, you've already grasped over 70% of the solar law, just a bit more to achieve Huan Yuan. Shiha shook her head. Away from our teacher, comprehending the solar law becomes ever harder. I've made no progress for millennia. When will I have the chance to let our teacher hear my voice? She spoke with disappointment. When Shiha descended from Taiyun Mountain, she had already grasped 70% of the solar law. But in over 20,000 years on the moon star, she hadn't advanced even 1%. Sensing Shiha's dejection, Changxi comforted her. Don't worry, sister. With your talent, you'll surely achieve Huan Yuan. You just need the right opportunity. Shiha took Changxi's hand and smiled. Yes, just an opportunity. What exactly is your opportunity? Changxi frowned, pursing her lips in thought. Suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. Sister, I know what your opportunity is. Changxi exclaimed in surprise. What opportunity? Shiha's eyes brightened, asking eagerly. Your teacher said my opportunity to comprehend the lunar law lies in the osmanthus tree, so your opportunity. Changxi blinked, speaking playfully. The lunar law, the osmanthus tree. Then the solar law. The Fusang tree. The Fusang tree, essence of the sun, brimming with solar law. If one comprehended the solar law with the Fusang tree nearby, it would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. But the Fusang tree can only take root in the sun star. Transplanting it elsewhere would wither it. And the sun star is where Dijuan and Tai's heavenly court resides. Shiha said, Sister, don't you want to see your teacher? Changxi feigned surprise. You dare mock me, sister. Take that. Shiha laughed. All right, let Dijuan temporarily move the demon heavenly court elsewhere. Once I achieve Huan Yuan, I'll return the sun star to him. Shiha and Changxi flew together from the moon star toward the sun star. At this moment, the heavenly court was steeped in an atmosphere of joy. Celestial soldiers and generals clinked glasses and exchanged toasts in a lively manner. Such a festive scene. Have you seen the 10 princes? Born as tiny golden immortals, they are leagues ahead of us. Indeed worthy of the 2 demon emperors. Their bloodline is mighty and invincible. With the 10 princes in time, our demon race is destined to flourish. Countless demons praised the 10 golden crows without end. Within the majestic Lingxiao Hall, the 10 golden crows encircled Dijuan and Tai. The 2 demon emperors felt for the first time the joy of their race's prosperity. The prosperity of the golden crow lineage rests upon your shoulders. Rest assured, Father Demon Emperor and Father Eastern Emperor, we shall cultivate diligently. As they reveled in happiness, Dijuan suddenly sensed 2 streams of cold aura approaching beyond the sun star. Frowning slightly, he exchanged a glance with Tai. This aura seemed strangely familiar. At that moment, Dong Wangong hurried, in Your Majesty's great tidings. What tidings? Dijuan asked skeptically. Besides the birth of the golden crows, what other joy could there be? The greatest tidings. The 2 goddesses of the moon star have come to visit Your Majesties in person, Dong Wangong said, with animated delight. Those 2 from the moon star. Dijuan and Tai shuddered. So that's why those auras felt so familiar. How is this a joyous event? Dijuan said with a hint of panic, let us go out and see. Stepping out of Lingxiao Hall, they indeed saw Shiha and Changxi. Their mere presence captivated the demon generals, who stared wide-eyed. When had they ever beheld such ethereal and exquisite goddesses? 2 goddesses, we failed to welcome you from afar. For past offenses, please do not hold them against us, Dijuan humbly said. He had no choice but to be courteous. They were truly no match in battle. Dijuan and Tai now dared not harbor any covetous thoughts toward the 2 moon goddesses. That raging inferno had burned the skies dark and turned flesh to charcoal. Any lingering schemes had been incinerated. Shiha nodded. Demon Emperor, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Dijuan and Tai were momentarily stunned. What could Shiha and Changxi possibly want to discuss with them? As they hesitated, a cacophony of chatter emerged from Lingxiao Hall. Is that the moon goddess? So beautiful. No wonder both fathers wanted to marry them. Dijuan and Tai's faces darkened with embarrassment. You're trying to ruin us. Shiha and Changxi's expressions grew complicated upon hearing this. Soon Dong Wangong led the 10 golden crows out. Dong Wangong said helplessly, Your Majesties, the 10 princes insisted on charging out. I could not stop them. Dijuan quickly apologized to Shiha. They are ignorant and speak nonsense. Please do not mind them, goddesses. Father Demon Emperor, we know you wanted to abduct the fairy sisters, the eldest golden crow stated bluntly. A sharp gasp. Not only Shiha and Changxi, but even the assembled demons were stunned. Seeing Shiha and Changxi's darkening expressions, Dijuan rushed over to cover the eldest golden crow's mouth. Forcing a smile, he said, Goddesses, I never said such things. These are but children unaware of propriety. How could this be? The 10 golden crows had only recently been born. He had never spoken such words to them. Where had they heard this? Father Demon Emperor, why do you silence Big Brother? You once said that when you grew stronger you would avenge the burning. The second golden crow was cut off as Tai covered its mouth. Father Eastern Emperor, why do you cover second brother's mouth? You also said you would marry both moon goddesses as concubines. Goddesses, I never said that. Please let me explain. Father, you did say it. Wretched child, you're ruining me. Father, didn't you say children must be honest? Silence, you ingrate. Goddesses, I have never uttered these words. You must hear my explanation. Dijuan and Tai were terrified. By now a flicker of flame danced in Zai's hand. Only Dijuan and Tai among those present knew its power, a fear they never wished to experience again. Are their words true? Zai's voice was as cold as the frozen depths of the ninth heaven. It felt as though the sun star's temperature had plummeted to 1,000 degrees below zero. Dijuan and Tai shook their heads frantically. How dare I harbor covetous thoughts toward the goddesses? I would never utter such foolish words. Goddess, it is my failure in discipline that led to their wild talk. Someone must be framing me. Shiha and Changxi had never held any goodwill toward Dijuan and Tai. They had come to politely negotiate the use of the sun star and Fusong tree. But after hearing the 10 little golden crows, they changed their minds. Zai's face still burned with anger. Who would frame you? Dijuan stared blankly at his 10 rebellious sons, fury boiling within him. He had thought the golden crows' prosperity rested on them, but now it seemed the lineage would be undone by their very mouths. Wretched children, this is truly ruinous. Who taught them such words? Dijuan glared at Dong Wangong and roared, Blast at you, old rogue Dong Wangong. This is your doing. This old servant is wronged. Dong Wangong cried out loudly. But Dong Wangong had been the one with the most contact with the 10 golden crows, even engaging in prenatal education. He clearly harbored malicious intent. Hearing this, Zai's fury flared. She snorted coldly, I thought a slight punishment last time would teach you a lesson, yet you remain such wanton rogues. I came to discuss borrowing the Fusong tree and the sun star politely, but now immediately and obediently get out of the Sun Star. Shiha released the full force of her 70% solar law, unleashing waves of heat that swept across the Sun Star. Swords were drawn and conflict was imminent. Dongwang Tai Long, oppressed, finally vented his anger. Shiha, do not bully us too much. Leave the Sun Star. And you want to seize my Fusang tree? Where would the face of our demon race and the heavenly court be placed? In an instant, the demon grandmasters present grew highly alert, silently encircling Shiha and Changshi. Dong Wenggong charged to the front, his voice resonant and spirit soaring. I am the sage-appointed chief of all beings in the primordial wilderness. How dare two goddesses act so wantonly and disrupt the order of my heavenly court? The demon grandmasters stared dumbfounded at the indignant Dong Wenggong. He looked ready to perish with the heavenly court, prepared for a noble sacrifice at any moment. But could you please not speak while kneeling? Come fight. Our demon race is teeming with talents. Why should we fear two weak women? Dong Wenggong's aura remained fierce, as if determined to battle Shihi and Changshi to the finish. There was not a hint of timidity. Indeed, speaking on one's knees made one sound so justified. Demon Emperor Di Jun, watching Dong Wenggong's despicable demeanor, cursed him countless times in his heart. Needless to say, the words of the 10 golden crows must have been taught by Dong Wenggong. But as the demon emperor, he quickly calmed down. The urgent task was to stabilize Shihi and Changshi, especially Shihi. Once Shihi made a move, the Sun Star would change hands immediately. Di Jun thought rapidly and said urgently, 2 fairies, regarding your request to borrow the Fusang tree and the Sun Star, we can vacate the land around the Fusang tree and set it aside exclusively for you two. But as soon as he finished, Dong Wenggong advised loudly, Your Majesty, how foolish. One mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers. How can we allow others to snore beside our bed? Donghua Emperor. Di Jun gritted out between his teeth, You meddlesome stick. Sister, I think we should stop wasting words with them. They dare to slander us behind our backs and even try to take us as concubines. Their intentions are unforgivable. Chang's eyes, pretty face flushed with anger as she frowned. She nodded, the flame in her hand burning with unusual excitement, radiating a scorching heat. The temperature of the Sun Star soared abruptly, and everyone felt as if a fire was kindling within them. From today onward, the Sun Star is my territory. All of you get out of the Sun Star. Shihi's voice resounded across the Sun Star. Warriors, the enemy is at our doorstep. Take up arms and defend our Sun Star. Charge. Dong Wenggong shouted again. Charge. Kill. Stirred by Dong Wenggong, the demon generals united in hatred and charged fearlessly. In an instant, drums thundered and battle cries filled the air. Di Jun's face turned iron gray. There was no turning back now. General White Tiger, take the 10 brats and flee. Then he could only brace himself with Tai E to face Shihi. But Shihi had comprehended over 70% of the laws equivalent to the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Her combat power, aside from her fellow disciples, could only be surpassed by the one in Zixiao Palace across the primordial wilderness. Yet the entire heavenly court could not produce a single quasi-saint at the peak, let alone challenge Shihi. Flames fiercer than the sun's true fire scorched demon soldiers and generals until they were crisp on the outside and tender within. Sprinkle some cumin and chili powder, brush on some sauce, and it would surely be a delicacy. High-end ingredients often need only simple cooking. The Sun Star turned into a sea of fire. One by one, mighty demons engulfed in flames fled madly from the Sun Star, falling into the primordial wilderness. Like dumplings plopping into a pot. How terrifying. Tai was seized by Shihi, who used the chaos bell to bash him until the world spun and stars danced before his eyes. The newly grown fuzz of the 2 demon emperors sizzled as it burned. Di Jun and Tai were having it too hard. After a while, the Sun Star became as desolate as the Moon Star. All demons were cast down to the primordial earth by Shihi and Changshi. This all happened too fast, too unexpectedly. What great event has befallen the demon race? They're all being thrown down from the Sun Star. The demon emperor's combat prowess is unmatched. They will surely overcome this crisis. Holy crap, that looks like Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dongwang Tai and the 10 golden crows. Holy crap, the imperial family has been overthrown. The demon heavenly court has been annihilated. Crowds of onlookers watched the dumplings, no demons, falling from the sky, utterly bewildered and shocked. On Buzhou Mountain, 11 muscular men observed countless burned beasts dropping from the Sun Star, emitting an enticing aroma of meat. For any food lover, this was an irresistible delicacy. The salivary glands of the 11 muscular men began secreting wildly. One of them swallowed hard. Little sister told us not to cause trouble outside Buzhou Mountain. Now these demons are already roasted. If we eat them, it shouldn't count as causing trouble, right? We're honest folks. How could we cause trouble? This is meat delivered to our doorstep. Why wouldn't we eat it? Third brother is right, a little sister never said we couldn't eat barbecue. The leading muscular man nodded beaming and raised his arm. Brothers, time to feast. What a time to feast. At the call of feast, countless warriors of the Wu clan surged forth. Countless delicious scorched beasts fell into the bellies of the Wu clan members. Dong Wang Gong snickered in the shadows, leading the 10 palace immortal kings somewhere unknown. Shi He and Changxi arrived at the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree, towering 10,000 ren, blazed like flames more violent than the quiet moon laurel tree. As expected of a supreme innate spiritual root containing the law of the sun, Shi felt the law of the sun within her tremble slightly as she approached. Rooted in the sun star which evolved from Pangu's left eye, the Fusang tree absorbed the primordial fire, the great sun golden flame, giving birth to the sun's true fire. Thus it was an excellent spiritual root to aid Shi in comprehending the law of the sun. Sister, didn't I tell you? Her sister Chang, she said triumphantly, this is your opportunity. Changxi lifted her pretty face as if seeking credit from Shi. Shi smiled knowingly and gently flicked Chang's eyes forehead. You're the cleverest. Comprehending the law of the sun under the Fusang tree on the sun star would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Achieving the Hunyuan Dao golden immortal through the law of the sun was now only a matter of time. Master, we will meet again soon, Shi murmured, her thoughts already flying to Taiyun Mountain. In the chaos of Zixiao Palace, Dao ancestor, something terrible has happened. Hao Tian rushed frantically into Zixiao Palace. What is the matter for such panic? Hongjun, clad in a purple Daoist robe, slowly opened his eyes. Brothers Dijun and Tai have been driven out of the sun star. Countless demons have fallen into the bellies of the Wu clan. Hongjun paused slightly, accidentally pulling out a few strands of his goatee. Hao Tian recounted what he had seen and heard to Hongjun. After listening, Hongjun cursed under his breath. Heavenly Dao, what kind of third-rate rulers have you chosen as masters of the heavenly court? A great sun golden crow bearing the destiny of the supreme 99, yet utterly powerless against 2 lunar goddesses. Could it be a counterfeit? And you want me to scheme for the next tribulation? What's there to scheme when Dijun and Tai have already been overthrown? Hongjun's gaze pierced through the chaos, gazing far at Shi beneath the Fusang tree on the sun star. Her aura of solar energy was rich and profound. The sun's true fire of the Fusang tree had become hundreds of times more active. A thought suddenly struck him. Could the true sovereign of the sun star be not Dijun and Tai, but Shi? Then Hongjun frowned deeply. But how could this goddess, Shi who spent her days on the moon star, possess such abundant solar energy? Strange, truly strange. On Mount Taiyunshan, Xian occasionally fretted that the disciples who had descended the mountain might suffer bullying. Little did he imagine that these disciples, who were ever so slightly weak, would upon their descent disrupt the original course of the primordial era. They had fought so fiercely that even the 2 great demon emperors were forced to relinquish their ancestral home, the sun star, dragging their families along as they fled their homeland. This left Hongjun bewildered, his mind buzzing to the point where he even considered throwing in the towel. Chen Xuan, as was his custom, idled away his days on Mount Taiyun. The mountain-ceiling grand formation masked the heavenly secrets and severed all karmic ties, leaving him with no concern of being drawn into the conflicts of the primordial era. Immortal fruits and celestial brews were in ample supply. He could plant flowers, tend grass, practice calligraphy, paint, or play with his monkey and tease his sparrow. From time to time, he would hunt a wild beast and prepare a spicy hot pot. Wasn't that delightful? One day, Chen Xuan was lying about in front of the hall, seemingly lifeless. In the middle of the Taiyun Mountain dojo, the 6-eared macaque and Kong Xian were discussing their cultivation. Suddenly, a soaring aura erupted from the 6-eared macaque, and a dense, surging battle intent emanated from him, as if thousands of troops and horses were charging with overwhelming force, majestic and awe-inspiring. Watching this, Kong Xian was filled with envy. Brother 6 Ears, how do you cultivate so quickly? And you've even comprehended a sliver of the war law. Although he was born with the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, he was still a long way from reaching the Dao golden immortal stage. The 6-eared macaque grinned slyly, then pulled a scroll from his bosom. It was a masterpiece by Chen Xuan, the foremost painter of the kindergarten. If not for the teacher's painting, how could I, at the late stage of Dao golden immortal, have comprehended even a trace of the war law? The 6-eared macaque gently caressed Chen Xuan's masterpiece. His words were filled with admiration for Chen Xuan. Ever since obtaining this painting, he would take it out to gaze upon it whenever he had leisure time. After several millennia, he had finally managed to comprehend a sliver of the war law. One must not underestimate this mere trace of the war law, for it signified that the 6-eared macaque had already set foot on the path to attaining Hunyuan. In the primordial era, even great beings like Taiching, Laozi, Yuqing, Yuanshi, and the 2 sages of the West could only walk the path of beheading corpses, and when they eventually attained enlightenment, They followed the method of achieving sainthood through merit. When will I be able to be like Brother 6 Ears? Conceiving asked, his eyes downcast and pleading. That's simple. Attend to the teacher well, and dominating the primordial era will be a piece of cake. The 6-eared macaque patted Conceiving, who now appeared as a young boy. Then, wiggling his monkey-like eyebrows, he said with a mischievous grin, when that time comes, you can lead the young ladies of the Phoenix clan on a tour through the myriad heavens. Ah, I understand. Conceiving immediately scampered over to Chen Xuan. Teacher, what kind of hot pot would you like to eat tonight? Shall I summon a few young ladies from the Phoenix clan to attend to you, teacher? Chen Xuan was lounging about, and seeing little Conceiving suddenly being so enthusiastic about hot pot and young ladies, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Conceiving, do you have a favor to ask? Hot pot could be considered, but the Phoenix clan young ladies were out of the question. Conceiving rubbed the back of his head and said with an embarrassed smile, I cannot hide anything from teacher's discerning eyes. I know I am dull-witted and wish to ask for your guidance in cultivation. Having said this, he looked at Chen Xuan with hopeful eyes. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and said, Conceiving, there are 3,000 great Daos. You must find the path that is right for you. Teacher, how does one find the right path? Conceiving gazed into Chen Xuan's deep eyes, which seemed to contain countless stars and encompass the entire universe. Chen Xuan waved his sleeve grandly and said, examine yourself and ask your heart for the Dao. Examine yourself and ask your heart for the Dao. Conceiving murmured, seemingly immersed in these 8 words. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? This is examining yourself and asking your heart for the Dao. Just as all things in the primordial era change in myriad ways, and the countless stars shift, in turn you must find your own path to avoid being led astray by the dazzling array of Daos. There are many profound mysteries within this. Contemplate them well. Chen Xuan fabricated a string of philosophical theories. This set of theories was the universally applicable chicken soup for the soul from the modern world. Even if Hongjun himself were to hear it, he would be fooled. Chen Xuan then closed his eyes and continued his idleness. But the chicken soup Chen Xuan had concocted fell upon Conceiving's ears like the reverberation of the Tao itself, an epiphany that cleared his mind. A flood of insights surged through his mind. Truly worthy of being the teacher with his cultivation reaching the heavens, a few casual words had dispelled most of the confusion in my heart. Conceiving blinked, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. Chen Xuan half opened his eyes, grunted in acknowledgement, and said, remember to tend to the celestial herb garden. We'll have beef hot pot tonight. Yes, I'll go tend to the herb garden right away, and then hunt a cow to bring back. Conceiving, his heart full of joy, headed to the celestial herb garden to inspect it. Along the way, he muttered to himself, I am Conceiving, born from the fusion of the primordial phoenix's origin power and the acquired 5 elements chi. After a while, Conceiving suddenly cried out, holy crap, I get it now, the path of the acquired 5 elements. Teacher, I've found my path. Conceiving's eyes became clear, free of all delusion. He was the incarnation of the primordial phoenix's origin and the acquired 5 elements chi, and thus he possessed an exceptionally strong affinity with the 5 elements chi. Therefore, if he could cultivate the path of the acquired 5 elements, he would surely achieve twice the results with half the effort. There's a top-grade innate spiritual root, the 5 elements fruit, in the celestial herb garden. Is this why teacher wanted me to tend the herb garden? Teacher is truly a divine being. The 6-eared macaque leisurely appeared beside Conceiving and said, little brother, do you understand now? Everything, though it seems like the teacher's casual actions, is actually filled with profound mystery. Conceiving nodded vigorously. Meeting the teacher is truly the greatest fortune. His reverence for Chen Xuan had reached an unimaginable level. The 6-eared macaque looked up at a 45-degree angle into the sky and murmured, sometimes I suspect that the teacher sending so many senior brothers and sisters down the mountain is part of a grand scheme. Conceiving asked, dumbfounded, how grand is this scheme? Very, very grand, said the 6-eared macaque. If Chen Xuan had known the content of their conversation, he would have been speechless. What casual actions filled with profound mystery? What grand scheme? He himself didn't even understand his own situation. In an unremarkable valley at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the howling wind whistled mournfully through the gorge, where thick, sprawling vines grew wildly, in every direction, exuding a chill of lush greenery. The remnants of the demon clan driven out of the heavenly court by Shiha and Changshi had gathered here. They lay scattered about, their breath faint, their forms diverse. Yet without exception their faces were covered in dust and smoke, all blackened and charred. The demon emperors Dijuan and Donghuang Tai wore grim expressions as they gazed upon the sparse demon clan, now less than 1,000,000 strong. In days past, when they established the demon clan's heavenly court on the Sun Star, what formidable prestige they commanded. Even among the Tai golden immortal level demon soldiers, there were already millions. As for golden immortals, there were tens of millions. And there were also many great Luo golden immortals. But now, General White Tiger, have you made contact with the other remnants? Dong Wang Tai asked. The silver-white armor on the White Tiger had been scorched pitch black. He bowed slightly and replied, Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor Generals Tungsha Bifang and Jin Shan have gathered several 100,000 troops. As for the rest are unknown. How can there be so few? Dijuan frowned. Although Shiha had indeed driven them out of the Sun Star, she had not dealt fatal blows to most. This was also the reason Dijuan and Tai had managed to escape. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, most of the severely wounded demon warriors fell into Buzhou Mountain and were devoured by the Wu clan. Even General Quinyu has fallen into the bellies of the ancestral witches. What? General Quinyu was also devoured by those ancestral witches. The two demon emperors Dijuan and Tai were enraged, flames of solar, true fire, nearly blazing from their eyes. General Quinyu, a great Luo golden immortal at the midstage, was a pillar of the demon clan. He had not fallen to Zai's flames, but was instead torn apart and devoured by the ancestral witches. How could they not be furious? Tai snarled, Those barbarians of the Wu clan dare to bully our demon clan and kick us when we're down. When we rebuild the demon clan's heavenly court, we will surely avenge this. Father Eastern Emperor, why wait until we rebuild the heavenly court to take revenge? Can't we do it now? The great golden crow asked with childish innocence. Yes, why not take revenge now? Is Father Eastern Emperor too weak? The second golden crow added. Let's go take revenge now. The remaining young golden crows shouted. Dong Wang Tai, hot-tempered, grew angrier at the young golden crow's words, and recalling the remarks made on the Sun Star, his fury boiled over. He grabbed a tough vine, seized the 10 golden crows, suppressed their cultivation, and before the gathered demon soldiers, struck them mercilessly. Each lash bit into their flesh, splitting their skin. The welts from the vine became mottled and scattered across the 10 golden crows' bodies. I'll beat you unruly brats to death. Are you even my own sons? How dare you cause such trouble for your father? Tai, let me lend you a hand. Dijuan shouted, joining the fray. A dual thrashing from the demon emperors. Fathers, I won't dare do it again. Fathers, I'll be obedient from now on. Father Eastern Emperor, go easy. You hit my crown jewels. Father, stop. I was wrong. A scene of loving discipline played out among the Golden Crow clan. The pitiful cries of the golden crows mingled with the howling wind echoing through the valley. The sun set and rose. The two demon emperors beat them for an entire night before their inner fury subsided. Gazing at the dispirited demon clan, Dijuan and Tai calmed down to ponder their next move. Brother, the Sun Star has been seized by Shiha. We cannot return to regather the demon clan. We must find another blessed land to rebuild the heavenly court, Tai said. Dijuan was silent for a long time, but then shook his head. The urgent task is not to rebuild the heavenly court. If not rebuild, are we to disband? Tai was baffled, not understanding Dijuan's meaning. Dijuan waved his hand and leaned in close to Tai. Tai, hear me out first. From the moment we took form until now, all our troubles have come from Nuwa or Shiha. Tai nodded blankly. But what does that have to do with rebuilding the heavenly court? It does. It has everything to do with it. Don't you see? The reason they bully us so brazenly is that they have a powerful backer while we have none, Dijuan said. Tai was slightly stunned. That seemed to make sense. He slapped his thigh. If they hadn't been favored by that Taishan Taoist, how could they surpass us given our origins and talent? So our priority is to find a backer, then rebuild the heavenly court, Dijuan said, looking up at the sky. You mean we should pledge ourselves to the Dao ancestor and seek his protection? Tai quickly caught on, his eyes lighting up. Dijuan nodded and clenched his fist. If we gain the Dao ancestor's protection, even if that Taishan Taoist himself comes, he'll have to show us some respect. Then not to mention the Wu clan, even those she-devils Nuwa and Shiha won't dare touch us, right? The Dao ancestor is all-powerful, the foremost being in the primordial world. We can return to the peak of our avian glory. No time to waste. Let's go to the Chaos Zixiao Palace to seek an audience with the Dao ancestor. Our chance to turn the tables has come. General White Tiger, keep an eye on those 10 unruly brats. Don't let them run wild. The two brothers spoke in turn, then set off together, heading to the Chaos Zixiao Palace to find Hongjun, the Dao ancestor. In the minds of the two demon emperors, visions of a bright and hopeful future once again filled their imaginations. Outside the Chaos Zixiao Palace, the Zixiao Palace, imbued with an aura of eternal antiquity, stood amidst the chaos, its grandeur impervious to the surging violent tides of chaotic energy. Vast and indistinct Dao rhythms coiled around the palace, amplifying its boundless might. Before the Zixiao Palace, the Lingxiao Hall built by Dijuan and Tai was utterly insignificant. Ancestor, above your disciples Dijuan and Tai of the Yao clan seek an audience. Dijuan and Tai channeled their divine power, sending their voices into the Zixiao palace. For a long time there was no response from the acolytes Haoyan and Yao Chi, nor any reply. "Brother, do you think the ancestor doesn't wish to see us?" Tai asked in a hushed, timid voice. "No, the ancestor must be testing our devotion," Dijuan replied, standing with utmost reverence. Thus the two Yao emperors waited silently in the chaos, not daring the slightest disrespect. After all, the sage's mind was inscrutable. They knew not if Patriarch Hongjun would aid them in rebuilding the heavenly court. This was the only chance for a comeback they could conceive. Inside the Zixiao palace, Ancestor the Yao Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai of the Yao clan seek an audience outside the gate. Hao Yin reported to Hongjun. Hongjun's eyelids twitched, but he did not open them. He merely said indifferently, "I see. Let them wait for a while." A sage's dignity was not to be trifled with, seen on a whim. After an unknown duration, with a creak, the doors of the chaos Zixiao palace swung open. The acolyte Hao Yin emerged from the palace. "Two Yao emperors, the ancestor invites you in." Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, joy rising in their hearts. "The ancestor is willing to see us, but our resurgence is hopeful." They entered the Zixiao palace with measured steps, bowing reverently to Hongjun. "Your disciple Dijuan of the Yao clan pays respects to the ancestor. Your disciple Tai of the Yao clan pays respects to the ancestor." Both Dijuan and Tai had once listened to Hongjun's teachings, hence they called themselves disciples. Hongjun was a transcendent immortal, as if accompanied by the sun, moon, and stars, with celestial cranes soaring beside him. He slightly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like a torch, seemingly seeing through Dijuan and Tai, and asked directly, "Why have you come? What is the matter? Speak quickly if there's business, or be gone. You are disturbing my preparations for merging with the Heavenly Dao." Upon hearing this, Dijuan's eyes reddened slightly, and he spoke with a choked voice, "Reporting to the ancestor, your disciple, blessed by your grace, has improved in cultivation. Thinking to share your burdens, I established the Yao clan and built the heavenly court. But unexpectedly the Taiyin goddess, without discerning right from wrong, forcibly seized my sun star." From the outset, Dijuan aligned himself with Patriarch Hongjun's faction, claiming the establishment of the Yao heavenly court was to ease the ancestor's worries. As he spoke, a tear was squeezed from the corner of his eye. "The ancestor governs the primordial world. We are loyal to you and vow to share your burdens." Eastern Emperor Tai added a timely flattery to Hongjun. They immediately placed themselves on Hongjun's side. Hao Yin, standing nearby, curled his lips. A true sovereign should be ambitious and command the realm. But these two Yao emperors had none of those qualities. Moreover, their shamelessness could probably rival the two sages of the West. Hongjun's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "The matter of Shiha goddess occupying the sun star is a karmic bond between you. I find it inconvenient to intervene." The implication was clear: it is beyond my control. The two Yao emperors were stunned. Then tears streamed down their faces, a mix of tears and snot. "Ancestor. If the ancestor does not seek justice for us brothers, there will be no place for us in the primordial world." They displayed not a shred of imperial bearing. Even Hao Yin and Yao Chi turned away in disdain, unable to bear the sight. A streak of black lines appeared on Hongjun's face. "Coming into the Zixiao palace to weep. Who taught them this? Enough, enough. Wipe away those fake tears and stop nauseating me." He thought to himself, "If the Heavenly Dao hadn't chosen you as the destined calamity bearers for the next tribulation, I wouldn't bother with either of you." Hongjun waved his hand and said, "I understand your intentions. You may rebuild the heavenly court in the 33 heavens. Rebuild the heavenly court in the 33 heavens." Does this mean the ancestor tacitly agrees to support their rebuilding of the Yao heavenly court? Dijuan quickly wiped the tears from his eyes and said with renewed vigor, "I thank the ancestor." Hongjun continued, "Furthermore, each of your innate treasures contains a killing formation. Comprehend them well. They can serve as the protective array for the Yao heavenly court. Within the chaos bell, one can study the patterns of the celestial bodies and comprehend the all-encompassing star formation. In the Hichu Luoshu, one can imitate the layout of the mountains and rivers of the primordial world and set up the primordial river chart formation. Both are renowned killing formations in the primordial world." Killing formations. Dijuan and Tai were even more inspired upon hearing this, overjoyed. "We thank the ancestor for his guidance." Patriarch Hongjun, as the first sage of the primordial world, found it inconvenient to meddle in worldly affairs directly. However, since Dijuan and Tai were the destined figures for the tribulation chosen by the Heavenly Dao, he had to offer them some guidance. Otherwise, if the tribulation bearers Dijuan and Tai were eliminated early, how would the tribulation proceed? Whether Hongjun could claim the Dao fruit of the primordial world depended entirely on the machinations of this tribulation. "All right, you may withdraw now." Hongjun waved his hand. "Yes, ancestor." Dijuan and Tai left the chaos Zixiao palace, their hearts content. Once I rebuild the Heavenly Court and comprehend the two peerless killing formations Nuwa and the Wu clan, just wait for my return to reign over the primordial world. With Patriarch Hongjun backing us, we will surely restore the glory of the Yao clan. Even Taishan Daoist is useless, ha. The laughter of Dijuan and Tai echoed through the chaos. In the chaotic Zixiao palace after Emperor Jun and Tai departed, Hongjun clad in purple robes sat silently within the vast hall. Countless divinatory symbols drifted through the air, each seemingly imbued with infinite celestial mysteries. All of the primordial wilderness seemed to lie within Hongjun's divinatory calculations. Yet as his deductions grew denser and more intricate, his sword-like brows furrowed ever deeper, refusing to relax. No, this is wrong. Is the grand tide of the primordial wilderness veering off course? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In a distant corner, Yao Chi and Houtu watched the ancestor's dazed expression, too afraid to utter a sound. After a long while, the divinatory symbols dissipated, and the Zixiao palace fell silent once more. Only Hongjun's voice echoed, "These hundreds of thousands of variables, not a single one has diminished. And these variable individuals seem to grow ever stronger, almost beyond my perception. What is happening?" Moreover, the Heavenly Dao decreed that the Wu and Yao tribes are the protagonists of the next great calamity. The Yao tribe has been fraught with recent events, yet why is there no sound from the Wu tribe? Why are the Wu tribes so unusually calm? It makes no sense. Could it be that Yongmei has also laid his schemes among the Wu? Yongmei, you old villain, your reach is far too long. In his conspiracy with the Heavenly Dao, the Wu and Yao tribes were the most formidable races of the era, their conflict divinely ordained and irreconcilable, destined to erupt into an unprecedented war. Yet now the Wu tribe showed no particular movement, which was exceedingly strange. The sacred ground of the ancestral Wu was the Pangu temple nestled within Mount Buzhou. Since the Pangu temple was formed from the heart of the great god Pangu, Hongjun's perception could not penetrate it. Thus he remained ignorant of why the 12 ancestral Wu were so tranquil without a hint of disturbance. If Hongjun could have pierced the temple, he would have surely seen within the Pangu temple a bright bonfire had been kindled. Above the fire, a roasted bull demon, golden and glistening, sizzled with oil and spread a fragrant aroma. Yet by the fire 11 muscular men lay scattered, groaning and shouting. "Little sister, I truly did not hunt this bull demon. Little sister, this beast fell before me on its own. I did nothing wrong. Flies. 3 days without discipline and you'll tear down the roof." Their little sister Houtu blew on her delicate fist. Sister Nuwa said it best, problems that can be solved with a fist are not problems at all. Houtu seemed to recall something and murmured to herself, "The teacher said that fourth brother will one day crash into Mount Buzhou. So if I crack his skull open now, won't that prevent him from doing something foolish?" With that, Houtu approached the ancestral Wu Gong Gong. "Fourth brother, let me enlighten you. Little sister, I am your own brother. Don't hit the face." Boom. Gong Gong saw stars, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. His last thought was, what did I do wrong? Why am I the only one getting pummeled? Houtu patted her fair fists and turned toward the golden roasted bull. Unfortunately, Hongjun witnessed none of this, and thus he could never fathom why the Wu tribe remained so calm. After deep contemplation, a fierce glint flashed in Hongjun's eyes. "Yongmei, Yongmei, after the third sermon, I must first eliminate your true disciple. Once I merge with the Dao, I will deal with you. The seats of primordial sainthood shall also be decided after the next sermon." Hongjun opened his right hand, revealing 7 swirling strands of primordial purple chi. These represented the divinely ordained sage positions of the primordial wilderness, the very seats that countless beings dreamed of. Time flowed unmeasured in the primordial wilderness. Another millennium passed in the blink of an eye. On the 33rd heaven. Ha ha ha. Brother, the ancestor did not deceive me. I have comprehended the grand starry formation from the chaos bell. Tai laughed heartily. At the same time, he had refined 27 seals of the chaos bell, deepening his bond with the artifact. I too have grasped the primordial river chart formation from the river map and Luoshu. Emperor Jun also laughed joyfully. These formations are exquisite. With our power, unless a sage intervenes, they are utterly unbreachable. After bidding farewell to Hongjun, Emperor Jun and Tai returned to the primordial wilderness, spending their days tinkering with their innate treasures, the river map Luoshu and the chaos bell. Now that they had finally unlocked the ultimate killing formations from their treasures, the two brothers were immensely invigorated. With these, they no longer feared being bullied by Nuwa and Shihi. It was like seeing the sun after the clouds, dispelling all past gloom. Brother, we have lain low on the 33rd heaven for 1,000 years. Now that our power has surged, it is time to recall the old Yao tribe forces and rebuild the Yao heavenly court. Eastern Emperor Tai clenched his fist as he spoke. A millennium of hiding had truly stifled him. Emperor Jun nodded solemnly, saying, "Excellent. The two brothers donned resplendent purple-golden robes and burned incense to perform a heavenly ritual. Heavenly Dao and sages above today, Yao Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, rebuild the Yao heavenly court on the 33rd heaven. All Yao generals return at once. The two Yao emperors channeled their spiritual power, their voices resounding across the entire primordial wilderness. On the 33rd heaven, majestic palaces rose with a thunderous roar shrouded in purple mist like an ethereal paradise. Countless Yao soldiers and generals in silver-white armor exuded a chilling aura of slaughter, inspiring awe. Heavenly gates stood in all four directions, guarded by numerous powerful Yao commanders. Yao Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai also employed the Grand Starry Formation and the Primordial River Chart Formation as the protective arrays of the Yao Heavenly Court, making it impregnable. The Yao Heavenly Court rebuilt. The two Yao emperors are truly unparalleled. I shall hasten to the 33rd heaven and rejoin them. I knew the Yao tribe would never decline. Countless old Yao followers sped toward the 33rd heaven. In the Pangu temple, Houtu, who was meditating on the laws of reincarnation, suddenly heard the news of Emperor Jun rebuilding the Yao court. Her delicate brow furrowed slightly as she murmured, "Indeed, as the teacher said, Emperor Jun and Tai are the destined figures of the next great calamity. Protected by the Heavenly Dao, their calamity will not come until the great tribulation arrives. Let them strut about for a while." After the two demon emperors Dijuan and Tai rebuilt the demon court in the 33rd heaven, the demon race flourished rapidly, dominating the skies with their formidable fortune. On the earth, although the Wu race showed no particular movements, their bloodlines were powerful and their numbers grew swiftly, their strength rivaling that of the demon race. The Wu and demon races were far apart and occasional conflicts were minor. Time passed like a fleeting white horse. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had come and Hongjun was about to begin his third sermon. "I am Hongjun, and I shall commence the third sermon at the Zixiao palace. All who are fated may come to listen." Hongjun's voice once again resounded across the primordial land. In the Yunming marsh, senior brother Hongmeng Dao, ancestor Hongjun, said the third sermon would be on the path to sainthood. "You have already comprehended 80% of the space law and are nearly ready to attain the Hunyuan realm. Will you still attend?" Baizhe asked Hongyun for advice. "Exactly, the teacher has already explained the 3 methods of attaining the Dao. I do not plan to go," said Gu King. Hongyun chuckled. Junior brother Baizhe, junior brother Gu King, although the teacher has covered the methods of attaining the Dao, he also mentioned what would happen during the sermon. Baizhe and Gu King exchanged glances, still puzzled. "Please enlighten us, senior brother Hongyun. You two need to think faster." Hongyun put his arms around their shoulders and lowered his voice. "Didn't the teacher say that during the third sermon there would be a distribution of treasures at the Finbao Rock? How could I have forgotten that? Senior brother Hongyun is truly seasoned. I'll follow your lead." Hongyun raised an eyebrow and smirked. "The teacher said Hongjun has stored countless treasures. Since he's giving them away, we can't let these treasures fated for us fall into others' hands, right? Indeed, such treasures are fated for the disciples of Taiyun Mountain. Senior brother Hongyun is brilliant, truly inheriting the teacher's essence. I dare not claim that. Even a fraction of the teacher's wisdom would be more than enough for a lifetime." Hongyun replied modestly with a smile. "Come, let us go to the Zixiao palace to await our blessings." "Excellent. Excellent." Many fellow disciples, sharing Hongyun's thoughts, rushed toward the chaotic Zixiao palace. This sermon by Hongjun held great significance for others. Thus Dijuan and Tai from the 33rd heaven, and Laozi and Yuanshi from Kunlun Mountain, Jin Yuanzi from Wanshou Mountain, and Jian and Junti from western Sumer Mountain. All these great powers of the primordial land sped toward the chaotic Zixiao palace. Piercing through the vast chaos, they gazed from afar at the Zixiao palace, standing amidst the boundless void, exuding an ancient and rustic aura flowing with eternal Dao resonance. The gates of the Zixiao palace were already wide open. Hongjun's attendants Hao Yin and Yao Chi waited early. Laozi, Yuanshi, Kuanping, Jian, and Junti sat as usual on the cattail mats. Behind them, a group of Taiyun Mountain disciples chatted familiarly. "Senior brother Tongtian, your sword intent grows ever stronger enough to shake the chaos. Are you not far from attaining the Dao?" Hongyun greeted from afar with clasped hands. Laozi and Yuanshi on the mats twitched their mouths, slightly thinking, has our third brother nearly attained the Dao? Fortunately, we have also severed our 3 corpses, waiting only for Dao ancestor Hongjun to explain the method of sainthood, so we can find our opportunity to become saints. Junior brother Hongyun, it seems you are close as well. Tongtian, seeing his fellow disciples, was overjoyed and bowed with clasped hands. By then, Huta Nuwa, Shi Wangmu, Xuanshi Gish, and others had arrived. So many senior and junior brothers have come. This gathering will surely be lively. It's been 10,000 years, and everyone's strength has greatly advanced. Tongtian's sword law, Hongyun's space law, Shi Wangma's time law, Nuwa's creation law, Huda's reincarnation law. They had all comprehended 80%. Comprehending 90% of a law would allow one to attain the Hunyuan realm. Beyond 90% lies a new realm, but 9 is the ultimate number of heaven and earth. Surpassing it is exceedingly difficult. Xia hasn't come. Oh, I wonder how much she has comprehended, asked the elegant and beautiful Shi Wangmo. She found her opportunity to attain the Dao. After occupying the Sun Star last time, she quickly comprehended 80% of the Sun Law. Nuwa often roamed the primordial land, perceiving the world's creation, and had visited the Sun Star to meet Xia. The teacher said that after this sermon by the Dao ancestor, the primordial land will enter the age of saints. Let's see which of our disciples will be the first to attain the Hunyuan realm. Attaining the Hunyuan realm brings glory to our teacher's name Ha. It seems we disciples on the path of severing the corpses must strive to catch up. At these times Hao Yin always felt helpless. The many great powers present, numerous quasi-saints, were at least at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. They chattered noisily and refused to listen. Hao Yin could only keep a stern face waiting for the Dao ancestor to appear. Meanwhile, Yao Chi looked earnestly at Shi Wangmu, Nuwa, and the others. She listened intently to the sisters' conversations, catching phrases like attaining the Hunyuan realm, Taiyun mountain, and teacher. Her eyes revealed envy and longing. She thought, how I envy these exquisite sisters. When can I roam the primordial land? Her original form was a stubborn stone in chaos, casually enlightened by Hongjun to become his attendant. Serving a saint seemed glorious, but the Zixiao palace was empty and lonely with only Hao Yin to talk to. Yet Hao Yin was still youthful, dreaming only of grand ambitions to unify the primordial land. Yao Chi and he rarely saw eye to eye. Every time Dao ancestor Hongjun gave a sermon, she would listen intently to the conversations of Shi Wangmu, Nuwa, Houtu, and the others. These sisters are the most beautiful fairies in the primordial land. How magnificent must their revered teacher be? Yao Chi, standing gracefully as a stunning beauty, tilted her head in thought. Life here is too dull. If possible, I must visit Taiyun Mountain, as the sisters speak of. After a long while, Hongjun finally appeared slowly amidst the anticipation of Hao Yin and the others. At this moment, Hongjun's aura was even more profound and vast. Behind him manifested countless ethereal shadows like stars evolving and withering, all things sprouting and perishing. Hongjun's gaze swept across the 3,000 guests of Zixiao, and he slowly began to speak. This is my third sermon, and also my final one. I shall preach for 3,000 years, and the doctrine I impart is the path to sainthood. You must listen attentively with the primordial world in your hearts. The sage is merciful. We thank the sage for his teachings. The crowd chanted in unison. Hongjun nodded slightly. The assembly before him was indeed formidable. Laozi, Yuanshi, Jane, Zhundi, Dijuan, and Tai had all already severed their 3 corpses. Even those with lesser foundations had, under his covert guidance, severed the 3rd corpse. The rest were mostly at the early or middle stage of the quasi-sage realm. Yet Hongjun did not know that most of those present had not come to listen to his sermon. Instead, they were waiting to seize treasures at the treasure distribution cliff. Had Hongjun known, he would have exclaimed, "I'm too miserable." Hongjun began his sermon. In the primordial heaven and earth there are 3 paths to sainthood. The path of attaining sainthood through power, the path of attaining sainthood by severing the corpse, and the path of attaining sainthood through merit. These 3 methods all lead to sainthood. To dwell within the primordial heaven and earth, to coexist with the Heavenly Dao, to endure countless culpas without perishing, to be touched by karma, yet remain unstained. Endless Dao words flowed from Hongjun's mouth while bursts of purple chi swirled and drifted with the rich rhythm of the Dao. The path to sainthood. Everyone listened with exceptional care. But Tongtian, Houtu, Nuwa, and the other disciples of Taiyun Mountain wore expressions of strange complexity. They exchanged glances, brows furrowed. The same thought arose in their minds. What Hongjun taught was the method to become a saint, not the method to attain the Hunyuan Dao. Suddenly, they recalled the scene when Chen Xuan had spoken of the grand trends of the primordial world on Taiyun Mountain. Hongjun Dais's 3rd sermon, though seemingly bestowing the method of sainthood upon the primordial world, is in fact setting a saintly trap for all living beings. If one is not vigilant, they will fall deeply into it and become a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. When they had heard Chen Xuan's words back then, due to their insufficient realm and comprehension, they had been utterly confused. Now Tongtian, Hongyun, and the others were nearing the realm of attaining the Hunyuan Dao. In just a moment they realized that the path Hongjun taught was nothing but a trap. The so-called saintly trap referred to becoming a saint of the primordial heaven and earth by following Hongjun's method, thus being bound and controlled by the primordial heaven and earth, unable to attain true freedom and true carefree existence. Sainthood was the greatest deception of the primordial heaven and earth. The disciples sighed inwardly. As expected, the teacher is truly prescient. When they looked up at Hongjun again, they no longer saw a celestial sage with an immortal demeanor. He seemed more like a charlatan peddling his wares on the streets. This was likely the true purpose behind Hongjun's 3 sermons. Had they not encountered their teacher early on, they might have believed Hongjun's old liar's nonsense. The disciples all closed their eyes and stopped their ears, refusing to listen to Hongjun's drivel. Time flew like a weaver's shuttle, days and months fleeting. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hongjun's 3rd sermon soon drew to a close. 3,000 years have passed. The insights into the realm of sainthood that I have imparted you must ponder and digest well. If you have any doubts, you may raise them now, and I shall answer them one by one. Hongjun concluded his sermon and surveyed the assembly, still immersed in their thoughts, with great satisfaction. Especially the 5 on the rush mats. They could be considered his devoted followers. Laozi and Yuanshi, inheritors of Pangu, had gained the deepest understanding after listening. Daozu, since there are 3 methods to attain sainthood, through power, severing the corpse, and merit, are there any differences in their quality? Laozi, kneeling on his rush mat, asked respectfully. Without a doubt, Laozi had been brainwashed by Hongjun's nonsense. The disciples of Taiyun Mountain also wanted to hear Hongjun's answer to this question, their eyes fixed intently on him. Hongjun stroked his goatee, mistaking the eager gazes for admiration, and said with great gratification, "The realm of sainthood is one where one endures countless culpas without perishing, is touched by karma, yet remains unstained and coexists with the Heavenly Dao. Therefore these 3 methods of attaining sainthood have no distinction in quality." Laozi nodded as if he understood. That seemed to make sense. But Hongjun curled his lips. What utter nonsense. Keep bluffing, keep bluffing. Daozu, can everyone become a saint through these 3 methods? Asked Jane Dowrin of the Western 2 sages. Hongjun smiled and said, the status of a saint is exalted. Though the primordial heaven and earth are vast, they can only accommodate 9 saints. Moreover, the great Dao has 50, but the Heavenly Dao manifests only 49, with 1 remaining hidden. The Dao of the primordial heaven and earth is not complete. To achieve the position of a saint, one must possess the primordial purple chi. The primordial purple chi, born from the purest chi at the dawn of heaven and earth, contains the laws of the cosmos, and is the very foundation of sainthood. The assembly exchanged glances. Only 9 seats of sainthood existed, and the crucial primordial purple chi was required. But the time of the world's inception had long passed. Where could they find the primordial purple chi? Did this mean sainthood was hopeless? Yuanshi revealed an anxious expression. Daozu, without the primordial purple chi, sainthood is impossible. But where can we seek this primordial purple chi now? The crowd stared at Hongjun with wide eyes. They saw him gently raise his right hand and slowly open it. There, clearly visible, were 7 strands of primordial purple chi. Their gazes instantly became fervent. Their breaths grew ragged. This was the opportunity for sainthood. Between heaven and earth, only these 7 strands of primordial purple chi remain in my possession. They are the chance for sainthood. Now I shall distribute them to the fated ones who will become saints in the future. Many great cultivators sat up straight, hoping to receive Hongjun's favor. Hongjun's gaze fell upon Laozi and Yuanshi. Laozi, Yuanshi, you sit upon the rush mats destined by heaven to be saints. As the incarnations of the primordial god Pangus, primordial spirit, you possess the merit of opening the heavens. Therefore I grant each of you a strand of primordial purple chi. Cherish this opportunity well. What? The positions on the rush mats were the heaven-ordained seats of sainthood. There was still 1 seat left. Could I sit there now? The crowd was filled with regret. Laozi shall never disappoint the dais's kindness. Yuanshi shall also never disappoint the dais's kindness. Laozi and Yuanshi, amidst gazes of envy and jealousy, bowed respectfully and absorbed the primordial purple chi into their bodies. The heaven-ordained saints. The 2 had made quite a splash, feeling immensely pleased. Their future was bright. Hongjun's gaze then fell upon Tongtian, who held the Qingping sword. Tongtian, you are also one of the 3 pure ones. Therefore I grant you a strand of primordial purple chi. Cherish this opportunity well. Tongtian pondered for a moment, thinking he had no use for this primordial purple chi, and was about to refuse. But Hongjun beside him spoke up. Senior brother Tongtian, this thing may be useless, but it's better to take it than not. Though Hongjun's voice was low, the entire Zixiao palace was silent. Everyone heard it clearly. Hongjun's face darkened. Useless. Better to take it than not. What did you think this was? This was the primordial purple chi. The foundation of sainthood. The opportunity that everyone dreamed of. Why did it sound like I was begging you to take it? Tongshan's mind stirred, and he nodded imperceptibly. Clearing his throat twice, he clasped his hands toward Hongjun and said, in that case, I thank the Dao ancestor for his generous favor. Hongjun's lips twitched slightly, but with 3,000 Zixiao guests present, he could not haggle over every trifle, lest he appear unworthy of a sage's magnanimity. Yet this red cloud truly infuriated him. Hongjun's gaze swept over the beaming red cloud, a faint shadow of gloom flickering unnoticed in his eyes. The third primordial purple chi had fallen into Tongtian's hands. Nuwa, you shall one day render great merit to the primordial world. This fourth primordial purple chi I bestow upon you. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun sent the primordial purple chi into Nuwa's grasp. Nuwa, neither elated nor sorrowful, merely said, I thank the Dao ancestor for his kindness. Seeing that 4 strands of primordial purple chi had already been distributed, Jane and Zhuanti on their mats grew restless. They exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's intent. In an instant, Jiayin's eyes were red and tears streaming down his face in torrents. He was a veritable Oscar-worthy performer of the primordial world. Senior brother. Zhuanti, witnessing Jiayin's state, cried out in alarm, drawing the attention of Hongjun and the assembly. He asked solicitously, before the sage, why do you weep? At this query, Jane wept even more bitterly, wailing loudly and beating his chest. I envy them. I envy the East, where the 3 pure ones shall soon manifest as sages, bringing prosperity and abundance. I envy the countless great powers of the East, with 10,000 immortals paying homage. I envy even more the East, favored by the Dao ancestor. But who knows of the West's desolation and bleakness? Its spiritual energy thin, its lands shattered and broken. Reflecting on this, I am disheartened and cannot help but shed tears. Zhuanti, seeming to empathize with Jiayin's lament, discreetly tugged at the corner of his tattered Taoist robe to wipe his tears. The scene was particularly pitiable. The assembly could not bear to look silently, spitting in disdain, and simply turned away. They had seen shamelessness before, but never such a self-directed and self-performed act. A question and answer, a forced duet, a masterful scene stealing. In a word, brilliant. Red Cloud exclaimed in admiration, fellow disciples, do you see? This is what they call professionalism. Hongjun's face nearly contorted from the strain, but recalling his karmic ties with the West, he found some relief. Considering your diligent efforts, taking the West as your own responsibility, truly no easy feat. I specially bestow upon you 2 strands of primordial purple chi to revive the West. Jane and Zhuanti instantly turned grief into joy, their faces beaming with spring-like pride. We thank the Dao ancestor for his kindness. We shall surely uplift the West. The crowd was dumbfounded. Could such shamelessness really earn primordial purple chi? Dao ancestor, are such your aesthetic preferences? Or perhaps, is this your particular taste? Why else would you show such favoritism toward these 2 bald-headed Taoists alone? Their gazes toward Hongjun suddenly grew somewhat peculiar. They did not yet know that Hongjun bestowed 2 strands of primordial purple chi upon Jane and Zhuanti to repay the karmic debt of the West. In the ancient conflict between Dao and Demon, the great war against Luoho had shattered the Western lands and thinned their spiritual energy. Only Hongjun emerged victorious, so the karma of the West fell upon him. Now, with 2 willing laborers to repay this karma for him, how could he not go with the flow? As for this final strand of primordial purple chi, in Hongjun's right hand only a wisp of primordial purple chi lingered. Upon whom would the last destined sage fall? Kunpeng, seated on the 3rd mat, gazed fervently at the last primordial purple chi. He thought to himself, the Dao ancestor just said the mats are destined seats of sagehood. Then the ownership of this final primordial purple chi is obvious. Kunpeng's heart surged with elation. I, Kunpeng, shall at last make my name resound throughout the primordial world. Red Cloud, you originated the Dao script bearing the principles of the Dao and have immense merit toward the primordial world. As the first red cloud of heaven and earth with deep roots and vast fortune, you possess the bearing of a sage. This final primordial purple chi I bestow upon you. Kunpeng was about to accept the primordial purple chi and thank the Dao ancestor when he heard Hongjun call Red Cloud's name instead. Isn't the mat I sit on a destined seat of sagehood? Why is this primordial purple chi not given to me, but to that Red Cloud? Kunpeng's eyes were filled with gloom as he glared at Red Cloud with sinister ferocity. His clenched teeth ground audibly, and the veins on his tightened fists bulged. Fury, resentment, hatred. If you hadn't intercepted the creation of the Dao script, this primordial purple chi would surely be mine. Rage surged from his heart, and malice grew in his mind. The seeds of hatred sown earlier sprouted in that moment, instantly consuming Kunpeng's every thought. Perplexity and doubt rose within him. Silently, he nursed his grudge against Red Cloud once more. But Red Cloud, beaming with joy, said cheerfully, I thank the Dao ancestor for his kindness. I thank Lord Pangu. I thank all fellow disciples. I thank every Dao friend I thank. Hongjun stroked his goatee, exceedingly pleased with Kunpeng's reaction. Earlier in his calculations of celestial mechanisms, he had foreseen that Red Cloud's calamity would fall upon Kunpeng. Thus, he guided Kunpeng to sever his 3 corpses, forcibly elevating his power. Now, with the primordial purple chi as bait, Kunpeng would surely strike at Red Cloud. Red Cloud knew full well that this primordial purple chi was a death warrant sent by Hongjun. But how could the present him compare to the naive, good-hearted fool of the past? Hohi, I Red Cloud am an inner disciple of Chen Xuan. A mere Kunping is only fit to be a dish. The final primordial purple chi settled upon Red Cloud, and the assembly's eyes dimmed with disappointment. The matter of the primordial purple chi is settled. After this discourse on the Dao, I shall merge with the Heavenly Dao. Henceforth the Heavenly Dao shall not manifest, and Hongjun shall not emerge. Therefore I wish to accept several disciples to manage my mystic sect. Hongjun then looked toward the three pure ones, and said, Laozi Yuanshi Tongtian. You three are the three pure ones. Are you willing to become my disciples? Laozi and Yuanshi were overjoyed to receive primordial purple chi and be accepted as disciples of the Dao ancestor. After Hongjun merges with the Dao, the primordial world will be ours to command. Thus the two quickly bowed in gratitude. Laozi is willing. Yuanshi is willing. Hongjun nodded approvingly, and then looked at Tongtian. Seeing that his third younger brother hesitated to answer, Laozi urged, Third brother, the sage wishes to take us as disciples, something many envy. Why do you not agree quickly? Yuanshi added, Are you still seeking that Taishan Taoist? He has been missing for tens of thousands of years. Better to enter the Dao ancestor's tutelage. The assembly was startled. Taishan Taoist. Tongshan's master was also Taishan Taoist. How many people were his disciples? Now that Hongjun had extended an olive branch to Tongtian, what choice would he make? Tongtian caressed the Qingping sword, his sword intent restrained, and said, I appreciate the Dao ancestor's kindness. Tongtian understands, but I already have a master and cannot switch my allegiance to the Dao ancestor's tutelage. Tongtian, have you lost your mind? How dare you refuse to become a disciple of a sage? Is that Taishan Taoist truly more formidable than Hongjun Dao ancestor? Third brother, I think your sword practice has muddled your mind. The way of the sword is ultimately a minor path. How could it rival the might of the Dao ancestor who governs the Heavenly Dao? Yuanshi chided lightly. Second brother, you are mistaken. My teacher once said that the sword can cleave the heavens. Tongtian said calmly. Yet his sword intent blazed like the first light of dawn, piercing the darkness, as if nothing could withstand it. The Qingping sword in his hand seemed to tremble with even greater vigor, as if once unsheathed, it would startle heaven and earth. Was this the sword that could open the heavens? Yuanshi's eyes were filled with shock, and knowing he had no retort, he fell silent with displeasure. That technique of drawing the sword to sever the heavens was still etched in his mind. Hongjun cast a profound glance at Tongtian. It seemed Tongtian had grasped the essence of the sword's way. He was even more convinced that aside from Yongmei, also a chaos primordial, who else in the world could know that the pinnacle of the sword's path was to cleave the heavens with a single strike. All the chaos primordials who had witnessed Pangu's act of creating the heavens unanimously believed that the end of the great way was to break through chaos and behold the Hongmeng. To break through chaos and behold the Hongmeng. That was to open the heavens. In the end, Hongjun could only say, since you are unwilling, I shall say no more. If you ever wish to enter my tutelage in the future, you may come to the Zixiao palace in the chaos to find me. One day, I will slay Yongmei in the chaos, and then you will surely beg to join my tutelage. But you will have to kneel outside my Zixiao palace for 1,000 years before I accept you as my disciple. In an unknown corner of the chaos, Yongmei, the ancestor, who was comprehending the Dao, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Achoo! 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 He never expected that misfortune would fall upon him from nowhere. He quickly performed a divination with his fingers and was greatly alarmed. How could I be entangled in a calamity of slaughter? How did so many unwarranted karmic ties suddenly appear? Is that old rogue Hongjun trying to frame me? Go to hell. In the Zixiao palace, Hongjun asked Nuwa if she was willing to become his disciple. Nuwa declined gracefully. Thank you for your kind offer, Dao ancestor, but I have no desire to pursue the great way, nor do I relish conflict. I fear I would be unable to manage the Xianmen on your behalf. Deep in her heart, she always longed for the leisurely life on Taiyun Mountain, accompanied by morning clouds and evening mists with stars and seas of clouds stretching afar. More importantly, she wished to serve by her teacher's side, listening to her teacher tell all manner of fascinating tales. Yao Chi, who stood beside Hongjun Dao ancestor, fixed her gaze on Nuwa's beautiful eyes, her lips slightly parted. She murmured softly. The yearning hidden in Sister Nuwa's eyes made her refuse the Dao ancestor. Hao Yin, however, sneered inwardly, thinking these two were truly ungrateful, wasting the Dao ancestor's goodwill, and would surely regret it immensely in the future. Hongjun's face lost some composure as Tongtian and Nuwa had both refused him in succession. His hatred for Yongmei grew even more intense. He wished he could immediately engage Yongmei in a great battle, a thorough and satisfying one to vent his fury. You've disrupted so many of my schemes and left me utterly baffled. Seeing Hongjun silent for so long, Jane looked at him expectantly. Dao ancestor, are you still taking disciples? Hongjun came back to his senses and saw the look in Jane and Zuni's eyes. It seemed as if they would burst into tears if he said he was no longer accepting disciples. Oh, very well. Though they will become renegades of the Xianmen in the future, it is ultimately to repay the karmic debts of the West. I will take them as nominal disciples. Jane, Junti, are you willing to become my nominal disciples? Hongjun asked. Jane and Junti exchanged glances. Nominal disciples. Just those in name only. Better than nothing. From now on, when we walk the primordial wilderness, we can hold our heads high. We are disciples of a sage. The two Western Buddhists quickly bowed. We, your disciples, are willing. All right, the matter of taking disciples is concluded. Laozi, as the senior brother of the Xuanmen, I bestow upon you the supreme innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to harmonize yin and yang and enlighten all beings. Hongjun waved his hand lightly, and a Taiji diagram fell into Laozi's hands. The Taiji diagram, a supreme defensive innate treasure, was transformed from the handle of the chaos treasure, the heaven-opening axe. It originally belonged to the yin-yang ancestor and fell into Hongjun's hands after the Dao-demon conflict. Upon receiving the Taiji diagram, Laozi was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed in thanks. I bow in gratitude to my master. Kuenping, however, was dumbfounded. His focus was not on the Taiji diagram, but on Hongjun's words. The matter of taking disciples is concluded. So no more disciples. No share of the Hongmeng purple chi, not even the title of nominal disciple. Then what use was my sitting on this cattail mat? Isn't this the destined seat of a sage? Hongjun seemed to read his thoughts, and a Dao pronouncement exploded in his mind. You are more trouble than you're worth. How could you manage the Xianmen? Hongjun's words instantly shattered Kunpeng's composure. So the Dao ancestor still holds a grudge over that incident with that old rogue Hongyun intercepting my Dao text. Damn it, that old rogue Hongyun. I Kunpeng swear to kill you. If not for being in the Chaos Zixiao Palace, he would have attacked Hongyun on the spot. Kuenping forcibly suppressed the raging fury in his heart. He could only leave the Zixiao Palace, gather his allies, and wait for the old rogue Hongyun to be isolated before striking him down in one fell swoop. Hongjun observed Kunpeng's every move. He mused, young man, you're still too green. With just a little provocation you fly into a rage. But if you can accomplish something, I might still take you as a nominal disciple later. Hongjun then bestowed the supreme innate offensive treasure, the Pangu banner, upon Yuan Shi. He bestowed the 12-grade golden lotus of merit and the Vajra pestle upon Jane and Junti. Then he took out an object that shimmered with a myriad of treasures, illuminating the Zixiao Palace even more brightly and colorfully. Ahem. At the sight of this object, Hongyun, Tongtian, and others coughed incessantly. The other disciples of Taiyun Mountain nodded imperceptibly. This is the treasure distribution cliff upon which I have placed many treasures I have collected over the years. But now, as I am about to merge with the Heavenly Dao, these treasures are of no use. I will place the treasure distribution cliff in the chaos. Hongjun said. On the treasure distribution cliff were no fewer than several hundred innate spiritual treasures and above. In the Zixiao Palace, the sound of heavy breathing rose and fell. The temptation was too great. If one could obtain a few of them, severing a corpse to achieve quasi-sagehood would be no problem. Even a mighty quasi-sage who could resist so many spiritual treasures. Hongjun waved his hand, and the treasure distribution cliff appeared somewhere in the chaos. All right, each of you shall rely on your own fortune. Before Hongjun could finish his words, whoosh, nearly 2,000 people instantly vanished from the Chaos Zixiao Palace. They were all disciples of Taiyun Mountain. Damn it, Hongjun blurted out. This group was definitely prepared. The remaining 1,000+ people in the Zixiao Palace were still panting foolishly, completely at a loss. Hongjun's face darkened like Baozhang's. Why aren't you going? There won't be a single hair left on the treasure distribution cliff. The 1,000-odd primordial cultivators finally snapped to attention. Damn, we miscalculated. The treasure dividing rock charge. Don't let them get there first. Charge, charge, charge. Chaos ensued. Laozi and Yuan Shi instantly rode the wind. Dijuan and Tai transformed into golden crows, recklessly charging through the chaos with their innate supreme treasures. Jane and Junti shouted from behind. These treasures are fated with the West. Fated with the West. Who the hell kicked me? Stop grabbing, they're all mine. I Dijuan claim them all. Bullshit. They're all mine. These thousands of primordial great beings trailing behind Hongyun and Tongtian unleashed astonishing potential and chased madly. These innate spiritual treasures and supreme treasures were of utmost importance to them. Since Hongjun had spread the method of severing a corpse using spiritual treasures, every innate spiritual treasure signified a formidable quasi-sage, highlighting their extreme value. Even a single innate spiritual treasure, be it of the lowest grade, was enough to stir a bloody storm in the primordial world, driving countless peak, great Luo golden immortals into fierce conflict. Hongjun in the purple firmament palace had a face as dark as thunder. He finally understood. This group had definitely come prepared. No wonder they had been absent-minded and listless during the 3,000 years of preaching, showing no sincerity in listening. They were just waiting for this moment. In the chaos, a group of nearly 2,000 disciples from Taiyuan Mountain raced swiftly. They left Jane Zhuanyi, Laozi Yuanshi Dijuan, and Taiyi far behind. They even occasionally flung divine abilities back. Senior brother Hongyun, you're too fast. Leave a spiritual treasure for me. Brothers, charge. Charge. Don't let those little bastards behind catch up. Right, don't even leave them the soup. Hongyun, Tongtian, Nuwa, Queen Mother of the West, Houtu, and others led the charge, the vast chaotic energies parting before them. Haha, my spatial divine ability is slightly superior. Hongyun arrived first at the treasure-dividing rock radiant with treasure light. With a sweep of his hand, he collected 70 or 80 treasures and spiritual artifacts. The 9-dragon golden staff, the 8 scenic palace lamp, the cinnabar purple flame, the wordless heavenly book, the Xuandu heavenly plow. Queen Mother of the West, Tongtian, Nuwa, and Houtu arrived almost simultaneously. With a similar gesture, each obtained 60 to 70 treasures and spiritual artifacts. The immortal slaying sword formation, the Hunyuan dust whisk, the 24 fixed sea pearls, the immortal hiding diagram, the pagoda of many treasures, the Hunyuan golden dipper. Hundreds of innate spiritual treasures and supreme treasures were looted in an instant. When Laozi Yuanshi, Jane, and Zhuanyi arrived, the treasure-dividing rock was already bare. Even barer and shinier than Jane and Zhuanyi's bald heads. Like a plague of locusts, not a single hair was left. Laozi stared blankly at the scene and blurted out, "Damn." The chaotic astral winds howled past, but the crowd remained oblivious. Third brother, didn't you say that those who cultivate the sword path only need to cultivate themselves without external objects? Yuanshi shouted from afar to Tongtian, since you don't need those spiritual treasures, you could spare 2 for your second brother. Right, a swordsman needs no external objects. You can give a few to your eldest brother. Laozi also shouted shamelessly. Eldest brother, second brother, you have already severed your 3 corpses and are on the verge of sainthood. These treasures are useless to you. Many of my junior brothers still lack treasures to sever their corpses. Tongtian said while tallying his spoils. Indeed, if one could attain the Dao and become a saint, ordinary treasures were of little use. The Dao ancestor said to distribute the treasures among us all. Are you few trying to monopolize them? Tai, sheltered under the chaos bell, couldn't help asking. The nearly 2,000 Taiyuan Mountain disciples stepped forward, releasing their formidable auras. Peak Great Luo Golden Immortals, mid and latest-stage quasi-sages were abundant. This instantly exerted immense pressure on Tai. Tai quickly shrank back into the crowd. The teacher taught us to convince through reason. The Dao ancestor Hongjun also said it was a matter of fate. It means you have no fate with these treasures. Fellow disciples, am I right? Hongyun chuckled and stepped forward. Right. The Taiyuan Mountain disciples shouted in unison. Opportunity always favors the prepared. Hongyun raised his thick eyebrows. Aren't you afraid we'll gang up on you? Jane was furious. All right, come and hit me. Hongyun taunted. Jane instinctively looked at their own numbers. Just over 1,000. Then he looked at the formation behind Hongyun and Tongtian. Damn, over 2,000. If it came to a fight, who would be besieging whom? Unable to win or contend, Jane and Zhuanyi could only shut their mouths obediently. How frustrating. Dao ancestor, is this what you meant by each according to their fate? Fellow disciples, call me Uncle Hongyun, and I'll gift you an innate spiritual treasure. Hongyun shouted. This shout stunned Laozi and Yuanqi's side. What kind of trick was this? From among the Taiyuan Mountain disciples, someone immediately exclaimed, Damn, Uncle Hongyun is so generous. Ah, if it isn't junior brother Xianxi. This 8 scenic palace lamp is for you. Hongyun waved his hand. Uncle Hongyun. Everyone shouted. Louder, I can't hear you. Uncle Hongyun, the wildest in the primordial world. The disciples screamed hysterically, their voices so loud that even the violent chaotic energies retreated. 1, 2, 3, 4, one more time. Uncle Hongyun, the wildest in the primordial world. Fellow disciples, follow Uncle Hongyun, and you're guaranteed to live the good life. Seeing the momentum, Tongtian also shouted, Call me Sword Immortal Tongtian, and I'll gift you an innate spiritual treasure. Damn. Sword Immortal Tongtian mighty. Hear this, 5 fire 7 feather fan is for you, junior brother. Sword Immortal Tongtian, unrivaled in the world. Sword Immortal Tongtian, unrivaled in the world. Waves of cheers were overwhelming, shaking the surrounding chaos. Queen Mother of the West swept her wide sleeve, and dozens of spiritual treasures hovered in the chaos. Whoever calls me Master's wife will receive an innate spiritual treasure. Master's wife. The Taiyuan Mountain disciples were stunned. Then, Master's wife, Queen Mother of the West. Master's wife, Queen Mother of the West. Master's wife, Queen Mother of the West. Who cared? As long as the treasures were given, they would even call Uncle Hongjun Master's wife. Hundreds of spiritual treasures were distributed to the Taiyun Mountain disciples. With these treasures, when we return to visit the teacher in the future, we won't have to go empty-handed. The disciples were content. Those who didn't receive a treasure were not upset, but happy for their fellow disciples. In the purple firmament palace, Hongjun watched Hongyun and the others through a secret art, his face dark. Who in the hell was distributing the treasures? On the other side of the chaos, the 1,000-odd primordial great beings could only watch their celebration dryly. The violent, chaotic astral winds howled, but without their previous terrifying ferocity. It only felt like a desolate sorrow of endless falling leaves rustling down, lingering in their hearts. The boundless, endless chaos gave a feeling of eternal, infinite solitude. On one side were the Taiyun Mountain disciples celebrating together. On the other side were the 1,000-odd primordial great beings, desolate and exceptionally forlorn. It proved that the joys and sorrows of all beings are not connected. I only find them noisy. Finally, a primordial great being asked weakly, "Is it too late for me to join Taiyun Mountain now?" In the original course of the primordial era, Hongjun accepted Sanqing and Nuwa as his direct disciples, while Jane and Junti were registered as nominal disciples. Subsequently, treasures were distributed at the treasure-dividing cliff. Laozi acquired treasures such as the ground-departing flame flag, the nine-dragon golden staff, the Doushui purple flame, and the Qingquan diagram. Yuanshi obtained the Wuji apricot yellow flag, the nine-dragon agarwu chariot, and the jade void glazed lamp. Tongtian received the Zhuxian sword formation, the Hunyuan duster, the 24 calming sea pearls, the immortal concealment diagram, and the duobao pagoda. Nuwa, Jane, Junti, and others also gained their shares. But now all had been plundered by the disciples of Taiyun Mountain, including Hongyun and Tongtian. The trajectory of the primordial era had once again shifted slightly. The treasure distribution at the dividing cliff came to an end. The crowd returned to the Zixiao palace, casting resentful glances at Hongjun. They resembled long-neglected maidens who had not tasted intimacy for years, sullen and disheartened. Hongjun, somewhat embarrassed, could only murmur, "The great Dao has 50 paths, yet heaven operates through 49, leaving one missing. After this I shall merge with the Heavenly Dao to mend its deficiency." Henceforth the Heavenly Dao is Hongjun, but Hongjun is not the Heavenly Dao. You must diligently contemplate the teachings I have imparted, taking the restoration of the primordial era as your duty. Hongjun rambled on with a lengthy discourse. Upon finishing, Hongyun and the others shouted in unison, "Thank you, Dao Ancestor." He felt these rascals hinted at something, yet he could find no evidence. What a damn mess. Hongjun waved his sleeve, and the crowd found themselves in the chaos. Fellow disciples, if anyone dares to seize your treasures, just shout, "Lord Hongyun," and I shall shatter space to rescue you. Hongyun deliberately shouted loudly, ensuring all present heard. Many disciples carried spiritual treasures, and some might be tempted to take risks. This shout from Hongyun was a deterrent. Lord Hongyun, mighty and powerful. The disciples of Taiyun Mountain dispersed, leisurely humming a tune. The teacher truly commanded the universe with his words, knowing all. He even knew every detail of Hongjun's treasure distribution at the dividing cliff, enabling early preparations for a triumphant victory in the treasure hunt, reaping immense rewards. One step ahead, every step ahead. Brother, is Senior Taishian still accepting disciples? Someone quietly approached Bays and others to converse. You wish to join our Taiyun Mountain faction? I have admired Senior Taishian since childhood and longed to become his disciple, but never had the chance. Now I finally meet you, senior brothers. I see. But honestly, he is as elusive as a dragon, and we don't know when we'll see him. That's fine. Well, I'm willing to follow you, brothers, and await his return. Well, all right, how about you become my mountain guardian general at Pangu Mountain? Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Some rejoiced, others mourned. In the shadows elsewhere, Kunpeng stared at Hongyun with a sinister, unnoticed gaze. His eyes burned with fury and resentment. Demon Sovereign, Eastern Sovereign, if you invite me to rejoin the demon clan's heavenly court, I have one condition. Kunpeng spoke darkly to Dijuan and Tai beside him. What condition? Dijuan and Tai's eyes lit up. Last time they went to the lunar star with Kunpeng and were roasted by Xia. Kunpeng, thinking them incompetent, had retreated to the northern sea and ceased meddling in demon affairs. Now Dijuan was rebuilding the heavenly court and in need of talents. Seeing Kunpeng had severed his 3 corpses, Dijuan invited him back. Kill Hongyun. Kunpeng raised his hand, making a throat-slitting gesture. Dijuan was startled and frowned. Kill him. Indeed. I share an irreconcilable enmity with him. He is formidable. I am no match. Tai admitted he was inferior to Hongyun in strength. Dijuan pondered and added, moreover, he has many fellow disciples. How can we find an opportunity? Kunpeng sneered. He obtained many treasures at the dividing cliff, including several supreme artifacts he didn't share with his brothers, along with the Hongmeng purple chi. With 4 of us who have severed the 3 corpses and attained quasi-sagehood, if we ambush him when he's alone, who would know? Where are the 4 quasi-sages who severed 3 corpses? We have only 3, Tai whispered. Kunpeng slowly uttered a name, Mingyi Patriarch, my friend. Mingyi Patriarch, who remains undying as long as the blood sea exists. Tai murmured. Kunpeng nodded. Dijuan was tempted. 4 quasi-sages with severed 3 corpses had no reason to fail in killing Hongjun. Yet he still worried about one point. Grand Teacher, his teacher. Have you ever seen his teacher? Kunpeng sneered coldly. Legends of Taishan Taoist abound, but who has truly seen him? Even his disciples are searching for him everywhere. If he were truly in the primordial era, he would have appeared by now. Kunpeng's words dispelled 90% of Dijuan and Tai's doubts. All right, we're in on this. Dijuan gritted his teeth. The Hongmeng purple chi on him belongs to us brothers. Fortune favors the bold. If this succeeded, they would obtain the chance for sainthood through the Hongmeng purple chi, attaining enlightenment and becoming saints. Henceforth, they would endure countless eons, undying, free from karmic ties and unrestrained. In the primordial era, they would soar as high as the sky. The demon clan would dominate the primordial era completely. Kunpeng focused solely on killing Hongjun. Agreed. I will tell Hongjun you lie in ambush and strike when the time comes. Dijuan and Tai nodded and began their secret operations. Subsequently, Kunpeng contacted Mingyi Patriarch through a secret method, maintaining a distance undetected by Hongjun. Hongjun journeyed with Zinyuanzi. Old friend, return to the 5 villages temple at Longevity Mountain and take good care of the ginseng fruit tree, Hongjun said. I'm heading back to my dojo, the Fiery Cloud Cave. Zinyuanzi, somewhat worried, remarked, you carry supreme treasures and the Hongmeng purple chi. I noticed that Kunpeng gave you a strange look when we left. Hongjun laughed heartily, patting Zinyuanzi on the shoulder. Rest assured, my spatial techniques are masterful. Even if I can't win, I can flee. Kunpeng, lurking in the shadows, sneered inwardly, your arrogance will be your downfall. Hearing this, Zinyuanzi said no more, parted with Hongjun and returned to the 5 villages temple. Hongjun headed back to the Fiery Cloud Cave alone. In an unnamed valley where mountains coiled like dragons and forests were lush and chilling, Hongjun nodded approvingly. A fine place. He stopped, entered the valley, and lit a blazing bonfire. From somewhere he produced an enormous pot and set it over the fire. Then he sat quietly in the valley. Kunpeng hidden wondered, this place is unremarkable, with no mysteries. What is he doing here? After waiting 3 full days with no movement, Kunpeng sneered, my chance has finally come. Old thief Hongjun, you know your fatal calamity is upon you, so you obediently await death here. Kunpeng appeared in the valley, speaking viciously. Hongjun lifted his eyes slightly casually, tending the fire. Fellow Taoist, you're mistaken. I've been waiting here long to start the feast with your arrival. Feast? Kunpeng was taken aback. What feast? Then enraged, he yelled, no matter what trick you're playing, die today. Hongjun brushed the dust off his clothes and called out, brothers, come out for the feast. In an instant, Tongtian, Queen Mother of the West, Nuwa, Houtu, and a host of Taishan sect disciples appeared, surrounding the entire valley. All emerged, encircling the entire valley tightly. On Taiyuan Mountain, a man, a monkey, and a sparrow were enjoying a hot pot. On the graphite-colored wooden table lay an array of meats, spirit fruits, and celestial wine. The 6-eared macaque grinned as he placed a piece of prime ancient beef into Chen Xuan's bowl. Master, please nourish yourself. He then added a fatty chicken tail into Kong Xian's bowl, chuckling. This is a celestial chicken tail born from heaven and earth, perfect for replenishing your tail feathers. Hasten your cultivation of the 5-colored divine light. Kong Xian cast a resentful glance at the 6-eared macaque. What does a chicken tail have to do with my 5-colored divine light? Master, you were telling us about the grudge between Kunpeng and Hongjun. How did it end? Kong Xian blinked, asking. Seizing the moment when the 6-eared macaque was distracted, he stealthily slipped the chicken tail into the macaque's bowl. You speak of Kunpeng and Hongjun. In the end, Kunpeng allied with Dijuan Tai and ancestor Mingyi to ambush and kill the good-natured Hongjun. Another primordial powerhouse has fallen. Kong Xian sighed softly. I rather liked Hongjun. Master, you said Hongjun's death was preordained. If Hongjun were to break free from this fate, what should he do? The 6-eared macaque, captivated by the tale of Hongjun's grievances, brought the chicken tail to his lips. You sly little Kong Xian, you've learned to be clever. Chen Xuan chuckled at their antics. He picked up another slice of ancient beef and dipped it into the pot as he spoke. To break free, he must embrace darkness. Embrace darkness. Exactly. Be darker than Kunpeng. Forsake the meditation cushion, intercept Kunpeng's demonic script, and when Kunpeng ambushes him, rally his allies to counter-ambush Kunpeng. Stew him whole. Of course, it all hinges on strength. Stew Kunpeng. The eyes of the macaque and the sparrow lit up. What would a quasi-sage beast taste like? Both the monkey and the sparrow were gluttons. Kunpeng's flesh must be brimming with spiritual energy, firm in texture and exquisitely delicious. In the primordial world, in a valley not far from the fiery cloud cave. Hongjun, you old rogue, you set a trap for me. Kunpeng stared blankly at the over 2,000 great cultivators filling the sky. His thoughts were beyond words. Terror, palpitation, fear, disorientation, hatred, and rage surged within him. No wonder Hongjun had sent Jin Yuanzi away. He was baiting me. My master calls this luring the enemy into the trap, Hongjun said with a smile. And these fellow disciples, I invited them for a feast. Luring the enemy, my foot. You clearly intend to harm me. Even at death's door, Kunpeng's gaze remained fierce. Hongjun, you stole my Dao script fortune and my primordial purple chi, costing me my destined sagehood and making me a laughingstock of the primordial world. Do you feel no shame? Have you ever considered that these fortunes were never yours to begin with? Hongjun said calmly. Kunpeng was taken aback. Fortunes never mine. He then growled, humph. Glib tongue. Do as you will. Kill or spare him at your mercy. The disciples, having received Chen Xuan's spoilers of the primordial world, were well aware of Kunpeng's original fate. In the original storyline, Kunpeng had his cushion seized by Jian and Zhuanti at the Purple Cloud Palace. Later, he joined the demon race as the demon master and created the Dao script, also known as the demonic script. During Hongjun's 3 sermons, he never received the primordial purple chi, let alone the destined sagehood. For Hongjun had never regarded Kunpeng with any importance. Yet Hongjun felt no pity for him. They were fated adversaries. One of them had to fall. Had Hongjun not met Chen Xuan and changed his destiny, it would be he who was about to perish now. How pitiable was the Hongjun of the original primordial trajectory. He kindly yielded his cushion to the 2 Western sages, but when Kunpeng ambushed him, Jian and Zhuanti were nowhere to be seen. A sheer unlucky fellow. Now that he knew his own fate, would he still yield his seat, suffer persecution, and ultimately fall? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having met his master, I Hongjun feel reborn. I will no longer be the good-natured fool. I Hongjun have embraced darkness. Ha ha. My master said villains die from too much talking. Now I'm playing the villain's role, so I won't waste words. Fellow disciples, attack. Brother Kunpeng, into the pot with you. The feast begins. The countless great cultivators struck simultaneously. Kunpeng was forced into his true form, his aura extinguished, and he fell. Hongjun slapped his thigh and cursed, the pot I prepared isn't big enough. Kunpeng's body spanned tens of thousands of li. Not even a pot could contain it, nor could this valley. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. With Hongjun's spatial divine ability, a colossal pot appeared above the valley, finally large enough to hold Kunpeng. Brothers, follow me, Hongjun, and you'll feast like kings. Pluck its feathers. Stew it. I brought fine dishes. I brought fine wine. Let the feast begin. Brothers, Kunpeng's life was truly pitiable, Hongjun said softly. Beis approached and asked Lord Hongjun how so. Hongjun sighed. You see, his entire life, he was a pawn of Hongjun, never understanding the truth of his downfall, even at the end. From the moment he vied for the sage seat at the Purple Cloud Palace, he was manipulated and schemed against by Hongjun. Bei Xuanchagish and Guang looked at Hongjun with odd expressions. Seeing his fellow disciples silent, Hongjun muttered to himself, Am I being too cruel to Kunpeng? Beis and the others were speechless. Too cruel. If you think you're too cruel, then stop eating so fast. Of the nearly 2,000 people, you Lord Hongjun are the fastest eater. In the blink of an eye, Hongjun stuffed another large piece of prime wing meat into his mouth. Kunpeng's flesh is truly brimming with spiritual energy, firm in texture and exquisitely delicious. Brother Hongjun, slow down. If only the master were here, he would surely love this. By the way, what about the helpers Kunpeng brought? No worries, I've already shielded this place from external perception and sealed off this realm. We'll deal with them after we've eaten and drunk our fill. Hidden outside the valley, Dijuan and Tai lay in ambush. They awaited only Kunpeng's signal to strike forth, slay him in one fell blow, and seize the primordial violet chi. But they waited long, yet no signal came from Kunpeng. Could something have gone awry? Tai asked, a note of worry creeping into his voice. Rest assured, the demon teacher is ever cautious. He must be biding his time for the perfect moment to strike, a moment for a killing blow. Dijuan replied. Time passed. For reasons unknown, an unsettling dread crept into their hearts. Brother, why do I feel so uneasy? Tai said, his voice trembling. For quasi-saints who have severed the 3 corpses, dealing with mere red cloud should be a trivial matter. Dijuan said, though his own heart was no less agitated. Yet having boarded the pirate ship, he had to steel himself. The feeling of dread intensified. Well, if it isn't the 2 emperors of the demon race. A familiar voice echoed in their ears. Tai looked up, his eyes wide with horror. He collapsed to the ground, shaken to his core, barely able to speak. The demoness. This was a terror born from the depths of his soul. Nuwa. Good heavens. Nuwa smiled, her expression inscrutable. What are the 2 demon emperors doing here? I am looking for a hen to hatch some eggs. Dijuan blurted out in his panic, fabricating an excuse. Tai nodded frantically. Yes, that's right. Looking for a hen to hatch eggs. Are you sure you're not here to help your demon race's demon teacher Kunping? Nuwa's smile was radiant, her beauty peerless. Yet Tai found it not alluring, but chilling to the bone. I possess the solar true fire, so why do I feel a chill in the air? It was Dijuan, the elder brother, who stepped forward speaking with righteous indignation. Demon teacher Kunping. That traitor has long since betrayed the demon court. If I ever see him, I will surely strike him down. Yes, that's right. We must slay him. Tai put on a similarly outraged face. But fellow Taoist Tai Ching has invited me to watch him, made his sows. I must take my leave first. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, we must be going. Dijuan cupped his hands in salute, preparing to flee. But their legs, all 6 of them, could not take a single step. Suddenly, countless black shadows loomed before their eyes. It was Red Cloud, Tongtian and Houtu, and other great powers. In Tongshan's hand, he held a man in a tattered red robe. Dijuan was stunned. Wasn't this the ancestor Mingi, famed for his boast that the blood sea would never dry and he would never die? Tongtian threw Mingi ancestor at Dijuan's feet. Dijuan, Tai, and Mingi stared at each other. A storm raged in their hearts. They trembled, not daring to make a move. They looked up at the 2,000 benevolent and friendly cultivators. Cold sweat poured down their backs. Heavens! Nearly 2,000 great powers. Forget about the primordial violet chi. Even if the entire demon race came, they would be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Was the demon ancestor Luoho of Yur as miserable as we are now? The spirits of Dijuan, Tai, and Mingi were utterly shattered. This isn't fair. This isn't how you treat birds. Please spare us, elders. I should not have listened to the slander of that thief Kunping. Nuwa punched Mingi in the face. Who are you calling an elder? Fairy. Fairy. Mingi cried out in pain, quickly correcting himself. Drag them out and give them a good beating. Let them know why the flowers are so red. The crowd surged forward in an instant. Taoist arts flew everywhere, a dazzling display of light and color. Within the small valley, a scene of brutal beauty unfolded. How dare you covet the disciples of Taiyun Mountain? Beat the crap out of them. Remember the rules of Taiyun Mountain. Leave them alive, but don't kill them outright. The blood sea will never dry, and Mingi will never die. Quite a reputation you have. If the master hadn't said your calamity hadn't come yet, When the time of Dijuan and Tai's doom arrives, I'll invite everyone to a feast in the 33rd heaven. I was wrong, great ones. Please don't hit my face. Throw them back to the 33rd heaven and the netherworld blood sea. Send them home. Go on. In the 33rd heaven, at the southern heavenly gate of the demon court. What is that? A demon soldier asked, pointing his spear at 2 rapidly approaching black dots on the horizon. I don't know. They seem to be getting bigger. Another demon soldier exclaimed in surprise. Then his face changed, and he shouted, the black dots are heading straight for us. They're coming incredibly fast. An attack. It must be an attack. Enemy attack. The demon court displayed its remarkable ability to mobilize with astonishing speed. The several Golden Crow princes led a vast army rushing to the scene. Such incredible speed. Such unfamiliar faces and forms. Their approach is fierce. This is undoubtedly an enemy attack. Our fathers, the 2 demon emperors, are listening to a sage's sermon. We must take on the responsibility of guarding the demon court. When our fathers return, they will surely praise us. The moment they charge into our range, strike them down with all your might. Thousands of troops, spears pointed forward. Thrust, 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 stab, stab, stab. In an instant, the 2 attackers were pierced and fell before the southern heavenly gate. Swish! Another black dot shot forward. Thud! It crashed heavily onto the 2 fallen figures. The Chaos Bell? Wow! Lord Dongwang has returned. Quickly welcome Lord Dongwang. Seeing the Chaos Bell, the Golden Crows thought it was Dongwang Tai coming back. But for a long while, Dongwang Tai did not appear. Then, a demon soldier prodded the 2 fallen figures with his spear. His pupils dilated rapidly. They look like the demon. Don't be alarmed. Speak slowly. They look like what? Demon. Demon Emperor. What? Damn. It really is our deadbeat dads. What are you waiting for? Quickly bring our fathers. Wait. Don't move. We didn't see anything. Nothing happened. Yes. Nothing happened. My name is Dijuan. My name is Tai. We were born on the solar star which was transformed from Pangu's left eye. We are the emperors of the demon race, the lords of the heavenly court. Countless great powers of the demon race serve under us. Our origins are profound, and our destiny is extraordinary. Until one day, I met a demoness and her fellow disciples. Under their combined assault, I endured the most vicious beatings and the cruelest. I wasn't even killed by the Chaos Bell, but what I never expected was that I would almost be stabbed to death by my own sons. In the 33rd heaven, in the Lingxiao palace of the demon court, the 2 demon emperors Dijuan and Tai each held a sturdy thorny vine in one hand, while clutching their rears with the other. Below them 10 golden crows knelt. Their terrified, miserable screams rose and fell echoing through the 33rd heaven. The Golden Crow clan possessed an excellent trait passed down in their genes: they could take a beating. I am Mingi ancestor. I was born with the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus. I wield the 2 great treasures Abi and Yuan-Tu. Under my command are 4 demon kings and 4 demon generals. The blood sea will never dry and Mingi will never die, the ultimate survivor of the primordial world. Until Kunping asked for my help and I encountered a group of demons. They called themselves disciples of Taiyuan Mountain, students of the Taishan Taoist. They beat me half to death, leaving me in a sorry state. Only then did I realize that the path of survival is the true essence of the primordial world. This world is too terrifying. I will never leave the netherworld blood sea again. Wawa. In the chaos of the Zixiao Palace, Patriarch Hongjun sat sipping tea awaiting Kunpeng's good news. Suddenly his heart jolted. Something has gone wrong. Hexagram symbols emerged in a flurry, drifting through the vast Zixiao Palace. He calculated cause and effect, deducing the primordial world. With a crack, the teacup in Hongjun's hand, etched with the veins of the primordial earth, shattered into dust. The hexagram symbols came to an abrupt halt. Kunpeng. He divined that Kunpeng was no more in the primordial world. He had believed that 4 quasi-sids who had severed the 3 corpses would have overwhelming odds against a single red cloud. But he never anticipated that red cloud was merely a step away from achieving the Dao as a Hunyuan. Hongjun's calm was terrifying. Red cloud, O red cloud, Yongmei, O Yongmei, your master and disciple truly know how to stir trouble. It seems everything must be sorted out and resolved from its very source. I need only 1,000 years to merge with the Dao. The majestic Zixiao Palace, imbued with the ancient and primal aura of the Dao, endured a millennium of purification within the chaos. Time in chaos is immeasurable. 1,000 years slipped by in a fleeting moment. Now within the chaos Zixiao Palace, the primordial world's Xianhuang energy permeated, radiating a riot of colors. The time has come. The merger with the Dao is at hand. Manifest the Dao fruit of the Hunyuan immortal path. Hongjun had refined the merits of his 3 sermons, reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Dao golden immortal realm. A Dao fruit the size of a palm, ethereal and luminous, materialized before Hongjun. The Dao fruit of the Hunyuan immortal path. In his past life, Hongjun was a chaos demon god of the immortal path. Reincarnated into the primordial world, he created the method of severing the 3 corpses and with the aid of the Heavenly Dao condensed the Dao fruit of the Hunyuan immortal path. Thus Hongjun was both a Hunyuan Dao golden immortal and a sage of the primordial world. His Dao fruit of the Hunyuan immortal path was pure white, flawless, without a single blemish. The colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white corresponded to the 9 realms of the Hunyuan Dao golden immortal. Each realm was a world. Each realm was a step to heaven. Hongjun had ascended to the 9th realm of the Hunyuan Dao golden immortal. One more step would lead to the realm of the Hunyuan Taiji heavenly venerable. But how arduous was that step? Therefore he sought to merge with the Heavenly Dao to break through to the Hunyuan Taiji heavenly venerable realm. The time has come. Heavenly Dao, reveal yourself. Hongjun's voice, though soft, traveled from the chaos directly to the vault of the primordial sky. The Heavenly Dao, incarnated as a youth in black, appeared in the Zixiao Palace. Unlike before, this time the youth in black had a colossal will behind him. It was etched with the Daos rhyme as formless as the primordial chaos and manifested the trajectories of all things. The wheel of the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun, please merge with the Dao. The voice of the youth in black drifted ethereally through the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun cupped his hands and bowed. The great Dao has 50 laws. The Heavenly Dao operates with 49. One has escaped. I, Hongjun, seeing the Heavenly Dao is incomplete, thus merge my being with it to complete the one that fled. Henceforth the Heavenly Dao is Hongjun, yet Hongjun is not the Heavenly Dao. Well said. The youth in black nodded. Then Hongjun, carrying his own Dao fruit of the Hunyuan immortal path, merged into the wheel of the Heavenly Dao behind the youth. In an instant the Zixiao Palace fell into utter silence. Only the youth in black stood with his hands behind his back, while the wheel of the Heavenly Dao turned slowly. None could say how long passed. It felt like a moment, yet also like an eternity. A wisp of purple chi drifted out from the wheel of the Heavenly Dao, taking the form of Hongjun. The youth in black spoke again. From now on I am you, but you are not me. With that his form dissipated. Farewell, Heavenly Dao. Hongjun bowed. He slowly opened his hands, quietly feeling the surging, boundless power within him. It was both the power of the immortal path and the power of the Heavenly Dao. Is this the realm of the Hunyuan Taiji heavenly venerable? Is this the power gained from merging with the Heavenly Dao? Hongjun murmured. His Dao fruit and body had already become one with the Heavenly Dao. The Hongjun now seen was the manifestation of the Heavenly Dao. It could be understood that this Hongjun was an incarnation of the Heavenly Dao, yet he was not the Heavenly Dao itself. And the youth in black was also an incarnation of the Heavenly Dao, but that youth was the Heavenly Dao. Merging with the Heavenly Dao, a crucial step towards the pinnacle of the great Dao has finally been taken. One day, through my infallible schemes, the Heavenly Dao itself will become a prize in my grasp. The great Dao fruit left behind by Pangu will aid me in ascending to the apex of the great Dao. Next, it's time to deal with those troublesome obstructors. Hongjun, my plans are infallible. I shall ultimately reach the summit of the great Dao. Ha ha ha. Alone in the Zixiao palace, Hongjun laughed heartily. Then he appeared in the chaos, searching for the whereabouts of ancestor Yongmei. In Hongjun's schemes, with each passing catastrophe, the power of the primordial world would be gradually weakened. The Heavenly Dao of the primordial world would also be weakened. After several such calamities, he would completely seize the power of the Heavenly Dao, then cast it aside to devour the great Dao fruit alone. Would that not be wonderful? Meanwhile, in the vault of the primordial sky, the face of the youth in black remained an enigma. He turned towards the wheel of the Heavenly Dao. He muttered under his breath, being the Heavenly Dao of this primordial world is getting harder and harder. But oh well, at least I managed to trick that fool Hongjun into this. It's not been in vain all these years of looking after him. From now on, the primordial world is mine to toy with. Any backlash, he'll have to bear it all, hee. When I get bored, I can just wash my hands of it and let Hongjun clean up the mess alone. Damn, I'm a genius. Once he's fully integrated, I can go out and have some fun. Oh, and I should look into that great Dao power that keeps appearing in the primordial world. Anyway, I've got someone to take the great Dao's backlash for me. That's how arrogant I am. The Heavenly Dao of the primordial world. I am just that arrogant. Both the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun were cunning, each with their own schemes and preparations. So who was truly outsmarting whom? Who was fooling whom? In the depths of chaos, the chaotic energy surged violently. The gales of chaos grew increasingly ferocious, capable of shredding even a peak golden immortal of the great Luo realm. Even a quasi-sage had to tread carefully here, for a single misstep could spell doom. Hongjun sped forward, following the faint threads of karma until he arrived at this place. With a gentle wave of his hand, the chaotic gales and thunderbolts spanning millions of miles vanished. The chaotic energy grew tranquil, as gentle as a spring breeze. Daoist Yangmei, Hongjun's voice reverberated through the chaos. The space nearby rippled, revealing the figure of Yongmei. Yongmei, clad in a loose verdant Daoist robe, bore an immortal air. Yet a trace of black energy flickered between his brows as he cupped his hands and said, Daoist Hongjun, why have you sought me out? Though harboring countless grievances against each other, they still addressed one another as Daoist. Yongmei sensed that Hongjun's aura was vastly different from their last encounter and felt a hint of wariness. Daoist Yangmei, you have repeatedly disrupted my plans, preventing me from achieving my goals. Thus I have come to settle our karmic ties. Hongjun spoke with a faint smile. A shadow of gloom passed over Yangmei's face as he retorted angrily. Hongjun, you ambushed me last time, and now you turn the blame on me. It seems you have completely forgotten the bonds we once shared as chaos gods. I disrupted your schemes in the primordial world. I disrupted nothing. No wonder he had felt entangled in baseless karma lately. It was all Hongjun's doing. Fellow chaos god, you envy the favor the Heavenly Dao of the primordial world has shown me, making me its first saint, and thus you constantly sabotage my endeavors. Is this your idea of friendship? Despicable wretch. Hongjun cursed, dredging up old grievances. Yongmei laughed bitterly in fury. Very well. I intended to retreat into the chaos and roam freely, but you press me relentlessly, you old scoundrel. Let this battle settle our karma once and for all. Unless he had nothing better to do, Yongmei wouldn't bother explaining further. Since the pretense was shattered, there was no need for the hypocritical title of Daoist. He called Hongjun an old scoundrel outright, settling the karma once and for all. Just what I intended. Hongjun laughed, exuding an air of certainty in his victory. Their last battle had not resolved the karma. Instead, due to an inadvertent sneeze from Chen Xuan, the karmic ties had grown even more tangled. Come fight. Ancestor Yangmei's green Daoist robe billowed as the power of a primordial golden immortal surged forth, stirring up chaotic currents for millions of miles. The eighth realm of the primordial golden immortal. Not bad, not bad. Hongjun remarked, his purple robe unmoving, a smile on his lips. Yongmei faltered, scrutinizing Hongjun's aura more closely. His voice trembled with shock. You have merged with the Heavenly Dao of the primordial world. Hongjun nodded and laughed. Indeed. I have achieved unity with the Heavenly Dao and reached the realm of the primordial Tai Chi, Heavenly Venerable. Are you afraid? With a casual wave, the chaotic currents spanning millions of miles instantly calmed. Absolute suppression. Afraid of your grandmother. Yongmei cursed. Just a mere primordial Tai Chi heavenly venerable, and you act so high and mighty. He had not cowered during Pangu's battle to create the world. Why should he fear mere Hongjun now? Fearless Yongmei charged straight at Hongjun. But a primordial Tai Chi heavenly venerable against a primordial golden immortal. This duel between Hongjun and Yongmei was a foregone conclusion. After a while, the chaos gradually settled. Hongjun gazed at Yongmei, now withered like an ancient tree, his consciousness lost. Hongjun smiled lightly and said, Taoist, our karma is resolved. You shall remain in the primordial world and witness my attainment of the Hongmeng Dao. By then you should awaken. With that, Hongjun cast the dying, seemingly fallen Yongmei into the primordial world. He needed a witness to his success. Otherwise it would be too dull. And Yongmei, a former chaos god, made an excellent witness. Besides, Hongjun was utterly confident. Even if Yongmei revived, what then? One step behind meant every step behind, he could never catch up. Hongjun's purple Taoist robe drifted in the chaos as he strolled leisurely back to the Zixiao palace. From now on, no one can hinder my progress. The Heavenly Dao? These mere tens of thousands of variables. I can handle them with ease. He then sat cross-legged. Within the Zixiao palace, intricate hexagrams appeared once more. He calculated all karma and deduced the fate of the primordial world. The Heavenly Dao, the Saints, the Wu clan, the Yao clan, the Shin sect, the West. Yet as his deduction deepened, Hongjun's brow, once relaxed, grew increasingly furrowed, until his face twisted in distortion. Why could he still not calculate the grand trends of the current primordial world? When would the destined saints achieve sainthood? When would the Wu Yao calamity erupt? When would the Shin sect flourish? When would the next protagonists of the world appear? The grand trends remained shrouded in obscurity, no clearer even after settling with Yongmei. Who was behind this? Hongjun roared hysterically. Even as a primordial Tai Chi heavenly venerable, his fury blazed instantly. Hao Yin and Yao Chi were so frightened they hid far away, not daring to serve tea. The problem must lie with those tens of thousands of variables. Without Yongmei, let me calculate again. Hongjun forced himself to calm down. He resumed his deduction. The deeper he delved, the more chaotic and unstable his aura became. After 30 days, Hongjun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcibly deducing the grand trends of the primordial world had backfired. The calm in his eyes was gone. Tens of thousands of variables, not a single one diminished. Who is it that has disrupted the grand trends I orchestrated? Hongjun's incredulous voice pierced through the Zixiao palace, echoing across the desolate chaos. But the chaos returned no echo, leaving Hongjun alone in the Zixiao palace, utterly confounded. In the sky of the primordial world, a black-clad youth stuck out his tongue. Silly Hongjun, without a little setback you'd think you're invincible. I wouldn't dare recklessly deduce, yet you dive headlong into a mess of rash moves. Tongtian Mountain. In the immortal herb garden, countless immortal herbs and spiritual roots converge. Under the nurturing essence of Chen Xuan's Dao, they have all thrived. The fragrance of flowers wafts through the air, with lush branches and leaves presenting a scene of flourishing vitality. However, unlike before, there is now an unexpected willow tree beside the innate supreme spiritual root, Huang, Zhongli, in a very hidden corner of the herb garden. This willow tree, with its brown trunk resembling an elderly person in decline, bends and hunches, and its drooping branches and leaves have turned a sickly yellow, clinging closely to the trunk. It gives a sense of impending decay. A faint, almost imperceptible consciousness slowly awakens under the rich spiritual energy and the silent nurturing of the Taoist essence within the herb garden. It is none other than the Yongmei ancestor who has fallen from the primordial chaos and reverted to its original form. At this moment, he is left with only his physical body and a wisp of consciousness. That arrogant old thief Hongjun. You actually spared my life, wanting me to witness your success. Dream on. I, the Yongmei Dao ancestor, shall not live in servitude under you after being reborn. In this life, I shall return to the peak. In this life, I want. What do you want? Who do you think you are? Just as Yangmei's lingering consciousness was roaring, a voice interrupted him. The voice carried a hint of impatience and a sense of superiority. A branch poked at Yangmei's body. Who dares to poke me? Yongmei asked, a mix of anger and confusion. I, a dignified 8th realm Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, have had my realm scattered by Hongjun, and my anger has been accumulating. Now that I have been reborn, how dare someone act violently upon me? But just as he finished speaking, a stout branch like a palm suddenly slapped against Yangmei's shriveled brown trunk. Yongmei felt pain, nearly fainting. I almost forgot that my powers are gone. Now that I have returned to the novice village, I am being bullied mercilessly. Truly infuriating for this old Dao. Just wait for 2 days, and I will surely overturn this novice village. I'll just endure for 2 days. While he was lost in thought, another branch swung towards him. You entered my territory and aren't behaving. I'm asking you something. Who are you? Again that voice. Yongmei ancestor then noticed the rich spiritual energy around him, with purple haze swirling. Surrounded by flourishing spiritual roots laden with abundant fruits, both innate and acquired levels are present. Yongmei momentarily felt as if he had returned to the novice village of spiritual roots. The source of the voice was an innate spiritual root, a robust branch stretching out fiercely, bearing 9 fruit-like pearls with the words Hongjun faintly appearing upon it. It exuded an aura of dominance, as if here it alone was supreme. Yangmei's consciousness trembled immensely. What the heck? It is actually Hongjun, also an innate spiritual root. I am merely an ordinary willow tree that is cultivated into a spirit, yet I have not transformed fully. Yongmei retracted his branches and replied. How could he reveal that he is the innate spiritual root, the hollow willow? The primordial chaos is perilous. What if this Hongjun takes advantage of my weakness and devours my essence? How can I return to the peak in the future? Hongjun, having absorbed nutrients from Chen Xuan's nurturing over the years, had quietly gained spiritual intelligence. However, at this moment, Hongjun's intelligence was still immature. In the primordial chaos, due to the restrictions of the Heavenly Dao, the higher the grade of the spiritual root, the harder it is to develop spiritual intelligence, and the more difficult it is to transform. In contrast, lower-grade spiritual roots can awaken under fortuitous circumstances. Because spiritual roots like Hongjun, once their intelligence awakens, their future achievements are incalculable. Looking at the somewhat docile and somewhat withered Yongmei, Hongjun felt secretly pleased. In this immortal herb garden, I am the absolute overlord, and in the future it will be only me. Understand? Understood. Yongmei ancestor, still weak, could only temporarily feign compliance with Hongjun. Damn it, I, the spatial chaos demon god once certified Huan Yuan, now have to feign compliance with a spiritual root. In the past I would have directly devoured it. How frustrating. But once I quickly develop, I will surely seize your position of dominance. From now on, this immortal herb garden shall be under my dominion. Shoo. Be quiet, the master is coming to water us. Old willow tree, shrink a bit. We mustn't let the master discover that we have gained spiritual intelligence. According to the rules, I will absorb a large portion, understand? Hongjun's voice quietly transmitted to Yongmei. Yongmei was quite puzzled. Master, watering. Does this immortal herb garden belong to humans? Out of caution, Yongmei still followed Hongjun's advice and shrank back, hiding in the shadows to avoid detection. He revealed a yellowish willow branch to probe the situation. It was early morning, the dew was plentiful, and the immortal energy was ethereal. Chen Xuan stretched lazily, and after getting up, he first went to the immortal herb garden to water the flowers, grass, and trees. This was a good habit formed over tens of thousands of years. Such a magical golden finger would be a waste not to utilize. In the future, to dominate the world, I will rely on Lu Ermi, Ho Kong Xian, and these countless spiritual roots. Shoo. Like a dragon's might, a massive column poured forth, a torrential flow surging into the immortal herb garden's water source. The chaotic energy of the universe quietly spread throughout the entire immortal herb garden. All spiritual roots were slowly awakened at this moment. That was all. Chen Xuan shook himself, and then said, Hurry and grow, am waiting for you to dominate the world. After speaking, he satisfiedly surveyed the immortal herb garden before departing. After a long while, Hongjun extended a branch to confirm that Chen Xuan and Lu Er and Kong Xian were not in the immortal herb garden, then poked Yongmei. Old willow tree, I see you are withered and in decline, and since you are new here, I will allow you to absorb more essence and nutrients. Hongjun saw that Yongmei, the entire willow tree, was in a state of wilting and looked malnourished, so he decided to share more with Yongmei. After all, in the entire immortal herb garden, only Hongjun had awakened spiritual intelligence, and now with Yongmei, he had a companion to converse with. Yongmei, somewhat puzzled, asked, Absorb what essence and nutrients? The essence and nutrients that the master just watered us with. Yongmei, what kind of essence and nutrients are these? This is clearly the excrement of the 5 grains. With only a wisp of consciousness and in a state of extreme weakness, Yongmei had merely used his body to probe from afar and had not yet discovered the peculiarities about Chen Xuan. Yongmei felt a sense of disappointment that Hongjun would consider excrement as essence and nutrients. As one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, how could you allow yourself to fall so low? Yongmei, frustrated by this lack of ambition, said, This is excrement. Only mundane flowers, grass, and trees would take this for essence and nutrients. We are spiritual roots. How can we allow ourselves to fall low? Hongjun fall low. What do you know? You cannot even begin to imagine what kind of divine being the teacher who nourishes us with his essence truly is. Hongjun extolled with the utmost praise. In Hongjun's heart, he was also a devoted admirer of Chen Xuan. He followed Luer Mihu and Kong Xian in addressing Chen Xuan as teacher. However, Huang Zhongli feared that Chen Xuan would keep him planted here forever like the other spiritual roots, turning him into a mere fruit-producing machine. Thus, he concealed the fact that he had already awakened his intelligence lest he never be allowed to transform. Upon hearing this, the Yangmei ancestor sneered inwardly. I have witnessed Pangu shatter the chaos and create heaven and earth. What could possibly be beyond my imagination? He mused that vision indeed determined one's stature. Even a supreme innate spiritual root like Huang Zhongli, after being confined to this remote place for so long, remained as such despite having gained sentience. What a pity. If you cannot recognize quality, it's a waste of the teacher's effort, Huang Zhongli said as his developed root tendrils suddenly swept through the moisture in the soil of the immortal herb garden. In a single breath, Huang Zhongli had already seized most of the Dao essence that Chen Xuan had just poured. Even the superior innate spiritual roots like the innate enlightenment tea, the innate 5 elements fruit, and the innate star fruit received only a small share. No wonder only Huang Zhongli had awakened sentience in the entire garden. This fellow was practically monopolizing the essence. One could only wonder what realm he would reach upon taking human form. Yangmei's true body, the hollow willow, stood close to Huang Zhongli, watching helplessly as the latter absorbed what he called the Dao essence. Drops of water splattered in all directions, and a few landed beside Yongmei. Filled with disdain and disgust, Yongmei shrank back his true body once more. The Yongmei ancestor would rather wither here from spiritual energy depletion than absorb a single drop of that essence. But even as he spoke, his true body, the hollow willow, had already swished and absorbed those few splattered drops of essence. It was incredibly fast. Yongmei, what the hell? It absorbed them already. Why is this true body not under my control? Had he grown so weak that like an ordinary plant he accepted any nourishment without question? Damn it, the slap to his face came faster than a tornado. Fortunately, Yongmei was now a tree, or his old face would surely be burning with shame. The weakened Yongmei decided to ignore those so-called essences and focus on regulating his inner energy. He planned to recover to a certain extent and then break out of this novice village. But when he examined his true body internally, he was astonished to find that his nearly depleted primordial power had not only stopped its decline, but had actually increased, albeit by only a thread. Yet his primordial power was so immense that even a thread of improvement would normally require centuries or millennia of arduous cultivation. Looking at the appearance of the hollow willow, the base of its brown trunk had straightened slightly, exuding a sense of strength. What is going on? Yongmei was utterly perplexed, filled with doubts. Although the spiritual energy here was dense, and the purple haze abundant, recovering to this level would normally take him at least 80 years. Could it be? A radical thought suddenly occurred to Yongmei. No way. He glanced again at Huang Zhongli, who was still frantically absorbing. Yongmei suddenly realized this possibility was very likely. A few more drops of water splashed onto the roots of the hollow willow. Huang Zhongli was definitely doing it on purpose. Don't absorb it. Yongmei exerted all his will to prevent his true body from absorbing. But, swoosh. His true body moved with incredible speed, absorbing those drops in an instant, completely ignoring Yangmei's commands. It was utterly absurd. Huang Zhongli occasionally splattered a few drops over, as if on purpose. Yangmei's heart sank like ashes. He could only let his true body, the hollow willow, absorb wildly. Since resistance was futile, he might as well enjoy it. Why does this person's excretion essence have such power? Seeing his true body absorbing, Yongmei had no choice but to refer to it as essence and nutrients. How helpless he felt. The next day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, 5 consecutive days, Yongmei felt the rapid changes and enhancements within himself. He also saw the many immortal herbs and spiritual roots around him frantically competing and absorbing. Finally, Yongmei could no longer resist the temptation. The renowned Yongmei ancestor, controlling his true body, joined the scramble for nutrients. I am just a tree now. It is only natural for a tree to absorb nutrients, Yongmei consoled himself. The Dao essence was an irresistible temptation for any spiritual root. I heard from the teacher that there is an inescapable law in this world, Huang Zhongli said leisurely to Yongmei. Yongmei paused, curious, and asked, what law? It's the fragrant law, Huang Zhongli said. The fragrant law? What does that mean? Yongmei was puzzled. Huang Zhongli said with a hint of mischief, the essence you absorbed, was it fragrant? Yes, Yongmei blurted out. But then he suddenly understood the fragrant law. If one could see Yangmei's expression, it would surely be ashen. Even the primordial Yangmei ancestor could not escape the fragrant law. This is the fragrant law, ha. Huang Zhongli's entire spiritual root trembled with laughter. Yongmei calmed down and pondered. Who exactly is that teacher? The Dao injury caused by Hongjun's divine power has shown signs of recovery. Was my arrival here intentional by Hongjun, or was it arranged by Huang Zongli's teacher? That scoundrel Hongjun certainly wouldn't wish me well, so it must have been arranged by that teacher. Questions swirled in his mind. He could not understand. Hongjun would never have expected that casting the Yangmei ancestor into the primordial world would land him on Mount Taiyuan. In truth, it was the karmic connection within the inscrutable Dao. The Yangmei ancestor had originally settled his karmic debt with Hongjun, but due to a sneeze from Chen Xuan, the karma between Hongjun and Yongmei became entangled and complicated. Subsequently, Yongmei bore the brunt of Chen Xuan's karmic burdens multiple times. This led Hongjun, after merging with the Dao, to strike decisively, scattering Yangmei's cultivation and casting him into the primordial world. The inscrutable guidance of the Dao brought Yongmei to Mount Taiyuan, where he received Chen Xuan's nourishment. Of course, to Chen Xuan, a Hongmeng Dao saint karma was of little consequence. Yongmei remained in the immortal herb garden absorbing for a full 30 days. His true body, the hollow willow, had been revitalized, sprouting many new shoots. Things were progressing in a positive direction. However, the improvement of the hollow willow caught the attention of the garden's caretaker, Kong Xian. How did a willow tree end up in this garden? Why is there an extra willow tree in the spirit herb garden? Little Kong Xian frowned slightly, pinching his chin in thought. Could Master have transplanted it here? Little Kong Xian entered the spirit herb garden and circled around Yongmei, the hollow willow. The drooping willow branches, though no longer dim and lusterless, were far from glossy and smooth. The entire tree exuded a sense of rejuvenation amidst its aged appearance. Master would never transplant such an ugly tree, Kong Xian declared after a moment of contemplation. Maybe I should chop it down, it's an eyesore. Yongmei couldn't help but grumble inwardly. You're the ugly one. In my youth I charmed quite a few ladies, you know. As Kong Xian drew closer, Yongmei faintly sensed the aura of Yuan Feng within him. So this is a descendant of Yuan Feng. Back when I was a chaos demon god, I could crush several little ones like you with one hand. Never mind, I'll fetch Master to have a look. Kong Xian then shouted, Master, there's a monster in our spirit herb garden. Monster? You're the monster. Before long, Chen Xian and Luer Mihu strolled over leisurely. Little Kong Xian, where is the monster? Chen Xian looked around, but saw nothing unusual. Kong Xian pointed at the hollow willow Yongmei. Chen Xian looked up at the wrinkled bark willow. Isn't it just a willow tree? How is that a monster? Master, this willow wasn't in the garden before. Kong Xian stated with certainty. Not here before. He hadn't noticed. Ever since Kong Xian took over the spirit herb garden, Chen Xian had been more at ease, idling away like a salted fish. Then how did it get here? Luer was also puzzled, then looked up at the sky. Could it have walked here on its own roots? Or fell from the sky like I did? Luer Mihu himself had fallen from the sky back then. A willow tree falling from the sky. Chen Xian's eyelids twitched. Luer Mihu's words seemed to spark an idea in Chen Xian. The spirit herb garden on Mount Taiyuan housed many innate and acquired spiritual roots, including the yellow plum. Could this willow tree be extraordinary too? In the primordial world, an unusual willow tree. Luer, check if its core is hollow or solid. Sure. Luer Mihu looked left, right, up and down, but found no gaps. He had to take out his life-bound weapon, the heart-following iron staff. Small. The heart-following iron staff shrank to the thickness of a needle. Then it pierced through the wrinkled brown bark and inserted itself into the willow. Yongmei thought, poking me with a needle, how rude. Soon Luer Mihu withdrew the staff and examined it closely. Master, it's hollow. But this willow spirit root seems severely damaged with almost no origin energy left. Hollow willow. Severely damaged. Chen Xian's brows knitted tightly. Could this really be the hollow willow, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots? But didn't it transform into ancestor Yongmei and vanish into chaos? How did it end up here? Was it heavily injured by Hongjun? But in the original primordial trend, Yongmei wasn't wounded by Hongjun. He roamed freely in chaos. Chen Xian felt increasingly uneasy. Had the primordial world gone haywire? If it truly was Yongmei, Luer, Kong Xian, and now Yongmei, why were they all flocking to Mount Taiyuan? It felt as if a pair of great hands were manipulating everything. Or had my disciples exposed me, drawing the attention of the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun? And now they're scheming against me. But with my meager strength, I'm not worth scheming over. All my headaches. While Chen Xian was lost in thought. Inside the hollow willow, Yongmei's consciousness trembled, daring not to make a sound. How terrifying. The handsome and refined Chen Xian exuded an aura of the great Dao that pressed down on Yongmei with extreme terror. He was all too familiar with this aura. Such an aura could only appear when the primordial chaos was under the control of the Hongmeng great Dao before Pangu split the heavens. As a chaos demon god, how could he not tremble? Severely wounded Yongmei couldn't discern Chen Xian's cultivation level, but this aura alone convinced him. This was definitely a terrifying existence above the Heavenly Dao level. No wonder the essence and nutrients he excreted could rapidly heal my Dao wounds. I thought I had returned to the newbie village. But this is no newbie village. This is clearly the lair of the final boss. After a long while, Chen Xuan muttered, "Thinking gives me a headache, it'll stop." Then Kong Xian asked, "Master, what about this ugly willow tree? Let it stay in the garden for a few days. If it makes any strange moves, have Luder beat it to death with his staff." With that, Chen Xuan leisurely walked back to the palace to continue his idling. Yongmei in the spirit herb garden finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. So this is the master that Yellow Plum spoke of, eh? Too powerful, at least 100 times stronger than I was at my peak. No wonder Yellow Plum is madly absorbing the essence and nutrients. Maybe I should find a way to make master accept me. Even 10 Hongjuns would die here. Yongmei will lie low here. He'll stay as long as master does. As Yongmei thought this, he absorbed the essence of the great Dao. How delightful. Lying idle, Chen Xuan gazed at the clouds on the horizon, still pondering. Since his transmigration, what had gone wrong? Had his disciples truly exposed him? Forget it, forget it. As long as the mountain ceiling grand array is intact, I shouldn't be easily discovered. Chen Xuan muttered. But he didn't know that all beings in the primordial world were now searching for Mount Tian's location. In the chaos at the Zixiao palace, Hongjun's hair and beard had turned much whiter. Where was the spirited demeanor of a Hunyuan Wuji Tianzuan? After much deduction, even the trail of ancestor Yongmei had been lost. Hongjun's face darkened, but he confirmed one thing. That is, Hongyun's master Taishan Doran was definitely not Yongmei. Who was Taishan Doran? Where was Mount Taiyuan? These became mysteries in Hongjun's mind. Since the primordial trend has deviated, I shall manually correct it. Hongjun began deducing and scheming again. Sages. The protagonists of the world. The Lich Tribulation. The rise of the Shinmen. After a long time, Hongjun murmured, with the emergence of a new protagonist, Laozi and Yuanshi can attain sagehood, and the Shinmen can flourish. Then let's start with the new protagonist. Laozi Yuanshi come to the Chaos Zixiao Palace to see me immediately. At the Purple Firmament Palace. Greetings, Master. Laozi and Yuanshi, having received Hongjun's summons from Mount Kunlun, hastened their arrival. The two gazed at Hongjun clad in purple Taoist robes, their minds momentarily dazed. His aura was so ethereal, yet as vast and boundless as the heavens and earth. Had their master already merged with the Heavenly Dao? Hongjun stroked his grizzled goatee, nodding slightly, well pleased with the swift response of Laozi and Yuanshi. As one of the three pure ones, why was Tongtian so lacking in tact? Laozi Yuanshi, you are the pillars of the mystic gate. Your master has now merged with the Heavenly Dao. The Dao is impartial, making it inconvenient for me to act openly. Henceforth keep a vigilant eye on the mystic gate and even the primordial wilderness. Hongjun spoke. Laozi and Yuanshi were momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Ancestor Hongjun was entrusting the great responsibility of the primordial wilderness to them. Henceforth, they would have autonomy over the entire mystic gate and the primordial wilderness. Master, in your compassion, you have perfected the Heavenly Dao. Your disciples shall not fail your trust. Laozi and Yuanshi declared in unison. Simply put, Hongjun, now merged with the Dao, could maneuver behind the scenes, but could not openly stir chaos or show partiality lest he compromise justice. Otherwise, the accumulated resentment of all beings would damage the Dao's authority, and the ensuing karma would greatly harm Hongjun himself. Thus, he summoned Laozi and Yuanshi to influence the situation in the primordial wilderness. Indeed, free labor. Well said. Hongjun nodded slightly, then added, all beneath sainthood are but ants. If one cannot attain sainthood, even if infinitely close, they remain mere ants. Only by achieving enlightenment and becoming a saint can you truly elevate the mystic gate. All beneath sainthood are but ants. Laozi and Yuanshi were startled. Indeed, within the vast heavens and earth, countless races thrive, and the cycle of slaughter and karma never ceases. As karma accumulates to a critical point, a great calamity of slaughter will erupt across the realm. This is called a kulpa. During a kulpa, all ants may perish. Only by attaining sainthood can one endure countless calamities and glimpse eternity. Hongjun spoke. In truth, Hongjun had one more thing unsaid. Even saints might fall during a kulpa. But how could he say that to Laozi and Yuanshi? After hearing this, Laozi and Yuanshi immediately grasped the terror of the kulpa. Having already severed the three corpses, were they still merely larger ants? Once the great calamity struck, they might be annihilated. What then of their duty to the primordial wilderness? What of their mission to revive the mystic gate? Yuanshi hastily prostrated himself. Master, this disciple is dull. I have severed the three corpses for years, but can find no method to unite them. I beseech your guidance. Laozi nodded, saying, I am in the same predicament. They did not know that Hongjun's method of severing corpses to attain enlightenment had a hidden flaw. Thus it would be a wonder if they could unite the three corpses and become saints. Hongjun smiled, gently saying, "You are both descendants of Pangu, deeply connected to this realm by karma. Sainthood is inevitable. However, sainthood is not achieved overnight. Besides arduous cultivation, you also need a catalyst. A catalyst. We implore you to show us the way." Laozi and Yuanshi bowed earnestly once more. Hongjun stroked his goatee, saying, "This is a heavenly secret, but since it concerns your path to sainthood, I shall reveal it to you as an exception." Laozi and Yuanshi were overjoyed. Their master truly favored them. He had summoned them today to reveal the opportunity for sainthood. Was there another such master in the world? Little did they know they were foolishly working for Hongjun, grateful beyond measure, selling themselves and counting the coins. "Master, your great kindness we shall never forget." Laozi and Yuanshi thanked in unison. "Through countless deductions, I foresee that in the future a female innate divine being will create a new mortal race. That shall be your catalyst for sainthood and the dawn of the mystic gate's prosperity. Your task is to aid her in creating this mortal race." As he spoke, the backlash from revealing heavenly secrets descended. Hongjun bore it steadfastly. Laozi and Yuanshi listened intently, then fell into thought. A female innate divine being. Our master wants us to help her create this mortal race. The crux was, who was this female innate divine being? Among the female innate divinities of the primordial wilderness, only a few stood out. Queen Mother of the West, Houtu, she had Changxi, and Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a startled glance. A figure suddenly came to mind. Could it be that she-devil? The more they thought, the more likely it seemed. During his third sermon, Hongjun had said Nuwa would perform a great deed for the primordial wilderness, granting her a strand of primordial violet chi. It couldn't really be Nuwa. The very thing they feared most was coming to pass. As Laozi and Yuanshi pondered, their expressions grew troubled. Frowning, their faces fell. Hongjun quickly noticed their unease. "I endured the backlash to reveal your path to sainthood, and this is how you repay me. Are you unwilling to help her create the mortal race?" Hongjun said softly. "Then I shall summon Jian and Zhuanti instead. Damn it. If unwilling, I can call those two turncoat Western disciples. My disciples are plentiful. Your disciples are willing, most willing." Laozi and Yuanshi hastily replied. "Then go and help her create the new mortal race as soon as possible." Hongjun dismissed them with a wave, ordering them to leave. "Yes, master." Laozi and Yuanshi withdrew from the purple firmament palace. In truth, Hongjun had cunningly calculated everything. Since Nuwa was a variable, having Laozi and Yuanshi persuade her to create a new dominant race would steer the uncertain course back to its destined path. Then, by bestowing the merit of sainthood, he could directly make Nuwa a saint of merit. After all, no one could refuse the readily available fruit of sainthood. This would also pull the deviating trend of the primordial wilderness back into alignment, bringing Nuwa, the great variable, into the fold of the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun mused, so clever as always. Laozi and Yuanshi with long faces returned from the chaos to Mount Kunlun. "Elder brother, our path to sainthood lies with that she-devil Nuwa," Yuanshi said in dismay. It had to fall on the one they feared most. Laozi, whose heart was usually as still as an ancient well, also had a few dark lines on his face, sighing softly. "Nuwa defies convention. This will be an arduous path to sainthood. By the way, our third brother is Nuwa's fellow disciple. Why not ask him to mediate?" Yuanshi's eyes lit up. "Excellent," Laozi said. Then, stepping onto multicolored auspicious clouds, they transformed into two streaks of light, speeding back to the immortal mountain of Kunlun. The Kunlun Immortal Saint. The towering, winding mountains resemble a giant dragon coiling through the sky. Mist envelopes the lush, cold trees, creating a serene and ethereal atmosphere. Atop a mountain peak, the Tongtian sword was drawn from its sheath, the Qingping sword shining with a cold light, surrounded by endless sword path rules, making the world and everything within it pale in comparison, leaving only the chill of this sword's brilliance. A sword's cold light reaches 14 states. As Tongtian sheathed his sword, he heard the praises of Yuanshi in his ears. Good. It's been a few days since we last met, and your swordsmanship has improved significantly, third brother." Looking up, Tongtian saw Laozi and Yuanshi, his two elder brothers, approaching with smiles from the horizon. "I am greatly comforted by your progress in swordsmanship, third brother." Laozi chuckled. "Elder brother and second brother, your praises are excessive. This swordsmanship is merely for show," Tongtian replied respectfully, while feeling quite pleased in his heart. Since returning from learning swordsmanship under Chen Xuan at Kunlun, Tongtian had never received praise from Laozi and Yuanshi. Today, hearing Yuanshi compliment him was a rare delight. "You are being humble, third brother. I see in you a spirit of the sword. The sword is like you, and you are like the sword, which shows that you are extraordinary," said Laozi. "Indeed, third brother's future achievements in swordsmanship will be boundless, I fear that both I and your second brother will have to bow down in admiration." Laozi and Yuan Shi were lavishly praising Tongtian. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. What was going on with my elder brothers today? In the past, they never praised me while I practiced my swordsmanship. Today they came up and flattered me. It sounded insincere. Strange. There must be something going on. Elder brother, second brother, is there something you need? Tongtian sheathed his Qingping sword and inquired. Yuan Shi chuckled awkwardly before seriously saying, "Third brother, to be honest, I and elder brother have indeed come because we have a request. If there's something, just say it. I will do my best to help." Tongtian replied cheerfully. Although Tongtian knew from Chen Xuan that the Sanqing would eventually split up, even becoming oppositional, he still held on to a glimmer of hope in his heart. "With your words, second brother can rest assured," Yuan Shi said with joy, then became serious, saying, "This matter relates to the opportunity for me and elder brother to achieve sanctification." Laozi nodded, looking at Tongtian with burning eyes, saying, "Indeed, it concerns our opportunity for sanctification. Third brother, you must assist us." Relating to elder brother and second brother's opportunity for sanctification. Tongshan's mind was clear, and he quickly connected it to what Chen Xuan had mentioned about the era of the primordial saints. The Sanqing established the teachings to achieve sanctification through the merits of creating the world. The key element in establishing the teachings was the human race created by Sister Nuwa. Could it be that elder brother and second brother are asking me to plead with Sister Nuwa on their behalf? Elder brother and second brother, feel free to speak plainly, Tongtian said, already having made up his mind. Third brother, I will speak frankly. We need the guidance of the Dao ancestor, and my and second brother's opportunity for sanctification entirely depends on the human race that Nuwa will create in the future. Laozi continued, "You and Sister Nuwa are from the same sect, so it should be easier for you to talk to her. That's why we have specially come to ask for your help." Tongtian thought to himself as expected. "But how can I just stand by and watch you jump into the fire? This is a trap set by the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun, and is certainly not a good strategy." Tongtian shook his head and solemnly told Laozi and Yuan Shi, "The human race that Nuwa will create in the future is not your true opportunity for proving the Dao." His words were resolute and undeniable. Laozi and Yuan Shi were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowed. "Third brother, then, where is our opportunity for proving the Dao?" Laozi asked with suspicion. "I have long told elder brother and second brother that only by comprehending the principles can one prove the Dao. That is the true path," Tongtian replied. "But that was said by the Dao ancestor himself, and I personally witnessed the Dao ancestor suffer backlash for leaking the secrets of the heavens," Yuan Shi said, his voice trembling. "If Hongjun was just talking nonsense, how could he suffer backlash? Both of you, that post-heaven race may indeed help you achieve sanctification, but it is a path of sanctification based on the merits of the Heavenly Dao," Tongtian earnestly advised. "The path of sanctification by the merits of the Heavenly Dao." The Dao ancestor said that the three methods of achieving sanctification have no distinctions between good and bad. What's wrong with that? Yuan Shi retorted. Tongtian explained again, achieving sanctification by the merits of the Heavenly Dao means that when the merits of the Heavenly Dao descend upon the world, one can achieve sanctification, but one can only coexist with the world and cannot surpass it. Laozi's expression was already filled with doubt. Coexisting with the world. Isn't that a good thing? Tongtian gritted his teeth and said, "What if the world is destroyed?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous clap echoed through the clear sky. The secrets of the heavens must not be leaked. Laozi and Yuan Shi thought Tongtian had offended the world, hence the thunderous warning. How could the world be destroyed? If we do not take the path of achieving sanctification through merits, how shall we achieve sanctification? Elder brothers should consider self-immolation of their cultivation, starting from the great Luo golden immortal, to comprehend the principles, to prove the Dao with strength. Nonsense. After all this talk, if you don't want to help us, just say so. In the end, Tongtian could not convince Laozi and Yuan Shi. When both sides have differing understandings and philosophies, it marks the beginning of a divergence. Tongtian and Laozi Yuan Shi are in such a situation. One has already understood the trajectory of primordial history and will naturally avoid danger while seeking good fortune. The other two, kept in the dark, believed wholeheartedly that Hongjun Dao ancestor truly intended to benefit the primordial universe. Tongtian could not leak too many secrets of the heavens, otherwise it would give Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao a reason to strike him down. The thunderbolt just now was a warning from the Heavenly Dao of the primordial world. The atmosphere was tense for a long time. Tongtian suddenly smiled and said, "Well, then, since my two elder brothers are so insistent, I shall not say more." Tongtian drew out the Qingping sword again to practice. The teacher once said that there is no problem in the world that cannot be solved with a single sword. If there is, then there must be two. In that case, even if Laozi and Yuan Shi truly fell into the trap of the Heavenly Dao saint, I would not fear it. One sword shall suffice. I must not lose face for my teacher. Otherwise I will waste the swordsmanship taught to me by my teacher. Elder brother, since third brother refuses to help us, should we confront the female demon directly? Yuanshi gradually calmed down and discussed with Laozi. Confront the female demon directly. What a terrifying thought. Both of them shivered, their faces pale, contemplating how to make Nuwa create the post-heaven race as quickly as possible. Think again, there must be some other way. After pondering for a long while, Yuanshi spoke softly. How about asking fellow Taoist Fushi to remind the female demon? Fushi, is that reliable? Laozi revealed a look of doubt. In his mind, he recalled the pitiful sight of Fushi, his face bruised and swollen from Nuwa's beating. If we step forward directly once the female demon is displeased, we may not escape unscathed. But fellow Taoist Fushi is different. After all, he is her elder brother. Yuanshi said. Laozi nodded slightly. That makes sense. In a blessed cave within Buzhou Mountain. This was Fux's cultivation dojo. Fushi was there deep in bitter practice. My little sister said I must not sever my corpse to attain quasi-sainthood, insisting I comprehend the laws of deduction. But even though I am skilled in deduction, I have yet to grasp it. Yet Fushi could only obediently steel himself to comprehend. The cost of not doing so, well, it was a bit steep. Fellow Taoist Fushi, are you present? A voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz drifted into Fux's ears. Who was it? Following the sound, he saw Laozi and Yuanshi tiptoeing over. Fushi was slightly puzzled and asked fellow Taoist Taiching, fellow Taoist Yuqing, why are you sneaking about in broad daylight? Laozi smiled awkwardly. Fellow Taoist Fushi, let me first ask, is fellow Taoist Nuwa here? This is Nuwa's dojo. How dare we swagger over here? You're asking about my little sister. She went to find Houtu the primordial witch for discussion and heart-to-heart talk. Is there something you need her for? Fushi asked. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances and let out a sigh of relief. Good, she's not here. Good. Then they straightened up their steps much more assured. Fellow Taoist Fushi, we came to see you, Yuanshi said with a genial smile. To see me? Fux's heart jolted suddenly, recalling Nuwa's parting words. When I'm not here, if anyone comes to find you, refuse them outright. Otherwise. His hair stood on end. Watching Laozi and Yuanshi approach, he trembled. Wait. Don't come any closer. Laozi and Yuanshi were stunned. Had this kid's mind been addled by the female demon? We came to discuss something, and I haven't even said a word yet. Why are you reacting so fiercely? Fellow Taoist Fushi, we've come to ask for your help in a matter. Laozi halted and spoke from a distance. I can't help, my apologies. Fushi directly waved his hand in refusal. Yuanshi tried to persuade him. Fellow Taoist Fushi, want you at least hear what it is? I won't listen. Fushi shook his head, cutting off Yuanshi's words. He feared it like a tiger. Yuanshi was left speechless. Such a decisive refusal. Was this still Fushi? Laozi's expression soured. Had the face of the three pure ones lost all its power now? Fellow Taoist Fushi, we seek you out for the sake of fellow Taoist Nuwa's opportunity to attain enlightenment. Laozi rattled off the sentence in one breath, not giving Fushi a chance to interrupt. It must be said no one could match Fushi as the ultimate sister-obsessed patriarch. Upon hearing it was about his little sister Nuwa's enlightenment opportunity, his firm resolve instantly wavered. Fellow Taoists, stay right there and speak. They'll listen to what this is about. Fushi hesitated, then decided to hear them out. Laozi's expression softened slightly. Fellow Taoist Fushi, some days ago, I chanced to hear a sliver of celestial insight about fellow Taoist Nuwa from Dao ancestor Hongjun. A celestial insight about his little sister. Fux's heart stirred. What insight? Yuanshi pretended to look around, lowering his voice. The Dao ancestor said she is a destined saint who will create a later-born race to attain sainthood, but... Fux's right eyelid twitched 3 times, then he furrowed his brow, pondering Yuanshi's words. A destined saint creating a later-born race. Suddenly, he recalled that in Nuwa's boudoir, there were often human-shaped wooden carvings, all faceless, along with many hand-molded clay figures. Could there be a connection? Fushi mused for a long time before asking Yuanshi, but what? But the Dao ancestor said that if no one reminds her, she might miss this enlightenment opportunity for life. Yuanshi spoke with a straight face, spouting nonsense. Laozi added at the right moment, second brother, celestial secrets must not be revealed too much lest we incur divine punishment. We have conveyed this to fellow Taoist Fushi, the rest is for him to decide. With that, Laozi and Yuanshi turned and left. They exuded an air of transcendent detachment, like sages who had accomplished their deeds and vanished without a trace. Fushi was left alone in contemplation. His little sister's enlightenment opportunity. If it were true, missing it would be a lifelong regret. Laozi and Yuanshi reached the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Yuanshi whispered, do you think fellow Taoist Fushi will remind the female demon? He should. Let us wait here quietly. Once the female demon creates a race, we can immediately attain sainthood. Agreed. In the primordial chaos, time held no meaning. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Laozi and Yuanshi sat dry at the foot of Buzhou Mountain for over 10,000 years. They nearly took root like an old tree. Yet there was no movement at all. How strange could anyone truly refuse the chance at sainthood? Yuanshi muttered. Or did Fuxi never remind Nuwa? Laozi too was growing frantic and impatient from the wait. He was only one step away from sainthood, but that step was controlled by the female demon. What torture! Nuwa, please just create something and become a saint already. Just as they were crying out in their hearts, the sky darkened. A rectangular canvas descended. Damn, the mountain and river map. Yuanshi cried out in alarm. Before they could react, they were sucked into the mountain and river map. This supreme, innate treasure contained mountains, rivers, and its own world. Laozi and Yuanshi were trapped firmly within the map. They heard Nuwa's voice. My elder brother may be slow-witted, but if you two dare to deceive him again, I will not go easy on you. Soon the map echoed with their despairing screams. It was over. The female demon had found out. Now they wouldn't escape without enduring hundreds or thousands of years of torment. How could they remind Nuwa to create the later-born race now? Waiting online. Urgent. Why did my enlightenment opportunity depend on Nuwa? Heavens, are you two toying with us? On Mount Taiyun, clouds painted the sky in a riot of colors, spilling down strands of radiant light. The lackadaisical Chen Xuan lay idly as if dead. Suddenly recalling the hollow willow in the immortal herb garden, he called out, Little Chen Xuan, has there been any change in that hollow willow? Little Chen Xuan, who was fiddling with his tail feathers, tilted his head in thought, and replied, its leaves have turned much greener. The whole tree no longer seems as lifeless as before. After 10,000 years of recuperation, the Yangmei patriarch had recovered somewhat. However, because Hongjun had struck so ruthlessly, Yongmei would need an immense amount of time to restore his origin. It seems he has recovered considerably, Chen Xuan mused. Let's go take a look. As soon as they arrived at the immortal herb garden, they saw a six-eared macaque swinging from the willow's branches. Master Chen Xuan, come try it. Swinging on this hollow willow is incredibly fun. Six-eared macaque called out joyfully. Chen Xuan was taken aback, then smiled. A supreme, innate spiritual root, once a space primordial chaos demon god, and one who attained the Dao of Hunyuan, and you are using it to swing on. When Yongmei saw Chen Xuan approach, his heart raced with panic. Hearing Chen Xuan recount his origins in such detail, he was even more shaken. How does this master know so much about my background? In the primordial wilderness, only Hongjun knows that I attained the Dao of Hunyuan. Who else could know? Such a great being is truly terrifying. What is his origin? How is it that, having come from chaos, I have never seen a figure like him? Master, this hollow willow shows no sign of consciousness, nor does it bear fruit like the yellow plum. I couldn't think of any great use for it, but swinging on it is certainly enjoyable, six-eared macaque said with a grin. Yongmei was utterly bewildered. If I showed any sign of consciousness, would I even survive? But, is this your reason for swinging on me? I am a dignified chaos demon god, once a Hunyuan Dao master. Before he could finish, Yongmei felt his branches tugged again. Who the hell is pulling my smooth hair now? He looked. Chen Xuan. Oh, never mind then. But please be careful, old master, don't fall. Yongmei, your face sure changes quickly. In the modern world, you'd break the Guinness World Record for that speed. This hollow willow should be Yongmei patriarch's true form, Chen Xuan mused to himself. But in the primordial wilderness, the only one capable of beating Yongmei back to his original form would be Hongjun. After merging with the Dao, he continued. Hongjun had no reason to attack Yongmei. Could it be that Yongmei took the blame for someone else again? Chen Xuan pondered, arriving at this possibility. After all, whenever the Dao ancestor Hongjun encountered trouble, he would shift the blame onto Yongmei. Yongmei, the eternal scapegoat. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Yongmei was stunned. Did I take the blame for someone else? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Once I recover my power and take human form again, I'll pledge myself to the master. Then he'll surely confront Hongjun and demand the truth. He has the Heavenly Dao backing him, but I have my master. Master, should we still cut down this ugly willow? Little Chen Xuan asked. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Let it grow here for now. Once it recovers to the level of a supreme, innate spiritual root, you can refine it into a magical treasure. The hollow willow possessed a special ability. It contained the laws of space and could absorb all magical treasures. Is it even more powerful than my five-colored divine light? Little Chen Xuan asked again. Naturally, Chen Xuan replied. Yongmei trembled in fear. I want to pledge myself to you, and you want to refine me into a treasure. 3,000 years passed. Laozi and Yuanshi finally broke free from the mountain and river map. Laozi's once white beard was now caked with dust, and the back of his deep green Taoist robe had a large hole revealing his hunched body. Yuanshi was even worse off. His robes were tattered, his once rosy complexion now ashen black, his face utterly disgraced. The two still trembled at the memory of their 3,000 years within the mountain and river map. It was terrifying beyond words. Brother, how about we return to Kunlun to rest for a while and plan our next move slowly? Yuanshi whispered. Without a second thought, Laozi nodded repeatedly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Above a white cloud, Nuwa supported the weakened Fushi whose lower body was wrapped in bandages. The two watched Laozi and Yuanshi stumble away below. Brother, do you see those two? They are disheveled, especially the old one. He is indecent, not even wearing his clothes properly. You must never associate with them, understand? Nuwa knew that from beginning to end Hongjun had manipulated Laozi and Yuanshi to their doom. Thus, she specifically warned Fushi not to interact with them. Fux's mouth twitched wildly, then he looked at Nuwa with great wariness. The miserable state of Laozi and Yuanshi wasn't that you're doing. Little sister, rest assured, I will never associate with them again, Fushi said, forcing himself to pat his chest in assurance. Nuwa nodded, slightly pleased. Brother, that is a wise choice. Fushi thought for a moment and asked, little sister, was what that old man Laozi said about your opportunity to become a saint true? Nuwa nodded. Are you truly a destined saint? Fushi exclaimed in surprise. Nuwa blinked and said yes. Then when will you become a saint? Become a saint? Why should I become one? Nuwa countered. You are a destined saint. If I become a saint just because heaven decrees it, wouldn't that disgrace my master's reputation? Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed toward Mount Taiyuan. Fushi was speechless. Even heaven couldn't control his little sister now. It seemed only one person could tame her. By the way, brother, I will be traveling for a while. Do not wander recklessly and do not believe others' nonsense, understand? Nuwa said softly. Fushi looked at his bandaged lower body upon hearing her words. His forehead was covered in black lines. I can't even walk with my leg broken by you. Yet hearing that Nuwa would be traveling, Fux's eyes brightened considerably. At that moment, Fushi fervently hoped that Nuwa would quickly find her master. My dear brother-in-law, where are you? Come and reign in your good disciple. Stop tormenting me. What sin have I committed? Fushi forced a smile. Little sister, traveling is good. The world is vast. Go see more of it. Brother, you seem a bit happy that I'm leaving you. Nuwa raised her delicate fair hand, forming a fist. Little sister, absolutely not. Fushi quickly explained. Nuwa relaxed her fist. Brother, the primordial wilderness is dangerous, and you have karmic ties with the demon race, so be extra careful. Rest assured, little sister. I will go into seclusion and cultivate diligently at Mount Bujo. The joy in Fux's heart was hard to conceal at the prospect of Nuwa leaving. Nuwa glanced at Fux's bandaged leg and said, then I can rest easy. Time in the primordial era was immeasurable and moments held little value. Another 20,000 years drifted by like a fleeting dream. Within the chaotic Zixiao palace, Hongjun gazed downward and spoke languidly. It has been 33,000 years. Have the two of you made any progress? Hongjun looked at Laozi and Yuanshi, who were kneeling in prostration below, and spoke with a leisurely tone. Yuanshi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he said shamefully, Master, that Nuwa is utterly terrifying. She trapped us within the mountains and rivers diagram and cruelly tormented us for 3,000 years. Hongjun's lips twitched and his brow furrowed like a lock. So you mean to say you have made no progress at all? Laozi and Yuanshi lowered their heads, speechless, silently admitting the truth. The crucial point in the trajectory of the primordial era now lay in Nuwa creating a new race. Hongjun's expression darkened. Laozi and Yuanshi had failed in their task. Who else could be entrusted with such a significant mission? Those two foolish birds, Dijuan and Tai, had been thoroughly trounced by Nuwa and didn't even dare to breathe heavily in her presence. Now they cowered in the 33rd heaven, acting most timidly. As for the Western duo, needless to say, they only knew how to play the victim, but Nuwa would certainly not fall for that. Who else was there? Dao ancestor, please have some tea. At that moment, the attendant Yao Chi bowed respectfully and offered a cup of light tea. Hongjun gazed at the Yao Chi before him, fell into deep thought, and remained silent for a long time. Perhaps he should send Yao Chi. Communication between those of the same gender might be easier. After all, she would surely be more effective than Laozi and Yuanshi, Dijuan and Tai, or Jian and Juni. Hongjun took the tea, took a sip, and said, Yao Chi, I have been greatly troubled lately. There is a matter I need you to attend to. Are you willing? In reply to the Dao ancestor, Yao Chi is willing to share your worries, but I fear I may not succeed and disappoint your expectations. Yao Chi replied in a soft voice. Hongjun waved his hand, forcing a benevolent smile. It matters not. Whether you succeed or fail, I will not blame you. Just do your utmost. Yao Chi pursed her lips, nodded, and agreed very well. Hongjun laughed heartily. Yao Chi, this time you will journey to the primordial era and seek out a being named Nuwa. Journey to the primordial era. Seek out Sister Nuwa. The image of Nuwa's ethereal beauty flashed through Yao Chi's mind. A light of joy immediately sparkled in her beautiful eyes, and a faint blush of delight crept onto her face. She asked, and after I find her? Hongjun pondered for a moment, and said simply follow her and observe when she will create a new race. Haste makes waste. It was better to first see Nuwa's current situation, or it would only introduce unnecessary variables. Yao Chi nodded. Yao Chi obeys the Dao ancestor's decree. Very well, Laozi, you ensure you may temporarily return to Kunlun to cultivate and await the advent of your opportunity for sainthood. Hongjun then said to the two of them. Yes, Dao ancestor. Laozi takes his leave. Yuan sure takes his leave. The two rose and withdrew from the Zixiao palace. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years passed. During this millennium, Nuwa's footprints had traversed the entire primordial era. Mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, birds, beasts, insects, fish, flowers, grasses, and trees. Every single thing stirred something within her. Her comprehension of the laws of creation had reached an extremely profound level. She was but a single step away from attaining the Dao and becoming a Hunyuan. On this day, dressed in a simple, elegant gown, like a pure celestial fairy who had descended to the mortal world, she was walking through a lush, verdant forest. Suddenly, she heard a clear, melodious voice behind her. Sister Nuwa. Turning around, she saw a young girl who seemed to be 13 or 14 years old. She was clad in a rainbow-hued immortal robe, graceful and lithe, her posture soft and beautiful, untouched by the dust of the mortal world, as pure as holy white snow. She would surely grow into a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Oh, if it isn't little Yao Chi. Why aren't you in the Zixiao palace? What brings you to the primordial era? Nuwa said with a gentle smile upon seeing Yao Chi. Yao Chi's smile was exceptionally radiant, and she stated directly, the Dao ancestor sent me to find you. She greatly admired and revered Nuwa and did not wish to deceive her. If Hongjun had known, he would surely have coughed up 3 tons of blood. The second sentence upon meeting, and she had already sold him out. Truly something. The Dao ancestor sent you to find me. Is there a matter? Nothing much, he just told me to follow you, Yao Chi said with innocent childlike simplicity. Nuwa, being inherently intelligent, understood Hongjun's intentions in an instant. But seeing Yao Chi newly arrived in the primordial era without a trace of guile or cunning, she smiled radiantly and said, then you can follow me. Really, Sister Nuwa? May I really? Yao Chi's face was full of joy. This was her first time entering the primordial era. After being enlightened by Hongjun, she had spent her days in the Zixiao palace facing the lonely chaos. Now everything she saw felt novel and brought her exceptional delight. Nuwa smiled and nodded. Of course you may. So where are we going next? Yao Chi asked. To Taiyan Mountain, Nuwa said with a smile, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. Taiyan Mountain. Hearing this, Yao Chi's eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. She had heard of this place so many times. Apart from the renowned Buzhou Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and the Dao ancestor Hongjun's Yujing Mountain, this was the only mountain name she had ever heard. And of course, Taiyan Mountain was the place she most wished to visit. Yao Chi's eyes curved like crescent moons as she walked alongside Nuwa. What kind of wondrous divine mountain was Taiyan Mountain, she wondered. Yao Chi was filled with anticipation. Nuwa led Yao Chi, walking at an extremely slow pace. They passed by the dojos of many fellow disciples. Yinming Marsh, Panyan Mountain, Qingyan Peak. It took a full 3,000 years to finally reach the foot of what was once Taiyan Mountain. Sister, is this Taiyan Mountain? Yao Chi asked with curiosity and surprise. Looking up, they saw a sea of churning clouds and pervasive purple mist, but it was a vast, boundless expanse with not a single peak in sight. Nuwa patted Yao Chi's head and said, yes, this is Taiyan Mountain. However, my teacher has sealed the mountain for a long time. Since I descended from the mountain, I have never been able to return. Your teacher lives on Taiyan Mountain. What kind of person is he? Yao Chi asked, extremely curious. A deep look of reminiscence filled Nuwa's eyes. She nodded. My teacher. He loves the life of a carefree recluse. His cultivation is supreme, but he has no heirs at all, and is very humorous and witty in his speech. Yao Chi pursed her lips, tilted her head to gaze at the vast churning sea of clouds, and sighed. It's a pity I couldn't see what Taiyan Mountain looked like, nor could I meet your teacher. Regret and pity filled her heart. Isn't it simple? They'll just paint Taiyan Mountain for you to see. Nuwa said, affectionately tousling Yao Chi's hair. For 3,000 years, Nuwa had been traveling the primordial era with Yao Chi. She had grown very fond of Yao Chi, treating her like a younger sister. Along the way, she had also told Yao Chi many stories about Chen Xuan. Now Yao Chi had become a devoted little fan of Chen Xuan. That's right, a little fan hidden right beside the Dao ancestor. Nuwa took out a sheet of white paper, hung it in midair, and began to paint. With ink and brush, her strokes flowed like drifting clouds and running water across the plain silk, and soon a poetic landscape of mountains and waters leaped vividly onto the paper. Compared to Chen Xuan's abstract style, this painting of the Taiyan Mountain scenery was considerably better. Whom the disciple surpasses the master. Is this Taiyan Mountain? Yao Chi gazed at the painted realm and sighed. Lush forests, cranes, soaring deer calling. A scene of profound peace and harmony. Faintly, the peak of Taiyun Mountain was shrouded in rolling clouds and wisps of rosy light drifting with an elusive Dao resonance. This is merely one corner of Taiyun Mountain. Without being there in person, you can hardly grasp its true essence, Nuwa said calmly. Then where did your master usually sit to teach you the Dao? Yao Chi asked. Nuwa pointed to the summit of the cloud-shrouded mountain in the painting here. Having said that, she picked up her brush and continued painting. What she painted was none other than the likeness of Chen Xuan. The more Nuwa painted, the deeper her reminiscence grew, her mind drifting back to the days on Taiyun Mountain. Chen Xuan's image became increasingly clear in her mind. But, just as the brush was about to outline his features, boom, the entire scroll exploded violently. Even the brush in Nuwa's hand flew away and turned to powder. What had happened? Nuwa and Yao Chi stared at each other in shock. It seemed as if some immense force had torn the scroll apart. Or perhaps the scroll had carried something forbidden. Nuwa murmured blankly, "Is this what Master meant by the Great Dao is formless? The Great Dao is nameless. The Great Dao is formless. It has no image, yet it is truly eternal, and nothing can contain it. What the scroll could not bear was the Master. Or rather, this very world could not bear the image of the Master. This was a taboo of the Great Dao. Master." Nuwa once again looked up at Taiyun Mountain. Still the clouds surged and purple mist filled the air with no entrance to be found. Nuwa worried whether she could call out her master's name when she attained the Dao of Hongyun. Sensing her dejection, Yao Chi comforted her, "Sister, with your wholehearted sincerity, you will surely see Master again." After a long while, Nuwa collected herself and led Yao Chi once more through the primordial wilderness. Countless eons later, Nuwa came to a lake and saw her reflection in the water. Moved by a sudden insight, she murmured, "A yuan hui has passed since the Dao ancestor's sermon. It is time for me to attain the Dao. A yuan hui is 129,600 years." Nuwa turned back to gaze in the direction of Taiyun Mountain and whispered, "Master, I do not know if I can utter your true name, but I must try." Then she said to Yao Chi, "Yao Chi, you may return and report saying Sister Nuwa is about to create living beings." Yao Chi bowed slightly, her eyes lingering on Nuwa, and replied, "Since Sister is to create life and attain the Dao, I shall not disturb you." Nuwa nodded, looked at young Yao Chi, and warned, "You are now at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Remember to comprehend the laws to break through. Do not recklessly sever your corpse or rely on Heavenly Dao merits to advance." "Sister Nuwa, why is that?" Yao Chi asked, bewildered. "Just remember my words. There is no need to overthink." With that, Nuwa waved her hand and sent Yao Chi out of the primordial wilderness. Crossing the chaos, Yao Chi returned to the Zixiao palace. Dao ancestor Sister Nuwa is about to create living beings. Hongjun's eyes snapped open. Finally, a new race is to be created. I wonder what kind of beings Nuwa will fashion. Then Laozi and Yuanshi can each establish a sect to educate these newborn beings and become sages. The Xian sect will have 2 sages, a sign of great prosperity. The grand trend of the primordial wilderness has finally been steered back on course. Immediately Hongjun summoned Yao Chi and said, "You have rendered merit on this journey. Do I bestow upon you the innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold phoenix hairpin, to aid you in severing your corpse and attaining the quasi-sage realm." The innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold phoenix hairpin, was originally meant to be granted to the Queen Mother of the West when she was appointed the leader of female immortals during the first sermon. However, because Hongjun's sermon lasted only 2999 years, the Queen Mother of the West left early and was never appointed, so the purple gold phoenix hairpin remained. During the last distribution of treasures at the treasure dividing cliff, Hongjun had not given away all the spiritual treasures, naturally keeping some reserves for Haoyan and Yao Chi. Yao Chi accepted the innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold phoenix hairpin, in a daze. "Thank you, Dao ancestor." Yet her mind was occupied with Nuwa's words, "Do not recklessly sever your corpse." Hongjun, immersed in joy, did not particularly notice Yao Chi's unusual demeanor. Instead, he immediately sent a secret message to Laozi and Yuanshi. In the primordial wilderness, Nuwa gazed at her reflection in the tranquil lake, recalling the words Chen Xuan had spoken. Nuwa molded clay to create humans, attained sagehood through merit, and fell into the trap of the Heavenly Dao. A pity. But at this moment, Nuwa smiled radiantly. "Master, how magnificent you are. Now that I have become your disciple, how could I foolishly attain sagehood through merit and fall into the Heavenly Dao's trap? I will attain the Dao of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian and make the Great Dao resonate with me. Master, I will not let you down." As she spoke, the law of creation, which she had comprehended to 90%, surged forth from within her. The entire primordial wilderness was instantly filled with a rich aura of creation. It was rebirth, a beginning, mysterious and infinite. Nuwa was only one step away from becoming a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. In that instant, many disciples of Taiyuan Mountain seemed to sense it. In the Yao Chi fairyland, the Queen Mother of the West withdrew from the river of time and murmured, "Sister Nuwa, this time I wonder if you can summon the master." On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian paused his sword practice and looked toward Nuwa's direction. "I was about to break through myself, but junior sister Nuwa has beaten me to it. But it is good, very good." On the sun star, Shiha gazed down upon the primordial wilderness. Buzhou Mountain, Fire Cloud, Cave, Yunming Marsh. So this is the attainment of Hunyuan. Junior sister Nuwa is about to attain the Dao. Junior sister Nuwa is truly wise, no wonder she is so beloved by the master. Attaining Hunyuan. Will senior sister Nuwa be counted among the master's personal disciples? The master once said that Nuwa would create the human race. I wonder what these humans will be like. At the same time, all living beings in the primordial wilderness felt Nuwa's formidable aura, no weaker than when Dao ancestor Hongjun had become a sage. Who has such a powerful aura? Is the second sage of the primordial wilderness about to appear? I feel as if the primordial wilderness is about to change. Today the sky is bright and clear with the harmonious sounds of phoenixes and other birds. The purple glow of the clouds creates a picturesque scene, while the verdant foliage in the forest imparts a sense of peace and sanctity to the entire primordial world. Beside the lake, as clear as a mirror, Nuwa stands unparalleled in beauty, her waterfall-like hair cascading down her shoulders with brows as exquisite as the moon and eyes sparkling like stars. She is indeed a rare beauty in the world. Even the nine heavens mystic maiden would pale in comparison before Nuwa. At this moment, a purple aura envelopes her, and her aura is profoundly mysterious. In her burning gaze lies a hint of longing. I have comprehended 90% of the laws of creation. Only one step remains for me to attain the Dao, and I shall establish the human race in the realm of creation. Then she takes out the 3 light divine water and the 9 heavens soil. To establish the human race and create life, one cannot use mundane water and soil. The 3 light divine water refers to the combined essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Used alone, it is a deadly poison. However, when combined as one, it transforms into the supreme healing elixir capable of detoxifying, restoring flesh and bones, and reviving the dead. The 9 heavens soil is the essence of earth, perfectly suited for nurturing life and creating beings. The 3 light divine water and the 9 heavens soil blend together. In Nuwa's hands, exquisite clay figures are soon shaped. The laws of creation surge and envelop each figure, stripping away their clay nature and gradually transforming them into flesh and blood. As the clay figures hit the ground, they transform into living beings with flesh and blood. They run about freely, completely naked. To expedite the process, Nuwa retrieves the primordial gourdvine, quickly swirling it in the muddy ground, and with a flick of her wrist, a large batch of humanoid beings emerges into the primordial world. In no time, she has created a total of 129600 human beings, a number that aligns with the unity of the universe. Nuwa pauses her work, gazing warmly at the little beings running chaotically on the ground. She then slowly looks towards Taiyuan Mountain, softly speaking, "The Dao is supreme. Today I, Nuwa, shall create an entirely new race to be called the human race." Nuwa does not refer to the primordial heavens and earth, but speaks directly of the supreme Dao. For both the heavenly Dao and sages are the hidden hands. As her words fall, boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupts from Nuwa, engulfing the entire primordial realm. The 90% comprehension of the laws of creation gains the recognition of the Dao. She attains the Dao of the great Luo, golden immortal. At this moment, the primordial realm bursts forth with dazzling beauty. The earth blooms with golden lotuses, and purple aura and brilliance cover the vast expanse, stretching 100,000 miles. Golden light showers down, and Nuwa, bathed in its glow, appears even more dignified and sacred, her aura ethereal. Nuwa speaks again. "Today, I, Nuwa, use the creation of the human race to attain the Dao of the great harmony." An extremely mysterious power carries Nuwa's words throughout the primordial realm and even into the chaos. The resonance of the Dao. This is the resonance of the Dao. Nuwa smiles brightly, tears glistening in her eyes. It is at this moment that she chants her master's true name. "Chen Xuan, master, we have waited too long for this moment." Nuwa calls out Chen Xuan's name. However, only her lips move and no sound escapes. Nuwa calls out again, but the same situation occurs. A sudden alarm bells rings in Nuwa's heart. Is the master's name also a taboo of the Dao, unable to be uttered directly? With my current cultivation, I am unable to call out my master's name directly. The master's name is actually obstructed by the Dao. In a moment of desperation, Nuwa recalls that her master's title is Tai Xian Dao Ren, which should also allow me to call upon him. Tai Xian Dao Ren. Tai Xian Dao Ren. Master, it is me, Xiaohua. Can you hear me? Master, I miss you so much. We all miss you so much. Master, when can we meet again? Master, we have been waiting for you. Nuwa's calls resonating quietly with the Dao silently reached the already sealed Taiyun Mountain. Despite not feeling tired from creating beings from clay, calling out to Chen Xuan has drained a great deal of Nuwa's energy. At this moment, Nuwa's image is also reflected throughout the primordial realm. All disciples of Taiyun Mountain, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, cheer for Nuwa. This is the first existence among the disciples of Taiyun Mountain to attain the Dao of the Great Harmony. Sister Nuwa is mighty. Sister Nuwa is the eternal deity. Sister Nuwa, you must remember to call out your master's true name. Meanwhile, the heavens above rumble with a series of booming sounds. Rumble, rumble. The sounds are incessant. Looking up, one sees endless merits and virtues cascading down. The human race has been born destined to be the protagonists of the future. Nuwa has immense merit in the primordial realm, thus the heavens bestow her with virtues. Such merits are sufficient to elevate any quasi-saint who has severed the second corpse to the status of a saint. What is even more shocking is that along with the boundless merits, a brilliant Dao fruit of mysterious origin descends. It is filled with ethereal Dao rhythms and endless profundities. The Dao fruit of the Saint of Merits. It is a Dao fruit that makes countless eyes green with envy. As long as Nuwa extends her hand gently, she can become the Saint of Merits in the primordial realm. Almost all beings in the primordial realm hold their breath at this moment. Their eyes, red with emotion, gaze upon that Saint of Merits, Dao fruit. The looks directed at Nuwa are filled with envy and jealousy. In the heavens above, Hongjun observes everything. With a cold smile, he says, no matter how much you once revered that so-called Tai Xian Daoren, today, when the Dao fruit of merits falls, you will come to my camp. After all, no one can refuse a readily available saintly position. But Nuwa's next move makes his veins bulge, and he exclaims, what the hell? What the hell? Nuwa reaches out towards the Dao fruit of merits, and the resplendent fruit transforms into countless golden lights showering upon the human race she has created. Hiss! The primordial realm falls into a profound silence. The sounds of beings gasping for breath echo continuously, their complex emotions hard to calm. What did I just see? That is the Dao fruit of the Saint of Merits. It symbolizes the saintly position of the heavens and earth, yet it was shattered directly by Nuwa to bless the newly born human race. Is this world too crazy? The saintly fruit position. Don't give it to me. Nuwa gazes coldly at the heavens of the primordial realm. Master, if you can see this, your disciple Xiao will never be constrained by the Heavenly Dao, nor will I walk the path of a saint. Sister Nuwa is mighty, the eternal deity. No wonder Sister Nuwa has set an example for us disciples of Taiyun Mountain. What does the Dao fruit of the Saint of Merits matter? Under the Master's teachings, we will never become lackeys. Nuwa shattered the fruit of the way of the Sage of Merit, signifying that she had utterly rejected the olive branch extended by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. She refused to become a sage of the primordial heaven and earth. Though sages and Hongmeng Dao golden immortals share similar realms, they follow entirely different systems. The Hongmeng Dao golden immortal treads the path of the great Dao, while the sage follows the path of the Heavenly Dao. The great Dao pervades all realms of existence. Thus, a Hongmeng Dao golden immortal recognized by the great Dao retains the same combat power and cultivation level, whether in chaos or any given realm. However, the realm of the sage established by Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao exists solely within the primordial world. Entering another realm, one's cultivation would no longer be that of a sage. Only by gaining the recognition of that realm's own heaven and earth can one exert sage-level power there. This is the fundamental difference between a Hongmeng Dao golden immortal and a sage. The path of the great Dao is the true path of absolute freedom and unrestrained liberty. At that moment, Hongjun appeared in the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with the black-robed youth. His expression was exceedingly grim. He watched helplessly as the fruit of the way of the Sage of Merit was shattered by Nuwa, its golden light nourishing the nascent human race. He felt as though his own face was being viciously slapped by 1,000 rotting slippers. Originally in his scheme, even if Nuwa attained the Hongmeng Dao golden immortal realm in the primordial world, he could still bestow the fruit of the way of the Sage of Merit. Thus Nuwa would be both a Hongmeng Dao golden immortal and the Sage of Merit of the primordial world. If a Hongmeng Dao golden immortal were to further integrate the fruit of the way of the Sage of Merit, their power would undoubtedly ascend to an even higher level. He assumed Nuwa would certainly not refuse. Yet he never imagined she would reject it so decisively, without so much as a glance at the fruit of the way of the Sage of Merit. She showed utter disdain. Hongjun narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within them. It seems this variable Nuwa cannot be drawn to our side. If I cannot obtain her, then she must be destroyed. Instantly, thunderous roars echoed in everyone's ears. In an instant, thick black clouds streaked with deep purple lightning blanketed the entire sky. Beings below the Deluo golden immortal realm were crushed by the celestial might, forced to stoop and unable to lift their heads. A truly terrifying sight. Then the majestic voice of the Heavenly Dao resounded. Nuwa has shattered the fruit of the way of the sage of merit, defying the Heavenly Dao and showing disrespect to heaven and earth. Let heavenly thunder punishment descend. By shattering the fruit of the way of the sage of merit, Nuwa had given Hongjun a pretext to act. Heavenly thunder punishment descended. All living beings felt suffocated, their hearts roiling with shock. The might of the Heavenly Dao cannot be offended. This is terrifying. This thunder punishment is too dreadful. If it falls, it might annihilate the entire primordial world. Can the goddess Nuwa survive the thunder punishment? Nuwa is in danger. At the demon court in the 33rd heaven, Dijuan and Tai clasped each other's hands, barely concealing the joy threatening to burst forth. Heavenly thunder punishment. Even heaven itself wants to claim this she-devil. Brother, after today, I need never fear the she-devil again. Ha ha, with the she-devil gone, who can stand in our way? I ask you, who else? The 2 demon emperors were ecstatic. The 10 golden crow princes also cheered and leaped with joy. Great. Both our fathers are back in form. Yay yay, Dad's back in form. Now we can run wild across the primordial world. Hohe! Nuwa's thunder tribulation continued to gather, the power of heaven and earth seemingly compressed further. The greater the compression, the more devastating the eventual eruption. On Mount Taiyun, while the outside world raged with storms and thunderclouds, here all was serene and peaceful, with kites soaring and cranes calling. It was Chen Xuan's afternoon nap time. Six-eared Macaque was kneading mud balls with little Kong Xuan. Suddenly Yongmei in the celestial herb garden felt a jolt in his heart. Holy crap! Is this the aura of the great Dao? Believing a great calamity had descended, Yongmei quickly curled into a ball, trembling. Damn! This place is terrifying. The great Dao is resonating here. Could it be related to the master? Yongmei, once a chaos demon god and witness to Pangu's creation of the world, was well-traveled and knowledgeable. Though his cultivation realm was gone, he quickly sensed this was a resonance of the great Dao. Six-eared Macaque and Kong Xuan, however, were oblivious. As for Chen Xuan, who was napping, his ears twitched slightly. It seemed as though a soft murmuring voice reached him, carrying a deep lingering longing like the ethereal melody of an opera singer, crisp and pleasing. Tai Xian Dao Run, Master at Shaohua. Can you hear me? Master, Shaohua misses you so much. We all miss you. Master, when will we meet again? Master, we are always waiting for you. The resonance of the great Dao carried Nuwa's calling voice, rippling gently around Chen Xuan's ears. The great Dao is omnipresent, and nothing but nothingness can isolate it. For even the things used to isolate it are themselves within the great Dao. Thus, the resonance of the great Dao could penetrate the ceiling formation of Mount Taiyun and reach Chen Xuan's ears with precision. Hearing Nuwa's voice during his nap, Chen Xuan turned over. He mumbled drowsily, "Odd Shaohua, come over and massage my legs." In his mind, the exquisite and graceful figure of Shaohua appeared. After a long while, Chen Xuan opened his eyes groggily and said, "Shaohua, you've been kneading for so long, you must be tired. Rest a while." Master, who are you talking to? Six-eared Macaque, not far away, heard Chen Xuan's drowsy muttering and asked in confusion. Only then did Chen Xuan look around in bewilderment. He saw Six-eared Macaque and little Kong Xuan playing with mud. Where was Shaohua? Hadn't Shaohua just been calling him? He had clearly heard Shaohua's voice, and she had been massaging his legs. How strange. What was going on? He pondered the content of the voice again. Master, Shaohua misses you so much. Master, when will we meet again? Master, we are always waiting for you. Chen Xuan stroked his chin and massaged his temples. Had Shaohua transmitted her voice to him through some secret technique? Or was he simply beginning to miss his disciples? Perhaps both were possible. Chen Xuan closed his eyes, and the image of Shaohua appeared in his mind once more. He murmured, "Shaohua, your teacher misses you and the others too. Rest assured, time flies, and we will meet again soon. When we do, remember to massage my legs." Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, as he finished speaking, imperceptible and subtle ripples silently spread beyond Mount Taiyun. In the primordial chaos, thunderous tribulation rumbled above Nuwa's crown, still gathering. The aura emanating from the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, oppressive, and fear-inducing. Nuwa gazed up at the fearsome tribulation, yet her eyes burned with blazing battle intent. "Come, heavenly tribulation. Senior sister Nuwa, you are the first disciple of Taiyun Mountain to attain the Dao of Honyuan. You must not disgrace our master. Senior sister Nuwa, a mere heavenly tribulation, go crush it." Senior sister Nuwa, the master said, "My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Overthrow that treacherous sky. If only a super heavenly tribulation would descend when I attain the Dao, I would also overthrow that treacherous sky." Ahem. They didn't seem worried for Nuwa. Each one wished they were the one beneath the tribulation, eager to fiercely overthrow it. Terrifying. The black-robed youth in the sky twitched his mouth. Why would they want to overthrow me? Do I possess such charm? This bunch of little brats. I really want to give them a taste of a truly sour tribulation. He glanced again at Nuwa beneath the tribulation and sighed, pity this young girl. The tribulation blotted out the sky, plunging the entire primordial world into darkness like night. Yet even so, countless beings watched Nuwa and the tribulation. They watched the battle between life and heaven. A firefly daring to rival the moon. Nuwa is doomed. Dijuan and Tai, those two birds embraced and wept. The sky is dark. Is the tribulation about to fall? If Nuwa falls, then humanity. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, not speaking too definitively, but their meaning was clear. Humanity was their opportunity to attain sainthood. If Nuwa were gone, they could civilize humanity and firmly grasp its fortune. This tribulation has brewed for so long. When it finally descends, will it drain the spiritual energy and fortune from the eastern lands? Then the west and east would start on equal footing. Jane and Juanti of western Sumeru Mountain murmured, while others focused on Nuwa and the Heavenly Dao. They hoped to shatter the east's fortune. A divine logic. All was pitch black save for the tribulation's lightning flickering in the sky. Everyone had long retreated to safety, their hearts clenched. Suddenly a thunderous roar. A thunderous roar. A thunderous roar. A deafening boom filled the entire primordial heaven and earth. Countless bolts of lightning flashed. Gasps echoed as everyone drew in sharp breaths. This is too damn terrifying. The majesty of the Heavenly Dao cannot be offended. I have a feeling this tribulation is more powerful than a saint's strike. How can Nuwa's frail body withstand it? Is this the primordial tribulation? Terrifying as Hongjun shouted from the sky, tribulation strike. Strike. Hysterical. Suddenly, everything went white before everyone's eyes. When they could see again, they looked around in confusion, utterly baffled. Nuwa was still unharmed, but where was the tribulation? Huh, what happened? It's bright. Where's the tribulation? Where's the promised tribulation? The dense, dark tribulation clouds, gone in an instant. Damn it, I've been building up this emotion, and now the tribulation's gone. Heavenly Dao? Are you joking? Just as the tribulation was about to strike, all the clouds vanished in an instant. Now Nuwa trembled, her eyes red. Tears fell from her beautiful face, but she wore a blissful, bittersweet smile of fulfilled longing. Delicate, yet strong, she was truly heartrending. She murmured earnestly, Master, Xiaohua waits for you. Xiaohua will definitely massage your legs. Master, finally I've waited for you. Thankfully I didn't give up. Just now as the terrifying tribulation was about to fall. Chun Xian's voice echoed from the great Dao, carrying its immense power, instantly dispelling the fearsome tribulation. Xiaohua, your master misses you all too. Rest assured, time flies, and we will meet soon. Remember to massage my legs then. After hundreds of thousands of years, Chun Xian's first conversation with his disciples was through the resonance of the great Dao. She has seated beneath the Fusang tree on the Sun Star, sensed something upon seeing Nuwa's state. Could it be news of the master? The Queen Mother of the West in the Jade Pool gazed once more at Nuwa through the river of time, her intuition telling her. This mysterious disappearance of the tribulation must be the master's doing. Master, have you finally acted? Countless Taiyun disciples stared blankly at the empty sky. Only one man came to mind, peerless and unparalleled through the ages. Chen Xuan. This must be the master. It must be the master. The master is mighty. When the master acts, you know it's real. I knew the master wouldn't let senior sister Nuwa suffer divine punishment. With the master's backing, I Hongjun can let loose. When I attain the Dao of Huanyin, I too will call upon the master's name. A dreamlike connection with the master. The Taiyun disciples were ecstatic. Meanwhile, in the sky, Hongjun, oblivious to the truth, was utterly bewildered. He was almost jumping with rage. What is this? Heavenly Dao, what the hell are you doing? Tell me what's going on. Why didn't the tribulation you control fall, eh? Why did it vanish in an instant? Heavenly Dao, give me an explanation. This was a perfect chance to severely wow Nuwa. Why did the tribulation suddenly disappear? Hongjun couldn't understand. The Heavenly Dao's avatar, the black-robed youth, turned around slowly. He gazed at Hongjun calmly. Then he suddenly struck. With a fierce slap, he sent Hongjun flipping head over heels, planting him like an upside-down onion. Hongjun's head buzzed. He looked aggrieved. Son of a bitch. You've just merged with the Dao and dare speak to me like that. Tired of living. You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? After slapping Hongjun, the black-robed youth spat a few times. He walked aside and muttered to himself, damn it, the great Dao is stirring again. Great Dao, if you've retired, stay retired. Don't keep popping up to show off, okay? My primordial Heavenly Dao has its pride.